The waiter heard her resolute tone and gave up his hard selling. His expression was ghastly as he turned around and retrieved the book from the shelf. Huang Yueli took a look at the book. The title Overview of God Realm was printed clearly on the cover page. The book was a thin brochure and the cover was rather simple. It only took one glance and one could tell that it was totally different from those exquisitely designed high-level cultivation methods that the waiter had recommended earlier. But Huang Yueli merely flipped through it quickly and was extremely satisfied with it. "I want this book. How much is it?" 10 low-grade spirit jades. Huang Yueli immediately took the required amount of spirit jades out and made the payment. She ignored the disdainful look in the waiter's eyes and walked out of the door. By the time she returned to the inn, she took the book out and started to read it in detail. God Realm is the first and largest plane to be born in the vast universe. Not only is heaven and earth's profound chi denser than the lower realms, but it is also the most stable place. Hence, it could accommodate all those high-level practitioners that lower realm could not accommodate. God Realm's inheritance had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years since it split off from the primal chaos, and there are various sizes of forces within this place. Among these forces, the strongest 12 families had already existed in God Realm since primal chaos. All of them own an exclusive powerful bloodline and they could use their bloodlines to tame spiritual beasts. Hence they are named as the ancient god clans. Ancient god clans have mighty power and all of them control one of the 12 continents in God Realm. Among them, the Sacred Phoenix continent in the east belongs to Sacred Phoenix race. The Ice Serpent continent belongs to the Ice Serpent clan in the north. Cloudy Qilin clan controls the Cloudy Qilin continent in the west. Demarcation of the various forces in God Realm. Huang Yueli studied the contents related to the 12 god clans, and after the literal introduction, there was also an illustrative map attached to it. Huang Yueli frowned when she took a look at it. How can this be? Cloudy Qilin continent and Sacred Phoenix continent's distance is the furthest away. Sacred Phoenix continent, Voracious Wyvern continent, and some others were closest to Soul Connection Ocean. It would only take around a fortnight to reach these continents if one set off from Serene Rain Town. But Cloudy Qilin continent and Sacred Phoenix continent were in the opposite direction and it was also the furthest from the Soul Connection Ocean. If she wanted to go to Cloudy Qilin continent, she would have to pass through 5 different continents. Based on the vast land spreading across God Realm, it would probably take around half a year for her to reach there on foot. Half a year? It actually takes such a long time. Huang Yueli was extremely disappointed. She originally thought that she would meet with Li Moying very soon. Whoever knew that this matter wasn't as simple as she thought. But she merely sighed a little while and stopped thinking too much into it. Anyway, no matter how difficult it was, no one could stop her from looking for her husband. Huang Yueli quickly decided and continued to read. When she saw the last few pages, her eyes suddenly lit up. This book introduced God Realm's various transportation methods, and one of them was the long-range teleportation array. These teleportation arrays were set up by various large forces' powerful array masters so that one could overcome the long-distance difficulty of traveling in God Realm. There were many types of teleportation arrays, and the small ones could teleport one to 1,000 miles distance in one go. As for the large ones, it could teleport one from a continent to another continent, which was a fast and convenient mode of transportation. But this kind of teleportation array's defect was also clearly seen. Activating such a big-sized teleportation array would require a huge amount of energy. Each time, it would use millions of excellent-grade crystal jades and high-tiered spirit beast cores. Not only so, the daily maintenance for the array also consumed a tremendous amount of resources. To split up the costs, a large number of forces would activate the teleportation arrays at regular intervals and allow ordinary practitioners to use them. But the fee that they had to pay was an astronomical figure. Each person would need to pay a teleportation fee of 10,000 high-grade crystal jades to teleport from Sacred Phoenix continent to the neighboring White Tiger continent. A high-grade crystal jade is equivalent to 1,000 medium-grade crystal jades. A medium-grade crystal jade is equivalent to 1,000 low-grade crystal jade. Huang Yueli silently calculated the figures in her mind, and the more she thought, the more shocked she was. This kind of pricing, to God Realm's natives, was already an astronomical price. Not to mention those newly ascended practitioners from the lower realm. She had a few medium-grade crystal jades from the Sacred Phoenix race, but there were only slightly more than 10 pieces. If it was used to purchase some small things, it might be enough. But it was impossible to pay the teleportation fee. Huang Yueli muttered to herself irresolutely and made a decision. Now I have no other way. No matter if it's to go to the teleportation array or to make money, I'd still have to go to Sacred Phoenix continent. Staying in this small town really has no future. I think that Huang Sanbai would never believe that I will appear directly in Sacred Phoenix continent. It's actually much safer there than any other towns. Gathering a few reasons, Huang Yueli immediately prepared to head towards Sacred Phoenix continent. Once she had decided, she immediately checked out of the room and left Serene Rain town. When she left the small town, she was unexpectedly interrogated by the guards again. She used the same excuse that she used in the inn to get past them. When she left, she could still hear the guards' suspicious voices. Strange, there are several practitioners from Golden Ray continent recently. Yesterday, one just left and today, there's another one. Why did Golden Ray continent's cultivation standard suddenly become so high? Huang Yueli's lips curled into a smile when she heard that. But she didn't stop and followed the direction in the overview of God Realm map and headed towards Sacred Phoenix continent. Sacred Phoenix continent's distance from Serene Rain town wasn't very near. She had to pass through 6 to 7 small towns in total, and the journey would roughly take around 20 days. Just as Huang Yueli was trying her best to hasten on her journey. In Serene Rain town mayor's residence, an elderly man full of white hair was pacing back and forth anxiously. Huang Sanbai stared fiercely at the direct disciples at the door and said angrily, "Haven't found her, still haven't found her. Can't you change another way to answer me? She's just a young little lass who had just ascended. She doesn't even undergo a lot of experience learning trips, and you have all met her personally. How could it be that you've searched for such a long time, but yet still unable to find her?" The direct disciple, Huang Jingyuan's forehead was profusing with sweat. He wanted to cry but couldn't shed any tears at all. Huang Sanbai usually looked very kind and patient. He was an elderly man who was respected by everyone, and never had he ever shown such a fierce expression before. Moreover, how would he be blamed for not being able to find Huang Yueli? When Huang Sanbai and Huang Yueli left, both of them were in one piece. But when Huang Sanbai returned to the flying ship, he was injured badly, and even the Azure Luan mount, which was borrowed from the clan, had also gone missing. As for the only god-grade genius in the clan that Huang Sanbai was in charge of escorting, Huang Yueli had gone missing without a trace. From the looks of it, the clansmen guessed that Huang Sanbai and Huang Yueli had probably met with some kind of danger during their journey. Hence, they ended up like this. But no matter how explicit or hints they gave, Huang Sanbai simply kept his mouth shut. He was unwilling to tell them what they had encountered. He merely got the clansmen to keep searching for her using her portrait drawing, and also made Serene Rain town's mayor interrogate all the lower realm ascenders. No one knew what happened and could only search aimlessly for her. Would they be able to find her in such a way? Huang Jingyuan was extremely doubtful, but he didn't dare to say a single word. He lowered his head and asked fearfully, "Master," this disciple had already instructed the others. Now the guards in the whole Serene Rain town have been mobilized. Any lower realm ascendant who is entering or leaving the town would be interrogated carefully. As long as there are any slight suspicions, they would immediately bring that person back. Serene Rain Town is the only way from Soul Connection Ocean to Sacred Phoenix Continent. So as long as young Miss Lee is still alive, it's just a matter of time before she appears in this place. When Huang Sanbai heard this, he finally calmed down a little. He realized that his attitude was too anxious earlier and would easily arouse other people's suspicions of him. Then he coughed loudly, cough cough, that's good. You must interrogate them carefully and not miss out on a single person. Huang Jingyuan respectfully responded but didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stood at the entrance and looked at Huang Sanbai, as he hesitated to speak his mind. What's the matter? Why are you still standing there? Why aren't you going to look for her? Huang Sanbai almost lost control of his temper again. Huang Jingyuan hesitated for a short moment but decided to ask anyway. Master, if we were to search for her in this manner, we might not be able to find her at all. Why don't we send the news back to clan leader and mobilize everyone in the clan and also those forces that rely on Sacred Phoenix race to help us search for her? Young Miss Lee is our Sacred Phoenix race's god-grade genius. She will definitely return to Sacred Phoenix race on her own, without the need for us to search for her. The only problem is she might not know how to contact us, or she might lose her way in the wilderness. As long as we spread the news, she will naturally come over and look for us. Dumbas. To think that you even thought of this idea. Huang Jingyuan was still speaking when Huang Sanbai interrupted him in an exasperated manner. You also know that Lastly is our clan's only god-grade genius. If we were to search for her with such great fanfare, what would happen if the other forces find out and secretly do something to her? Especially those scums from Cloudy Qilin clan, perhaps they might intentionally hinder our search. By then, it'd be even more difficult for us to find her. Can you use your brain? Huang Sanbai berated him so badly that Huang Jingyuan bowed his head low in shame. He started to reflect on himself that his idea was indeed too sloppy. When Huang Sanbai saw his reaction, he silently heaved a sigh of relief. What joke was that? He was most afraid that Huang Yueli would return to Sacred Phoenix race right now. Once Huang Yueli met with clan leader, wouldn't his plan to murder the clan's god-grade genius to obtain the Sky Phoenix ring be exposed completely? What would await him would only be a dead end. The only thing he could do now was to find Huang Yueli as soon as possible and control her so that he could create another accident once again. As she was already wary of Huang Sanbai's existence, she wouldn't dare to interact with Sacred Phoenix race's clansmen so easily, so this was his greatest chance. Since Huang Yueli had just reached God Realm and wasn't familiar with this place, he had to kill her as soon as possible. A cold glint flashed past Huang Sanbai's eyes. Luckily, his subordinates were simple-minded, and his reputation in the clan had always been pretty good. Hence, it hadn't caused anyone to be suspicious of him yet. But, he had to grab hold of time tightly. Otherwise, the news would be transmitted back to Ice Moon Summit sooner or later. Just at this moment, a flustered voice was heard coming from the door. Oh no, oh no. Master, something has happened. Immediately following that, Huang Jingyuan, who had just left earlier, rushed in once again. There was a flustered expression on his face, and he almost tripped on the doorstep. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Didn't I tell you to go search for her? Huang Sanbai frowned and sulked. The moment Huang Jingyuan stepped into the door, he hastily said, Master, it's really bad news. It's the Cloudy Qilin clan. They are here. This disciple had just walked out and saw a Cloudy Qilin clan totem flying ship landing. Huang Sanbai was stunned. Cloudy Qilin clan's people? Why are they here in Serene Rain Town? Serene Rain Town is not very far from Sacred Phoenix Continent, but it's thousands of miles away from the Cloudy Qilin clan. What are they doing here? Huang Jingyuan quickly reported, Master, I'm guessing that you don't know about this. They must have come from the Soul Connection Ocean. Previously, after Master and young Miss Lee left Soul Connection Ocean, we were at the sentry post packing our luggage and were about to leave. But we met with a group of Cloudy Qingqing clan's practitioners who came knocking on our doors. Oh? There's such a thing? Why did the Cloudy Qingqing clan people come to the Soul Connection Ocean for? Huang Sanbai suddenly had a bad premonition. Speaking of this, Huang Jingyuan bore a furious expression on his face. What else could they want? Those bunch of people has extraordinary skills and the rest of us are not their match. The moment they opened their mouth, they asked where our God-grade genius was. I don't know where they got the news from. To think that they rushed over so quickly, hoping to create a ruckus. Luckily, Master had great foresight and left with young Miss Lee first. Otherwise, Huang Jingyuan suddenly recalled that Huang Yueli later went missing, so he flusteredly shut his mouth. But Huang Sanbai had already found out what was going on, so he couldn't help but feel puzzled. It wasn't strange for Cloudy Qingqing clan to know about them having a god-grade genius. But Cloudy Qingqing clan had always been one of the proudest among all the god clans. So even if they knew that there was more than one god-grade genius, it shouldn't be a reason for them to challenge them over this. This time, they actually did such a strange thing and even interrogated the Sacred Phoenix race's ordinary clansmen. Amid his surprise, Huang Sanbai's lips slowly curled up into a sneer. Cloudy Qingqing clan was so unsettled, and it helped him greatly instead. Originally he was still worried, not knowing how he should explain Huang Yueli's disappearance to the clan leader. But now, it gave him a perfect excuse. Whereas at this moment, in the streets of Serene Rain Town, Li Moying was listening to his guard's report with a grim expression on his face. Young Master Moying, this Serene Rain Town isn't very big and this subordinate had already searched all the surrounding streets. But there wasn't any young lady who looked like what you had described. This subordinate also followed your instructions and specially checked with various major and innkeepers. But they all said that they didn't have a guest like the young lady you said among the practitioners who had stayed with them. Li Moying was feeling anxious. What's going on? Why did a person suddenly vanish in thin air? He originally thought that Huang Yueli would directly be brought back to Sacred Phoenix Continent. However, Li Moying pursued all the way to Sacred Phoenix Continent and even secretly sneaked into the city. But he waited for several days and still didn't see Huang Yueli appearing. Even the elder, who was said to be escorting her, had disappeared without a trace. He had a bad premonition and immediately decided to leave the city to search for her. Initially, Li Moying had already searched around the surrounding cities and towns. But there were no clues at all. As he had no other choice, he rushed to Serene Rain Town, which was the closest to the Soul Connection Ocean. Actually, he no longer bore any hopes. Based on the speed of the Azure Luan that Huang Yueli rode, it would take a few hours for her to pass through Serene Rain Town. So the possibility of her remaining in that small town was almost zero. The greater possibility was that something happened to her during the journey. Li Moying's brows furrowed and he was pondering over it when he happened to see a purple-red colored uniform on one of the practitioners from the corner of his eye. Isn't that Sacred Phoenix race's practitioners? Li Moying asked. The guard turned around, took a look, and answered, yes, young master. That person is wearing the Sacred Phoenix race's standard uniform. This subordinate will not recognize it wrongly. Li Moying looked pensively at the figure. That's strange. Have you noticed that from the moment we entered the Serene Rain Town, we've already seen several Sacred Phoenix race practitioners? Logically speaking, the ancient god clan's practitioners would not possibly appear in this small town. Moreover, there are so many of them. Hearing that, the guards were stunned. Although they did feel that there were a few too many Sacred Phoenix race practitioners, all of them followed Li Moying's orders to avoid fighting with them. so they didn't put too much thought into it. That's right, what young Master Moying said is right. Speaking of this, I find that these few people look a little familiar. Haven't we met them at the Soul Connection Ocean some days ago? Yes, I have some impression of them too. They should be those people who are escorting the God-grade genius, isn't it? Why have they been swaggering around in Serene Rain Town for the past few days? Sacred Phoenix Rays should have come over by the flying ship, isn't it? These people are just too suspicious. Could it be that an accident really happened to their God-grade genius? Haha, that'd be so interesting. Sacred Phoenix Race finally has a God-grade genius, but they haven't even got time to be smug about it and an accident had occurred? Perhaps there's no accident at all. Maybe they just don't have a God-grade genius, and they are just fooling with us. The guards talked about this softly, and their tones sounded as though they were gloating over the other party's misfortune. In the middle of their conversation, they sensed powerful oppression from above which made a chill run down their spines. Everyone lifted their heads hurriedly, and they met with Li Moying's icy cold stare. Shut your mouths. Anyone who dares to say that the Sacred Phoenix Race's God-grade genius had gotten into an accident, don't blame this young master for being merciless. Li Moying said coldly. The guards trembled with fright. Li Moying had always been cold, aloof, overbearing, and dignified, but he had never spoken to them in such a dark and terrifying tone. In this instant, the baleful look on him was so substantial that it made all the guards present feel a bitter cold feeling in the abyss of their hearts. They hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. But no one could understand what was going on. Why did young Master Li suddenly get angry? Earlier, they didn't seem to say the wrong things? Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix race had always been mortal foes, and usually, when everyone talked about the Sacred Phoenix race, they had always used such a gloating tone. They totally didn't feel that anything was amiss. It was wonderful that Sacred Phoenix race's God-grade genius had gone missing. Just as everyone was puzzled, Li Moying's cold voice suddenly rang. Something is indeed strange about this. It looks like we have to ask one of the Sacred Phoenix race's men to find out what's going on. Asking them? The guards were stunned. Li Moying had already turned around, towards the Serene Rain Town mayor's residence. Serene Rain Town was one of the municipalities under Sacred Phoenix race's jurisdiction. If anyone from the Sacred Phoenix race were to come here, the mayor would definitely bring them to his residence. So if he wanted to find the leader of the Sacred Phoenix race, that would be the most direct way. Seeing that Li Moying had already walked a distance away, the guards immediately understood what was going on and hurriedly chased after him. The group of people arrived at the mayor's residence. When they were a distance away, the guards at the entrance had already broken out in sweat. They had never seen so many Cloudy Qilin clan practitioners appearing in Serene Rain Town at the same time before this. From their stance, they seemed to come to create trouble. The Sacred Phoenix race's elder was inside the manor right now. Could it be that they were here to look for Elder Sanbai? This young master, please stop right there. This is Serene Rain Town's mayor's residence. All out, outsiders please halt. The manor's guards braced themselves and walked up to stop them. He stammered while talking and finally completed his sentence. It really was because these Cloudy Qilin clan's practitioners seemed as though they had extraordinary power. Ordinary practitioners like them from a small town were not their match. If he wasn't careful and offended them, he might possibly invite trouble on himself. However, Li Moying didn't even bother to look at him and walked past him directly into the courtyard. The manor's guards wanted to step up to block his way, but were terrified by the powerful aura he was giving off. They totally didn't dare to go near him at all. This young master, this. The guards were so anxious that they were about to faint. If they were to stop him right now, it would be equivalent to digging their graves. But if they didn't manage to stop these Cloudy Qilin clan practitioners from barging in, they wondered how the mayor would punish them. Just as they were at a loss on what to do, the main hall door opened with a creaking sound. Immediately following that, the white-haired Huang Sanbai walked out of the hall. Following behind him was his direct disciple, Huang Jingyuan. Li Moying stopped and squinted his eyes slightly as he sized Huang Sanbai up. Huang Sanbai held a high position in Sacred Phoenix race. Li Moying had once read about his information in the clan and immediately recognized him. At the same time, Huang Sanbai was also observing Li Moying. At first glance, he was shocked by Li Moying's handsome and ageless countenance. Ancient god clans' bloodlines are noble and all the disciples had outstanding looks. But it was the first time he had seen someone as good-looking as Li Moying. Moreover, this person looked really very young and was very powerful. He was just in his early 20s and already had such a powerful aura. The power emitted from Li Moying made a Dao Profound Realm practitioner like Huang Sanbai waver. His pupils abruptly shrank. This young man, he should be Cloudy Qilin clan's legendary god-grade genius. Li Moying only paused for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, "Where is Huang Yueli?" When he asked that, Huang Sanbai was stunned. How do you know Sacred Phoenix Race's god-grade genius's name?" Even if it was Huang Sanbai himself, it was only after he picked her up, before he found out about her real name. But this young practitioner was from the Cloudy Qilin clan. So how could he possibly find out the situation so clearly in such a short time? Huang Sanbai was still pondering over this when he heard a shuffle of footsteps coming from a distance away. Shortly after, several figures came rushing from the end of the corridor. The Sacred Phoenix Race's disciples had heard about this, and all of them rushed out to act as reinforcements. "Elder Sanbai, are the scums from Cloudy Qilin clan here to seek trouble with us again? Where are they? This time, we must show these scums the real power of Sacred Phoenix Race." Wait, isn't this the same person we met in Soul Connection Ocean that time? The Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners were initially very aggressive. But when they took a clear look and discovered that the person was Li Moying, a majority of them drew in a breath of cold air and lost their ability to talk. Huang Sanbai took a look and saw the Sacred Phoenix Race's clansmen had already arrived. So he didn't have time to find out why Li Moying knew about Huang Yueli's name. He instantly slapped his thigh and pointed at Li Moying as he howled, "You stinky brat. So you're the one at the Soul Connection Ocean. How dare you threaten my Sacred Phoenix Race's disciples, and moreover, you even chased us all the way to Serene Rain Town to create a ruckus. Looks like Lastly's disappearance is something that you, Cloudy Qilin clan, had plotted. Quickly hand Lastly over right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing you any respect." Li Moying's brows creased when he heard that. "What did you say? Huang Yueli is missing?" His voice was still cold, but there was an untraceable hint of frustration in it. Huang Sanbai sneered and revealed a furious expression on his face. "You're still trying to play dumb. Isn't this part of your Cloudy Qilin Race's plot? Why? When you hear that we, the Sacred Phoenix Race, also has a god-grade genius, you can't sit still any longer? Were you intending to kill our god-grade genius before she has fully matured? You people don't think much of Sacred Phoenix Race at all. Don't think that you can treat all of us like fools." Li Moying's brows creased even tighter upon hearing that. From Huang Sanbai's meaning, it seemed that Huang Yueli had really gotten into trouble. Although Huang Sanbai's underlying meaning was to push the disappearance onto Cloudy Qilin clan, Li Moying didn't think much of it at all. Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix Race had a deep feud, and he happened to appear around the Soul Connection Ocean several times. So it was logical for the other party to think in such a way. Li Moying paused for a moment and ignored the Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners hooting. Then he turned around and told the guards, "Go in and take a look, to see if Huang Yueli is inside the mayor's residence or not. Although Huang Sanbai claimed that she had gone missing, Li Moying couldn't accept this result at all. He would rather assume that Sacred Phoenix race had hidden Huang Yueli somewhere. If she was attacked and disappeared in God Realm, he didn't know what he would do. Even if he trusted his Lier's ability very much, she had just ascended after all and didn't know anything about God Realm at all. If anything were to happen, the possibility of escaping from danger wasn't high at all. Moreover, Sacred Phoenix race sent someone to protect her. Yet, they didn't manage to bring her back safely. He could not bear to imagine what difficulties were his Lier experiencing right now. Li Moying's guards responded with a yes and dashed right into the Mayor Manor's rear courtyard. Huang Sanbai's expression changed. What impudence! How dare a junior bully us in such a manner? Looks like it won't do if we don't teach you a lesson. Men, take him down. Actually, without his command, the Sacred Phoenix race's practitioners were all preparing to take action. As they had been on the losing end when they were in Soul Connection Ocean, this time before they were going to fight, everyone prepared their most powerful spirit armaments and most incredible attack moves. They hoped to defeat the Cloudy Qilin clan practitioners so that they could show off their moves in front of Huang Sanbai. However, the guards that Li Moying brought alone this time were all talented practitioners which Cloudy Qilin clan had specially picked out for him. Their abilities were much stronger than those younger Sacred Phoenix race's disciples. Both parties briefly crossed hands, and Sacred Phoenix race was on the losing end. Their formation had been scattered and a gap appeared in the crowd, which allowed the Cloudy Qilin practitioners to dash right in. Huang Sanbai slighted these juniors with disdain and originally didn't intend to make his move due to his status. But if this carried on, Sacred Phoenix race would suffer a crushing defeat. So he couldn't care about anything else and instantly raised his hand, shooting out a fierce palm wind towards the foremost Cloudy Qilin clan guard. A Dao Profound Realm mid-phase practitioner's power wasn't something that these young Dream Profound Realm practitioners could fight against. Huang Sanbai's palm wind contained scorching fire attributed energy, and it flew across the sky with a golden red ray. It was so bright that it almost blinded everyone. It was imaginable if one was struck by this profound energy, that Cloudy Qilin clan guard would absolutely be severely injured. After Huang Sanbai struck out this move, he felt that victory was already theirs. So a proud smile surfaced on his lips. But before he could even laugh, he suddenly sensed a vigorous tremble from his hand. A burst of powerful energy clashed fiercely against his palm wind. A deafening explosion rang next to everyone. Huang Sanbai was caught off guard and his hand immediately turned numb from the vibration coming from that burst of energy. His blood and chi around his chest rummaged, and he couldn't help but take a step back. This. He stared in front in disbelief and for a moment, he wasn't able to respond at all. He didn't know what happened exactly. It was until the smoke from the explosion had settled down when Li Moying's tall figure slowly appeared in the dust. Huang Sanbai suddenly recollected his senses, and when he opened his mouth, his voice quivered slightly. It was you earlier? Li Moying didn't reply to him. Instead, the corners of his lips curled upwards. He made a signal to the guards, telling them to quickly search the inside. The guards were originally a little hesitant as they were worried that Li Moying would be at a disadvantage when he faced Huang Sanbai. But after he swept a cold glance at them, no one dared to defy his command and they started to dash into the rear courtyard. Sacred Phoenix race's practitioners were completely stupefied. A young Cloudy Qilin clan practitioner, who might be even younger than them, actually received their elder's move. Huang Sanbai had struck out hastily, so he only used 30% of his power. Moreover, he also didn't use any profound skills. But that was still a Dao Profound Realm practitioner's move. It was inconceivable that such a young practitioner was able to make his move. That scene left everyone dumbstruck. So none of them thought about chasing after the Cloudy Qilin clan's people. Huang Sanbai couldn't care about the others. He just stared intently at that young, handsome countenance. Suddenly, he seemed to have recalled something and opened his mouth to ask, "You, don't tell me you are Cloudy Qilin clan's God-grade genius?" "What? Cloudy Qilin clan's God-grade genius?" Huang Sanbai's question was like a bolt of lightning that struck all the sacred phoenix race practitioners' heads. A number of them exclaimed in shock. "Impossible. How can this be? Cloudy Qilin clan's God-grade genius, why would he appear right here?" After a fluster of panic, all the sacred phoenix race's practitioners looked at Limoying warily as they tried to size him up. At the same time, suspicions were starting to rise in their hearts. Initially, they couldn't understand why the God-grade genius would come to Serene Rain Town. But Limoying's ability, age, and temperament were so obvious. Anyone who was not blind could see it clearly. Such a young practitioner having the ability to fight against a Dao Profound Realm Elder, and having so many Cloudy Qilin clan's practitioners stay around him, he should hold a respectable position within the clan. Moreover, Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners had some interactions with Cloudy Qilin clan's genius disciples. But they had never met Limoying. Adding on to so many elements, the young man in front of them could possibly be, he really was. Everyone looked at Limoying with mixed emotions ranging from shocked, revered, alarmed, and even terrified. However, Limoying retained that cold look on his face. His glow in his eyes was frighteningly icy and unfathomable. Even Huang Sanbai was intimidated by his aura. For a moment, his mind was totally blank. But very soon, Huang Sanbai recollected his senses. If this person really was Cloudy Qilin clan's only God-grade genius, then Cloudy Qilin clan must have gone insane. They allowed their God-grade genius to leave the Cloudy Qilin continent on his own before he had fully flourished, and even exposed his identity in front of the sacred phoenix race. Wasn't he digging his own grave? No matter how high his innate talent was, his cultivation was merely in Heart Profound Realm right now. As a Dao Profound Realm mid-phase practitioner, it would be a piece of cake for Huang Sanbai to deal with Limoying with his full strength. Thinking of this, Huang Sanbai's eyes narrowed. "Good, very good. You are indeed Cloudy Qilin clan's God-grade genius, one with courage and insight. No wonder you dare to charge in front of us Sacred Phoenix race and create a ruckus. You even attacked our God-grade genius and caused her to be seriously injured, then go missing. I was just worrying that I couldn't find you to settle this problem, and here you are. Simply asking for death." He schemed against Huang Yueli this time, but he fell short and didn't manage to obtain the Sky Phoenix ring. Even if Huang Yueli didn't appear to expose him, the God-grade genius had gone missing under his care. No matter what, this was his responsibility. When he returned to the clan, he would not be absolved from the blame and would face all sorts of censures. But if he were to kill this Cloudy Qilin clan's God-grade genius right here, this merit would totally eradicate his past misdeed. Huang Sanbai's thoughts raced past swiftly, and he abruptly shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid. This fellow here might be a God-grade genius, but he is only in the Heart Profound Realm. So just guard the main entrance, and don't let him escape. I will take him down today, to exact revenge for Lastly." Hearing Huang Sanbai's words, Limoying's pupils shrank and a horrified look flashed past his eyes. Not that he was afraid of Huang Sanbai, but because this old man claimed that his little fox was seriously injured and he was going to avenge her. Could it really be true? Sacred Phoenix Race's younger generation practitioners heard Huang Sanbai's command and all of them seemed to have awoken from their dreams. They immediately got back into action. They formed into a circle and blocked the manor's exit. Everyone drew out their weapons and put on an attack stance, as they stared anxiously at Limoying. Just when Huang Sanbai was about to attack, a sharp bark was heard from the courtyard. What audacity! Sacred Phoenix Race's trash wants to deal with our young Master Moying? You've overestimated yourselves. The mayor's manor wasn't very big. Those guards who had dashed in earlier had already completed their search, and they had just come out. Just when they reached the courtyard, they saw Sacred Phoenix Race practitioners surrounding their young lord. So they hurriedly dashed next to Li Moying to protect him. The leader of the guards blocked himself in front of Li Moying. He suppressed his voice and spoke anxiously, "Young master, this old fellow, Huang Sanbai, is one of the famous top exponents in Sacred Phoenix Race and isn't easy to deal with. So it's better for you not to butt heads with him. Later on, this subordinate will block his attack. Please leave this place first." There wasn't any slight movement in Li Moying's expression, as though he wasn't aware of the danger beside him. Opening his mouth, he asked coldly, "Did you find that Sacred Phoenix Race's god-grade genius?" The guard was stunned and hurriedly said, No, I didn't. The only people left in are the women from the mayor's family. All of the Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners had already run out here. When Li Moying heard that, his chest suddenly tightened. His leer had really gone missing. Before this, he had a ray of hope. He wished that Sacred Phoenix Race's people had hidden Huang Yueli somewhere, but now, the truth was right before him. There was no way for him to find any excuse to deceive himself. Li Moying clenched his teeth tightly and asked, "Huang Sanbai, didn't you personally escort Huang Yueli back to the Sacred Phoenix continent? A Dao Profound Realm Elder couldn't even protect the clan's genius? What happened during the journey? What happened to her exactly?" Seeing Li Moying's agitated look, everyone present, including the Cloudy Qilin clan or Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners, were extremely puzzled. Today, Li Moying had been showing a conceited and aloof look for the whole day, as though nothing would shake him up. Even when so many practitioners had surrounded him, he wasn't even scared at all. But now, hearing Huang Yueli's disappearance, he actually became so impulsive. Huang Sanbai was very surprised as well. But linking everything that had happened previously, he had the wrong idea. He felt that Li Moying was afraid of becoming the scapegoat, hence he wanted to explain in the faces of the Sacred Phoenix Race practitioners. He naturally wouldn't permit such a thing from happening, so he said, "Shut up. You little brat, still trying to pretend? Wouldn't you know if anything happened along the way? We met with a sneak attack by the Cloudy Qilin clan and I was knocked unconscious and suffered a serious injury. By the time I regained my consciousness, Lastly had already gone missing. It must be you, Cloudy Qilin clan's people, who had captured her." Li Moying frowned, and before he could say a word, his guards were already shouting back at him. "You old man, don't you dare malign us on every single thing. We haven't even met that god-grade genius, not even her shadow, so how can we possibly capture her? Who knows who you were attacked by on that day? A Dao Profound Realm practitioner couldn't even see who had attacked you? Isn't that too comical?" The guards looked indignant, but no one suspected that Huang Sanbai was trying to cover up for himself and had hurt Huang Yueli. After all, Huang Sanbai was one of Sacred Phoenix Race's famous top exponents. He had always been loyal to the family, so no one would have imagined that he would murder the clan's most important god-grade genius. From what the other people thought, protecting Huang Yueli was totally beneficial for Huang Sanbai. If Huang Yueli were to join his branch, their branch would develop according to the situation and he would gain from her fame. Only if he had gone mad would he harm Huang Yueli. As for Huang Sanbai, he was determined to make Cloudy Qilin clan a scapegoat. He sneered and said, "Trying to pretend? I've already made it so clear, but you're still trying to deny it. You Cloudy Qilin clansmen are the ones who attacked us. I am indeed not as sneaky and despicable as you, so that's why I fell for it. If you didn't see Lastly, it means that she was witty enough to have escaped. No wonder you guys keep checking about her whereabouts. But with me around, you can forget about trying to harm Lastly for the second time." He raised the pitch of his voice and barked sharply, "Aren't you guys going to make a move?" Saying that, Huang Sanbai immediately struck out and joined his hands into one. Two rays of fire attributed profound energy swirled around his palms. It formed into a huge fire dragon and charged towards Li Moying's direction. Li Moying blocked Huang Sanbai's blow earlier and knew that this god-grade genius had extraordinary power. He had surpassed same-leveled young practitioners, so he didn't dare to slack off at all. This time, he used 90% of his power, hoping to kill Li Moying in one blow, or at least deal him with a serious injury. If he could cripple or kill Li Moying, then he would become Sacred Phoenix Race's outstanding minister. The Sacred Phoenix Race practitioners around them immediately followed suit when they saw what was happening. Cloudy Qilin clan's guards quickly got into their formation and gripped their long swords tightly, as they were embattled. However, if they went up against ordinary practitioners, they would have the absolute advantage. But facing a Dao Profound Realm practitioner's full power, there was no resistance at all. Just when the Cloudy Qilin clan practitioners were about to be severely injured, Li Moying suddenly lifted his right hand. "Lilac Jadeite, show yourself." A cold but magnetic voice rang out in the skies. Following that, a ray of purple-colored glow flashed past and a beautiful, strong Qilin landed in the courtyard. This Qilin wasn't very big, and it looked as though it had not fully matured. But its scales on its body gave off a purplish-gold dazzling ray, as though each piece had powerful strength and might. If Huang Yueli was here, she would be shocked to see this Qilin. Because this was the same little Qilin that she and Li Moying saved in the Cloudy Qilin mystic region. But 1 year ago when Li Moying ascended, it looked much smaller than little Wang Kai. However, now, it had already grown this incredible. Little Qilin's sudden appearance left all the Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners stupefied. Although it was said that every ancient god clan in history had once tamed ancient spiritual beasts. However, it was something that only the clan's top-rated exponents could achieve. In fact, there would only be one in every 10,000 years. Take Sacred Phoenix Race as an example. Putting aside the phoenix, an ancient spiritual beast, even a top-rated spirit beast like the Azure Luan was a creature that even Huang Sanbai, an esteemed elder, could not tame. Whereas for now, what did they just see? This Cloudy Qilin clan's young practitioner had casually summoned a Qilin. Moreover, from the exterior of this Qilin, they could tell that it definitely came from a royal bloodline. A thought instantly surfaced in every practitioner's mind. It's just too infuriating to compare with him. Look at him, in terms of talent, he is a god-grade genius. At a young age, he had already advanced into heart-profound realm. In terms of looks, he was so handsome and time had not left any traces on his face. It made numerous young ladies fall in love with him at first sight. In terms of status, he was from an ancient god clan and his existence was just beneath the clan leader. Whereas now, he actually subdued an ancient spiritual beast so easily. Sacred Phoenix Race practitioners went into a momentary daze because of the sudden appearance of the Qilin. Even though it was just a few mere seconds, under this kind of battle, this bit of time could prove to be fatal. Li Moying struck out a hand gesture and little Qilin stomped its feet. A ball of blinding purple glow shot out speedily under its feet. Moreover, it grew larger and larger, spreading all around. Sacred Phoenix Race practitioners were caught off guard and they were struck by this ball of energy. Among them, those with slightly weaker abilities were thrown out directly. As for those slightly stronger ones, they couldn't help but throw up blood and step backward. Huang Sanbai made his move earlier and the burst of energy that he threw out crashed with that little Qilin's purple ray. Dao Profound Realm practitioners had strong abilities after all. Moreover, little Qilin was considered an infant. So when the two bursts of energy crashed against each other, little Qilin was also injured. It cried out sharply and when it moved backward, Li Moying just happened to catch it. Although Huang Sanbai wasn't seriously injured, he immediately realized that the situation was not favorable to them. The reason was that he suddenly sensed a numb feeling in his entire body, and his limbs couldn't move at all. That Qilan's innate skill is paralysis. This thought flashed past Huang Sanbai's mind. But it was too far for him to realize it now. After Li Moying caught little Qilan, he hurriedly grabbed the chance while the sacred phoenix race practitioners were paralyzed and drew out his long sword. Then multiple bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Huang Sanbai couldn't fight back and fainted after being struck by lightning. The guards beside Li Moying cried out elatedly, as they gave words of praise. "Young Master Moying, you really are too powerful. It's this subordinate's first time seeing an ancient Qilan. Dashing, you're too dashing. That Sanbai old man from the sacred phoenix race is so used to flaunting his seniority. I've wanted to teach him a lesson since long ago. What Dao Profound Realm Elder is he? He can't even defeat our young Master Moying, ha ha ha. Sacred phoenix race's practitioners are really weaklings. How do you even have the cheek to claim that you are part of the ancient god clans? You even dare to malign us. Let's go beat that old man up." Cloudy Qilan clan practitioners were exceptionally excited. Seeing that the sacred phoenix race's elder had fallen under their feet, this was such a rare chance to come across. Especially Huang Sanbai, who was especially loyal to sacred phoenix race. He would go around bullying people from the Cloudy Qilan clan and had made a lot of enemies. Seeing him run into bad luck, everyone wanted to give him a kick in the face. Whoever knew that they had just rushed up to that old man, but they heard Li Moying's icy cold voice ringing behind them. "Enough, don't hit anyone's face. In the future, anyone under me is not permitted to initiate any trouble with sacred phoenix race." Cloudy Qilan clan practitioners were all stunned and they couldn't believe their ears. What's going on? Young master, you this. Li Moying was their future clan leader of the Cloudy Qilan clan, so shouldn't he dislike sacred phoenix race the most? Even if he originally didn't have any feud with them, but didn't that old man Sanbai just malign him earlier? Based on young Master Moying's protective and overbearing manner, how could he possibly not be angry at all? He even asked them not to find trouble with the sacred phoenix race? Li Moying didn't bother to explain. If it was anyone else who dared to hoot in front of him, he naturally would not let that person off so easily. But Huang Sanbai and the others were Huang Yueli's clansmen after all. Moreover, if she wanted to soar to the peak of the cultivation path, she definitely could not leave her clan totally. Since that was so, he could only show his wife's family mercy. Li Moying pursed his lips slightly and lifted his right hand. "Since Huang Yueli isn't here, let's leave." He finished talking and walked towards the door. Since she wasn't here, he wasn't intending to waste any more time at this place. The most important thing was to quickly search for her elsewhere. Lear was in such a dangerous situation, so the sooner he found her, perhaps he might be able to save her. Cloudy Qilan clan practitioners looked at one another in dismay. But none of them dared to defy his commands, hence all of them followed after him. Seeing their departing figures, sacred phoenix race practitioners were all stunned. They originally assumed that they would not escape being humiliated by the Cloudy Qilan clan. But whoever knew that these people only struck them down and turned to leave? Moreover, from that Cloudy Qilan clan's god-grade genius's intention, he wasn't intending to pick on sacred phoenix race? Why did he do that? Was there something wrong with him? Huang Sanbai totally didn't hear what Li Moying said before he left. At this very moment, he was consumed by humiliation and rage. All he wanted was to dig a hole and hide into it, like an ostrich. He, a Dao Profound Realm mid-phase practitioner, defeated at the hands of a 20-over-year-old junior. Moreover, it was right in front of so many clansmen. That junior had subdued a Qilan and caught him unaware. There were a lot of chances, but this wasn't the most humiliating part. Huang Sanbai flushed with anger and his gaze was exceptionally cold. Cloudy Qilin clan's brat, how dare you? Since you insulted me in such a manner, don't blame me for being rude to you. I will definitely crush you, the so-called God-grade genius, and ensure that you will never be able to rise in power. He didn't think that he was the one who maligned Li Moying first. That was why he met with the other party's counterattack. Instead, he pushed all the blame onto Li Moying. It also became reasonable for him to malign Li Moying for attempting to murder Huang Yueli. That brat was disrespectful to him first, so he had no choice but to do this. Whereas for Li Moying, he had already left the mayor's manor. Leading the guards, they left Serene Rain Town. Young Master Moying, where are we heading to now? The leader of the guards chased after Li Moying quickly and asked cautiously. Li Moying's speed was simply too fast. Even though they were well trained, they couldn't catch up to him at all. Li Moying's anxious and frustrated emotions were totally unconcealable, which was different from his usual cold, aloof, and emotionless image. He stopped in his tracks and spat out 2 words, "Find her." Find her? The guards were stunned and asked, "Find who?" That sacred phoenix race's god-grade genius? Li Moying didn't reply, but his speed became even faster. The guards started to display their body movement profound skills and barely managed to chase up to him. Serene Rain Town had several exits, and there were guards stationed there to interrogate all the crowds who were entering or leaving the town. But Li Moying and the others were wearing the Cloudy Qilin clan's totem. When they saw the high and mighty ancient god clan, the guards wouldn't dare to stop them, even if they were bold enough. The group of them left the city gates without a hitch and Li Moying finally stopped. He turned around and instructed, "Even the sacred phoenix race people don't know where Huang Yueli had gone to. The possibility of her meeting with a fatal danger is extremely high." Huang Sanbai claimed that she was attacked by the Cloudy Qilin clan, hence she went missing. Although Li Moying doubted his words, it didn't come across his mind that Huang Sanbai was guilty. He was making a wild guess and wondered which mysterious force in God realm had intentionally chosen this moment to strike, just so to incite the feud between the 2 clans. But Sacred Phoenix race's practitioners had a deep prejudice against the Cloudy Qilin clan. So even if he wanted to explain, the other party wasn't interested to listen at all. Hence, they could only depend on themselves to search for her and analyze all the clues that they had got. He muttered irresolutely to himself for some time, then he spoke up. Since the Sacred Phoenix race had been searching in Serene Rain Town, that meant that the location where Huang Yueli had gone missing was not far from Serene Rain Town. Moreover, this town is a necessary path from Soul Connection Ocean to Sacred Phoenix Continent. Even if she wanted to go to the neighboring small towns, it is necessary to pass through this place. Since we can't find her in this small town, the biggest possibility is that Huang Yueli had gone missing in between the Soul Connection Ocean and Serene Rain Town. It wasn't difficult to come to this conclusion. Li Moying had come to God Realm for a year, and he understood God Realm's comprehensive topography. Soul Connection Ocean was a terrain on the verge of God Realm, and in between this place to Serene Rain Town, there was an extremely vast barren land. There was only one narrow channel that allowed the practitioners to pass through. Whereas in this vast barren land, there were very few traces of humans, and the topography was extremely complex. There was also a huge quantity of spirit beasts prowling around. Even Dao Profound Realm practitioners wouldn't dare to enter that place so easily, not to mention lower realm practitioners who had just ascended. But if one were to leave the channel and enter into the barren land, that practically meant that it was impossible to leave that place alive. If that mysterious force wanted to deal with Sacred Phoenix race's god-grade genius, luring them into the barren land was the easiest choice to make. Li Moying thought over this briefly and quickly made the arrangements. There isn't any time to waste. All of you will split up into 2 teams and interrogate those small towns by the side. You cannot miss out on any towns, which are near Soul Connection Ocean. Tian Air, you two will follow me to the barren lands, to search for her. The guards originally stood respectfully beside Li Moying and listened to his instructions. But upon hearing the fact that he was preparing to enter the barren land, everyone lifted their heads in shock. Even Tian and Tian Air, who was leading the team, couldn't help but speak out to stop him. Young Master Moying, you really, must you go into the barren land? But the barren land is simply too dangerous. Even the elders in the clan don't dare to enter it easily. Please reconsider your decision. That's right, young master. The sacred phoenix race's god-grade genius is missing, but they don't even dare to go into the barren land to search for her. Why must you go on their behalf? Frankly speaking, their affairs have nothing to do with you. Even if that god-grade genius died accidentally, it has nothing to do with the Cloudy Qilin clan. Perhaps, it might even be a great thing. Shut up. Tian Air was speaking non-stop when he heard his young lord bark sharply. He shivered and hurriedly shut his mouth. Lifting his head, he saw a bitter, cold glint in Li Moying's profound peach-blossomed eyes. That eerie cold glint was like a dagger that stabbed deep into his body. Li Tian Air's knees went weak and he immediately knelt on the ground. Young master. This subordinate. He had never seen such a terrifying expression on Li Moying and instantly shivered with fright. But he didn't understand what he said wrongly at all. Every single time the sacred phoenix race was to run into bad luck, the clansmen would gloat over their misfortunes, and no one felt that there was anything wrong about this. Li Moying swept a glance at him and his thin lips moved slightly. The sacred phoenix race's missing god-grade genius, is this young lord's wife in the lower realm? W.H. What? His sentence was much more terrifying than the heavenly thunder. All the guards seemed as though they had been struck by lightning. They looked at him in a daze, and couldn't recollect their senses for a long time. Li Moying's expression was still icy cold. Lear is your lady, so don't let me hear anyone speaking ill of her one more time. If we can't find her, I will not return to Cloudy Qilin continent. By now, Li Tianyi had already calmed down a little. He stammered and said, Young master, you're not joking, right? Why, yes, this matter, you can't make a joke out of it casually. Really? I was almost scared to death. So it's just a joke? I say. Quivering voices started to ring. However, Li Moying merely said coldly, Does this young master look as if I'm joking with you? This is as real as it can be. But no one is allowed to spread the word at all. Otherwise, this young master will make that person's life into a living hell. The guards trembled and hurriedly said that they wouldn't dare to. In reality, they indeed didn't dare to defy Li Moying's orders. They were assigned to be his subordinate, and even if someone was initially not convinced, it had been over a year. So everyone had witnessed Li Moying's shocking innate talent, courage, and insight. So all of them were won over by him. Now, they had truly served their allegiance to Li Moying and not to Cloudy Qilin clan. No one dared to betray him, nor would they possibly do so. But, they still felt that this was extremely unrealistic. No matter how they thought about it, it seemed as though they were still dreaming. What joke was this? In the past 10,000 years in God Realm, the first two god-grade genius that had ascended from the lower realm were actually a couple? Moreover, their Cloudy Qilin clan's pride, young Master Moying, who had swept many women off their feet, was married at such a tender age. He even married a young lady from their mortal enemy, the sacred phoenix race. Even those storytellers on the streets wouldn't dare to make up a story like this. Just as everyone was still in a daze, Li Moying had already repeated his arrangements. Lastly, he added, We'll do this for the next 2 months. If we're still unable to find her by then, all of us will gather at Sacred Phoenix Continent 2 months later. By then, we'll try to find other ways to look for her. Alright, grab hold of time, and let's move out. Yes, this subordinate understands. The guards cried out in unison and split up. But everyone still felt as though they were in a dream. Sacred Phoenix Race's god-grade genius was their young master Moying's wife. Today's dream was too shocking and too frightening. How they wished that they could wake up from this quickly. Li Moying utilized his body movements, profound skill, and led Li Tianyi and Li Tian towards the perilous barren land. Li Moying had never imagined that by doing so, he would be drifting further and further away from Huang Yueli. For close to a month, Huang Yueli had been in disguise. She passed through all the small and large channels in God Realm and made her way hastily towards Sacred Phoenix Continent. She had passed through dozens of towns. In the first 2 weeks, her journey had been extremely smooth sailing. She didn't meet with a single Sacred Phoenix Race practitioner at all. But after some time, Huang Yueli realized that Sacred Phoenix Race practitioners started to appear in the streets and alleys. Originally, she thought that it was because she was coming nearer to the Sacred Phoenix Continent. But once, she passed by a large town and saw her picture posted on the city wall. This made Huang Yueli instantly realize what was going on. It seemed that everything was not a coincidence. Huang Sanbai realized that he could not find her in Serene Rain Town, so he had no choice but to report her disappearance to the clan. But, this is still a little strange. Isn't Huang Sanbai afraid of being punished by the clan leader if he reported this? Or was it because Huang Sanbai's forces in Sacred Phoenix Race had already reached this extent? Huang Yueli frowned with puzzlement. She naturally hadn't imagined that Huang Sanbai had already turned Li Moying into his scapegoat. But because of this, Huang Yueli had overestimated Huang Sanbai's position in the clan. So all the more she didn't dare to return to Ice Moon Summit. After a month of her tough journey, Huang Yueli finally arrived at the Sacred Phoenix Continent, one of the 12 continents where the Sacred Phoenix race reigned power in. Standing underneath the city gate, she lifted her head and took a look. Any newly ascended lower realm practitioners would be awed by this majestic city. The Sacred Phoenix Continent was surrounded by mountains and had the most dangerous topography among all the continents. The surrounding walls were extremely solid. Underneath the city walls were numerous God Realm practitioners holding spirit armaments, surrounding and protecting the Sacred Phoenix Continent. Those practitioners who were entering and leaving the city gate instantly felt how insignificant they were. They didn't even dare to speak loudly and formed into a line. They queued up to pay the entrance fees into the city. 10 medium-grade crystal jades. Huang Yueli obediently retrieved 10 medium-grade crystal jades from her interspatial ring and was just about to hand it over. Suddenly, a voice rang from the side. Wait. This person seems to be an ascender from the lower realm. Let me take a look. A Sacred Phoenix race practitioner held a painting in his hand and looked at Huang Yueli. She stood there emotionlessly and allowed him to check her out. He doesn't look quite like. Lad, what's your name? Which continent did you come from? The Sacred Phoenix race practitioner asked after he looked at her. Huang Yueli had already memorized her fake identity and casually replied a few words. Then she passed through the checkpoint with flying colors. After she ventured into the Sacred Phoenix Continent, the first thing Huang Yueli did was to find a tea house to have a rest. Previously, when she was in the small towns, the practitioner's ability wasn't considered as ridiculously strong. There were even a few commoners who had 4th or 5th stage realm cultivation. But after she entered into a huge continent like the Sacred Phoenix Continent, the situation was completely different. Every single person that Huang Yueli laid her eyes on were practically a practitioner in 9th stage realm and above. There were occasionally a few whose cultivations weren't very high. But they were mostly young people under 30 years old and were from the ordinary human race. Huang Yueli was now in Dream Profound Realm mid-phase cultivation. If one didn't look at her age, she really couldn't be considered as a top exponent at this place. "Sir, this is your tea and snacks. Please enjoy." The waiter placed the teapot, teacup, and a few plates on the table. Then he nodded to Huang Yueli and left. Huang Yueli hurriedly called out to him. "Wait. Young brother, can I ask you something?" As she spoke, she took out a few medium-grade crystal jades from her interspatial ring and passed it to the waiter. The waiter originally felt that she was a lower realm ascender, so he wasn't very willing to talk to her. In the end, when he saw her so shrewd and offered some tips, a broad smile immediately appeared on his face. "Sir, what do you wish to know? Feel free to ask. Although my cultivation isn't very high, I'm born in Sacred Phoenix Continent and grew up around here. So I know almost everything in Sacred Phoenix Continent." Huang Yueli nodded her head. "That's great. Let me ask you, how many teleportation arrays does Sacred Phoenix Continent have? Which continents do they lead to? If I want to go to Cloudy Qilin Continent, which way should I take?" When the waiter heard that, he instantly grew anxious and kept looking around to the left and right. After he verified that there wasn't anyone in the surroundings, he heaved a sigh of relief. "I say, sir, you've just ascended from the lower realm. No wonder you don't know that you shouldn't be saying this so carelessly here. We Sacred Phoenix Continent are on Sacred Phoenix Race's turf." Sacred Phoenix Race had always been on loggerheads with Cloudy Qilin Clan. If anyone were to hear you talking about Cloudy Qilin Clan here, you might get into trouble. Moreover, a lower realm ascender like you doesn't look like an ancient god clan, isn't it? Why are you going so far away for? Are you intending to join one of the big forces? Huang Yueli blinked and looked at the waiter's anxious look. She felt rather speechless about this. She didn't expect that even mentioning Cloudy Qilin Clan's name was not allowed on Sacred Phoenix Race's turf. Would it be the same over at Cloudy Qilin Clan's side? In that case, when she reached Cloudy Qilin Continent, she had to conceal her identity very well. Otherwise, there would be big trouble. Her thoughts raced past swiftly, and an enlightened expression appeared on her face. "I see, thank you, young brother, for your pointer. Actually, I don't have to join Cloudy, that whatever clan. I just happened to hear of them when I was in the lower realm, so I thought of going over to take a look. Speaking of this, a lower realm practitioner like me doesn't have any power or status. My ability is also so ordinary, so it should be very difficult to join a large force, right?" The waiter took a look at her and rubbed his chin. "Speaking of this, you don't look very old. But since you're able to ascend to God realm, your innate talent is much stronger than mine. Why don't you find a place in Sacred Phoenix Continent to settle down instead? It probably wouldn't be possible to join the Sacred Phoenix race, but there is plenty of second-rate or third-rate forces in Sacred Phoenix Continent. They also hold a considerable amount of resources. At least, it's something beyond your imagination for people like you from the lower realm." In order to conceal her identity, Huang Yueli intentionally disguised herself to be slightly older. She even stuck a mustache on her upper lips. The current her looked like a slim and comely young man around 30 years old. Adding on to the fact that she intentionally suppressed her cultivation to look as though she had just broken through to the 10th stage realm, most ordinary practitioners would feel that she was a human race practitioner with human-grade innate talent. Among the lower realm ascenders, that innate talent was not too eye-catching. Hearing what the waiter said, Huang Yueli nodded her head. "I also think so. But I've just arrived in God realm, so I was thinking of traveling around first to find out about the situation, then decide on which force to join. So, young brother, can you tell me the situation about the teleportation array in the city?" Huang Yueli brought the topic up again. The waiter frowned and was slightly surprised. "What? You're still thinking about that teleportation array?" He leaned a little closer and spoke softly. To tell you the truth, the position of the teleportation array isn't hard to find because every block of teleportation array is extravagantly built. Even from afar, you will be able to see it, and would not mistake it for something else. Huang Yueli smiled. That's great. Great? Great my foot. The waiter stared at her. Did you think that that teleportation array belongs to your family? Can you stop dreaming? Do you know how much it costs to activate the teleportation array each time? At least 10,000 high-grade crystal jades. Moreover, no matter how much money ordinary people have, don't assume that Sacred Phoenix race will definitely activate it for them. One has to verify that they are of a certain status first. Otherwise, why would they show you this face to do this service for you? Huh? The waiter suddenly got agitated and blurted out endlessly, his saliva splattering everywhere. However, when he turned back to take a look, he realized that she wasn't looking at him at all. Instead, her head tilted to one side and she was looking downstairs from the second floor of the tea house. The waiter coughed in displeasure. Hey, are you listening to me or not? I'm telling you so much out of good intentions. If you don't listen to my advice, don't blame me for not reminding you when you get thrown out by them. But Huang Yueli was still looking downstairs attentively, so she didn't say a word. The waiter found it a little strange and leaned closer. What are you looking at? He walked to the railing, took a look downstairs, and said, Oh. So you're looking at this, that's true. Sky Gem Glass Chamber's Grandmaster, Xiao, actually passed by this place. This isn't something that happens every day. Downstairs the tea house on the streets, a luxurious carriage slowly steered by. The pedestrians on the streets saw the carriage and everyone shot a revered look in the carriage's direction. Several guests were secretly discussing this. One could tell from their conversation that it was full of envy and admiration. Why has Grandmaster Xiao come over to our district today? Who knows? But I'm guessing that it should be a Dao Profound Realm top exponent who could invite Grandmaster Xiao over. Perhaps it might be a large force from Sacred Phoenix continent. Sigh, I envy Grandmaster Xiao so much. He is so sought after, no matter where he goes. There's nothing to envy about. If you want to become a spiritual armament master, you have to be extremely strict on yourself. Moreover, Grandmaster Xiao is Sacred Phoenix continent's top-rated Sky Gem Grandmaster. As for you, it's better to stop dreaming. Huang Yueli heard the noise and suddenly thought of something. Then she turned around and asked the waiter, Young brother, the carriage downstairs, is he a Sky Gem Grandmaster? The waiter retracted his gaze and turned to look at Huang Yueli. He said disdainfully, I didn't expect a lower realm ascender to know about the Sky Gem Grandmaster as well. Huang Yueli didn't bother about his tone. In her memories, she recalled the things that Huang Zixiao told her when she was undergoing the refinement in the Inheritance Tower. She muttered to herself, an armament master who can refine treasure armaments are known as Sky Gem Grandmasters in God Realm. Their statuses are extremely revered, then what is the Sky Gem Glass Chamber? The waiter snorted and explained gleefully, I thought you know everything. But in the end, don't you still have to ask me? This Sky Gem Glass Chamber is an organization formed by God Realm's armament masters. It's equivalent to your lower realm's so-called guild. But Sky Gem Glass Chamber is a major force that is independent of the 12 continents. No matter if it is in terms of inheritance, its status in history, it does not pale in comparison to the ancient god clans. Although they can't compete in terms of power, all the large clans still fight to fawn over the Sky Gem Glass Chamber. Hearing the waiter's explanation, Huang Yueli nodded her head pensively. In the past, Huang Zixiao also told her that God Realm's top-tier holy armament was something that only life profound realm practitioners could refine. One's inherent fated blood essence was one of the materials, and that armament master could only refine one piece in their entire lives. This thing was something that ordinary practitioners could forget about going. Even if it was Tao Profound Realm's top exponents, it was impossible to obtain one as well. So all the large forces scrambled to fawn on Sky Gem Grandmasters. The waiter coughed again. What do you think? Now, do you know what kind of status does a Sky Gem Grandmaster holds? Huang Yueli nodded to show that she had gained some insight and hurriedly asked, then, for a Sky Gem Grandmaster like Grandmaster Xiao, is his status high enough? Does he have the right to use Sacred Phoenix Continent's teleportation array? The waiter scoffed, isn't that obvious? Sky Gem Grandmaster. What kind of status do you think that is? Even the Castellan of our Flame Square city has to bow down to him. I see, Huang Yueli muttered to herself irresolutely. She roughly understood God Realm's situation from reading the overview of God Realm. She knew that in each continent, it would generally be demarcated into more than 10 different cities, and those would be managed by various God clans' higher management. Taking the Flame Square city that she was in right now, the Castellan was an important branch family lord among the Sacred Phoenix race's descendants. In the clan, his status was on par with ordinary elders. But if compared with Huang Sanbai, he was on a lower level. For someone like this, he would be considered as a big shot in God Realm. However, a Sky Gem Grandmaster's status was actually on par with the Castellan. The waiter added, let's stop talking about the Sky Gem Grandmaster. As long as a spiritual armament master can refine a spirit armament, that person would be able to join the Sky Gem Glass Chamber as a junior member. He will also be entitled to use the teleportation array. Moreover, a spiritual armament master's income is also an imaginable amount. 10,000 high-grade crystal jades are nothing to them. Hearing that, Huang Yueli's lips couldn't help but curl upwards. Originally she was still worried about how to earn enough money to go to Cloudy Qilin continent. Now, the waiter had supplied her with a good train of thought. If she could join the Sky Gem Glass Chamber and become a spiritual armament master, then the problems that she faced now would all be resolved. Huang Yueli quickly made a decision and turned around to ask, young brother, do you know where is the branch office of the Sky Gem Glass Chamber in Sacred Phoenix Continent? Which way should I go? What? What did you just say? The surroundings were rather noisy, and the waiter thought that he had heard wrongly. Huang Yueli could only repeat her question one more time. The waiter's eyes widened as he looked at her in astonishment. He thought that he was developing hallucinations. What? Are you all right? You're asking me how to go to the Sky Gem Glass Chamber? What do you want to do? He thought of the things that Huang Yueli said, and an astonishing conclusion surfaced in his mind. Wait, don't tell me that you're intending to join the Sky Gem Glass Chamber, and later use that identity to request to use the teleportation array? Haven't you woken up from your dream yet? Huang Yueli frowned slightly, feeling displeased in her heart. No one in Soaring Heaven's continent dared to talk to her in this way. But now in God Realm, she had to conceal her identity and had to do everything in a low-key fashion. So she could only endure with this. Huang Yueli took out another 2 pieces of medium-grade crystal jades and placed them on the table. Are you going to tell me the way to Sky Gem Glass Chamber or not? If you don't wish to do so, I'm going to ask someone else. I believe that there are plenty of people who know the way around here. It wasn't just plenty. Other than newbies like Huang Yueli, who was here for the first time, who wouldn't know the way to such an iconic place. When the waiter saw the crystal jades, he kept staring at it and hurriedly laughed it off. Sir, why are you so impatient? I didn't say that I don't know. Sky Gem Glass Chambers branch can be found in the bigger city-states, and there's one here in Flame Square City as well. It's located in the southeast part of the city. Just walk straight along this street to the end and you will reach that place. After Huang Yueli heard that, she tossed the 2 medium-grade crystal jades to the waiter, then turned around and left. The waiter held the crystal jades in his hand and looked at her departing figure. Then he sneered disdainfully. These lower realm ascenders are so amusing. Did they think that they had refined a few broken profound armaments in the lower realm and they can become out God realm spiritual armament masters? How dare he even have the cheek to ask the way to the sky gem glass chamber? Simply overestimating his abilities. He even dares to throw his temper? Forget it, if he wants to go, just go. The people in the sky gem glass chamber are not easygoing people. When they see such a dumbas who is so arrogant, they would absolutely show him some colors. By then, it'd be too late for him to cry. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. The waiter picked up the crystal jades and hummed a tune as he walked into the tea house. As for Huang Yueli, she followed the waiter's direction and walked along the street in front. Shortly after, she saw a special eye-catching building. It was indeed like what the waiter said. Anyone could recognize it from far away. There weren't any guards stationed at the entrance of the sky gem glass chamber, but no one dared to barge in. Huang Yueli had some knowledge of God Realm's arrays and knew that it was because there were many special arrays set up at the entrance. For those who couldn't see through this, all they could see was the walls around the sky gem glass chamber, even if they went an entire round. They wouldn't be able to find the main entrance at all. Huang Yueli observed from the side for a little while and had already understood the way for her to enter. She started to walk, preparing to head over. Suddenly, she heard a sharp series of horseshoe sounds, and there was even someone shouting in a high-pitched voice, "Move aside, move aside. All of you, get out of the way. A respectable spiritual armament mazer is going to sky gem glass chamber. All the outsiders should quickly get out of the way." Immediately following that, a horse carriage raced swiftly on the streets. That person who spoke was very impolite, but the pedestrians on the streets didn't show any dissatisfaction at all. Everyone hurriedly moved to the side. The person in the carriage was a spiritual armament master. Even if it was just a junior spiritual armament master, that person was someone that ordinary people could not afford to offend. The carriage stopped right in front of the sky gem glass chamber. The curtains were lifted, and a young lady walked down slowly from the carriage. She wore a hat, and a long muslin cloth dropped down and covered the top half of her face. The faintly discernible look was very unclear, but just based on her sharp chin, fair complexion, and that curvy side view, one could tell that she was an extremely attractive and beautiful woman. A burst of praises was heard among the bystanders. A respectable and beautiful female spiritual armament master was rarely seen in Flame Square City. The female spiritual armament master didn't turn back, but walked right into the sky gem glass chamber. Huang Yueli followed behind closely and walked into the main door. The sky gem glass chamber's interior was luxuriously decorated. There were various large and small mechanisms and arrays that were set up everywhere, which made the entire building shine in splendor. When she walked in, the female spiritual armament master had already taken down the hat which she wore, revealing her face. As expected, she was indeed a gorgeous beauty. This round, everyone in the main hall was excited and all of them crowded around her to fawn on her. "Young miss, are you a spiritual armament master? Such an outstanding person like you came to visit our Flame Square City Sky Gem Glass Chamber. We are honored by your presence. This young miss, are you here at the Sky Gem Glass Chamber to look for armament refining materials, or do you have any incomprehensible queries? Feel free to look for me. I am rather famous among the spiritual armament masters in Flame Square City. No one knows the situation here better than me. Move aside. I'm the one who is the most outstanding spiritual armament master in Flame Square City." To fight for the beauty's attention, all the young spiritual armament masters were about to exchange blows. She raised her hand and showed a badge in her hands. When they saw the badge, those originally noisy spiritual armament masters instantly clammed their mouths shut. Because the badge that this beautiful woman brought out reflected the status of a high-ranking spiritual armament master. Her armament refining standard was even higher than most male spiritual armament masters present. They even claimed that they would help her solve her difficulties. The beautiful woman didn't even need to say a word to subdue all the people present. They went silent for a moment and quickly crowded around her and started to laud her accomplishments. But these had nothing much to do with Huang Yueli at all. She swept a glance at the beautiful woman and shifted her eyes away. Since no one was paying any attention to her, she could take this chance to check out the sky gem glass chamber's interior. The main hall was closest to the main door and it should be a reception area. Although there weren't many people entering or leaving the building, every single person was luxuriously dressed. Their expressions were haughty and they wore special badges on their clothes. She believed that they were members of the Sky Gem Glass Chamber. There were several doors behind the back of the main hall. Some doors were tightly shut and she couldn't see what was behind them. 2 doors were open wide. One room was filled with various kinds of big or small armament furnaces and armament refining materials, while the other room was filled with books. It looked like a book depository. Huang Yueli pondered for a moment and was just about to walk into the book depository when someone suddenly called her. "Wait! That lad over there!" Huang Yueli was stunned and turned around. The spiritual armament masters who were crowded around the beauty suddenly noticed Huang Yueli's presence. He immediately walked over and interrogated her loudly. "Who are you? How did you come in? Do you know what place is the Sky Gem Glass Chamber? How dare you wander about on your own?" Huang Yueli wasn't nervous as she replied in neither overbearing nor servile manner. "I walked in front through the main door." "Why? Is there a problem with that? The Sky Gem Glass Chamber's door is wide open, and it didn't say that no one is allowed to come in, isn't it?" The young spiritual armament master who questioned her was speechless. Sky Gem Glass Chamber indeed did not stop outsiders from entering the place. However, outsiders usually didn't have the ability to come in at all. After Huang Yueli said that, he didn't know how to retort at all. After a while later, he came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Then surely you can't just barge into the other places recklessly in this manner, right? After you entered the place, don't you know how to find someone to ask? Where are your manners?" Huang Yueli merely swept him a glance. "I wanted to find someone to ask, but weren't all of you busy? None of you were free to entertain me. So I thought I shouldn't bother you guys." "Don't spout rubbish," the spiritual armament master wanted to rebuke, but he saw the beautiful spiritual armament master from the corner of his eye and his anger immediately subsided. He was the admission staff on duty today, but because of a beautiful woman, he had neglected his duties. If the branch president saw this, he would definitely be scolded. Thinking of this, he gave a hurried cough and said, Right, we were a little busy earlier. Why didn't you come over to remind me about this? Alright, come over here to proceed with the registration." He quickly went back to his seat and indicated for Huang Yueli to go over. It so happened that she also had some questions to ask, hence she walked over directly. "What's your name? You're not someone from our Flame Square city, right?" Huang Yueli nodded and said, "That's right, I am." She registered herself using that fake identity once again. The admission staff instantly revealed a shocked expression. "What? You're a lower realm ascender." "Right, from your dressing, you indeed do look like one. But since you're just ascended, how could you possibly enter our Sky Gem Glass Chamber? Has someone taught you the way before this?" Huang Yueli replied calmly, "The mechanism and array at the entrance aren't very difficult, so why do you think I can't come in?" Not considered difficult? Are you joking?" The spiritual armament master's eyes widened in shock, as he looked at Huang Yueli in disbelief. To a genuine spiritual armament master, that array is the basics for starters. "But you're not a spiritual armament master, right?" Huang Yueli replied nonchalantly, although I am not God Realm's spiritual armament master, we do have armament masters in our Golden Ray continent. In the past when I was in the lower realm, I was well versed in this, so the array and mechanisms at the entrance isn't a problem for me. But, the spiritual armament master frowned, as his mind was full of puzzlement. There were indeed armament masters in the lower realm, but refining ordinary, profound armaments and refining spirit or treasure armaments were completely two different matters. The principle of armament refining was different, not to mention that to become a spiritual armament master, the requirement for the practitioner's innate talent was very high. It wasn't something that ordinary armament masters could compare with. For so many years, there had been so many ascended armament masters who wanted to learn the art of refining spirit armaments. But in the end, only a handful of them succeeded. This was the first time he came across someone like Huang Yueli, who came alone to the Sky Gem glass chamber, without anyone's help. If what this lad said was true, wouldn't that mean that his innate talent in armament refining was ridiculously high? The admission spiritual armament master was stunned, not daring to believe that such a thing would happen. However, Huang Yueli got a little impatient. When she saw him keeping quiet, she opened her mouth and asked, I came to the Sky Gem glass chamber to find out if there's any way which can allow me to become a spiritual armament master as soon as possible? The spiritual armament master came back to his senses and said, I knew you were going to ask about this. Most practitioners who want to become spiritual armament masters would bring their masters along. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to enter the Sky Gem glass chamber. You're pretty lucky. As a lower realm ascender, you came in on your own without any master. This is the first time I came across something like this. When Huang Yueli heard that, she frowned. What? If I don't have a master, that means I can't become a spiritual armament master? That's not necessarily so as well. The admission spiritual armament master thought for a moment and said, even if you don't have a master, you can still take part in the simple assessments in the Sky Gem glass chamber first. As long as we have confirmed your spiritual armament master innate talent, you will be able to become a spiritual armament apprentice. The apprentice has a total of 9 grades, and that will allow you to learn all the basic knowledge systemically. After you have become a 9th grade apprentice, you must refine a low-grade spirit armament before you can officially become a spiritual armament master. Hearing this, Huang Yueli instantly felt that something was amiss. Are there 9 grades to an apprentice grade? How much time is required to pass through all the assessments? The admission officer said, the time depends on each person's innate talent. Seeing that you can enter Sky Gem glass chamber on your own, I believe that your comprehension isn't too bad. You should be able to pass 1 grade every year. In this case, you'd probably take around 10 years to become a 9th grade apprentice. Huang Yueli's lips twitched uncontrollably. 10 years? Where would she find so much time to take part in the assessments? She couldn't wait to immediately become a spiritual armament master and fly over to look for Li Moying. However, the admission officer wasn't done talking yet. That's right. But don't be too happy first. Although passing the apprentice assessments isn't difficult, the crux to becoming a spiritual armament master means you will have to refine a genuine spirit armament. Not a standard grade spirit armament, but a low-grade spirit armament. Many people would spend more than 10 years just at this step. Hearing that, Huang Yueli suddenly thought of something as a ray of hope suddenly arose in her heart. Then in this case, if I can refine a low-grade spirit armament immediately, wouldn't that mean that I can directly become a spiritual armament master? So I wouldn't need to attend those apprentice assessments? The admission officer was still talking non-stop, because it was rare that a lower realm ascender who didn't know anything would head over. Hence he could show off his eloquence. Whoever knew that in the middle of his explanation, Huang Yueli interrupted him in this way, so he was completely dazed. What did you just say? He thought that he had heard her wrongly. Huang Yueli repeated what she just said, and the admission officer's gaze seemed as though he was looking at an idiot. You can't even pass the apprentice assessments, so how are you going to refine a spirit armament? Did you really think that you are a peerless genius? Looks like you must be a famous armament master in your lower realm. But if you think that it's the same in God realm, you must be daydreaming. You simply don't know how high the heavens are. To think that it was a waste of his time telling her so much, he did not expect her to be a lunatic who overestimated herself. The admission officer looked at Huang Yueli disdainfully. She didn't bother about what he said, but only wanted to find out the answer. So, can it be done or not? The admission officer almost spat out a mouthful of blood. After such a long time, this fellow wasn't even listening to what he said. The admission officer sneered. Yes, of course, you can. If you have the ability to refine a spirit armament directly. In our line of work, there are so many principles that haven't been used. So if someone can refine a spirit armament, that means that person has the fundamentals. If you have such capability, who wouldn't acknowledge it? Huang Yueli nodded her head satisfactorily when she heard the answer and heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the Sky Gem Glass Chamber's rules weren't a stick in the mud. If they insisted for one to pass through all 9th grade apprentice assessments before proceeding with the Spiritual Armament Master certification, then she could only give up on this. After all, the reason why she wanted to become a Spiritual Armament Master was mainly that she wanted to obtain a sufficiently high status to mobilize various continents' teleportation arrays. Otherwise, she didn't place too much emphasis on this meaningless title. If she really had to spend 8 or 10 years, she might save even more time if she traveled by foot to cloudy Qilin continent. She thought about it and asked again, then where can I find books related to refining spirit armaments? I've visited a few bookstores, but I couldn't find any at all. The admission officer stared at her and he was totally at a loss for words. This fellow didn't even know where to find the spirit armament refining books meant that she didn't even know the basics of spirit armament refining. Did he thought that he could skip over the apprentice assessments and directly refine a spirit armament? He gave a cold harumph and said, it's obvious that spirit armament refining books can't be found in ordinary bookstores. Since you don't have a master, then you can only purchase from the Sky Gem Glass Chamber. High-grade manuals are exchanged with contribution points. But since you're only looking at entry-level books, you just need to be a spiritual armament apprentice to purchase it. Huang Yueli's eyes lit up upon hearing that. That's great. How can I become an apprentice? The admission officer shot a glance at her. As long as your innate talent is high enough, you can be one. Follow me. Huang Yueli followed him into a small room and there was an elderly man with silvery white hair. His head was bent down as he was carefully handling the materials in his hands. Senior Bai, there's a newbie here who wants to assess his innate talent. Hearing the admission officer's voice, he barely lifted his head and said, all right, go over there for assessment. The spiritual armament apprentice innate testing was extremely simple. The admission officer brought Huang Yueli over to the corner where a crystal machine was and indicated for her to place her hand on it. Huang Yueli could tell that this was a standard innate talent assessment, which was the same as what she saw in the Inheritance Tower in the past. But the one in the Inheritance Tower was solely testing innate talent, whereas the one in front tested fire and metal dual attributes. Huang Yueli intentionally restrained the profound energy in her body and slowly released fire and metal attributed profound energies while observing the admin officer's expression. Fire and metal attributed energies slowly ascended in the crystal columns. Initially, the admission officer's face had a slight hint of disdain. He was still upset over what Huang Yueli had said earlier. But as the column raised to a certain standard, his expression slowly turned solemn. In the end, he even revealed a slight hint of astonishment. When Huang Yueli saw this, she immediately quit while she was ahead and retracted the remaining profound energy. She didn't want to expose her true ability, but yet didn't want him to look down on her. So the most suitable time to stop was when the spiritual armament masters looked a little surprised, but not at the rate where they would be shocked. As expected, the admission officer's surprised look only lasted for a second, and he immediately walked up. I didn't expect an ordinary-looking lad like you to have such innate talent. Metal and fire dual attributes are both at Earth-grade genius level. As long as you can find a good master, you will be able to become a high-ranking, spiritual armament master. If you're lucky enough, you might be able to become a Sky Gem Grandmaster. Hearing that, Huang Yueli's vision swept past the innate talent assessment apparatus. Earth-grade lower-level genius standard. This kind of innate talent was considered pretty good in God realm. Other than disciples from large forces, it was difficult for most ordinary practitioners to reach this level. It was even rarer for both metal and fire dual attributes to reach Earth grade. So no wonder the admission spiritual armament master sounded a little sour, as if he was jealous. Huang Yueli courteously asked, "Oh no, I wouldn't dare think so far. So in this case, am I considered as an official spiritual armament apprentice now?" The admission officer said, "There's still the power of comprehension and memory assessments. Come over here." The second assessment was to make Huang Yueli read a paragraph of the armament refining encyclopedia, then distribute the materials according to the description she had read. To Huang Yueli, this was a piece of cake, and she completed it with ease. When the admission officer saw Huang Yueli's hand swiftly moving and completed the distribution swiftly, his eyeballs almost dropped on the ground. A lower realm ascender might not even have heard of these materials, but she was able to grasp the method of distribution so quickly. This power of comprehension, she had simply crushed all the young spiritual armament masters in their Flame Square City branch office. Huang Yueli put down the materials in her hand and turned to the admission officer. "All right, what do I have to do next?" He came to his senses and hurriedly said, "All right, you've done well in these two assessments. After I report this to the elder, you will become Sky Gem Glasschambers Junior Spiritual Armament Apprentice." The admission officer returned to the room where the elderly man was sitting quietly. He bent down and whispered into the elder's ear. The elderly man originally wasn't paying any attention, but after he heard that, his eyes lit up. Raising his head, he beckoned to Huang Yueli. "Lad, come over here." Huang Yueli's brows rose and she listened and walked over. The elderly man sized Huang Yueli up and down, then said, "You really are a lower realm ascender. I didn't expect you to have such high innate talent, so you are a rough diamond. I appreciate your talent, so you can stay with me from now on." The admission officer's eyes revealed a hint of jealousy when he heard what the elderly man said. Evidently, from what the elderly man meant, he was intending to take Huang Yueli as his disciple. This Grandmaster Bai looked very normal, but he was one of the Sky Gem Grandmasters in Flame Square City. So many people wished that he would take interest in them. Whoever knew, he took fancy to a country bumpkin who ascended from the lower realm. Thinking of this, the admission officer started to regret bringing her over, and the gaze he cast on her was rather unfriendly. Grandmaster Bai squinted his eyes and waited for Huang Yueli to kneel in ecstasy to pay her greetings to him. However, she merely went into a blank and waved her hand decisively. This Grandmaster, thank you for your offer, but I'm just passing by Flame Square City. I have no intention to stay for long, so I won't be able to learn how to refine spirit armaments from you." Grandmaster Bai didn't expect himself to be rejected. His eyes widened with disbelief. After a while, the spiritual armament master standing next to him recollected his senses and jumped up in indignance. You lad, how dare you? Do you know who Grandmaster Bai is? He's a respectable and esteemed Sky Gem Grandmaster. He's willing to take you, a lower realm ascender, who knows nothing as a disciple, so it's your good fortune. Yet you rejected this chance? Huang Yueli frowned slightly as her piercing gaze swept past the admission officer. This God Realm spiritual armament master had flaunted all the superiority of God Realm practitioners to the max today, trying to belittle and suppress her with various kinds of remarks. The spiritual armament master wanted to add on when he abruptly met with Huang Yueli's gaze. His heart pounded wildly. He couldn't continue with the rest of his sentence at all. Not knowing why, Huang Yueli's gaze made him turn icy cold, as though he was facing a peerless top exponent who was much stronger than him by several times. That kind who could crush him with just one finger. But wasn't this fellow just a lower realm ascender? How could he possibly be so strong? Just as the spiritual armament master went stiff from fright, Huang Yueli had already retracted his gaze. Then she cupped her fists towards Grandmaster Bai. Grandmaster Bai, I really can't stay in Flame Square City for long, so I can only offer my apologies. May I ask, may I receive the badge for spiritual armament apprentice now? Huh? Oh, right, this is your badge. Grandmaster Bai also sensed that Huang Yueli seemed to have changed into another person, which made a knowledgeable and experienced man like him feel chilly. But that was just something that flashed past in an instant. It only took a blink of an eye and Huang Yueli resumed back to her normal self. Hence Grandmaster Bai thought he had developed a hallucination. Hearing Huang Yueli's words, he regained his senses and picked up a badge from the table. Then he passed it to her. That's such a pity. Based on your innate talent, if you learn the methods of refining a spiritual armament properly, there is a sliver of hope for you to become a Sky Gem Grandmaster. Since you are so sure that this isn't your calling, I will not force you. Here, this is your badge. Keep it properly. Huang Yueli took the badge, gave her thanks, and prepared to leave. Just then she heard a knock from the door. What's the matter? Grandmaster Bai asked. The person who knocked was a mid-grade spiritual armament master who was dressed in a white robe. He came in and spoke in a low voice, Grandmaster Bai, there's a foreign spiritual armament master who'd like to meet with Grandmaster Xiao. We've tried to explain several times that Grandmaster Xiao isn't here, but she refuses to leave. What do you think? Oh? Really? Grandmaster Bai frowned. He pondered for a moment, then stood up and left the room. Huang Yueli followed behind him and silently walked out. The beautiful spiritual armament master at the reception hall was still there, and there were many young spiritual armament masters and apprentices around her. On seeing Grandmaster Bai coming out, the beautiful spiritual armament master turned around and casually cupped her fists at him. I believe you are Grandmaster Bai. I've heard of your name. I am Liyun and happened to pass by this place during my experience learning. I heard that Grandmaster Xiao is currently in Flame Square City as a guest and I'd like to ask him for some pointers. So will Grandmaster Bai please help to link us up? Hearing her speak, Huang Yueli's brows lifted slightly. All the spiritual armament masters in Flame Square City's Sky Gem Glass Chamber spoke to Grandmaster Bai respectfully. But that beautiful woman's attitude was very stuck up. Apparently, she didn't show any respect to Grandmaster Bai at all. It seemed that this beautiful spiritual armament master's identity was not ordinary, otherwise, she wouldn't be so disrespectful to an honorable Sky Gem Grandmaster. But this beautiful woman thought highly of that Grandmaster Xiao. She wondered what kind of standard was this Grandmaster Xiao at. He should be a very famous armament Grandmaster in God Realm, right? Just as she was pondering over this, she heard Grandmaster Bai saying something. I didn't expect Grandmaster Xiao's arrival at Flame Square City to spread this fast. Quite a number of spiritual armaments masters have come to visit him. Unfortunately, Grandmaster Xiao had already reminded me that I cannot reveal his whereabouts. Hence, I'm sorry that I can't tell you anything. Hearing that, the beautiful woman's brows creased together and her lips pursed slightly. She didn't expect to be rejected. The guard next to her couldn't help but say, Grandmaster Bai, do you know what identity my lady here holds? She is different from those ordinary spiritual armament masters. You'd best help to convey the message to Grandmaster Xiao. As long as my lady can meet Grandmaster Xiao, we will offer a handsome reward for that. Otherwise, he said condescendingly, using both the carrot and stick approach. But in the ears of a haughty, Sky Gem Grandmaster like Grandmaster Bai, it was no different from being insulted. Grandmaster Bai originally was rather patient, but now, he was extremely furious. He gave a loud harumph and his mustache was blown away. I can't afford to take your reward. Our Sky Gem Glass Chamber's rules have always been so. No matter what your lady's identity is, since she's just a spiritual armament master, she doesn't have the right to order me around. Men, send them off. Saying that, Grandmaster Bai flicked his sleeves and returned to his room. Everyone looked at one another in dismay. The beautiful lady's face turned pale as she looked at Grandmaster Bai's departing figure. A glint of gloominess flashed past her eyes. Those spiritual armament masters, who were smitten with her, secretly advised, young Miss Liu, don't be upset. Grandmaster Bai's temper is like this, and we can't do anything about it. There's a chance for you to meet Grandmaster Xiao. 1 month later from today, Grandmaster Xiao will be giving a lecture at our Sky Gem Glass Chamber. He will also be giving a lecture on the attendees' refined spiritual armaments. Just come over by then. Actually, this was exactly how Grandmaster Bai would reply to every spiritual armament master who asked to meet Grandmaster Xiao. Today, it was because he didn't see eye to eye with Liyun, hence he didn't tell her. Instead, he directly asked her to leave. When Liyun heard this news, her expression turned slightly better, and left with her guards. Even until she left, the main hall was still talking about her. That spiritual armament master is so beautiful. Moreover, from her elegant actions, she should have been from some major force. That's right. Moreover, she looks like she's under 30, but is already a mid-rank spiritual armament master. I heard that she can refine several kinds of mid-grade spirit armaments. She's incredible. Perhaps Grandmaster Xiao would notice such an outstanding person like her. These people did not know what this elegant beauty with outstanding innate talent did after she walked out of Sky Gem Glass Chamber and returned to her carriage. Once she got on the carriage, she immediately threw a cup on the floor and said ferociously, I can't stand it. The Sky Gem Glass Chamber in Flame Square City is full of lowly humans. Moreover, those lowly fellows even dared to show me a face. How dare they stop me from meeting Grandmaster Xiao? The female attendant on the carriage hurriedly persuaded, young miss, don't be angry. You're the ancient god clan, Cloudy Qilin clan leader's niece, and your status is extremely noble. Don't spoil your mood because of a few lowly humans. How dare they offend you? Do you want the servant to teach them a lesson? The beautiful spiritual armament master was Cloudy Qilin clan's heaven-grade genius, the clan leader's niece, Li Liyun. In order to hide her identity, she casually registered with a fake name when she was at the Sky Gem Glass Chamber earlier. Li Liyun shook her head. Forget it, this is Sacred Phoenix Race's turf, and if things blow up, there might be trouble, just let them off. Seeing Li Liyun's expression still gloomy, the female attendant carefully said, young miss, since these human races don't know what's good for them, then you shouldn't bother to talk to them any longer. The Cloudy Qilin clan also has plenty of Sky Gem Grandmasters. If you want to learn how to refine spirit armaments, there are plenty of masters who want to teach you. Why do you insist on looking for that Grandmaster Xiao? Li Liyun swept a glance at her and said angrily, did you think that I like to beg others in such a meek manner? Isn't it because that Grandmaster Xiao is a Sky Gem Grandmaster who specializes in refining long swords, and the swords that he refines have attack powers which are higher than same-tiered spirit armaments? The female attendant couldn't understand why, so she asked again, last time Brother Moing mentioned that when he was in the lower realm, a girl that he liked had personally refined a long sword for him and he had always carried it by his side. However, it broke during one of his battles. So, I also want to refine a long sword for him. When Li Liyun heard that Li Moing had liked someone, she was devastated. After thinking for a moment, she had a change of mind. Li Moing's past lover was probably still in the lower realm. Nobody knew how many years it would take for her to ascend. Perhaps she might have died in the lower realm, whereas the person Li Moing liked was the armament master who could refine profound armaments for him. In that case, wouldn't she, the spiritual armament master, be able to replace her? Li Liyun felt that she had a chance and instantly made up her mind. She had to refine an even better long sword for him. No matter how good the lower realm's profound weapon was, how could it be compared with God realm's spirit armament? It was the same for people. No matter how beautiful the lower realm human race girl was, she couldn't be compared to the beautiful ladies in God clans. As long as the profound weapon she refined could replace the profound weapon that Li Moing's past lover had refined, then she might be able to replace that woman's status in Li Moing's heart. This was exactly why Li Liyun put her pride aside and went to look for Grandmaster Xiao, the top-rated Sky Gem Grandmaster whose expertise was in refining profound weapons. When the female attendant heard that Li Liyun was doing it for Li Moing, she instantly kept silent. Practically all of Cloudy Qilin clan's unmarried young ladies were smitten with Li Moing. So she didn't find it strange that Li Liyun was thinking of so many ways to please him. Li Liyun leaned against the chair and muttered to herself, 1 month, the timing is just nice. Brother Moing's guard said that they will be coming to Sacred Phoenix Continent 1 month later, so I'll just wait here for 1 month. Perhaps I might even be able to meet with Brother Moing. The spiritual armament masters were still talking about her in the Sky Gem glass chamber. Huang Yueli took another look at Li Liyun walking away. Somehow, she felt that Li Liyun gave her an uncomfortable feeling. But since it was just a chance encounter, she didn't think too much about it. She pinned the spiritual armament apprentice badge on her chest and walked to the books depository to purchase some books. Every manual related to spirit armaments was extremely expensive. So when Huang Yueli walked in and saw the prices, she had a huge fright. Luckily, she had already made preparations and sold off some treasures in the Sky Phoenix ring to accumulate a large sum of crystal jades. She looked around, picked a few entry-level books on theory, and paid for them. The admission spiritual armament master had been following beside her. Originally, he wanted to upsell his armament refining ability and tried to recommend a few books to Huang Yueli. In the end, after she stepped in, she refused to look at him at all. Instead, her gaze swept past the books on the shelf. Then she took a few books and proceeded to make payment. Hey, wait. Don't choose so recklessly. There are so many books here, how do you know which books are suitable for you? It's better to listen to me. The admission officer propped his head to take a look as he said. After he took a clear look at the books which Huang Yueli was carrying, he instantly couldn't say a word more. Those books that Huang Yueli picked were coincidentally the most suitable for beginners. Moreover, the contents of the theory and practicals were in sequence. It was extremely suitable for one to make steady progress with these. The admission officer was tongue-tied. Huang Yueli swept a glance at him and asked, why? Is there a problem? I should be able to purchase these books, right? Yes, of course, you can. The admission officer couldn't understand why this lad's insight was so precise. Could it be that he actually had a master, but intentionally didn't report to the Sky Gem glass chamber? Huang Yueli wasn't free to bother about what he was thinking of. She had been computing how to use the least amount of crystal jades to purchase the most important items. She had a lot of crystal jades with her after she sold off all the treasures. She wasn't considered as a poor folk as compared with the ordinary God realm practitioners. But money flowed just like water in the process of refining. So a large number of high-ranking armament masters were nurtured by large forces. If one wanted to become a high-ranking armament master based on their own abilities, unless that person was a peerless genius, otherwise, their family would have a huge amount of fortune. Now, she was learning the art of refining spirit armaments in God realm, so that was considered as starting from scratch. Hence, the amount of money she had to spend was terrifying. Initially, Huang Yueli saw many books that she was interested in. The manuals here, to a lower realm ascender, were all very novel. If it was in the past, she would definitely purchase everything and slowly read through it when she had the time. But now, feeling the almost empty pouch, her heart was tearing up. She finally understood what poverty meant. How heart-rending. How melancholic. She could only choose the most useful books as she had no other choice. As for the remaining crystal jades, she had to purchase materials for refining. After Huang Yueli paid the bill, she turned and walked to the room which was selling materials. The admission officer originally thought that she would leave after purchasing the books. He didn't expect her to purchase the materials immediately. He went into a short blank and hurriedly chased after her. "Hey, you, what are you going to buy now? You should finish reading those books, prepare yourself first, and take some entry-level apprentice examinations first. It's just a waste to purchase those materials. If you can't even pass the apprentice examinations, you can't possibly refine any spirit armaments at all." Huang Yueli shrugged and said indifferently, "It's fine. I'll just purchase some to have some fun. It's alright even if I can't refine anything out of them." She didn't want to explain so much, and there wasn't any way to explain it anyway. As long as she could refine spirit armaments in the future, action would speak louder than her words. The admission officer's eyes widened and said, "You're really a tycoon." Purchasing spirit armament materials was a terrifying expense to those genuine spiritual armament masters. It was because the success rate of refining spirit armaments was very low. To refine a spirit armament, they had to purchase several sets of materials. As for a beginner like Huang Yueli, she might have to spend more than 10 sets of materials in order to refine a complete spirit armament. Moreover, she hadn't even passed those spiritual armament apprentice examinations yet. Did she have too much money, so she was squandering it to practice at home? The look that the admission officer had towards Huang Yueli was totally different now. A lower realm ascender had so much money. Did this person have some strong backing? However, it only took a quarter of an hour before he realized that he had overthought things. Huang Yueli indeed walked into the spirit armament materials room and indeed purchased some materials. But, the way she picked the items and the way she made the payment was different from a tycoon. "This buddy, you're here to purchase spirit armament materials, right? You seem to be an apprentice. Is this your first time refining armaments? Then you have to buy a spirit armament furnace. Look at the ones we have here. These are standard models, and it's one size fits all. It is manufactured according to the standards given by Sky Gem Glass Chamber. The only difference is the materials which are used are different, and so are the pricing. Buddy, you should know that the lower the rank of the spiritual armament master, the lower the success rate of the spirit armament. It's even more needless to say for an apprentice like you. If you buy a higher grade spirit armament furnace, it will greatly increase the success rate of your armament refining. Take this for example. The steward responsible for sales saw the hint in the admission officer's eyes and instantly realized that this apprentice was a tycoon. The moment she walked in, he quickly promoted the items to Huang Yueli excitedly. Whoever knew that she wasn't even listening to him at all. Her eyes swept past the racks and pointed casually. "I want that one." "Oh, alright. Little buddy, you're so clear-cut. Then I'll help you, eh? Are you certain you want to buy this one?" The steward's eyes opened wide when he followed the direction of Huang Yueli's finger. That was the cheapest spirit armament furnace on the entire rack. It was practically useless for spirit armament refining. Not to mention a tycoon, even a poor spirit master apprentice would clench their teeth to purchase a higher-grade spirit armament furnace. Otherwise, the probability of relying on one's ability to control the fire and temperature was just too low. There would be no chance to officially convert into a genuine spiritual armament master in this entire lifetime. Huang Yueli nodded and said, "Yes, I'm certain. Please help me pack this up." The steward looked at her in astonishment. Then he turned to the admission officer, as though he was trying to speak with his eyes. "Are you teasing me? Tycoon? Buying this?" The admission officer couldn't understand her actions at all. Wasn't she very rich, and had too much money to squander? Otherwise, why was she able to purchase materials without even looking at the books? Actually, when Huang Yueli bought the books earlier, she had already flipped through the contents in the book. To others, that speed might not even allow them to take a clear look at the pictures. But to Huang Yueli, who had a photographic memory, she had already grasped the important contents inside. At least she could remember what the basic low-grade spirit armaments materials were required. She walked to the materials rack and said the names of the materials that she needed. Dark bolt thread, sky poison crystal, wild volcanic rock. She set out a long list of materials. The steward and admission officer were dazed to hear that, and suspicions arose in their hearts again. Why was she purchasing so many materials at one go? Could it be that it was just a coincidence that she didn't know and chose the lousiest spirit armament, but in actual fact, she was still a tycoon? However, after Huang Yueli asked for the long list of materials, she added on to say, "All right, I'll just need these. Please give me 2 sets of each material. Please wrap everything up." When she said the words 2 sets, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and cringe. After buying so many materials, she didn't have much money left on her. It would probably be enough for her to buy some street food. But it would be difficult to fork out any money for her lodging at the inn. After living for 2 lifetimes, she finally experienced what was as poor as a church mouse. Hearing Huang Yueli's last sentence, the steward and admission officer made an expression as though they were going to throw up blood. The steward quickly stared at Huang Yueli and said, "I say, young buddy, are you fooling around with me? You're only buying 2 sets of each material? Can't you tell that other people would buy at least 5 sets? A spiritual armament apprentice like you would need to buy at least 10 sets at one go. Otherwise, how are you going to refine a finished product? 2 sets? Was it a lot?" If possible, Huang Yueli wanted to buy an additional set so that she could save a huge sum of money. Actually, she had done extensive research on God Realm spirit armaments. Before her ascension, Huang Zixiao had once given her a high-grade spirit armament to help her pass through the heavenly tribulation. After the heavenly tribulation, that profound armor was greatly damaged. After Huang Yueli ascended, she was still contemplating on how to restore it to its original state. Hence, while she was traveling on the carriage, she had been researching this high-grade spirit armament during her free time. After a long time of research, Huang Yueli had finally found a gateway and came up with a plan. Today, she bought so many books back with her, mainly because she wanted to verify if her guess was the same as what she thought. After all, if she really wanted to refine spirit armaments, just relying on her deduction wasn't enough. It was necessary to get some basic knowledge, and she had to verify her guesses. After all, just relying on deduction wasn't enough to refine spirit armaments. It was essential to have the basic knowledge. So she had to make up for this missing part before she could master the subject. But she was worried if she could succeed in refining the spirit armament. But this was, after all, her first time. So she purchased another extra set of materials, just in case. Huang Yueli didn't bother to explain and said lightly, "Why? Does the Sky Gem glass chamber have such a rule that we must buy a total of 5 sets of materials?" No, we don't have such a rule." The steward didn't expect her to ask this, so he gave an honest reply. Huang Yueli nodded and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you." Hearing her say that, the steward couldn't ask anything else, even though he was full of queries. If she wanted to buy the items, surely he couldn't say that he didn't want to sell, wasn't it? But as he packed the items, he kept thinking about it. Was this country bumpkin lower realm ascender rich or poor? If she didn't have any money, why did she purchase the spirit armament materials for? Wasn't it equivalent to throwing money into the water? If she had, why was she acting so petty? She only purchased 2 sets of each material, and even showed a distressed expression. No matter if it was the steward or the admission officer, none of them considered the fact that Huang Yueli was preparing to refine a spirit armament out of these materials. In their hearts, they were thinking that this was something that would absolutely not happen. After Huang Yueli was done purchasing the materials, she found that she didn't lack anything and just left. Walking out of the Sky Gem glass chamber, the first thing Huang Yueli did was to head towards the largest and inflamed square city to look for a room. When the innkeeper saw that she was a lower realm ascender dressed in simple clothes, he instantly looked at her with disdain. "Our Double Prosperity Inn is the best in the entire Flame Square city. The prices here are naturally not cheap. Sir, if you're intending to stay here, you'll have to prepay 100 medium-grade crystal jades as a deposit." 100 medium-grade crystal jades to ordinary God Realm folks was not a small sum. If it was this morning, Huang Yueli would still be able to afford it. But now, she only had a few miserable low-grade crystal jades in her pocket. She was so poor that she almost could not afford to eat, not to mention paying such a huge amount of deposit. Seeing Huang Yueli hesitating, the arrogant expression on the innkeeper's face grew even more obvious. "Why? Don't tell me that you can't afford the deposit? This is just the deposit for 10 days. Didn't you say that you're going to stay for a month? You can't even afford this bit of money, are you messing around with me?" The innkeeper had just finished talking when Huang Yueli's wrist flipped. She took out a badge from her interspatial ring and placed it right in front of him. "I'm a spiritual armament apprentice, did you think that I will renege on my debt? Innkeeper, if you're really worried, I'll leave my apprentice badge here with you first. In case I can't afford to pay, you can go to the Sky Gem glass chamber to ask for payment. What do you think?" The innkeeper was stunned when he saw the spiritual armament apprentice's badge. There was a huge disparity between an apprentice and a genuine spiritual armament master. But in ordinary folks' minds, an apprentice's status was already very high. Obtaining an apprentice badge meant that the person in front of him at least had a human grade and above innate talent in both metal and fire dual attributes. For someone with this kind of innate talent, even if one could not become a spiritual armament master, if it was used in cultivation alone, one would become a heart-profound realm practitioner sooner or later. For a place like Flame Square City, that person was basically considered as a top exponent. Moreover, most spiritual armament apprentices were under the tutelage of a master. Just based on Huang Yueli, passing the assessment based on her ability was extremely scarce. The innkeeper felt that she had a spiritual armament master behind her. Spiritual armament master, that was a very rich tycoon. How would he possibly allow his disciple to renege on a debt at the inn? With this thinking in mind, the innkeeper immediately changed his mindset and his attitude became extremely courteous. "Oh my, you're a spiritual armament apprentice from the Sky Gem glass chamber. No wonder I feel that this young lad here looks so extraordinary. You're even radiating with a stylish temperament. Please, come in. The superior room that you want is on the 2nd floor, all the way inside. It's absolutely the quietest and spacious room." Huang Yueli played with the apprentice badge in her right hand and asked, slowly. Then, the deposit. Let's forget about the deposit. You can stay as long as you want. Just settle the bill before you leave. The innkeeper immediately said. Huang Yueli nodded her head satisfactorily, kept her badge, and followed the waiter to the superior room. When she walked into the room, she silently smiled when no one was around. I didn't know that a spiritual armament apprentice's status is so useful. Sky Gem Glass Chamber's status has exceeded my expectations. She sighed for a moment and perked herself up. Although it has helped me do away with the deposit, I'll still have to pay for the room when I leave. So I have to grab hold of time and quickly refine some spirit armaments to sell. Huang Yueli ignored the surroundings and revealed a satisfied smile. Indeed, the largest inn in Sacred Phoenix continent. The superior room's environment is indeed much better than the other inns. Moreover, the most important thing is that this room is spacious enough. It's enough for me to go into closed-door cultivation and refine spirit armaments. While she thought, she retrieved a variety of materials and magical beast cores which she had prepared earlier. First, she used some simple methods to set an invisibility array around the walls. This array was something that she decoded with her father when she sneaked into Snow Phoenix Palace previously. It should be an array that was exclusive in God Realm. Although she didn't know what level was it in God Realm, Snow Phoenix Palace was, after all, one of the bases left behind by the ancient god clans in the lower realm. So the arrays inside should not be some cheap stuff. Huang Yueli set up the array based on her memories. Then she took out the spirit armament furnace which she bought from the Sky Gem Glass Chamber earlier. Taking a look at this black and heavy furnace, Huang Yueli frowned slightly. Isn't this furnace a little too coarsely manufactured? The array patterns engraved on the exterior are so crudely done. I wonder if it is actually of any use? Moreover, the left and the right sides aren't even at all. How do they even have the cheek to say that this is a standard spirit armament furnace? It's even worse than the amethyst gold gem cauldron that I brought from the lower realm. Actually, spirit armament furnaces were all handmade, so it was normal to have some slight unevenness. But Huang Yueli was used to using fine quality goods. So towards these kinds of coarsely made products, she simply could not stand it at all. The amethyst gold gem cauldron was the furnace that she used in Soaring Heaven's continent. It was something that she and Li Moying found together. Back then, the amethyst light sword was sealed within and the sword spirit acknowledged Li Moying as its master. As for the amethyst gold gem cauldron, it was taken by Huang Yueli. The amethyst gold gem cauldron was one of Soaring Heaven's continent's finest armament furnaces. Each complicated array pattern on the exterior helped greatly in refining. Moreover, the amethyst gold rays that spread out on the furnace's entire body had different patterns. All of those were exquisite. Alas, the amethyst gold gem cauldron was manufactured using lower realms materials. So when she brought it to God Realm, Huang Yueli felt that it was not solid enough to refine even higher grade spirit armaments. The Sky Gem Glass Chamber's most inferior spirit armament furnace didn't have much functionality. But at least it was manufactured using God Realm's metal materials. It was able to take on the impact of the deviant flame and a large amount of profound energy. I must refine the weapons properly. After I earn enough money, I will change this ugly-looking thing. Huang Yueli grumbled softly and took out the books which she had purchased in the afternoon. Then she swiftly read through it. Her speed of reading was so fast that describing it as reading 10 sentences at one time wasn't even apt. As she read, she mumbled to herself, "Oh, so it's like this, no wonder I couldn't find a solution. In this way, these fine details can be done in this way." Huang Yueli propped up her little cheeks and flipped through the books. It only took her less than 4 hours to finish reading that thick pile of books. Raising her arms above her head, she stretched her arms. God Realm's spirit armament refining skills are indeed much deeper than ours in Soaring Heaven's continent. No wonder the spirit armament's power is much stronger than ordinary profound weapons. But if we were to use such complicated and profound skills to refine weapons, the requirement for the armament master's innate talent and endurance is much higher by several times. There aren't many with such innate talent in the lower realm. That's why only God Realm can nurture so many spiritual armament masters. Combining all the comprehension that Huang Yueli had in the past with the contents that she read from the manual today, she roughly had a conclusion. In Soaring Heaven's continent, the main element that determined the grade of the profound armament was based on the materials that were used to refine the profound armament. An armament master's innate talent might be important, but the fire and metal attributed to profound energies were mainly used to smelt materials, control the flame's temperature, and also help the profound armament to form its shape. But refining spirit armaments was another thing. The thing that decided the spirit armament's grade was not the materials, but the spiritual armament master's innate talent, ability, and the control of one's profound energy. Spirit armament materials were just a retainer that was used to contain the spiritual armament master's profound energy. Using the spiritual armament master's profound energy to construct into an energy field was the real reason why a spirit armament wielded so much power. The energy field was being sealed by the spiritual armament master with special materials, and when it was stimulated by a practitioner's profound energy, it would release an astonishing amount of energy. So, the method of refining a spirit armament and profound armament was totally different, and the might of the spirit armament was much stronger. Of course, this didn't mean that the spirit armament's materials weren't important. The stability of the energy field, the degree of difficulty to activate the energy field, and the ultimate power of the energy field were closely related to the superiority and inferiority of the spirit armament materials. Even for a high-ranking Sky Gem Grandmaster, if he didn't have suitable materials, it would be impossible to satisfactorily refine spirit or treasure armaments. Huang Yueli already had this guess in mind before she went to the Sky Gem glass chamber. After she read the books that she purchased, her guess was more or less verified. This kind of exclusive refining method for spirit armaments was doomed to be a tragedy for ordinary lower realm ascenders because all the refining methods that they had learned in the past could not be used at all. But, to Huang Yueli, this was a good thing. As one of the two God Realm's God-grade geniuses, whose innate talent could be higher than hers, her control towards profound energy was something that she was born with. No matter how ordinary people try to waste their energy working hard, it was impossible for them to reach her standard. Now that I've already understood the principle, next, I'm going to give it a try. Huang Yueli took out an illustrated book and flipped it open. Then she left it beside the spirit armament furnace. Ooh, this disheartened dagger structure should be the simplest. I will start to refine from this. She raised her hand and struck out a hand gesture. Then a flame flew out from her palm and landed on the fire entrance underneath the spirit armament furnace. The flame shrank a little and following that, it started to burn steadily. The spirit armament furnace was lit almost instantly. The surroundings were enveloped by a ray of light and those roughly engraved array patterns on the furnace's exterior were instantly lit up. Huang Yueli's expression was solemn as her eyes were focused. The hand gestures that she saw on the book earlier surfaced in her mind. One after another, she swiftly struck out those hand gestures. The spirit armament furnace's temperature soared. When refining spirit armaments, the impact of the flame would be even bigger than refining profound armaments. But luckily, Huang Yueli used the true Phoenix fire, which was a top-rate powerful flame in God Realm. So it was most suitable for use in refining armaments. Huang Yueli followed the instructions and smoothly preheated up the spirit armament furnace. It seems rather easy, this thought flashed past Huang Yueli's mind. She didn't know that to spiritual armament apprentices with ordinary innate talents, completing this step required them to practice at least more than 1,000 times. It was impossible for them to succeed on their first try, just like her. Huang Yueli heaved a silent sigh of relief, but she didn't dare to slack off. Her concentration was still maintained in a taut state. She threw the materials that were piled next to her into the spirit armament furnace in sequence. The process of smelting materials was the same as Soaring Heaven's continents method, so it was a piece of cake for Huang Yueli. Not too long after, all the materials had been fused. Her expression abruptly turned grave as she stared at the melted materials in the spirit armament furnace, without blinking. The next step is the most difficult part. This is also the biggest difference between refining profound armaments. After the spirit armament materials had been fused, she had to slowly decrease the furnace's flame. During this process of decreasing the temperature, the materials in the furnace would slowly set into shape. Huang Yueli had to draw out the energy field structure using her profound energy within the shortest amount of time she had, and encase the energy field into the materials. Moreover, to display the full force of the energy field, the materials must be molded into a certain shape. That meant to say that Huang Yueli had to split up her concentration, work on the structure of the energy field while ensuring the exterior shape of the materials, and fuse the two perfectly. This complicated process, to a spiritual armament master's profound energy, endurance, and soul trace, was a huge test. As long as she was slightly careless, it would fail. Huang Yueli perked her concentration and carefully controlled the release of her profound energy. The energy field was slowly drafted out. At the same time, the materials that were in the cooling process were being pulled into a curvy arc by her. She was at her last step, to encase the energy field into the dagger's interior. Boom! A loud explosion rang beside Huang Yueli's ears. The spirit armament furnace's flame exploded and a fiery flame shot right through the roof. Oh no! Huang Yueli's expression changed, and she hurriedly retracted the true phoenix fire. Luckily, her reaction was swift and she had struck out timely. Although the roof of the guest room was scorched by the raging fire, it didn't burn through it and hence, it didn't lead to a fire. But Huang Yueli shifted her glance towards the half-molded long sword in the spirit armament furnace. She gloomily discovered that the spirit armament that she was still refining had already turned into a bundle of ash. This time's refinement ended in failure. She sat down on the chair and lifted her hand to wipe off the sweat on her forehead. It was impossible to say that she wasn't feeling frustrated after failing the refinement of a spirit armament. She had already deduced the process several times in her mind before she started refining, and after she was certain that every single detail had no problem, then she started the process. Moreover, her profound energy and soul trace were extremely strong. Every single hand gesture that she struck out was extremely accurate, and the plan was executed well. According to this trend, she should have successfully refined the disheartened dagger. But now, she failed. It meant that there was a problem with her deduction. This had turned her plans around. What's going on? Why did this happen? What on earth had gone wrong? Huang Yueli frowned, and her mind swiftly raced past all the possibilities. In the process of refining spirit armaments, the energy field that she drew shouldn't be a problem. The most difficult points that the manuals had indicated to take special note of were easily overcome by her powerful control. Molding the materials into shape was a simple matter. Anyone with slight metal attributed innate talent would be able to do it well. So, the biggest problem should still be related to the encasement of the energy field into the spirit armament materials. Huang Yueli flipped through the books and tapped her hand on the table as she was engrossed in her thoughts, trying hard to find out the crux of the problem. After a while, she muttered to herself, could it be that during the fusing process, the sequence of the amount of profound energy that I added wasn't correct? Indeed, before the explosion happened, I had already sensed the repulsion of the energy field from the spirit armament. But because I don't have any experience, and assumed that it was normal. Looks like I need to decrease my speed and use my soul trace to check on the spirit armaments situation first before injecting my profound energy based on the situation. Huang Yueli pondered over this for a moment more and finally decided that she had to act according to the situation. Too many situations could happen during the refinement of spirit armaments. No matter how much sufficient preparation she had made, it would be difficult for her to handle it. Having thought through this, Huang Yueli perked herself up again. It's indeed not simple to refine spirit armaments. Luckily, I bought 2 sets of materials each, so I still have another chance to try. This time, I cannot make the same mistake again. Huang Yueli walked to the furnace and checked on it. This furnace might look run down, but the quality was not that bad after all. At least it was solid enough. That small explosion did not make the furnace explode. In fact, there wasn't even any scratch on the furnace at all. Huang Yueli wiped the spirit armament slightly and lit up the fire again. The smelting process was much faster than before, and it only took less than an hour before she entered the drawing of the energy field. This time, Huang Yueli didn't dare to slack off. She adjusted all the profound energy in her body, and her concentration was also fully unleashed. She tried all her means to feel the spirit armament's refining process, as well as all the series of changes. Following the spirit armament materials, giving off a sizzling sound, Huang Yueli's senses seemed to have entered another world. In this subjective world, the profound energy in the energy field seemed to have turned into rays of glaring light that floated past her eyes. She didn't need to put in much effort to see it clearly. Huang Yueli subconsciously controlled the energy field and slowly fused it with the materials. Every thread and every ounce were encased perfectly without a single flaw. The spirit armament slowly set into shape, and Huang Yueli started to relax. It seemed that she had found the correct direction this time around. Huang Yueli hadn't seen any other spiritual masters refine spirit armaments, so she didn't realize that something was wrong with the refining method that she had come out with. It was her first time refining spirit armaments, so the reason for her failure was not because there was something wrong with her plan. But the reason was that God Realm's spiritual armament master's energy field fusion method could not be written down on the books. Instead, it was all passed down verbally from the master to disciple. Huang Yueli didn't have a master, and no one told her the method, so it was reasonable for her to fail. If it was anyone else, that person would definitely have thought of a way to find a master. But Huang Yueli didn't think of this at all. She insisted on using her heaven-defying innate talent and power of comprehension to think of a solution. But her method was different from the standard method used in God Realm. Moreover, as she refined one after another piece of spirit armament, her method was slowly formed, and the disparity between it and the standard method was becoming further and further. 1 month later. An intense battle was happening on the barren lands in between the Soul Connection Ocean and Serene Rain Town. A huge fisher plume blonde condor swooped down from the sky fiercely. Its power wings flapped, and bursts of powerful wind attack waves caused the trees in the surroundings to be uprooted. Young Master Moying, be careful! Li Tianyi and Li Tianair cried out in horror. The fisher plume blonde condor was a high-tiered spirit beast. Moreover, it had metal and wind dual attributes, so its speed was extremely fast with a high level of attack power. In God Realm, even practitioners in Heart Profound Realm End Phase were not willing to provoke it, what more for their group. The one with the highest cultivation among them was Li Moying, who was in Heart Profound Realm Early Phase. The guards were several hundred meters away from the blonde condor, and they were made to retreat by its power, being thrown back by the wind. Facing the fisher plume blonde condor, it was imaginable to think how much pressure Li Moying was under right now. Li Tianyi and the others turned cold from shock. They wanted to dash forward to save him, but none of them could resist the wind and couldn't move at all. They could only watch the fisher plume blonde condor give a loud shrill and swooped down towards Li Moying's head. Young Master Moying! Li Tianyi and Li Tianair cried out in alarm as they shut their eyes, not daring to see what was about to happen. They were under the clan leader's orders to risk everything they had to protect the only god-grade genius in their clan. Even if all of them had to die, they could not allow Li Moying to lose his life here. If something were to happen to him here, they would not be able to pay the consequences, even if they had to die 10,000 times. After a round of horrifying explosive shouts, the Fisher Plume Blonde Condor's roar became even sharper, like a sharp blade that passed through everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone lost their hearing. The guards' complexion turned pale and they covered their ears. But all they could hear were buzzing sounds. They felt lightheaded and dizzy, trying their best to stop themselves from throwing up. After some time later, they finally recovered a bit of consciousness. Li Tianyi opened his eyes and looked at the center of the storm. He only took a look and cried out in astonishment, "Young Master Moying, this is..." Li Tianair also looked in the direction of his gaze. On one look, he found that the mighty Fisher Plume Blonde Condor had already sprawled on the ground. Its eye-catching wings drooped by its side and the surface on the ground was covered in red. Blood kept spilling out from the side. From the looks of this, it seemed that it had already died from its serious injury. The body resembled a small hill. Even if it laid limp on the ground, it was still 4 to 5 meters tall. But the Fisher Plume Blonde Condor's head was facing upwards. Its eyes widened like full moons, as though it couldn't believe that it was so easily defeated by a god clan practitioner with such weak cultivation. Heavens! The Fisher Plume Blonde Condor is dead. It actually died in this way. Could it be that young Master Moying had killed it? But how is this possible? The last time I came out on experience learning with Elder Qing and met with a Fisher Plume Blonde Condor. But we spent a great deal of effort to kill it. But other than young Master Moying, who else is here? This is simply a miracle. Young Master is too strong. Li Tianyi and Li Tianair looked at the Fisher Plume Blonde Condor's corpse in astonishment, and their hearts were filled with worship for Li Moying. As for Li Moying, he stood next to the condor with a placid and calm look on his face. As though the person who killed a high-tiered spirit beast wasn't him at all. Hearing the guards gasping in surprise, he swept a glance at the blonde condor's dead body and instructed, "Settle the corpse." "Yes, young master." Actually, Li Tianyi and the others had already started to work on it before he instructed. Every single part of the high-tiered spirit beast like the Fisher Plume Blonde Condor was precious. A piece of tail feather or a bottle of blood was all high-tiered materials that were hard to come by. It could be used for refining armaments or medicinal pills. The guards started to work on it while Li Moying lowered his head. Looking at the weapon in his hand, he frowned slightly. The long sword in his hand had already broken into two when he fought against the Fisher Plume Blonde Condor earlier. As the only god-grade genius in the clan, Cloudy Qilin clan wasn't stingy to him at all. The long sword in his hand was a genuine mid-grade treasure armament. This was something that the elders were allowed to use in ancient god clans. It was difficult for ordinary Forces Dao Profound Realm practitioners to get one, not to mention Heart Profound Realm practitioners. As for the other people, even if they sold everything they had, they wouldn't be able to afford a single kill the Fisher Plume Blonde Condor successfully. Seeing Li Moying go into a trance, Li Tianyi thought that he was feeling the heartache to damage the treasure armament, so he quickly advised, "Young Master Moying, it's just a mid-grade treasure armament. It might be valuable, but to a large clan like us, the Cloudy Qilin clan, it's not worth mentioning at all. Instead, you are Cloudy Qilin clan's greatest fortune. Damaging one treasure armament is nothing, as long as it can save your life. Even if it takes 100 or 1,000 pieces, it's all worth it." What Li Tianyi said was not exaggerated at all. Li Moying represented Cloudy Qilin clan's fortune for the next few thousand years. If he was hurt, even slightly, it would make the entire clan uptight. However, Li Moying's frown didn't ease when he heard this. He remained silent for a moment and suddenly sighed. I didn't expect this. Although God Realm's treasure armament power is very big, it was damaged so quickly. Back then when I was in the lower realm, I used my long sword for several decades, and nothing happened to it at all. Li Moying wasn't feeling the heartache for some mid-grade treasure armament. But when he saw the broken sword in his hands, he suddenly recalled the past. The profound weapon that Huang Yueli refined for him. In his past life, he had always used the 9th-tiered profound weapon that was refined by Huang Yueli. But it broke during the process of his split soul. In this lifetime, Huang Yueli gifted him with the amethyst light sword, and it had also broken into half during the heavenly tribulation. It seemed like a prediction, as though each time the weapon she gave him broke, it would mean that they would be separated. In the past, when they split up, he would keep the weapon that she gave him by his side. It seemed as though his leader was still accompanying him and fighting alongside him. But now, what he could use was the weapon that the clan had assigned to him. So what if the power was strong or the weapon grade was high? Only his leader understood him the best. She knew what weapon was most suitable for him, and how it would be able to display his full power to the max. Li Tianyi didn't know what Li Moying was thinking about. Seeing him go into a trance, he could only come out with some gibberish advice. Young master, if you feel that the clan's weapons aren't suitable, you can ask the clan's Sky Gem Grandmasters to refine one for you. The fisher, plume blonde condor's tail feather and spine are very important treasure armament materials. It's just nice, we can bring this back. Speaking of this, no matter which Sky Gem Grandmaster it was, they had respectable and esteemed statuses. Moreover, all of them were haughty, so it are then climbing to heaven to ask them to refine a treasure armament. Even if it was the elders from the Prodigiously clan, they might not do it. It would depend on how close they were. But if it was Li Moying, not only would the Sky Gem Grandmasters not reject, they would fight to refine for him instead. After all, a god-grade genius could possibly become a life-profound realm peerless exponent. By then, the Sky Gem Grandmaster who refined the treasure armament for him would be able to boast about it. It was the utmost glory to a Dao profound realm top exponent to use the treasure armament that a Sky Gem Grandmaster had refined. When Li Moying heard that, he shook his head slightly and didn't say anything at all. No matter which Sky Gem Grandmaster it was, that person couldn't be compared with his leer. But where did she go to? At this moment, Li Tian'er, who was injured during the battle with the fisher plume blonde condor earlier, had already treated his wounds and walked over again. Young master, you're not injured, are you? Li Tian'er asked. Li Moying shook his head. The two guards exchanged a glance and Li Tianyi stepped forward. He asked cautiously, then. Young master, what should we do next? Should we continue heading into the barren lands? There are very few people here and no one knows what we will meet with if we venture further. But we've already met with the fisher, plume blonde condor, here. If we go in further, we might meet with stronger spirit beasts. Li Tianyi stopped speaking at this point. But his meaning was already very clear. After all, Li Moying was still in heart profound realm. Although he killed the fisher plume blonde condor, he had to pay a price for it. Even his mid-grade treasure armament was destroyed. If they were to meet with even more powerful spirit beasts, the result would be dire. Hearing this, Li Moying's gaze congealed slightly and he turned silent. After a while, he finally opened his mouth. The deadline of 2 months is almost up. We'll set off to Sacred Phoenix Continent tomorrow and meet up with the others. Li Tianyi and Li Tian'er heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, young master. They were extremely worried that Li Moying would insist on doing it his way, to continue searching for her in the barren lands. If he really died or suffered a serious injury there, they wouldn't be able to answer for it. But unfortunately, Li Moying's character was overbearing. If he decided on something, no one could change his mind. Now, he had finally decided to go back. Li Moying swept a faint glance at them and knew what they were thinking of. But he didn't bother to explain. He was willing to give up searching and head to Sacred Phoenix Continent because he had roughly confirmed that Huang Yueli didn't go into the Barren Lands. Otherwise, just based on their meticulous search, they would be able to find some clues of her appearance. However, there was nothing at all. Adding on the fact that his little fox had always been cautious. As long as she found the barren land to be extremely dangerous, she would realize that she had gone in the wrong direction and wouldn't possibly continue to venture in. In this way, there was only one possibility. His Lear did not take this barren land's path at all. Instead, she had entered Serene Rain Town. But no matter what the reason was, as long as Huang Yueli did not die in the barren lands, then she would definitely appear in the Sacred Phoenix Continent. Sacred Phoenix Continent, Flame Square City. In Double Prosperity's superior room, Huang Yueli's eyes were tightly shut as she was fully focused on refining spirit armaments. The current her looked rather disheveled. Her clothes were crumpled and her face was smeared with dust and ash. Ever since she started to research on the refining method for spirit armaments. In the superior room, she didn't step out nor take a shower. In reality, her thoughts were totally on armament refining and she had no time to bother about the other matters. A loud boom was heard, followed by a fiery tongue sticking out of the spirit armament furnace. The bright light shone and gradually extinguished. It's done, it's done. This Moonfrost hook sword is finally refined. Successfully. This is one of the most complicated kinds that I've refined among the low-grade spirit armaments. Luckily, I have enough patience. Huang Yueli looked at that unique and sharp weapon in the furnace as her heart leaped with joy. During this closed-door cultivation, she had successfully refined several low-grade spirit armaments, which were extremely popular weapons in God realm. Among them, the most simple few kinds were equivalent to testing her endurance and control towards profound energy. Initially, she hadn't grasped the knack and failed during the first time, succeeding only on the second time. Towards this, Huang Yueli felt a little frustrated over this. Refining spirit armaments is much more difficult than what I had imagined. Luckily, I bought 2 sets of ingredients in advance. Otherwise, it would be a waste of my effort if I didn't manage to refine anything at all. Huang Yueli was grumbling silently in her mind. But she didn't expect that her success rate already was very shocking. If the news of this leaked out, she would be worshipped by all the spiritual armament masters. At this point, all the spirit armament materials that Huang Yueli bought from the Sky Gem glass chamber were all used up. She had nothing else to do, so she could only extinguish the true phoenix fire in the spirit armament furnace. Stretching herself, she stood up. Haven't been outdoors for such a long time. I feel that I'm about to turn moldy. I think it's time to go out for a walk. She took a bath and redid her disguise, then walked out of the room. When she came downstairs, she was stopped by the innkeeper. This guest, you've stayed at our inn for an entire time. Are you intending to continue staying here? Or will you be checking out? Our shop is currently having some financial difficulties, so we'd like to ask you to settle the bill for this month's stay. Huang Yueli's smile instantly disappeared when she heard that. What? What did you say? 1 month had passed. Time passed this quickly. Huang Yueli's eyes widened. The innkeeper nodded and said, Isn't that so? Huang Yueli jumped up. Oh no, 1 month has already passed. Luckily I came out of my closed door cultivation on time, otherwise, I'd miss Grandmaster. Zhao's lecture. She saw the sky was still bright and discovered that it was still morning. So she immediately started to run out and sped towards the sky gem glass chamber. Wait, guest, the payment for your room. The innkeeper wanted to stop her, but her cultivation was much higher than his, so she disappeared without a trace within a few seconds. Only the innkeeper was left standing there, with a terrible look on his face. What's going on with this person? When he came, he wasn't even willing to pay the deposit. I gave him some leeway on account that he is a spirit armament apprentice. But he stayed for an entire month and didn't even step out at all. Now he's even run away. Surely he's not here to con me, right? Huang Yueli ran very quickly and arrived at the sky gem glass chamber. Shortly after. Today, there were a lot of people in the reception hall. Practically everyone had pinned the spiritual armament master's badge on their chests. The beautiful spiritual armament master that she met 1 month ago was also in the crowd. Xiai wore an elaborate long robe and her makeup was delicate. She gave off a haughty aura and one could tell that she had an extraordinary background. Many spiritual armament masters crowded, wanting to strike up a conversation with her. But she kept showing that cold look on her face, totally ignoring everyone. There were so many spiritual armament masters around, so an apprentice like Huang Yueli was very insignificant. No one even noticed her at all. She was happy with the peace and walked in by herself. But she looked around everywhere and didn't see the legendary Grandmaster. Xiao Ho was supposed to give the lecture today. She was just about to ask someone when she suddenly heard a rather familiar voice from behind. I hear so many attendees here today. It's almost time for the lecture, so we have to grab hold of time quickly. Grandmaster Bai is having a chat with Grandmaster Xiao, so they'd be coming out very soon. Huang Yueli recognized the voice. Wasn't that person the same spiritual armament master who admitted her the last time? She turned her head around and indeed saw that young spiritual armament master talking to someone. She turned her head back and coincidentally met with that person. Recognized her at one glance. You. Aren't you that person from that time? What's your name again? Right. You're called Li Huang, right? Your name is really strange. His impression of Huang Yueli was very deep because this lower realm ascender was just too strange. He had never seen anyone with so much self-confidence before. Alas, no matter how confident she was, a spirit armament wasn't that easy to be refined. The admission officer said, Why? It's just been a month and you've come to the sky gem glass chamber again? Have you finished using those materials that you purchased the other time? Huang Yueli nodded. I've indeed finished using it all. Elle knew it. Hearing her say those words, the admission officer slapped his thigh and interrupted her. Do you know how difficult it is to refine spirit armaments now? I'm sure you know how difficult it is to finish reading those manuals now. Young man, it's better not to be too ambitious. Just treat the money that you spend on purchasing those materials as throwing it into the drain and learn a lesson from it. You'd better take part in the apprentice assessments and not daydream. Huang Yueli was speechless, and she wanted to explain for herself. Other than coming to attend Grandmaster Zhao's lecture today, she also wanted to submit her spirit armament and apply to become an official spiritual armament master. But before she could say a word, that spiritual armament master jumped up. Ah, Grandmaster Xiao and Grandmaster Bai are out. Me lecture's about to start. I have to hurry over. You can go into the book's depository to take a look. On your OV, I don't have time to entertain you today. Huang Yueli lifted her head and saw two elderly men slowly walking along the rear courtyard's corridor from a distance away. One of them was Grandmaster Bai, whom she had met previously. Other looked rather scholarly. From the looks of this, he should be the legendary top rated Sky Gem Grandmaster, Grandmaster Xiao. The admission officer immediately rushed over. Seeing him leave, Huang Yueli called out to him hurriedly. Wait, this senior. I'm also here to attend Grandmaster Zhao's lecture. I don't know where the lecture hall is, bring me along. The admission officer's footsteps took a halt, and he frowned. What did you say? You are here to attend the lecture too? You're not even a spiritual armament master, so can you even understand the lecture? Huang Yueli knew that he didn't believe in her ability, so she didn't bother to spend too much effort to explain. She only said, Grandmaster Xiao is so famous. I'm sure I will be able to learn a lot of things from listening to his lecture. The admission officer cast a glance at her as his eyes reflected unconcealable contempt. I say, can you know where you stand? Those who can attend Grandmaster Zhao's lecture are all genuine spiritual armament masters, bearing the Sky Gem Glass Chambers badges. The contents in Grandmaster Zhao's lecture are extremely profound and you apprentices will not be able to understand it. Moreover speaking, there are so many apprentices in the entire Flame Square city. If everyone were to attend it, there wouldn't be enough seats at all. Flame Square City's branch president had already passed down the instructions that only spiritual armament masters will be able to enter the venue. You can stop dreaming about this and go back earlier. The admission office bore a haughty look on his face. But he wasn't picking on Huang Yueli. It was a kind of arrogance that came naturally from a spiritual armament master. A spiritual armament apprentice required a very high innate talent, and there might only be one or two in every 10,000 people. Because when ordinary practitioners saw spiritual armament apprentices, they felt that these people were extremely incredible. But it was an extremely difficult task to be promoted to a genuine spiritual armament master from an apprentice. In every 100 apprentices, there would only be 4 or 5 people who could obtain the spiritual armament master's badge, which was even less than 10% of the passing rate. Hence, to a spiritual armament master, they wouldn't bother about an entry-level apprentice at all. Huang Yueli knew this clearly, so she wasn't very upset over this. She thought for a moment and opened her mouth to ask, then now, if I were to take part in the spiritual armament master's assessment, would that be all right? However, before she could finish her sentence, she heard a familiar voice coming from afar. Eh? Aren't you that days, you're called Liu Huang, am I right? Huang Yueli and the spiritual armament master beside her turned around in astonishment and saw Grandmaster Bai walking towards them. She had a favorable impression of Grandmaster Bai, and when she saw that he recognized her, she immediately cupped her fists and bowed, Grandmaster Bai. When he saw her, he nodded his head satisfactorily. But instantly thought of something and frowned. Then he asked in a displeased voice, Why? Why have you come to the Sky Gem Glass Chamber again? Didn't you say that you won't be staying long in Flame Square City that day? This. Huang Yueli was stunned and immediately recalled that she had once used this excuse to reject Grandmaster Bai's request to take her as his disciple. Her eyeballs rolled and she said, Grandmaster Bai, originally I was about to leave. But I heard that Grandmaster Xiao is going to conduct a lecture here today. So I intentionally stayed behind to attend this lecture. But it seems that I've made a wasted trip. I didn't expect an apprentice like me to not have the right to attend the lecture. Grandmaster Bai's brows rose when he heard that. To tell the truth, he lamented silently for a long time after Huang Yueli left that day. An armament refining genius with such outstanding innate talent and power of comprehension was so hard to come across. Alas, she wasn't willing to stay in Flame Square City to learn armament refining skills. Now that he met her once again, it was simply a joyful surprise. This young man knew to come to listen to Grandmaster Zhao's lecture. This meant that he had developed an interest in armament refining skills. Since she had the interest, it was very good because she might change her mind to acknowledge him as her master. Thinking of this, Grandmaster Bai felt that he should give her a helping hand and also let her know the advantage of having a master. Since you're here, it's alright to come to attend the lecture. Anyway, it's just one extra seat. We have enough seats for you. Huang Yueli cried out in surprise, really? Then I'll have to thank Grandmaster Bai for this. She intentionally mentioned this to him, but it was out of her expectations for him to agree so readily. On seeing that Grandmaster Bai had agreed, the spiritual armament master, beside her, couldn't say anything about it. He gave a harumph and led Huang Yueli to the rear courtyard. There was a stage in the courtyard. Grandmaster Bai and Grandmaster Xiao were already walking towards it. The place below the stage was filled with tables and chairs, and quite a number of spiritual armament masters had already taken their seats. Huang Yueli found a place in the corner and sat down. When the admission officer saw that, he snorted softly. It's good that this fellow knows his limits. He didn't bother about Huang Yueli and looked for other spiritual armament masters who he was familiar with to sit with them. After a while later, Li Liyun also walked in from the other corridor. When she appeared, all the other spiritual armament masters' eyes lit up. It's young Miss Liyun. Young Miss Liyun is here. Young Miss Liyun, look here. I've saved the best seat for you. You can hear the lecture from here the clearest. Stop dreaming. Why would young Miss Liyun want to sit with you? Didn't you see that President Gao had accompanied her here personally? Huang Yueli looked over curiously and saw a middle-aged man standing next to the beautiful spiritual armament master. A Sky Gem Grandmaster badge was pinned on his chest, and it seemed that he was the presiding officer in charge of Flame Square City's Sky Gem Glass Chamber. President Gao brought Li Liyun over to meet Grandmaster Xiao. After they exchanged conventional greetings, President Gao pointed to the young lady next to him and introduced her. Grandmaster Xiao, this is Spiritual Armament Master Liyun, who came to Flame Square City on an experience learning trip. Young Miss Liyun isn't even 30 years old yet, but she's already a mid-rank spiritual armament master. Her innate talent is really outstanding. She worships Grandmaster Xiao Yu a lot. President Gao was a humble man, and he was especially glad to help the younger generation with outstanding innate talent. Hence, he naturally had high expectations for Li Liyun. On the contrary, Grandmaster Zhao's response was much colder. A mid-rank spiritual armament master under 30 years old might sound impressive to ordinary people, but Grandmaster Xiao had met plenty of them. He nodded slightly. Her innate talent is not bad, indeed a talent. She should be nurtured well. Although he said it politely, he didn't even look at Li Liyun in the eyes at all. Apparently, he didn't think much of her. When Li Liyun saw his look, she felt her anger rising. She was Cloudy Qilin clan leader's niece. Usually, who wouldn't fawn on her and praise about her armament refining innate talent? This old man looked as though he wasn't interested in her at all. She didn't even despise this old man for being a lowly human race. Luckily, Li Liyun remembered that Flame Square City was the sacred Phoenix race's turf, so she forced herself to swallow this anger and went down the stage to take her seat. The spiritual armament masters, below the stage, all swarmed around her, envious that she had the chance to get so close to Grandmaster Xiao. Li Liyun sneered silently and ignored those human race spiritual armament masters. Huang Yueli hid in the corner and saw everything. TSK, this kind of person hangs around everywhere. I got to watch a free show again. Huang Yueli shook her head. Grandmaster Xiao got up on the stage and shortly after, she officially started his lecture. Huang Yueli cast Li Liyun behind her mind and started to listen attentively. The lecture had just started for a moment and Huang Yueli realized that Grandmaster Xiao lived up to his name for being God Realm's first-rated Sky Gem Grandmaster. He had in-depth research in the refining of spirit armaments. The only thought that Huang Yueli had in mind was to refine the strongest weapon for Li Moying, so she listened extremely attentively. She learned a lot of things from Grandmaster Zhao's analysis. All the questions that she had when she read the books were all resolved. Huang Yueli was very engrossed, and she felt that Grandmaster Zhao's lecture was truly great. But to many of the spiritual armament masters here, they were not feeling the same. In reality, a majority of them totally couldn't understand what Grandmaster Xiao was talking about. Although many of them had passed various assessments and became genuine spiritual armament masters, most of them had scraped past the courses through memorization. They were not clear of the underlying principle at all. Moreover, when they were refining armaments, they had to strictly follow according to the indications in the blueprint. So they only knew very few kinds of spirit armaments. Once the materials in their hands had some slight changes, or if the external conditions were different, their refinement would definitely fail. But Grandmaster Zhao's lecture was all related to the most basic principles of armament refining. In these people's ears, it was no different from reading a hieroglyphic. When the lecture started, a majority of the spirit armament masters below the stage were dazed because they couldn't understand the contents at all. Although they didn't dare to talk in front of Grandmaster Xiao, their minds were already wandering and all of them had already gone into a trance. It was the same for the spiritual armament master who admitted Huang Yueli. He sat upright and still while sneaking glances around. Li Liyun was seated right in front of him, and she was listening attentively. He couldn't help but think silently, as expected from young Miss Liyun, her innate talent is much stronger than us by so much. She's probably the only one who can understand Grandmaster Zhao's lecture in this entire place. The admission officer sighed and turned his gaze elsewhere. When he looked in Huang Yueli's direction, he was stunned. Huang Yueli propped her chin with one hand and her eyes were glued to the stage without blinking. She was extremely focused in listening to the lecture and she would nod occasionally, as though she was echoing in agreement to what Grandmaster Xiao said. The admission officer went into a blank and sneered, "He's so good at pretending. Grandmaster Zhao's lecture is so profound, so how could an apprentice like him possibly understand this? He even showed such an expression, he's really good at pretending." However, Huang Yueli didn't notice that someone was looking at her. She placed all her attention on Grandmaster Xiao. She was listening to him analyze the armaments far away and also watching him display the method on stage. At the same time, she compared her refining process against Grandmaster Zhao's method. Oh, so it's supposed to be treated in this way. Yes, it's logical. In this way, the blade will be even sharper. If a few more reflection points are added to the energy field, it would indeed double up the power. Grandmaster Xiao is so incredible. But, after a moment later, she frowned puzzledly. It seems a little strange on the way of handling this here. Grandmaster Xiao says that adding this array pattern would increase a total of 30% power. But there's a pattern array that can increase up to 40%. I've already verified it for myself. Why didn't Grandmaster Xiao use it? Could there be other problems? Later, I'll need to clarify my doubts. By the time Grandmaster Xiao was done with his lecture, Huang Yueli had already discovered about 4 to 5 similar doubts. Finally, Grandmaster Xiao stopped and drank some water. Alright, I shall stop my lecture here today. Now, we'll be going into the next segment. President Gao hurriedly took over when he heard that. Grandmaster Xiao had said that he would personally comment on the spirit armaments that everyone brought. It's a rare chance for such an outstanding Sky Gem Grandmaster like Grandmaster Xiao to give you some pointers, so please don't miss it. Hearing that, all the spiritual armament masters began to stir with excitement. Although everyone did not understand the lecture, they did not leave because they had been waiting for this moment. Even Huang Yueli could not sit still. She had a lot of questions and was hoping that she could have an in-depth discussion with Grandmaster Xiao. The city walls soared high into the clouds at the sacred Phoenix continent. Li Moing brought along his guards and was about to enter the city via carnage. Wait, the three of you, stop there. What are your identities, and where did you come from? The trio was stopped when they had just arrived at the city gates. Li Moing frowned slightly, not expecting Sacred Phoenix Race's men to conduct such strict checking. Everyone, who was entering the city, had to line up and be checked. In this way, that meant that Sacred Phoenix Race's men hadn't found his lair as well. Actually, Cloudy Qilin clan's practitioners had always been rejected by the Sacred Phoenix Race. Luckily, Li Moing was already prepared and made some slight changes to his clothes. He removed all the items which bore the Cloudy Qilin clan's markings on him. Li Tianyi walked up, and after a period of socializing with the Sacred Phoenix Race's guards, they entered the city successfully. After they entered, Li Moing hurriedly went to the gathering point in Flame Square City where he was supposed to meet with the others. The guards had arrived earlier than him, and when they saw Li Moing walking in, all of them swarmed up and bowed to him respectfully. Li Moing waved his hand impatiently and said, "All right, dispense with the formalities. I asked you to search for Lear's traces in the neighboring towns. Has anyone found any clues?" Hearing that, everyone turned silent. Young Master Moing, this subordinate has failed to complete the mission. Will young master please mete out my punishment? We've already checked with the neighboring towns and cities, but no one had seen that young lady that you described. The guards started to speak cautiously. The more they spoke, the more apprehensive they got. Speaking of that, the person whom Li Moing made them search for was very special. From Li Moing's description, Sacred Phoenix Race's peerless genius was extremely beautiful. For a young lady of this caliber, no matter where she went to, she would easily attract everyone's attention, so it was impossible that they couldn't find her at all. But under such a large-scale search, there was still no news of her, so the chances of survival were not high. Everyone was thinking of the same thing, but yet no one dared to say it out. Li Moing had already said that the young lady was his lower realm's wife. They had deep feelings for each other. If she really died when she just arrived in God Realm, no one knew if their young master would be able to take this blow. If it wasn't for the fact that they saw Sacred Phoenix Race's men also searching high and low for her, they might think that this was Sacred Phoenix Race's plot to deal with their young master a blow. Li Moing's expression sank gradually, and his hands were clenched tightly into fists. His fingers etched deeply into his palms. Lear, his Lear. What danger did she meet with? Why was there still no news of her until today? At this moment, Li Moing was feeling extremely regretful. Why didn't he manage to reach Soul Connection Ocean earlier, and take her away right before the Sacred Phoenix Race's men had found her? After a round of discussion, one of them stood out and passed a letter to Li Moing. Young master, we've received clan leader's letter, urging you to return to Amethyst Paramount Palace as soon as possible. The guard submitted the letter, took a few steps back, bowed, and stood still feeling terrified. Actually, ever since Li Moing left Cloudy Qilin continent, the clan had sent numerous letters urging him to return. However, Li Moing had turned a deaf ear to it, and the guards didn't dare to use this matter to disturb him. But this time, the clan leader had personally sent the letter telling him that if he still didn't return, he would come personally to capture him back. That was why the guards didn't dare to hide this any longer, passing the letter to him. Whoever knew, Li Moying didn't bother to take a look at it. He simply threw the letter on the ground. That's enough. Didn't I already tell you that you can ignore whoever tries to urge me? If I can't find Huang Yueli, I will never go back. Do you disregard my instructions? If you want me to return, why don't you spend more effort and try to find her? The guards looked at the letter which had landed in the mud, and they were crying bitterly in their hearts. Since when did they not put in any effort at all? But she had vanished in thin air, so there was nothing they could do about it. Seeing that Li Moying was on the verge of an explosion, Li Tianyi suddenly had an idea. He walked up and persuaded, "Young master, don't be anxious. Today, there's still one more guard who hasn't come back to meet up with us. That person is Tian Wu, who you sent to Ice Moon Summit to find out more news. Perhaps Sacred Phoenix Race had already found some clues, so let's wait for his return before we take the next step." Li Moying heard that and calmed down. Indeed, Sacred Phoenix Race had sent a lot more people than his subordinates. Moreover, only Sacred Phoenix Race was most clear about Huang Yueli's situation. Alright, let's wait for Tian Wu here for a couple of days. The rest of you, continue to search around the cities and towns nearby. Be careful, don't let the Sacred Phoenix Race's men discover us. The guards hurriedly responded to him and were about to leave when someone suddenly seemed to recall something and stopped. "Young master, there's one more thing." "What is it?" Li Moying's patience was almost worn out. The guard hurriedly said, "Young Miss Liyun had also arrived in Flame Square City 1 month ago, and she had been waiting for your return." "What do you?" "Li Liyun? What's she doing here?" Li Moying frowned angrily. "This? I heard that a famous Sky Gem Grandmaster is giving a lecture in Flame Square City, and she specially came to attend it. She's currently in the Sky Gem Glass Chamber. What do Li Liyun's whereabouts have to do with this young master? Is this matter even worth wasting time over? In the future, there's no need to tell me about it. Hurry up and go search for her." "Yes. This subordinate will go right away." Seeing Li Moying getting slightly angry, the guards were extremely terrified. They didn't dare to waste any time and hurriedly left to search for her. Only Li Tianyi stayed beside Li Moying as his personal guard. He looked at Li Moying's cold face from the side and couldn't help but sigh silently. Li Liyun had specially come to Flame Square City, and everyone knew that it was because she wanted to meet Li Moying and go on experience learning with him so that their feelings would grow over time. Alas, the dropping flowers pinned for love, but the heartless brook babbled on. Li Moying wasn't interested in her at all. Sky Gem Glass Chamber. After President Gao finished his sentence, the spiritual armament masters started to raise their hands, hoping to attract Grandmaster Zhao's attention. "Grandmaster Xiao, I have a question." "Grandmaster Xiao, this junior has brought a few spirit armaments along. I hope that you can give me some pointers." The scene was extremely chaotic, so President Gao coughed loudly and picked a person. "Yuan Kong, you go first." Ji Yuan Kong, whose name was called, was only 35 years old but was already a mid-rank spiritual armament master. Although his innate talent was slightly weaker than Li Liyun, he was President Gao's favorite disciple, a resident spiritual armament master with the highest innate talent in Flame Square City. As compared to an outsider spiritual armament master like Li Liyun, he enjoyed some special privileges. Everyone didn't dare to make a sound when they saw him, and could only watch him walking up the stage delightfully. This junior, Ji Yuan Kong, would like to ask Grandmaster Xiao for some pointers. Ji Yuan Kong bowed deeply and took out the spirit armaments that he had refined, leaving it on the podium. That was an extremely sharp cutlass. Both the blade and handle were engraved with ochre-colored plume array patterns. Huang Yueli immediately recognized it. This was one of the weapons that she had seen on the spirit armament illustration book, the Crimson Plume Cutlass. She had to admit that Ji Yuankong's armament refining skills weren't too bad. This Crimson Plume Cutlass was exactly the same in the illustration book. It had been perfectly restored. From its luster, it could be considered to be one of the fine-quality mid-grade spirit armaments. As expected, when this Crimson Plume Cutlass was brought out, it instantly attracted the spiritual armament master's gasps, and they were praising Ji Yuanking's workmanship. Li Liyun was the only one who sneered. Did he want to get Grandmaster Zhao's pointers just based on this ordinary spirit armament? Simply overestimating himself. These lowly human races were so ill-informed. The reality was exactly the same as what she thought. When Grandmaster Zhao saw that Crimson Plume Cutlass, he frowned after taking a glance at it. The spirit armament that you want me to see is this Crimson Plume Cutlass? Yes. Ji Yuankong replied respectfully, feeling confident. Grandmaster Zhao sneered. It's just a standard weapon from the spirit armament illustration book, and so badly done. The standard of mid-rank spiritual armament masters is very low now. This was simply akin to telling Ji Yuankong in his face that he was not fit to be a mid-rank spiritual armament master. All the praises and gasps suddenly stopped instantly, and everyone looked awkward. President Gao's beloved disciple was criticized in such a manner, and he felt as though he was put on the spot. But he knew Grandmaster Zhao's temper. He was an extremely proud man who always spoke his mind. Ji Yuankong could only blame himself for his lack of skills. So he could only say, Yuankong, didn't you hear what Grandmaster Zhao said? You need to work harder and practice even more. What are you waiting for? Aren't you getting off the stage? Ji Yuankong felt humiliated, so he could only leave the stage dejectedly. President Gao cleared his throat and said, who else wants to come up the stage to ask Grandmaster Zhao for some pointers? It was completely silent below the stage. Originally, those spiritual armament masters were fighting to get on the stage. But when they saw Ji Yuankong being mercilessly despised, who dared to go up on stage? Their skills were much worse than Ji Yuankong. Just at this moment, a melodious voice rang within the crowd. Mid-rank spiritual armament master Liyun would like to ask Grandmaster Zhao for your pointers. The voice stopped, and Li Liyun stood up from her seat. No one was there to fight with her, and she directly walked towards the stage. Grandmaster Zhao nodded non-committally. Li Liyun felt displeased on seeing his arrogant attitude. This old man was just a human race, how dare he be so disrespectful towards the noble god clan? If it wasn't because he had some skills, she wouldn't even want to bear with this at all. But all these were just temporary. Grandmaster Zhao would definitely have a change of attitude when he saw the spirit armament that she refined. Li Liyun was extremely confident, and her right hand flipped around to retrieve 3 pieces of spirit armaments from her realm ring. She lined it up and placed it on the podium. Wow, what are those? Incredible, she took 3 mid-grade spirit armaments out at the same time. That's not all. I've never seen those few spirit armaments that young Miss Liyun is holding in the illustration book at all. Li Liyun's spirit armament left everyone stunned. Even Huang Yueli's brows rose in surprise. The 3 spirit armaments that Li Liyun took out were all long swords. Moreover, those were something that she had not seen in the illustration books. Apparently, they were much higher grades than those ordinary standard spirit armaments. Grandmaster Zhao's eyes also lit up. These 3 long swords. This is the first time I've seen them. From the looks of it, these should be some special illustrations which some big forces have kept, right? If I didn't see it wrongly, these 3 long swords attacks are much higher than standard spirit armaments, by 30%. Moreover, there should be additional profound skills attached to it. Li Liyun felt extremely delighted when she heard Grandmaster Zhao talking about her spirit armament's merits. Her chin was raised high up as she looked at the crowd disdainfully. Based on her innate talent and ability, sitting next to these human race spiritual armament masters to attend the lecture was simply an insult. Grandmaster Xiao, you have good eyesight. These 3 long swords of mine are all refined based on my clan's inherited illustrated books. The illustrations are extremely complex, and I spent a great deal of effort before I managed to refine them successfully. Li Liyun's words sounded calm, but in reality, they carried a hint of flaunting. She was just waiting for Grandmaster Xiao to praise her. Whoever knew that Grandmaster Xiao suddenly frowned shortly after he focused on the 3 weapons for a while. These 3 weapons illustrations are indeed extraordinary. But what? Li Liyun asked surprisedly. But your refining skills are apparently out of practice. Various areas of the energy field's fine details are treated very crudely, not to mention that there are several array patterns which are wrong. Saying that, Grandmaster Xiao put on a regretful look and shook his head. It's a waste of such exquisite illustrations, and so many high-grade spirit armament materials, yet coming out with such disappointing spirit armaments. A waste, simply a huge waste. Hearing Grandmaster Xiao's comments, everyone was stunned. Li Liyun's face flushed red. How dare you say that about me? I'm just a mid-rank spiritual armament master. There are not many people who can refine these spirit armaments. I'm already considered a genius. When she was in the Cloudy Qilin clan, she had always been fawned on by the clan's Sky Gem Grandmasters. Who dared to say that the spirit armaments that she refined weren't good? But now Grandmaster Xiao said this, and her anger just flared up. She immediately couldn't stand it any longer. Grandmaster Xiao wasn't an easygoing person as well. He immediately snorted coldly. Why? You are not convinced when I said that about you? You're just slightly better than that young lad earlier. But if you claim that you're an armament refining genius, it's really very far off. Do you know how many mistakes you committed in those few spirit armaments that you refined? Everyone, look at this. Grandmaster Xiao originally couldn't be bothered to bicker with Li Liyun, but on hearing her rebuke him, he suddenly got inspired and started to pick out all the mistakes that she had made. He started to rant endlessly on it. After speaking for around 1 hour, he felt thirsty and stopped. Let's stop here first. There are just so many low-level mistakes. You still have the cheek to call yourself a genius? Li Liyun's face was extremely red, and she was furious. But yet she couldn't say a single word to rebuke him, so she was feeling very aggrieved. Grandmaster Xiao might be sharp-tongued, but what he said was not wrong at all. Every mistake he pointed out was true. The 3 spirit armaments that Li Liyun was so proud of were indeed inadequate. But she didn't expect him to point it out so directly. Seeing a genius like her, shouldn't everyone be encouraging and praising her instead? Why would he pick on her over a small mistake? She felt extremely aggrieved, especially when she noticed the spiritual armament master's gazes below the stage. It made her wish that she could dig a hole and hide in the ground. Seeing her stand at the original spot not moving, Grandmaster Xiao looked at her impatiently. Why? Do you still have any other questions to ask? Li Liyun wished that she could punch Grandmaster Xiao's face. But this was the sacred Phoenix race's turf, so she didn't dare to create trouble here. Moreover, if she continued to argue with Grandmaster Xiao, she didn't know what other ways would he pick on her spirit armaments again. No matter what, she was in the wrong for this matter. Li Liyun was extremely furious, but there was nothing she could do about it. Hence she hissed through her teeth, "Thank you Grandmaster Xiao for your pointers." After that, she swiftly kept away her spirit armaments and left the stage dejectedly. If one was to compare how complacent she was earlier on the stage, then she would be incomparably disheveled right now. Moreover, she was a person with a lot of pride. After being embarrassed in such a way, there was no way that she could continue to stay on in the sky gem glass chamber. Li Liyun directly walked towards the door, preparing to leave this goddamn place. Grandmaster Xiao saw her actions and didn't think much of it. He had met plenty of the so-called genius spiritual armament masters who had slightly better innate talent. Not to mention himself, even ordinary Sky Gem Grandmasters like President Gao or Grandmaster Bai weren't any weaker than Li Liyun when they were young. Who did this last think she was, who would bother to fawn on her? President Gao felt slightly awkward, but he couldn't scold Grandmaster Xiao, hence he coughed loudly again. Cough cough, cough cough, everyone please keep quiet. Now, are there any other people who would like to ask Grandmaster Xiao for pointers on their spirit armaments? The time is not early any longer, so will everyone please grab hold of time quickly. President Gao attempted to ease the commotion. Hearing his words, the spiritual armament masters looked at each other in dismay, but no one dared to make a sound. Originally, everyone wanted to ask for some comments, with the hope to gain some praise from Grandmaster Xiao to raise their status. But now, they realized that Grandmaster Xiao wouldn't praise anyone at all. Even a genius like Li Liyun, who was on stage, got criticized so badly. Who else would dare to go up? Wouldn't they be asking for a scolding? Seeing that the commotion had turned cold, President Gao urged once again. Is there no one else who'd like to come up on stage? This is a rare chance. If there's no one else, then the lecture shall end here today. President Gao would be very happy if no one went up. The earlier it ended, the lesser Grandmaster Xiao would deal a blow to the younger spiritual armament masters. Right now, Li Liyun had already walked to the entrance and was just about to walk out. Right now, Li Liyun had already walked to the entrance and was just about to walk out. She heard President Gao's words, and a sneer surfaced on her lips. She had already been scolded and sent off the stage. Who else would dare to go up? Flame Square City's spiritual armament masters was a bunch of trash who couldn't even be compared to a finger of hers. Who would dare to go on stage? But just at this moment, she suddenly heard a voice coming from her back. Grandmaster Xiao, I have a few spirit armaments that I'd like to ask for your comments. What? There's someone else who wished to ask Grandmaster Xiao for pointers? Hearing that voice, every spiritual armament master present, including Grandmaster Bai and President Bai, were stunned. Everyone had the same thought in mind. Could it be that among the spiritual armament masters today, there was an even more talented spiritual armament master than young Miss Liyun hidden in the audience? Otherwise, who would dare to ask for pointers after her? Wasn't that person asking to be shamed? President Gao was initially prepared to announce the end of the lecture. His words were stuck at the back of his throat. He hurriedly coughed. Cough cough, which spiritual armament master wishes to come on stage? Since there's no queue, just come up directly. Everyone turned and looked around at the same time, hoping to find that incredible genius in the crowd. Even Li Liyun also stopped. She turned around, wanting to see which spiritual armament master had self-proclaimed himself to be even more talented than her. A figure slowly stood up from a corner and strode towards the stage. After everyone took a clear look, their eyes widened and their eyeballs almost dropped on the ground. Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? I've never seen him before either. There's a number of foreign spiritual armament masters who came by today, so it's very normal that you haven't seen him around. But, look at the badge on his chest. It's a spiritual armament apprentice badge, right? You're right, he's really a spiritual armament apprentice. A fella who isn't even a spiritual armament master wants to ask Grandmaster Xiao for pointers? Is he mad? Ha 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 ha, things are getting interesting. A baby calf isn't afraid of the tiger. Young Miss Liyun had already been scolded by Grandmaster Xiao that badly. I wonder if he will be thrown out of this place directly. Seeing such a comical fellow, the spiritual armament masters all started to relax in the original gloomy atmosphere in the courtyard. Even Li Liyun also felt that it wasn't as embarrassing as before. She silently thought that even the heavens were helping her. This fellow would definitely be scolded by Grandmaster Xiao so badly that he would doubt what he had been doing for his entire life. By then, she wouldn't be the most embarrassed person. Thinking of this, Li Liyun wasn't in a hurry to leave any longer. She leaned against the door and waited to see how this unlucky person would embarrass himself. Grandmaster Bai couldn't help but frown upon seeing Huang Yueli walking out from the corner. When she walked nearer, Grandmaster Bai hurriedly spoke out before her. "Little Li, what are you doing? This isn't a place where you can make trouble." Grandmaster Xiao said earlier that he would only accept those spiritual armament masters who brought along the spirit armaments that they have refined. So don't join in the crowd. Quickly go down. Grandmaster Bai had a solemn expression and his tone was extremely fierce. But Huang Yueli knew that this Grandmaster did that because he admired her innate talent. He was worried that she wouldn't be able to stand the scolding by Grandmaster Xiao, hence he intentionally chased her away. So Huang Yueli didn't think much of it and said with a smile, "Grandmaster Bai, you're worrying too much. This junior knows the rules. Since I've come to ask Grandmaster Xiao for pointers, of course, I've brought my own spirit armaments that I've refined." "You refined a spirit armament?" Grandmaster Bai stared at her as though he had just seen a ghost. "Little Li, stop talking rubbish. Grandmaster Xiao hates young people who overestimate themselves." The spiritual armament masters below the stage started to burst out laughing. A spiritual armament apprentice bringing out his spirit armament? What kind of joke was that? If she could refine spirit armaments, she would have applied for the spirit armament master's badge, right? Huang Yueli didn't make any unnecessary explanations. Her expression was indifferent as she raised her right hand. 3 spirit armaments then appeared on the platform. 3 spirit armaments appeared and everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Li Liyun's eyes widened in disbelief. The reason was that those 3 might be all spirit armaments, but Huang Yueli took out 3 different types. One was a long sword, another was an armor, while the last piece was an extremely rare jade pendant-shaped spiritual artifact. It wasn't just the exterior shape that was different, the functions were totally different as well. Hence, the energy field within the spirit armament and fusion method were different. Ordinary spiritual armament masters were well versed in only one type. Or perhaps it could be put in this way, most spiritual armament masters could only specialize in one type of spirit armament. For example, spiritual armament masters who specialize in refining long swords would have much weaker standards if they were to refine daggers, not to mention armors. A Sky Gym Grandmaster like Grandmaster Xiao, who specialized in refining all weapons, was extremely scarce. But now, Huang Yueli took 3 different kinds of spirit armaments out at once. Moreover, one of them was the spiritual artifact, which was the most difficult thing to refine. Everyone lost their senses slightly, and some of them even rubbed their eyes, not believing in what they were seeing. Grandmaster Xiao also revealed an astonished expression. After a long pause, he said, "Are these really something that you've refined on your own?" Huang Yueli nodded. "Will Grandmaster Xiao please give me some pointers, please?" This time, Grandmaster Xiao's expression was no longer disdainful. In replacement was a solemn look. He took out a set of gloves from his interspatial ring and put it on. Then he carefully picked up the leftmost long sword. Lifting it against the sunlight, he checked on it carefully. He checked extremely carefully and turned it around, checking every single fine detail. Not only that, he even put his gloved finger and gently rubbed against the sword blade, feeling the energy that was released from the engraved array patterns. Grandmaster Xiao took a very long time to check. Those spiritual armament masters originally stuck out their necks, hoping to hear his evaluation on these spirit armaments. But as time went by, the audience became a little impatient and started to whisper. What's going on? Why is Grandmaster Xiao taking such a long time to check? No idea. Could this be that the apprentice's spirit armament is especially outstanding? What joke are you cracking? He's just an apprentice. Even if this spirit armament is really refined by him, there should be a limit to his standard. Moreover speaking, everyone can recognize those few spirit armaments that he refined, right? Aren't those all standardized spirit armaments? That's right. Earlier, young Miss Lian's 3 long swords were all esoteric lore illustrations from her clan, and Grandmaster Xiao didn't even spend that long to look. Hearing those spiritual armament masters discuss about her, Li Lian's lips twitched and almost flew into a rage again. The displeasure in her heart towards Grandmaster Xiao increased again. Is this old fella blind or what? It's just a few standardized spirit armaments. What's there to look at, and he's taking so long to look? What kind of top-rated Sky Gem Grandmaster is he? He can't even tell the difference between good and bad spirit armaments. Is this old fella blind or what? It's just a few standardized spirit armaments. What's there to look at, and he's taking so long to look? What kind of top-rated Sky Gem Grandmaster is he? He can't even tell the difference between good and bad spirit armaments. Amid everyone's guesses and discussions, Grandmaster Xiao finally finished checking the spirit armament and slowly put down the long sword. He didn't check on the remaining 2 pieces of spirit armaments. Instead, he stood up from his seat and cupped his hands in obeisance. Your armament refining skills are indeed miraculous works. It's an eye-opener for me. Grandmaster Zhao's reaction was simply out of everyone's expectation. All the spiritual armament masters' mouths were agape and they couldn't make a single sound because their tongues were tied. They had to be dreaming, right? This was absolutely a dream. Grandmaster Xiao, an extremely proud Sky Gem Grandmaster famous throughout the entire God realm, he actually treated a spiritual armament apprentice with such respect. Moreover, he even said that the apprentice's armament refining skills were miraculous works. Did they hear him wrongly? Or had they met a fake Grandmaster Xiao? Such a thing, how could it possibly happen? Even though everyone was in a daze, Huang Yueli remained composed. She was also shocked that Grandmaster Xiao treated her with such respect. But shortly after, she calmed down and returned the greeting courteously. Grandmaster Xiao, you've overpraised me. I've just started to learn the skill of refining spirit armaments, and there are many areas that I still can't grasp. So I'd like to ask you for your pointers. Just started learning? Grandmaster Zhao's brows rose in astonishment. But he didn't think too much about this. He only felt that the young man was being humble. After all, as compared to an old fellow like him who was a few hundred years old, a young man who was around 30 years old was indeed considered as just starting to learn even if he started when he was 10 years old. You're simply too humble. Your spirit armament refining skills are self-accomplished and there are many parts of it where it's a new creation. It had greatly raised the spirit armament's original power. There are many areas which had been improved, and this is my first time seeing this. It's such an eye-opener. I wonder which Grandmaster are you currently studying under? Grandmaster Zhao's first reaction was that Huang Yueli had acknowledged an incredible master who imparted her these exclusive methods. Huang Yueli narrowed her eyes, not knowing how to answer him. She didn't expect the spirit armaments that she had refined would gain such high evaluation from Grandmaster Xiao. Originally, she was prepared to be criticized by him. After all, this was her first time refining spirit armaments, so it was understandable if there were flaws to it. Now that Grandmaster Xiao praised her this much, Huang Yueli started to feel a little vexed. She had intentionally laid low to conceal her identity, but accidentally gained such fame while she wasn't paying attention. Huang Yueli was still hesitating when Grandmaster Xiao frowned and said, "No, no, no, that's incorrect. I know all of the famous spiritual armament masters in God Realm and I'm very familiar with their style. None of them are like you. Could it be that you created these methods on your own?" Huang Yueli hurriedly said, "Grandmaster Xiao, please stop guessing. My master had gone into seclusion many years ago. Even if I tell you, you might not know who he is. Moreover, he doesn't allow me to expose his identity." Grandmaster Xiao suddenly became excited upon hearing that. "Which Grandmaster is your master? Did he already advance into the life-profound realm? Can I meet him to get some pointers?" Towards Huang Yueli's excuse of some master, Grandmaster Xiao didn't doubt her at all. Because Huang Yueli simply looked too young. Although she had already disguised herself into a 30-over-year-old person, this age in God Realm was considered as an adult. Becoming a spiritual armament master at this age meant that his innate talent wasn't too bad. But to come up with an innovative method of refining armaments? How was that possible? Grandmaster Xiao totally didn't believe in such a ridiculous thing. It wasn't just Grandmaster Xiao. Even other people present also thought in the same way. So everyone quickly accepted Huang Yueli's excuse that her master was a very able person who had gone into seclusion. Below the stage, the spiritual armament master who had admitted Huang Yueli had a regretful look on his face. No wonder this Li Yuehuang was so arrogant. So, he was really teasing us. His real ability had long surpassed us ordinary spiritual armament masters. Looks like he must have followed his master and cultivated at places where there are not many people around. That's why he did not obtain the spiritual armament master's badge. If I had known, I should have tried to get on good terms with him while no one else knew about this. Perhaps I might even be able to obtain some exclusive illustrations or learn some high-level methods. Thinking of this, he felt extremely melancholic. Of course, he was slightly puzzled because Huang Yueli looked as though she was a lower realm practitioner. He had probed her a few times, and she didn't refute it. Why did she suddenly have an incredible master all of a sudden? But it only took him a little while to convince himself. I believe that Li Yuehuang doesn't want to expose his master, so that's why he intentionally deceived me. He had been staying in the deep mountains, and it's normal to look so shabby. He looks no different from a country bumpkin from the lower realm. Sigh, one indeed can't be judged based on their looks. Grandmaster Bai, who had been standing beside Grandmaster Xiao, was suddenly enlightened. No wonder I wanted to take you in as my disciple and you kept rejecting me. So, you've already got such an incredible master. Huang Yueli smiled and didn't deny. But neither did she nod her head. Grandmaster Bai looked at Huang Yueli and sighed. He was still feeling that it was a great pity. A youngster with such innate talent and comprehension like Huang Yueli was very rare. If he could take her in as his disciple, when she became a top-rate Sky Gem Grandmaster in the future, it would definitely look good on her master. But her master was someone who even Grandmaster Xiao also praised, so there was nothing that Grandmaster Bai could say about it. Grandmaster Xiao heard the two of them indulge in small talk and he couldn't help but interrupt out of anxiety. Okay, enough. Old Bai, just based on your armament refining standard, don't try to fight with young Master Li's master for him. You can talk about these in the future. The most important thing now is, young Master Li, can't you make it an exception and let me meet with your master? His armament refining skills are very innovative and I have a premonition that God Realm's armament refining standard will be greatly improved because of these new methods. Huang Yueli started to feel a little embarrassed by Grandmaster Zhao's repeated questioning. Where was she going to come out with a master to show him? Luckily, her acting skills had always been excellent. She showed a helpless look and shook her head. Grandmaster Xiao, it's not that this junior is unwilling to help you. But Master's temper had always been so. I don't dare to make him angry. Huang Yueli had already said it to this extent, so if Grandmaster Xiao were to continue asking, he would be too insensitive. Usually, Grandmaster Xiao would rely on his status and armament refining standard, so he had no qualms to show anyone favors. But he was a person whom Huang Yueli wasn't willing to offend. Since he couldn't meet with Huang Yueli's master, then only she would be able to answer his doubts. Thinking of this, Grandmaster Xiao pulled Huang Yueli's sleeve. Alright, since Senior doesn't wish to meet anyone, I can't force it upon him. Then, young Master Li, since you brought out these spirit armaments to show me, I believe that you must want to explore the armament refining method, am I right? Then let's go to a quiet place and have a good discussion. Saying that, he tugged Huang Yueli's sleeve and wanted to walk inside. This. To tell the truth, Huang Yueli was slightly overwhelmed by Grandmaster Zhao's overly enthusiastic attitude. Until now, she still hadn't understood what the problem was with the spirit armament that she had refined, for him to act in such an astonishing manner. She remembered that she had strictly followed the illustration book to refine the spirit armament. Although she had made some modifications on her own, her experience wasn't enough, so there weren't a lot of parts that she had modified. But now, Grandmaster Xiao acted so passionately as though her spirit armament was extremely outstanding. This was simply surprising. Huang Yueli's dazed look was seen by Li Liyun, who was still standing by the door. She stayed behind, originally to see Huang Yueli becoming a joke. Whoever knew that things would take such an unexpected turn? It was totally different from what she had anticipated. Not only did the spirit armaments that she brought out not being despised by Grandmaster Xiao, he even treated her with such a sincere attitude. Not only did he praise her spirit armaments, he even wanted to explore the spirit armament refining method with her. This was simply placing Huang Yueli on the same level as herself. But no matter how Li Liyun thought, she felt that thin fellow was just a spirit armament apprentice. What means did he had to let Grandmaster treat him in such a way? Moreover, the 3 spirit armaments that he took out didn't look very extraordinary. Weren't those just standardized spirit armaments? Seeing Huang Yueli and Grandmaster Xiao about to leave, Li Liyun couldn't hold it in any longer and stepped forward while calling out loudly, "Wait a minute." Her voice was very loud and very unexpected, so everyone couldn't help but turn back to look at her. President Gao looked up and said in a surprised tone, "Young Miss Liu? Why are you still here? Didn't you leave earlier?" Hearing that, Li Liyun almost threw up blood. To her, it sounded as though he couldn't wait for her to leave. When she came, she was a talent that everyone looked up to. But now, it seemed that she had become an extra. It was all because of this lad from the countryside. Li Liyun's cold eyes landed on Huang Yueli's ordinary-looking face. Grandmaster Xiao, President Gao, I simply can't understand this. That Li something spiritual armament apprentice, what spirit armament did he bring that was so extraordinary? Earlier the 3 spirit armaments that I brought out were all refined according to the esoteric lore illustrations, but yet, Grandmaster Xiao made it out to be worthless. But now? This fella took out 3 standardized spirit armaments, but he praised it so much. What logic is this? Her voice resounded throughout the entire courtyard. Hearing what she said, those spirit armament masters, who were originally discussing, all turned quiet. Many other people had such doubts. But no one dared to create trouble in front of those few Sky Gem Grandmasters, so none of them raised their doubts at all. Now that Li Liyun had suddenly said this, everyone pricked up their ears. However, Grandmaster Xiao swept Li Liyun a glance and scoffed coldly. On what basis do you want this Grandmaster to explain to you? Those with good foresight naturally can tell what's so extraordinary about these spirit armaments. Those who can't tell, can only blame themselves for having lousy eyesight. Are you going to blame this Grandmaster for that? Huang Yueli's eyes widened when she heard that, and she showed even more respect for Grandmaster Xiao. This old man was really arrogant. But under the current circumstances where he had the corresponding ability as his support, it made her feel that he was rather adorable instead. But Huang Yueli wanted to know how outstanding her spirit armament was. She felt rather melancholic when Grandmaster Xiao didn't say anything more about it. Li Lian was so angry that Grandmaster Xiao said that to her in such a manner that her face turned into a maroon shade. Embarrassing, it was such an embarrassment. As an ancient god clan talented lady, she had never been despised by anyone in this way ever. Usually, even if she wasn't in the Cloudy Qilin clan, as long as her identity as a member of the ancient god clan was announced, those humans would not dare to treat her with disrespect. Even those with stronger abilities than her would bow down to her. This time in Sacred Phoenix Continent, she could not expose her identity, hence she had a taste of being despised. But Li Lian was used to being arrogant, so she wouldn't be resigned to be dismissed so easily. She quickly regained her calm and sneered. Grandmaster Xiao, how will you be able to convince everyone with this attitude? If you don't explain this clearly today, then you can't blame me for overthinking things. Everyone knows that anyone who gains a word of praise from you, Grandmaster Xiao, would elevate their value by 100 times. The spirit armament's value would also increase dramatically. I suspect you have intentionally colluded with someone to boast an unknown spiritual armament apprentice at an occasion like this to elevate his status. Li Lian's words were sharp as she raised this accusation without holding back. All the spiritual armament masters instantly went into a flurry upon hearing that. What? There's such a thing happening? I don't believe a man of Grandmaster Zhao's status would need to do this kind of thing. Although it can be said in that way, this matter is highly suspicious. A spiritual armament apprentice, casually taking out 3 spirit armaments like this made Grandmaster Xiao give such praises? The main thing is these 3 spirit armaments just look so ordinary. Under Li Lian's incitement, a minority of the spiritual armament masters slowly started to develop suspicions. In reality, the things that Li Lian said weren't considered groundless. The career of a spiritual armament master was very particular. Both were mid-grade spirit armaments, but some might be sold at a high price, whereas others would be sold cheaply. It all depends on the spiritual armament master's fame. In the past, there were several such incidents. Famous Sky Gem Grandmasters would intentionally praise the other party to raise their own disciple or other people's value. This was a matter which was extremely damaging to one's status, and the Sky Gem Glass Chamber had also set some restrictions to limit this kind of situation from happening. But unfortunately, it couldn't be stomped out completely. Everyone present originally couldn't understand the reason for him to do this. But Li Lian's eloquence caused everyone to think in the wrong way. In this way, the number of people who suspected Grandmaster Xiao and Huang Yueli increased. Hearing the increasing doubting voices from the audience below the stage, Grandmaster Zhao's expression darkened. He had made his name several hundred years ago. Although he had a bad temper and was always picky and demanding, he had always upheld his status and would never do such a despicable thing like this for money. It was exactly because of this which earned Grandmaster Xiao a good name within the spiritual armament master circle. This was something that he was very proud of. But now, someone actually suspected his innocence, which he had maintained for many years. Grandmaster Zhao's veins on his forehead popped out and his heart was filled with fury. Li Lian wasn't worried even when she saw him getting angry. She said complacently, Grandmaster Xiao, we believe that you won't do such a thing. But we juniors are worried that you might be cheated by someone with a vile character, so that's why I'm asking you for some pointers. She didn't say anything wrong. But in combination with that smug look and provocative tone, it made the listener feel extremely uncomfortable. Since it had come to this, no matter how much he wasn't dignified to reply to this kind of question, he had no choice but to give a response. Otherwise, he was sure to become a scapegoat for this. Helpless, Grandmaster Xiao gave a cold snort. Alright, you guys want to know how good are the spirit armaments that young Master Li had refined? Since that's so, let this Grandmaster give you some information to raise your knowledge. At the same time, you will also find out how ignorant and how opinionated you are. Saying that, he turned towards Huang Yueli, and his tone instantly became gentle. Young Master Li, this is such an embarrassment. I wonder if I can borrow your spirit armaments again? Huang Yueli had already kept all the spirit armaments away earlier. But since Grandmaster Xiao had requested, she didn't hesitate and immediately retrieved those 3 spirit armaments once again. Grandmaster Xiao hurriedly said, just that long sword would do. Huang Yueli shook her head and said, since you have to explain the situation, then it's better to talk about all 3 spirit armaments. Otherwise, other people might claim that we're playing some tricks later on. Grandmaster Xiao thought about it and felt that it was true, so he didn't say anything to refute her. Huang Yueli placed her spirit armaments down. Like the others, her eyes were fixed on Grandmaster Xiao, waiting for his analysis. Grandmaster Xiao put on his gloves prudently once again and swept a glance at all the spiritual armament masters below the stage. You little blind brats. Do you guys feel that this long sword is just an ordinary standardized spirit armament? Alright, let this Grandmaster show you something to clear your doubts. After he said that, he lifted the long sword and turned to a mechanism that was the height of 2 men tall. Huang Yueli immediately recognized that mechanism in one glance. It should be a mechanism to assess the spirit armament's might. In the past, when she was in Soaring Heaven's continent, every auction house would be equipped with this kind of mechanism. Although the array patterns in God Realm were different, the main structure was still the same. This mechanism was here to aid him in his lecture. But Grandmaster Xiao was experienced and his foresight was very sharp. Basically, he only needed to use his eyes to accurately judge the grade and might of the spirit armament, which he had not used previously. Grandmaster Xiao walked to the assessment mechanism and stopped. Holding the hilt with both hands, he slashed the sword heavily towards the huge stone in front of him. Crack. A cracking sound instantly rang. An evident crack appeared on the huge stone. Apparently, it was caused by the long sword. Wow, that's so amazing! Someone in the audience cried out in surprise. A crack appeared on the assessment mechanism during the assessment. This assessment mechanism was used to test all spirit armaments' might. As long as any weapon wasn't a treasure armament grade, even a supreme grade spirit armament can be accessed on this mechanism. Sometimes, during the assessment of some high-grade spirit armaments or supreme-grade spirit armaments, it indeed would cause the mechanism to crack due to the tremendous amount of might in the spirit armament. But, now, Grandmaster Xiao was just assessing a low-grade spirit armament. How was it possible for a low-grade spirit armament to leave a mark on the assessment mechanism? It was even a standardized low-grade spirit armament. If Grandmaster Xiao had not picked up the long sword in front of everyone and walked over, some people might think that he had secretly made a switch. And now, the assessment result was already out. 70% increase in might. Grandmaster Xiao read out the indication on the assessment mechanism and revealed a smile. The result is almost the same as what this Grandmaster had predicted. Ordinary standardized low-grade spirit armament's attack power has an amplification rate of 30% or so. Those special illustrations can amplify the foundation by 10%. If this Grandmaster were to refine this, I should be able to increase the might to 60% and above. He paused and his gaze swept onto Huang Yueli. But, 70% increase. This is something that not even I can achieve. Only this young Master Li's exclusive refinement skills can reach this result. The spirit armament masters were all stunned to see this result. No one expected Huang Yueli's spirit armament to be this powerful. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary long sword. But it actually contained such powerful might, which had surpassed their imagination. Even Grandmaster Xiao also admitted that he couldn't do it to such an extent. Huang Yueli blinked. She finally understood what was going on. Towards her own spirit armament's might, she had a rough gauge in her heart. But she didn't expect that Grandmaster Xiao was not able to refine a low-grade spirit armament of the same might as hers. No wonder Grandmaster Xiao admired her so much. Grandmaster Xiao put down the long sword, put on the other two spirit armaments, and proceeded with the assessment. The result made one extremely surprised. The armor's defense power had been amplified to 60%. Spiritual artifacts are used to raise the regeneration speed of profound energy. As compared to standardized spiritual artifacts, it is much faster by 50% and above. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Grandmaster Zhao's assessment was completed without any pretense. He announced those shocking results, which were like nails hammered onto the board, and no one could raise any doubts about it. The spiritual armament masters lowered their heads and didn't say a word. They should not express the shock in their hearts with words. Why was it also the same standardized low-grade spirit armaments, but yet someone else could make it contain such powerful might? No wonder Grandmaster Xiao didn't take any interest in Ji Yuankong and Li Liyun's spirit armaments. As compared to Huang Yueli's spirit armaments, their works were simply trash, which was an eyesore. But I really don't understand how young Master Li could contain such powerful might in the standardized spirit armaments. What's the secret, on the inside? Grandmaster Bai, who stood by the side, blurted out his queries. It was also the same query that everyone had in mind. But he had just said this and immediately realized that he had said the wrong things. I'm sorry. I was casually asking. Young Master Li, please don't mind me. To a spiritual armament master, one's exclusive armament refining skills were their secret. And it wasn't something that anyone could casually ask. Unless it was someone like Grandmaster Xiao, volunteered to give lectures and share his experience. If the other party didn't have any intention of sharing, it was an extremely disrespectful way to spy on other people's refining method. Huang Yueli wasn't upset when she heard that. Grandmaster Bai was a nice person. When she was an ordinary apprentice, he had been taking care of her, so she felt grateful to him. Huang Yueli thought over it for a moment and said, actually, I've been learning my master's exclusive armament refining method. So towards God Realm's authentic standardized spirit armament refining method, I'm not familiar with it at all. So I don't know what's so different about my method against others. Today, I have brought my spirit armaments here, hoping to get Grandmaster Zhao's pointers. So originally, I wasn't thinking of hiding it from everyone. Hearing that, Grandmaster Bai's eyes lit up and he instantly grew happy. From Huang Yueli's meaning, it seemed that she didn't mind sharing her experience with them. Grandmaster Xiao understood her meaning and looked at Huang Yueli with a slightly surprised look. Many spiritual armament masters had hidden their comprehended spirit armament refining skills well, deeply afraid that others might find out about it. But this attitude, in a Sky Gem Grandmaster like Grandmaster Zhao's eyes, they were simply too petty. A person's comprehension power was limited, after all, so they could only interact with the same leveled spiritual armament masters. Only by using others' strengths would they be able to make up for one's weak points, and they would be able to make improvements. Those who indulge in self-satisfaction and worry about others taking advantage of them would never be able to become a true Sky Gem Grandmaster. Seeing that Huang Yueli had understood this logic at such a young age increased Grandmaster Zhao's evaluation of her by another notch. To be honest, Grandmaster Xiao didn't know the reason Huang Yueli had agreed so readily. Other than wanting to interact with other spiritual armament masters, she also had something else to back her up. That was her overpowering innate talent. Many of her armament refining techniques required extremely powerful fire and metal attributed innate talent before it could be displayed. So for practitioners who were not heaven-grade geniuses would not be able to do it at certain techniques might even require God-grade innate talent before it could be completed. So, even if they could understand what she was saying, there was no way to duplicate her techniques at all. Grandmaster Xiao naturally didn't know about these. But he had high expectations of Huang Yueli and didn't want to let her be disadvantaged, hence he said, "Today, this Grandmaster is here to give a lecture, and not young Master Li. It's better to let me talk about this." From young Master Li's spirit armaments, this Grandmaster had comprehended several things, so I will pick a few important pointers to share with everyone. Immediately following that, Grandmaster Xiao started to talk about those unusual traits that he found from Huang Yueli's spirit armaments. This time even Huang Yueli was also absorbed in his lecture. After Grandmaster Zhao's explanation, she finally understood where her spirit armament had gone wrong. So, the energy field and materials fusion method was not written down in the books. The method that she came out from her own had a huge difference with God Realms method, No wonder, she felt that the power of those standardized spirit armaments was much lower than what she had imagined. Hearing Grandmaster Zhao's lecture, the other spiritual armament masters were totally ashamed. So, those standardized spirit armaments that everyone saw were actually that particular. There were so many variations to it, and the might that was displayed from it was so great. They wondered which Guru Li Yuehuang's master was. He thought of so many novel ideas. Ordinary spiritual armament masters were satisfied. But Grandmaster Bai and President Gao were mesmerized. In order to protect Huang Yueli's privacy, Grandmaster Xiao intentionally spoke about the difference between her method and the traditional method, but he didn't mention how the exact difference was executed. Ordinary spiritual armament masters totally wouldn't put so much thought into it. They also felt that they wouldn't be able to refine it, so they felt that this explanation was already very adequate. But in the ears of Sky Gem Grandmasters, Grandmaster Zhao's words were no different from not mentioning anything at all. Moreover, after Grandmaster Zhao's analysis, Grandmaster Bai and President Gao felt that there was some profound theory in these spirit armaments. However, they could not pursue to find out more about it. When Huang Yueli saw this scene, she smiled slightly and said, "Since Grandmaster Xiao and my suspicions have been cleared, we can call it a day for today's lecture. I think we should find a quiet place and continue to discuss this." When Grandmaster Bai heard that there was room for further discussion, he immediately said, Good. Let's change a place. It's getting rather late now, so let me invite you to my home to have a meal." Grandmaster Xiao nodded upon hearing that and stood up. They were about to leave, but someone called to stop them. "No, stop there. You can't leave yet." Huang Yueli was stunned and she frowned when she recognized that it was Li Lian's voice. The truth was already displayed in front of them and Grandmaster Xiao had already explained so adequately. Why was this woman so unyielding? President Gao was enraged and he said in an unrestrained tone, "Young Miss Liu, you might be an outstanding spiritual armament master, but you shouldn't be so ungrateful and repeatedly damage Grandmaster Xiao and young Master Li's reputation. If you don't stop, don't ever step into Flame Square City's Sky Gem Glass Chamber ever again. Men, send her out." The evidence was already so obvious, but she was still hooting about it right here. If this went on, how would other people view the Sky Gem Glass Chamber's prestige? Thinking of this, President Gao felt that he couldn't be excessively tolerant and immediately called the guards to chase her away. As a god-grade genius, Li Lian was a heaven-grade genius and her cultivation wasn't weak at all. She was a practitioner whose cultivation was already in the Dream Profound Realm end phase. However, every Sky Gem Glass Chamber had its own exponents guarding the fort. Li Liyun was, after all, still very young. As compared to those experienced top exponents Utho had cultivated for hundreds of years, she was still lacking. Although she was not resigned to it and kept struggling, she was still thrown out of the sky gem glass chamber. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Li Liyun fell on the ground on her youth an extremely disheveled look. As Grandmaster Xiao was giving a lecture in the sky gem glass chamber today, many practitioners had come on account of his reputation, hoping to see Grandmaster Xiao's charm. So many practitioners were standing outside Sky Gem Glass Chamber's entrance today, just waiting for him to appear. In the end, they didn't manage to see him. Instead, they saw a rather good-looking lady being thrown out of that place. The practitioners were originally rather bored, but when they saw a commotion, they immediately crowded around. Who's this? Why is she being thrown out? From her looks, she seems to be a spiritual armament master. Spiritual armament master? A spiritual armament master being thrown out, could it be that she had done something disgraceful? The practitioners crowded around Li Liyun as though they were looking at a rare item. They sized her up from head to toe, and even made all sorts of ridiculous guesses. Li Liyun had never suffered such humiliation, and her face burned with shame. She couldn't wish for anything more than to find a hole and burrow into it. She was angry and anxious, so she shouted, "Men! Men! Someone, come quickly! Damn, where did my guards disappear to? Come here immediately!" Several Cloudy Qilin clan's guards came along Li Liyun. But not knowing why, when she was thrown out, none of the guards appeared at all. She covered her face her hands, and sat on the ground for a very long time. Then she finally heard a shuffle of hurried footsteps. Young Miss Liyun, you, what's the matter with you?" A group of guards pushed their way through the crowd. When they saw Li Liyun sitting on the ground, they immediately rushed forward to help her up. Li Liyun used the back of her hand and slapped the leader of the guards. "Where have you guys gone to? This lady had been humiliated, but none of you are in sight. Then why do I even need you for? Simply a bunch of trash." The leader of the guards was slapped and a handprint instantly appeared on his face. There were even scratches from her sharp fingernails. But he didn't dare to show any displeasure at all. He hurriedly lowered his head and admitted his mistake. "Young miss, this subordinate had come too late. This subordinate deserves to be punished. Young miss, please mete out the punishment." "But should we leave this place first?" Li Liyun originally wanted to throw her temper, but upon hearing that, she recalled where she was right now, and her complexion turned pale. "Why didn't you say it earlier? Let's quickly go. I don't want to stay in this goddamn place a second longer." The guards escorted Li Liyun and they swiftly left amid the discussions from the bystanders. After they left a distance away, seeing that no one else was following them, Li Liyun finally heaved a sigh of relief. She lifted the veil from her face and said angrily, "Didn't this lady tell you to wait at the entrance? Where did all of you go to?" The guards were extremely terrified and reported in a low voice. "Young Miss Liyun, it's Young Master Moying has arrived in Flame Square City. According to regulations, we must proceed to meet him immediately, and we cannot afford to delay any time. You mentioned that you will only leave the Sky Gem Glass Chamber this evening, so this subordinate." When Li Liyun heard that, she went into a short blank and instantly widened her eyes in joy. "What? What did you say? Brother Moying is finally in Flame Square City. I've waited for him for more than a month." The guard silently heaved a breath of relief. Li Liyun's temper was very bad and they didn't manage to appear in time today. If she wanted to find fault on them, they would be in deep trouble. Luckily, when Li Liyun heard the mention of Li Moying's name, she cast every other thing to the back of her mind. She had also temporarily forgotten about the humiliation that she suffered at the Sky Gem Glass Chamber earlier. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Where is Brother Moying right now?" Young Master Moying has gone through Flame Square City and now, he should be back at Cloudy Qilin Clan's secret gathering point. Good, that's great. Li Liyun jumped up excitedly. What are you guys waiting for? Still not going to bring this lady back? What if Brother Moying is too anxious while waiting for me? Li Liyun dashed out excitedly, not even taking the carriage. When the guards saw her departing figure, they shook their heads. Anxiously waiting for her? How could that be possible? Li Moying was extremely moody whenever he saw her. Inside the sky gem glass chamber, Huang Yueli was totally oblivious to Li Moying's appearance. Li Liyun had just been chased out and Grandmaster Xiao couldn't wait and hurriedly caught hold of her. All right, the eyesore is finally gone. The rest of you can leave too. Young Master Li, quickly come along with this Grandmaster. Quick, tell me how on earth did you refine these spirit armaments? Grandmaster Xiao was so hospitable that Huang Yueli felt bad about declining, so she could only follow him into the rear courtyard's resting area for Sky Gem Grandmasters. The moment they entered the room, Grandmaster Xiao pointed to the center seat and said, Young Master Li, come, please take a seat. This time, he totally forgot about President Gao and Grandmaster Bai, the two other Sky Gem Grandmasters. Izuvo maids were waiting inside the room, and when they saw this, they were so shocked that their mouths were agape. What was up with this? Grandmaster Xiao was treating a spiritual armament apprentice so politely, and even inviting him to sit on the host seat. Grandmaster Xiao was usually a prudish person who wouldn't even take a look at those Sky Gem Grandmasters whose standards were lacking. However, Grandmaster Xiao couldn't be bothered with what they were thinking and impatiently shook his hand. Why are you still standing here? Why aren't you going to brew some tea? Young Master Li, you've come so early to attend the lecture, so I guess you haven't eaten anything yet, right? Ask them to serve some snacks. The maids came to their senses and hurriedly proceeded to carry out their duties. Huang Yueli was at a loss to laugh or cry when she saw his hospitable attitude. Grandmaster Xiao was someone without any motives. All he had on his mind was the art of refining spirit armaments. He treated her with so much courtesy totally because of the exclusive method of refining spirit armaments. He felt that her skills were worthy of receiving this kind of treatment. Moreover, if she was happy, she would reveal the new technique. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli didn't act pretentiously and sat on a chair by the side. Grandmaster Xiao, there's no need to stand on ceremony. I've learned a lot of things from your lecture today, and I should say thank you instead. How about this, if you have any questions about my armament refining skills, feel free to raise them. I also have a lot of areas that I don't understand, and I'm hoping to get some pointers from you. Alright, sure. That's great. Grandmaster Xiao got what he unshed for, so he naturally wouldn't reject this opportunity. Huang Yueli took out a few spirit armaments that she refined from her interspatial ring again, and the three Sky Gem Grandmasters crowded around as they couldn't wait to research these armaments in depth. Young Master Li, the position of the blade of this long sword, the energy field, and blade's fusion position seems different from the ordinary standardized spirit armaments. Have you specially processed this area? Grandmaster Xiao observed for a moment and quickly raised his query. Huang Yueli leaned closer to take a look, then she blinked, looking a little lost. This? I wonder where is the position of the fusion point of standardized spirit armaments? She admitted that she didn't do any special treatment for this position. But why would it make Grandmaster Xiao so surprised? When he heard her ask that question, he was stunned as well. There was a spiritual armament master, didn't know the standard fusion point of standardized spirit armaments was. That was simply incomprehensible. It seemed that Huang Yueli said that she had been following her master to learn the art of spirit armament refining skills in the mountains and had never entered the cities was the truth. Otherwise, how could it be that she totally had no knowledge of this at all? Grandmaster Xiao pointed at the thinnest and sharpest blade position with his finger and said, "It's right here." Huang Yueli swept a glance and instantly understood it. She smiled and said, "Oh, I see. All of you chose to set the fusion point on the sharp end of the blade because you thought that the sharp end is the strongest point when a practitioner attacks, and it would cause the greatest amount of damage, right?" Grandmaster Xiao nodded and said, "That's right. Isn't it like this?" Huang Yueli shook her head and said, "The truth isn't so. When a genuine top exponent strikes, they wouldn't attack in a straight line like this. Instead, they would lift the sharp end a little higher, and the force-bearing point is changed to this bottom position." Huang Yueli's slender finger pointed to a position that was an inch below the sharp end. This is because the end might be sharp, but it was simply too thin and too brittle. It's very hard to take on a practitioner's profound energy strong and continuous infill. If the force-bearing point is on the sharp end, it might raise the attack a little within a short period. But there is a high possibility of it being damaged within a quarter of an hour. So, the practitioner's master swordsmanship would subconsciously avoid this end of situation from happening. She paused and then continued, "Because of this, during actual combat, the force-bearing point of the standardized long sword would be conflicted the energy field's fusion point. In this way, there is no way to display its full might." Grandmaster Xiao showed an enlightened look and he looked at Huang Yueli with great admiration. "So, it's like this." This Grandmaster had once wondered if the standardized weapon's insufficient might were related to the position of the fusion point. "But I've tested several times, yet am still unable to find the accurate fusion point." "I didn't expect you to find it so easily. You're indeed learning from the best." Huang Yueli made it sound very easy, but for an expert like Grandmaster Xiao, he naturally knew the difficulty in achieving this. If the force-bearing point was not at the sharp end, then specific position should it be at? This was related to a practitioner's habit of striking, the spirit armament's material, the energy field's intensity, and many other closely related elements. As there wasn't a specific illustration for indication, one could only depend on their awareness and play by ear when they were refining spirit armaments. Huang Yueli could find the best fusion position so accurately. That didn't just mean that she had an astounding power of comprehension. Moreover, her metal attribute innate talent was the most outstanding. Hearing Grandmaster Zhao's praise, Huang Yueli merely smiled and didn't say a word more. Of course, it wasn't easy to find the precise fusion point. Even for her, she couldn't just waste that mere 2 sets of materials to complete such a complicated piece of work. The reason she knew this was because she had attempted multiple times when she was in the lower realm. Her objective was to refine a genuine god relic for Li Moying. Back then, she had a certain guess regarding God Realm's refining method, but she couldn't find any suitable materials to execute it. Now that she had arrived in God Realm, she was systemically learning the spirit armament refining skills, and there were ample materials. So the past years of experience accumulated, she had finally refined a powerful long sword. Grandmaster Xiao sighed a couple of times and picked up the armor, then continued to research on it. As he looked, he raised a few questions. Huang Yueli answered all the questions in succession. At the same time, she also took the opportunity to ask some questions which she encountered during the refining process. Grandmaster Xiao reciprocated and also imparted his knowledge to her. But after some interaction with Huang Yueli, the doubts in his heart grew even. Because the questions that Huang Yueli asked were simply too obvious. It was so obvious that even apprentices who had just joined also knew the. Grandmaster Xiao simply couldn't understand why such a peerless genius like Huang Yueli would ask these kinds of questions. For an instant, he almost thought that Huang Yueli had taken someone else's spirit armaments to deceive him. She actually didn't know anything at all. But shortly after, Grandmaster Xiao dispelled this thought. It was because Yuthan Huang Yueli replied to his questions, she discoursed knowledgeably. Her answers gave light to new inspiration for him, which opened up a new train of thought. A spirit armament master, who gave such high-leveled armament refining skills answers, how could she possibly be someone who is only angling for fame? But it was very strange that she had no general knowledge at all. At this moment, Grandmaster Xiao felt as troubled as the Inheritance Tower's Huang Zixiao. Facing such an abnormally strong genius, ordinary people would find it hard to adapt. Grandmaster Xiao had a deep interest and Huang Yueli also learned a lot of things. The both of them hit it off immediately and they chatted through the night, still wanting more. Seeing that dawn was about to break, President Gao reminded softly, Grandmaster Xiao, young Master Li, it's getting late. Both of you should have a rest. Before Huang Yueli could say a word, Grandmaster Xiao waved his hand dismissively, this Grandmaster is not tired. Don't disturb us from having an in-depth discussion on armament refining skills. However, when Huang Yueli heard what President Gao said, she thought of the time and found herself getting slightly tired. When she was behind closed doors in Double Prosperity Inn, she stayed there continuously for an entire month and practically didn't rest at all. After that, she finished refining the spirit armaments, and just came out of the closed-door cultivation when she heard that it was the day of Grandmaster Zhao's lecture. She hurriedly rushed over to the Sky Gem glass chamber. This kind of continuous consumption of energy, even if she was a god-grade genius, or how dense or great the amount of heaven and earth profound chi in God realm was, she also couldn't continue in this state. She said hastily, Grandmaster Xiao, this junior had been behind closed door refining armaments in the past few weeks and my concentration is slightly dwindling. There's no need to be in such a rush. If you're still interested in the discussion, I can come over to Sky Gem glass chamber tomorrow morning. Hearing her say that, Grandmaster Xiao could only nod his head no matter how unwilling he was. President Gao was listening by the side and he hurriedly added, young Master Li, you need not travel back and forth. The Sky Gem glass chamber has a few vacant guest rooms, so wouldn't it be more convenient for you to stay here? Huang Yueli thought about it briefly and nodded her head in agreement. In this way, she spent a total of 3 days in the Sky Gem glass chamber, discussing the art of refining spirit armaments. Grandmaster Xiao had received God Realm's orthodox spiritual armament master's training and had a rich experience. So he was well versed in various spirit armament refining methods like the back of his back. There was practically nothing that he didn't know. Huang Yueli's innate talent was so high that those doubts in her mind were quickly resolved under Grandmaster Zhao's teachings. After a short duration of 3 days, she already felt her spirit armament refining standard soaring. The extent of her improvement was much more than when she first went into closed-door cultivation 1 month ago. Grandmaster Xiao also felt that he had benefited greatly from this. Young Master Li, after having an in-depth discussion with you, this Grandmaster feels that my previous armament refining skills were just too outdated. Now that I've been enlightened, I'm going into closed-door cultivation once I reach home and practice on this thoroughly. When this Grandmaster has refined powerful spirit armaments, I will come and look for you for evaluation. Grandmaster Xiao, that's just too kind of Huang Yueli's lips curled up. Unfortunately, my master wants me to go around God Realm and go on more experience learning, and I can't always stay in the glass gem chamber. So I'm not sure when will we be able to meet up in the future. She wanted to keep in contact with Grandmaster Xiao, but she was using a fake persona right now. When she had resumed her original identity, Grandmaster Xiao would not be able to link her with this Li. Grandmaster Xiao could tell that she was rejecting his idea and he snorted in a dissatisfactory manner. The breath he breathed out was so strong that his mustache flew upwards. Why? You're intending to turn your back on us now that you've got what you wanted? This Grandmaster is telling you, no way. Saying that, he took out a little ring from his shirt pocket and passed it to Huang Yueli. Take this. Huang Yueli didn't know if she should laugh or cry from hearing Grandmaster Zhao's words. When she looked at the ring in front of her, she was stunned. The ring that Grandmaster Xiao passed to her looked like a piece of jade, but it was in an extremely attractive blood-red color. There was a faint hint of dense energy within, and on one look, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Grandmaster Xiao, this is... Before Grandmaster Xiao could answer, Grandmaster Bai, who was standing by the side, cried out in shock, Sky Devil Blood Ring? This is the Sky Devil Blood Ring, right? Oh my god, Grandmaster Xiao, you're giving such a valuable treasure away? Grandmaster Bai simply could not believe his eyes. Grandmaster Xiao had refined a lot of high-tiered treasure armaments, but it was still very rare to have a treasure like the Sky Devil Blood Ring. Huang Yueli looked at them puzzledly and asked, Sky Devil Blood Ring? What's that? Grandmaster Xiao stuffed the ring into her palm. Nothing, it's just a small plaything. Just take it. He said it in such an easygoing manner, so Grandmaster Bai totally couldn't take it and explained on his behalf. Young Master Li, you don't know about this. This Sky Devil Blood Ring is refined using a Sky Devil's blood essence. Sky Devil's blood essence is extremely hard to come by. You only need a drop of it, and you'll be able to escape most of the demon tribe's soul trace prying. Unless you meet with a higher-leveled demon tribesman than the blood essence's originator, otherwise, no one will be able to see through your disguise. He paused for a moment and said, this Sky Devil Blood Ring that Grandmaster Xiao had refined was made out of a high-level demon tribe general's blood essence, who had been killed 100 years ago. The blood essence obtained back then could only refine 3 rings. The other 2 rings are in the hands of 2 top life profound realm exponents, and Grandmaster Xiao couldn't bear to sell the last ring. I didn't expect him to give it to you as a gift. Hearing that, Huang Yueli immediately understood. When she was in the lower realm, she had once read in various ancient records. She knew that God realm was not the same as soaring heaven's continent, where there was only human race living here. In God realm, other than a large number of humans, God race's innate talents were even higher. They were equivalent to the aristocrats' governing level, but basically, they were not much different from humans. Other than that, the demons could take in humans' blood essence to raise their abilities. So there would often be demons capture humans for cultivation. In this way, a deep feud was forged between the humans and demon tribe. God realm's demon tribe and the human race had always been in a state of war. As for the monster race, they were much slyer. The monster race's innate talent was in training various spirit beasts and magical beasts. Moreover, their battle strength was extremely strong. Some sky fiends with very high innate talents could even surpass God race. But the monster race's bloodline had a flaw, and they found it especially hard to reproduce. Hence their population had always been low. The monster race had always maintained a neutral relationship with the human race and demon tribe. When the human race had the upper hand, the monster race would have a close relationship with the human race. When the demon tribe's ability was advantageous, they would lean towards the demon tribe. Until now, the human race and demon tribe were still engaged in war. Many continents' boundaries were battling the demon tribe. The 12 ancient god clans in God realm bore their grudges since ancient times. They would only be united when they were fighting against the demons. As humans were protected by the god clans, they were willing to submit to them. As for the positions of the 12 god clans, they would be gauged based on their merits on the battlefield against the demon tribe. Cloudy Qilin clan's territory was closer to the demon tribe, so they were frequently engaged in battle. There were many brilliant feats that the clan's strong exponents had achieved, hence their position in God realm was extremely revered. This situation was something that everyone knew in God realm. When Huang Yueli was in the inheritance tower, she had once heard Huang Zixiao mentioning this. When she arrived in God realm, she had a bit of understanding of it and was clear on the current situation. But when she was in Soaring Heaven's continent, she had not seen any demons. Even if she had arrived in God Realm, she had always been in relatively safe zones. Until now, she had yet to meet a genuine demon, nor did she come across any scenes where both tribes were engaged in battle, so it didn't feel real at all. It was until now that when she heard Grandmaster by saying these, when Huang Yueli realized that the Sky Devil blood ring that Grandmaster Xiao had gifted to her was an extremely incredible piece of treasure. When practitioners went into battle, they would only use their eyes to check out the enemy's situation. Powerful practitioners could use their soul trace to cover an area of 10 miles to find out about the distribution scenario. Huang Yueli's ability wasn't considered high in God Realm, so if she were to meet with any demon tribe's top exponents, there would be no way for her to hide. But if she had the Sky Devil blood ring with her, the situation would be different. This ring was a priceless treasure to practitioners who were fighting in the war zone. No wonder Grandmaster Bai was so shocked when Grandmaster Xiao gave it to her as a gift. It's so incredible. Wouldn't that mean that I would become invisible when I stand on the battlefield with the demons? Huang Yueli gasped in surprise. Grandmaster Xiao shook his head when he heard that. Invisible? How could it be that easy? It's just that they can't use their soul trace to find you. But if the other party is standing at a close distance, whereby they can see you with the naked eye, you will still be exposed. But when I was refining the ring, I've encased an invisibility energy field within. As long as you are at a distance of 10 meters or more from the demons, you will be invisible. But during that period of invisibility, you can't use any profound energy. Once there is any profound energy fluctuation, the invisibility effect would be lost. Huang Yueli was surprisingly happy when she heard that. At the same time, she was astounded by Grandmaster Zhao's powerful armament refining abilities. It was extremely difficult for someone to remain invisible in front of their opponents whose power surpasses themselves. Generally speaking, the prerequisite for the invisibility array and profound armament to come into effect was for the person who was using the armament to have the power of the opponent's level. But this Sky Devil blood ring could allow her to remain invisible in front of high-level demons. The only sad fact was it had no effect on human practitioners. Hearing their conversation, Grandmaster Bai asked with a pained expression. Grandmaster Xiao, you really? Why must you give the Sky Devil blood ring to young Masterly? You can just give him any other treasure armament. He's not a practitioner, and he probably wouldn't be on the battlefield. If the Sky Devil blood ring is worn by a life-profound realm practitioner, who knows how many demons that practitioner might be able to kill? Giving it to him is such a waste. Hearing Grandmaster Bai's grieving, Huang Yueli also hesitated for a moment. Grandmaster Xiao, this ring is simply too valuable. If you wish to give me a keepsake, some other treasure armament is all right as well. Grandmaster Bai nodded his head furiously as he took a gratified glance at Huang Yueli, thinking that he had great foresight. This young man indeed has a good sense of the overall picture. However, Grandmaster Xiao firmly shook his head. In God Realm, no one dares to say that they would never meet with the demons. So as a safety precaution, you'd better keep this Sky Devil blood ring unto you. Your life to the human race is very important. Based on your armament refining innate talent, you will definitely become a top-rated Sky Gem Grandmaster in the future, and your contributions are no lesser than life-profound realm practitioners. Although Sky Gem Grandmasters do not fight on the battlefield, the various spirit armaments that they manufacture would save numerous practitioners' lives. They could also manufacture lethal large-sized mechanisms, which could sometimes become the crux of deciding which side would win the battle. Grandmaster Xiao believed that Huang Yueli would do well, hence he was very worried that she might have an early death during the process of experience learning. After all, Grandmaster Xiao didn't know Huang Yueli's innate talent in terms of cultivation, so he assumed that she was the same as many other Sky Gem Grandmasters. The battle power was almost similar to the same leveled practitioners. With the Sky Devil blood ring, at least she would be able to save her own life if she ever met with the demon tribe. As for the human race, they would generally not find trouble with a spiritual armament master. In this way, Huang Yuli was basically safe without any worries. Huang Yuli could tell that Grandmaster Xiao wanted to protect the talents, hence she didn't reject it any longer and accepted the Sky Devil blood ring. She wasn't just a spiritual armament master, but also a practitioner who got great innate talent. If she had to fight with the demon tribe in the future, which probably could not be avoided, perhaps this ring might be extremely useful. Huang Yuli kept thanking Grandmaster Xiao. He smiled and said, "Treasure armament is just a physical possession. If you are really thankful to me, you must come and examine my spirit armament when I refine even better treasure armaments. I am living in Empyrean Fox Continent, Medial Arch City. By then, if you have invented any new armament refining skills, we can share the information again." Grandmaster Xiao had already put it in this way, so Huang Yuli naturally couldn't reject his request. She repeatedly agreed to it and stood up to bid farewell. When she walked to the entrance of the Sky Gem glass chamber, President Gao suddenly popped out from nowhere and called out to her. Wait a minute. Young Master Li, I have a favor to ask. President Gao hesitated to continue with his sentence. Huang Yuli blinked and asked puzzledly, President Gao, you. He hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth to speak. Well, it's like this. Young Master Li, the spirit armaments that you refined uses a special method and many of our spiritual armament masters in the chamber are very interested. But our power of comprehension isn't as high as Grandmaster Xiao. Just based on those few hours previously, we totally can't tell the mystery of it at all. If it's possible, can I ask you if you're willing to sell your spirit armaments to the Sky Gem glass chamber? Huang Yuli's brows lifted in astonishment. President Gao had been paying attention to her expression, and when he saw that, he thought that she was unhappy. So he quickly added in, after we have purchased the spirit armament, we will keep it within Flame Square City's Sky Gem glass chamber, and 1/4 will absolutely not allow it to be on loan. Nor will we disassemble the spirit armament. Please don't worry about it. Of course, if you're really unwilling. President Gao's voice was getting softer as he spoke, and then he came to the end of the sentence. It was full of guilt. He was offering to pay for those spirit armaments, naturally not to use it, but to conduct research on it. But a spiritual armament master's exclusive method had always been a secret that had not been revealed to outsiders. Even though many people would secretly buy out other spiritual armament grandmasters' works to research on them, this matter wasn't something scarce, nor was it something that could be stopped. But to directly find that spiritual armament master, to purchase their refined armaments, with such evident intention, would easily enrage the other party. Thinking of this, President Gao hurriedly added, Young Master Li, if I've been too indiscreet, will you please? Before he could finish his sentence, Huang Yuli asked, I can sell it to you. But how much are you intending to purchase it for? President Gao was stunned. He didn't expect Huang Yuli to ask him about the pricing the moment she spoke. A spiritual armament master was a noble profession, and they had always been extremely high and mighty. Even if they wanted to talk about the pricing, they wouldn't say it out so directly. But he didn't expect Huang Yuli to not avoid any taboo and just ask directly, then stared at him and waited for his reply. President Gao came back to his senses and hurriedly replied, This, one piece of ordinary standardized low-leveled spirit armament costs about 10,000 high-grade crystal jades. But young Master Li's spirit armaments are invaluable. If you sell it to a practitioner, you can sell at least 100,000 high-grade crystal jades. We'll go according to the Sky Gem Glass Chamber's market rate and purchase it at double the price, one spirit armament for 200,000 high-grade crystal jades. I will take all the spirit armaments that you have. Do you think this is reasonable? Huang Yuli blinked and she bemoaned inwardly. She recalled that just a month ago when she arrived at Flame Square City, the inn's waiter told her that activating the teleportation array required 100,000 high-grade crystal jades. Back then, she only had a few hundred medium-grade crystal jades in her pocket, so that was an exorbitant price to her. She didn't expect to be able to sell her spirit armaments at this end of pricing in such a short time. Refining a spirit armament would take a maximum of 2 to 3 days, but the number of crystal jades that she could sell at was sufficient to activate the teleportation array twice. Grandmaster Xiao was listening to them, and when he saw Huang Yueli not speaking, he assumed that she was still hesitating. Hence he advised, "Young Master Li, these spirit armaments might be sold to Sky Gem Glass Chamber, but without your armament refining method, the amount of knowledge ordinary people can learn from just looking is very limited. It's impossible to copy the entire method. Moreover, President Gao's pricing is considered fair. If you're not satisfied with it, you can get him to raise the pricing a little." Grandmaster Xiao took a look at President Gao. He immediately reciprocated and nodded his head as he said, "That's right. I can offer 250,000 high-grade crystal jades apiece. Young Master Li, what do you think?" He raised the price within such a short amount of time. It seemed that the Sky Gem Glass Chamber was really wealthy. Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards, and she said, "I'll also intend to sell the spirit armaments to get some traveling expenses. Since President Gao has offered such a good price, it will save me the hassle of going to the auction house to do the trading. I'll sell all the spirit armaments that I've recently refined to you then." As she spoke, she took out all the spiritual armament that she had refined within the past month and lined it up on the ground. She also knew that Sky Gem Glass Chamber was extremely wealthy. If she wanted to raise the price, she might be able to sell it at an even higher price. But on account of Grandmaster Xiao and Grandmaster Bai, she didn't want to take advantage of them. In the future, she would need to interact with the Sky Gem Glass Chamber, so there was no need to earn everything from them at one go. These were just low-tiered spirit armaments, so these weren't very expensive. In the future, unless she refined even higher-tiered spirit armaments or even treasure armaments, that would be the time when she would start raking in cash. President heard how straightforward Huang Yueli was and instantly became joyous. He thought even highly of Huang Yueli now. "Good, that's great. Treat that old Gao owes you a favor. In the future, if you need any help, feel free to look for me." President Gao patted his chest and promised. He hurriedly lowered his head, thinking to look at what spirit armaments that Huang Yueli was going to sell to him. Immediately followed that, he went into a blank. These, you're going to sell all of these to us?" President Gao's eyes widened in disbelief. On the ground were 10 over pieces of spirit armaments which were neatly lined up. Moreover, Huang Yueli was continuing to take them out. These dozens of spirit armaments were not repeated and each of them was different. Moreover, it had surpassed the normal 3 categories, namely weapons, armors, and spiritual artifacts. The most important thing was these were all standardized spirit armaments. Those were all low-tiered spirit armaments, which had practically been refined based on the standardized spirit armament illustration book. President Gao originally assumed that it was already very impressive to have 3 to 5 kinds of remodeled low-tiered spirit armaments, and it would be more than enough for them to research on. Whoever knew that Huang Yueli took out so many at one go? "Alright, that's all, a total of 20 pieces." Huang Yueli finally finished taking out all of the spirit armaments that she had stood up and said with a smile. President Gao's lips twitched. "There's actually 20 pieces. Don't tell me that these spirit armaments are all refined using your exclusive armament refining method?" Remodeling a piece of spirit armament was already extremely difficult, not to mention remodeling a whole pile of them. If every single piece was the same as the 3 pieces of spirit armaments that she took out previously, greatly uplifting the original standardized spirit armaments might by so much, it would be a miracle. Huang Yueli looked at him strangely and said, "That's of course. These spirit armaments are refined using my method, so the might of these shouldn't be too far off. President Gao, don't worry, I won't dupe you. If the spirit armaments aren't any good, I won't sell them to you for such a high price. If you're worried, why don't you ask Grandmaster Xiao to examine it first? She had already put it in that way, so President Gao immediately felt rather embarrassed. No, there's no need to examine. Young Master Li's spirit armaments are definitely the best, he hurriedly declined. However, Grandmaster Xiao instantly picked up one spirit armament and said, Old Gao, how can you be so casual? You purchase spirit armaments. You haven't even ascertained the spirit armament's quality, and you're going to pay for it. Surely you can't just squander in this way, no matter how much money you have, right? Let this Grandmaster help you check. President Gao looked at Grandmaster Zhao's back and went into a short blank, then he instantly came back to his senses. This old fellow, he couldn't wait to see the new spirit armaments that Huang Yueli had just taken out. Hence, he intentionally found an excuse to do so. But, this had indeed helped him greatly. Grandmaster Xiao squatted on the floor, felt all the spirit armaments one after another. He was also mumbling to himself. This cutlass looks very powerful, and the armament refining method seems different from the previous long sword. How is this done? And this dagger. The killing power is so high. This lad is so young, but he had such great mastery in refining weapons. It won't take a few years for him to surpass me. TSK, even the armor is refined so well. This set of wrist guards is of the finest quality among the low-tiered spirit armaments. As Grandmaster Xiao looked, he lamented and he couldn't stop feeling regretful. If he had known that Huang Yueli had so many other spirit armaments with her, he would have asked her to sell all of these spirit armaments to him instead. Grandmaster Xiao thought that she only had those 3 pieces. Since he had already seen them, he gave up the chance to sell these spirit armaments to President Gao instead. Now, he regretted his decision. Old Gao, we have been friends for so many years. When we were young, we also attended the auction together, Grandmaster Xiao suddenly said, without any warning. President Gao had a shock. Underscore this. Wasn't Grandmaster Xiao absorbed into looking at the spirit armaments? Why did he suddenly reminisce about the past? Since we have such close ties, we should share the good stuff, right? Old Gao, why don't you resell these few pieces of spirit armaments to me? I'll offer you double the price, 1 piece at 500,000 jades, what do you think? President Gao came back to his senses when he heard that. He turned around and saw Grandmaster Xiao holding tightly to a few pieces of spirit armaments, prepared to take it away the minute he nodded. You. No way. These belong to our Flame Square City SLW gem glass chamber. I'm not selling. I insist on not selling. President Gao shot up like an arrow, preparing to snatch those spirit armaments back. Grandmaster Xiao held on to the spirit armaments and shifted to the left and right while continuing to persuade him. Old Gao, you can't be so petty. It's just a few pieces of low-tiered spirit armaments. You can have as many as you want, so must you haggle over it with me? It's not as if I won't pay for it. Just a few pieces of low-tiered spirit armaments. Then don't fight with me over them. President Gao cried out in dissatisfaction. Both Sky Gem Grandmasters were 1,000 years old added together, but they were fighting over a few low-tiered spirit armaments. Their armament refining standard might be different, but there was practically no difference in their cultivation. They were both in Heart-Profound Realm mid-phase, and their actual combat experience was practically 0. So when they fought, they were equals, and there was no clear winner. The surrounding spiritual armament masters and female attendants originally were stunned by what they saw. No one thought of stepping up to pull them apart. Huang Yueli's sweat dripped down from her forehead as she was rather speechless. so she could only step up and separate the two of them. All right, both seniors. It's just a few pieces of spirit armaments, don't lose your harmony over this small thing. Grandmaster Xiao, didn't you tell me earlier if you wanted them? I can stay here for a couple of days more and refine a few for you. Grandmaster Xiao's face was originally very furious, and he lost a few strands of hair on his beard during the fight. Hearing that, his anger turned into joy. Really? Young Master Li, you're willing to refine some spirit armaments for me? Huang Yueli nodded and smiled, I'm in need of money. Since there's a chance to earn money, how can I miss it? The main thing was she had totally and thoroughly pondered over the refining method of these spirit armaments. So the speed of her refining would be much faster than before. As they always said, awkward at first but skillful later on. It wasn't something very troublesome, and it wouldn't waste too much time. For Grandmaster Xiao, Huang Yueli stayed a few more days in the Sky Gem glass chamber to refine various types of standardized spirit armaments. Center of Sacred Phoenix Continent, Ice Moon Summit. The usually bustling main hall was exceptionally quiet today. A female attendant holding on to a tea tray walked softly, deeply worried that she might make a noise and agitate the currently furious clan leader in the main hall. That bunch of scums from Cloudy Qilin clan is simply too much. How dare they touch our sacred phoenix race's god-grade genius? Do they even still bother about the agreement all 12 god clans agreed to fight against the demon tribe? They publicly harm and murder other god clans. Are they intending to become a public enemy of the other god clans? Do they really think that we, sacred phoenix race, have no top exponents? How can we swallow this after being bullied to this extent? Sacred Phoenix Race's clan leader, Huang Tianhao slammed his fist on the table, and his powerful profound energy broke the table in half. The teapot and other porcelainware fell on the ground and shattered into pieces. Even so, he still hadn't vent his frustrations and kept walking about in the main hall frustratedly. It wasn't only Huang Tianhao. Everyone in the main hall had an indignant look on their faces. Some were even very impulsive. They had already drawn their long swords out. If it wasn't because someone was holding them back, they would have dashed out to exact revenge on those from the Cloudy Qilin clan. Huang Sanbai lowered his head as he stood in front of Huang Tianhao. He had a guilty look on his face, and he spoke with a quivering voice, "Clan leader, it's this old man. This old man has let the clansmen down, and I'm really sorry about the sacred phoenix race. If I had been able to detect Cloudy Qilin clan's scheme in time and stood in front of lastly Cloudy Qilin clan's people had appeared, she wouldn't have fallen from Azure Luan and wouldn't have gone missing." He choked while he spoke. He looked so sad as though his tears were about to fall. Huang Sanbai originally was Sacred Phoenix Race's oldest elder, and before he returned to Ice Moon Summit, he had made sufficient preparations. He messed up his hair and clothes, appearing extremely miserable. His acting skills were simply too convincing, and everyone saw him in such a shabby state, they couldn't help but sympathize with him, pleading with the Huang Tianhao on his behalf. "Clan leader, we can't blame Elder Sanbai for this matter. It's all Cloudy Qilin clan's men for being so despicable and shameless. Who would have thought that they attacked our god-grade genius? Isn't that so? It must be intentional. They were aiming for our god-grade genius. We might be able to prevent it temporarily, but there's no way we can protect her for life. Elder Sanbai, don't blame yourself too much. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Let's go look for those Cloudy Qilin clan scums to settle this." Everyone was indignant, and their fury took over their rationality. Ice Moon Summit's descendants had been waiting for the arrival of this god-grade genius. TiVo months ago, Huang Sanbai had already sent a report to Ice Moon Summit that he had already received the god-grade genius. Her innate talent was indeed outstanding, and it was absolutely at a god-grade standard. When the news came, the entire Sacred Phoenix race was bubbling with excitement, and everyone was very happy. Originally, they were worried that the signal from the lower realm was a mistake, but now that their god-grade genius had appeared, that reassured everyone. Huang Tianhao had already instructed to arrange the residence and cultivation resources for Huang Yueli. He was prepared to nurture their one and only god-grade genius properly. Whoever knew that time passed by day after day. Everyone waited and waited, but they didn't see the god-grade genius appearing. Even Huang Sanbai, who was sent to pick her up, had also gone missing. Huang Tianhao sent a few batches of people out, but none of them were able to find them. Today, Huang Sanbai finally returned to Ice Moon Summit with a few clansmen disheveled appearances. Seeing Huang Tianhao, Huang Sanbai knelt on the ground and started to cry miserably. Seeing him in such a state, the clan leader's heart thumped hard. He hurriedly asked about the situation. Huang Sanbai wiped the corner of his eye and said, "Clan leader, this old man is guilty. This old man has let our clansmen down. IAVO months ago, I've already picked up our god-grade genius. Her innate talent is outstanding, and she has good mannerisms." Everyone was very happy. On the third day, I brought her to take Azure Yuan, hoping to return to Ice Moon Summit as soon as possible. Whoever knew? Whoever knew? Saying to this point, he sniffed a few times as though he was extremely aggrieved and could not continue. Huang Tianhao was extremely anxious, and he couldn't help but stomp his feet. Whoever knew what? What on earth is going on? Quickly tell us. Huang Sanbai dabbed the corner of his eye to wipe off the tears which were non-existent and said in a low voice, "Whoever knew that we had just left Soul Connection Ocean and bumped into those people from Cloudy Chilan Clam, they recognized me and started to attack me, and lastly for no rhyme or reason. I didn't expect them to strike us, so by the time I responded, it was already too late." The Azure Yuan that we were riding was struck dead, and lastly fell from mid-air. This old man also fell on the ground and fainted. When I regained consciousness, I hurriedly went to look for her, but lastly had already gone missing. Huang Tianhao's expression was filled on shock, as though he had been struck by lightning. He shook his head in a dazed expression and muttered to himself, "Impossible. This is impossible. How can this be? That Huang Yueli, she. Could she really?" Speaking at this point, Huang Tianhao suddenly thought of something and agitatedly ran towards Huang Sanbai. Grabbing his collar, he said, "Huang Yueli fell from the sky, but it doesn't represent that she had died. Where is she? Didn't you guys go search for her?" Huang Sanbai gave a bitter smile and said, "Clan leader, how could this old man possibly not search for her? I only came back now because I'd been searching for her near the surroundings at the location where the incident happened. This old man had been searching for her tirelessly for the past few days and nights, but I couldn't find her at all. In the end, this old man proceeded to meet up with those young clansmen in Soul Connection Ocean and utilized all our power to search around the surrounding Toans and cities. But there were no leads at all." Huang Tianhao's eyes. How can a living person suddenly go missing? If she's alive, we must find her, but if she's dead, we should be able to find her corpse as well. A cold glint flashed past Huang Sanbai's eyes, but that sinister expression only lasted for a second, so no one noticed it at all. There are two possibilities for Lastly's disappearance. One is that she wasn't injured too badly and managed to escape, but lost her way. The other, she had been taken away from the people from Cloudy Chilan clan. Huang Sanbai didn't continue with his sentence, but the meaning in his words was very clear. If Huang Yueli was only lost, under such a massive search in Sacred Phoenix Continent, how could they possibly not find her? So, although he said there were two possibilities, there was actually only one. Huang Tianhao trembled. He already had a similar guess in his mind, but he didn't dare to believe it. Clenching his fists, he tried hard to make himself calm down a little. "Elder Sanbai, are you certain that you saw who attacked the two of you?" This sort of matter, we can't talk about it so carelessly. There would be big trouble if we accuse the Cloudy-Qilin clan wrongly. Although we have always been on loggerheads with them, with the mutual agreement that binds us to fight against the demon tribe, would they be so bold? If they killed other god clan's disciples, that would mean that they had violated the agreement. They would also become the public enemy of all god clans. If it was manslaughter, they could forget about it. But such blatant interception of other god clans' people was totally unreasonable. Moreover, ever since the agreement had been formed, Cloudy-Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix race had endless frictions of various magnitudes in the past thousands of years. But other than a few accidents, there were no incidents where an intentional murder was committed. This time, why did this happen? Huang Sanbai knew that his clan leader wasn't so easy to fool, so he had already thought of an excuse. His lips curled and revealed a non-visible sneer. Then he immediately spoke grimly, "Actually, I've also thought about this. I wonder if the demon tribe had intentionally tried to incite the feud between our two clans so they found someone to pretend to be from the Cloudy-Qilin clan and attack us. This old man doesn't want to accuse the wrong person. But the younger clansman that I brought along to Soul Connection Ocean tried to intercept our god-grade genius, and even had a conflict with our clansman." Huang Sanbai immediately pointed out their clansman as his witness. These people had all witnessed Li Moying appearing in Soul Connection Ocean and Serene Rain Town. Many of them were injured by him and his guards. As Huang Sanbai spoke, he secretly felt delighted. He had to thank Cloudy-Qilin clan's god-grade genius to appear so coincidentally, which gave evidence for his lies. This time, Huang Tianhao had no choice but to believe in this. The clan leader turned pale with fright. What? There's such an incident? Cloudy-Qilin clan, how dare they do this? Huang Sanbai sneered, why do they not dare to do? Clan leader, there's something else beyond your imagination. The leader of those Cloudy-Qilin clan's practitioners is the god-grade genius whom they picked up more than 1 year ago. This man is true as the rumors say. From his bone age, he looks like he's not even 25 years old yet, but his cultivation is already at heart-profound realm. Moreover, his battle power is astonishing. Even this old man almost lost against him. Oh, right, he also contracted an ancient spiritual beast. Qilin. Huang Tianhao was shocked by this astounding news. Even after a long time, he still hadn't come back to his senses. It was until Huang Sanbai urged him softly did he regain his senses. Cloudy-Qilin clan's god-grade genius is actually so incredible. No wonder those scums from the Cloudy-Qilin clan have nothing to fear. With this genius around, it will just take a few more decades, and we, Sacred Phoenix race will have to live our days by submitting to them. Huang Sanbai sighed. This person's innate talent is indeed not bad. But from what this old man thinks, Li's innate talent might not be any weaker than his. If we could nurture her properly, it would be hard to tell who's much more incredible. Alas, sigh. No wonder the Cloudy-Qilin clan was so anxious. They rather violate the agreement to fight against the demon tribe and insist on killing Li. His words were said to be adding oil to fire. Huang Tianhao's heart was filled with pain, and his fury was instantly ignited. At this moment, there was only a last sliver of doubt in his heart, but that had been diminished by that extremely vexed emotion. He banged the table with his fist loudly, stood up, and roared angrily, Men! Quickly, go gather all the elders and core disciples to the main hall now. I don't care what they are doing, just get them to come over immediately. We, Sacred Phoenix race, cannot suffer in silence. I must let those Cloudy-Qilin clan people pay the price for their actions. The guards outside the main hall rarely saw the magnanimous clan leader flaring up like this. All of their faces turned pale, and they hurriedly ran off to gather those people. Not too long later, Sacred Phoenix race's elders gathered in the main hall. Huang Sanbai gave a brief reiteration of the scenario again, and in an instant, the entire main hall was drowned with angry voices. Cloudy Qilin clan has gone overboard. They can't stand the fact that we, Sacred Phoenix race, also has a god-grade genius, so they're just worried that we will compete with them in the future, isn't it? Damn it, they deserve to die. Clan leader, we cannot let this matter go to rest. We must head over to Cloudy Qilin clan and demand justice. That's right, we've suffered enough these years. If it wasn't for that agreement, we would have gone over to the Cloudy Qilin clan to settle the debt with them. Since they violated the agreement first, then we need not stand on ceremony as well. Public anger spilled over the whole group, but some people managed to maintain their sense of rationality. Clan leader, it is indeed extremely infuriating for such a thing to happen. But as for how we should deal with this scenario, we need to look at a long-term plan. Elder Meng coughed loudly a few times to interrupt the momentum. Huang Tianhao was already burning with rage by Huang Sanbai's incitation, so how would he be able to listen to this kind of advice? But as Elder Meng held high prestige in the clan, he suppressed the urge to scold her. His tone was still very frustrated as he said, Elder Meng, Cloudy Qilin clan has already climbed on top of our heads, and you're telling me that we need to look at a long-term plan? What plan? This time, we must make them pay the price in blood. I will immediately send someone over to Cloudy Qilin clan. Elder Meng felt anxious and hurriedly persuaded, clan leader, taking action privately like this is wrong as well, isn't it? By then, if we cause an internal rift among the god clans, other people might say that we, Sacred Phoenix race, were the ones who provoked them first. I didn't say that we will not be exacting revenge, but we must have reasoning and evidence. We must first raise an application to the God Clan Alliance and sue the Cloudy Qilin clan for murdering our clan's god-grade genius, and expose their crime to the world. By then, all the god clans will stand on our side and the Cloudy Qilin clan can forget about being absolved from the crime. Huang Tianhao was, after all, a clan leader, and he knew the complexity among the god clans more than anyone else. Earlier, he lost his head because of anger. Hearing what Elder Meng said now, he realized that he had been too impulsive earlier. He took a deep breath and calmed down a little. That's right. Elder Meng, what you said is right. Before we take action, we have to tell the other god clans about Cloudy Qilin clan's crime to justify our actions. Huang Sanbai's brows shifted slightly when he heard that and instantly had a feeling that trouble was about to brew. If Huang Tianhao were to bring this matter to the God Clan Alliance, there was a 99% chance that those schemes that he did would be exposed. Cloudy Qilin clansmen were idiots. They would definitely try to clear their name if they were accused in such a manner. If both parties were to go into a confrontation and if Cloudy Qilin clan was able to provide some evidence, he would be in trouble by then. Thinking of this, Huang Sanbai suddenly had an idea and butted in, clan leader, what Elder Meng said is reasonable. But this matter isn't as simple as what she thinks. We cannot abruptly just spill the beans on this matter. Huang Tianhao's brows creased. What do you mean? Huang Sanbai said, those people from the Cloudy Qilin clan attacked me, and lastly, in the wilderness. There weren't any other witnesses around at that time. If they insist that they hadn't done this, no one would be able to prove it. Hearing that, the practitioners around were all stunned, as everyone remained pensive in their thoughts. Huang Sanbai knew that things were looking good and hurriedly added. Moreover, we didn't officially announce the news that we, the Sacred Phoenix race, has a god-grade genius. Various large forces have their channels and might have received this news, but other than the few of our clansmen who went to pick her up, no one else had seen Lastly herself. Perhaps, Cloudy Qilin clan might grab hold of this point and say that we don't have any god-grade genius at all. It's just a lie to scheme against them. Outrageous. Simply a load of rubbish. If those Cloudy Qilin clan scums dare to say that, I will rip their mouths. Someone instantly jumped up in fury. Huang Sanbai intentionally shook his head helplessly. What use is there to rip their mouths? The main thing is this matter can't be explained clearly. If it comes to that, we would still have to rely on ourselves to exact revenge on them, isn't it? But there would be plenty of eyes on us by then. So if we want to take action, it might not be that easy. Huang Tianhao listened and his brows creased even tighter. I didn't expect Cloudy Qilin clansmen to be so despicable and sinister. Elder Sanbai, based on what you said, no matter what we do, it's just not right. Then what should we do then? Huang Sanbai pretended to think about it for a moment and said, based on what this old man thinks, we should settle this in private. Moreover, we don't need to officially declare war with the Cloudy Qilin clan in their face. Didn't they harm our god-grade genius through underhanded means? Then why don't we also kill their god-grade genius? This is called paying them back in their coin. Moreover, the person who harmed Lastly is that god-grade genius. If we kill him, we can exact revenge for Lastly. The elders present all pondered over this and immediately started to echo in agreement. Elder Sanbai's idea is the best. It's so reasonable, too reasonable. Cloudy Qilin clan also didn't officially announce that they have a god-grade genius, isn't it? When we kill him, we can also say that god-grade genius was something that they made up to frame us. Elder Sanbai is indeed a veteran. Your idea is indeed the best. Hearing everyone's approving voices, Huang Tianhao nodded his head. Since this is so, then we shall do according to Elder Sanbai's suggestion. The person who will be chosen to complete this mission. Before he could finish his sentence, Huang Sanbai stood up. Clan leader, it is this old man's mistake that Lastly had got into trouble. So leave this matter to me. I'll do my very best to atone for my mistake. Huang Tianhao nodded and said, all right, I'll leave this matter to you then. Huang Sanbai cupped his fists respectfully with a solemn expression. No one knew that he was feeling extremely elated in his heart. Even though he wasn't able to find Huang Yueli, nor could he obtain the Sky Phoenix ring, if he could take this chance to get rid of the Cloudy Qilin clan's god-grade genius, that would be huge merit. By then, he would become Sacred Phoenix Race's hero and his status would be elevated even more. That meant that he would be able to utilize even more resources to find Huang Yueli. No one knew if that lass was dead or alive. But even if she was dead, he would still get the Sky Phoenix ring out from her corpse. But now... Li Tianyi jumped up. Young master, young master. WH. What's the matter with you? Men, come quickly. At the same time, Huang Yueli, who was refining the spirit armaments for Grandmaster Shao in the Sky Gem glass chamber, suddenly felt her right hand tremble. Immediately following that, the flame beneath the armament furnace lost control and scuttered up into the sky. Rumble. A loud sound was heard and the armament furnace exploded violently. A gust of black smoke spread in the surroundings. Huang Yueli was tugged hard from the back and fell heavily on the ground. Because of that, she managed to evade the rampant flame that was spewing explosively. Young Master Li, don't you know how to avoid it? Do you know how dangerous it was earlier? When a spirit armament furnace explodes, one might die if you don't evade in time. Grandmaster Zhao's exasperated voice rang. Huang Yueli then dazedly realized that she was distracted. For an instant, her mind seemed to have flashed past an image of Li Moying spitting up blood and becoming unconscious. It made her heart feel a piercing pang. Later on, she lost control of her right hand. Originally, she should be making a hand gesture to lower the temperature. But it became one which raised the temperature instead and the armament furnace simply exploded. Huang Yueli took a look at the pitch-black scene in front of her and she wanted to cry, but there were no tears. Exploded. She actually caused an explosion. Ever since she started learning armament refining in her past life, she had never made the furnace explode. But now, not only did it happen, it was even in front of Grandmaster Xiao. Earlier, she claimed confidently that she would be able to refine all those standardized spirit armaments once again. But the result was she caused an explosion not too long after. This was really embarrassing. Grandmaster Xiao only gave a slight frown. Young Master Li, you're very young and your workmanship is very good, so naturally you're bold as well. But in the process of refining spirit armaments, any kind of accident might happen to us, spiritual armament masters, so you should be even more careful. Like today, you didn't even run away when it had exploded. This isn't simply playing a joke with your safety. Even though an accident like this happened, Grandmaster Xiao didn't think much of it. Other than Huang Yueli, this kind of devil-like level character, which other spiritual armament master had never exploded their furnaces when they were young? Even Grandmaster Xiao had also spoiled dozens of spirit armament furnaces when he was still a spiritual armament master. Seeing that Huang Yueli was still so young, it's perfectly normal to have a little accident when she made a small mistake. Moreover, the spiritual armament furnace that Huang Yueli was using was simply too run down. It was already a miracle that it only started to break down now. He wondered to himself, for a spiritual armament master of his standard, why did he need to use such a rundown furnace? Surely, it's not because he's this stingy, right? He couldn't bear to part with a cent at all. President Gao also thought of the same thing, so he immediately sent someone to give Huang Yueli a new spiritual armament furnace. When Huang Yueli saw that it was new, she felt that she had profited from it. It wasn't that same low-grade inferior product that she bought earlier. From the looks of it, it seemed extremely superior. No matter if it was the materials used to make the furnace or the engraved patterns on the sides, they were extraordinary. Moreover, it didn't seem to be like those models of the standardized spiritual armament furnaces that she had seen. Grandmaster Xiao fiddled with his beard and nodded when he saw this furnace. This spiritual armament furnace isn't too bad. It can barely match up young Master Li's workmanship. Anyone can tell that the rundown furnace from earlier couldn't take a deviant flame's high heat. Never in Grandmaster Zhao's imagination would he have thought that Huang Yueli had already used that rundown furnace to refine a whole pile of spirit armaments. Moreover, she even used the true phoenix fire then. As compared to the deviant flame that she was using now, to conceal her identity, the temperature was much higher. But under her powerful control, that low-quality spirit armament furnace didn't malfunction at all. However, she didn't bother to explain too much. Huang Yueli merely said thank you and received the spirit armament furnace. In that instance, when she relit the flame, her mind flashed past a thought. That scene that surfaced earlier, was it real or fake? Surely, Li Moying wouldn't really have met with some kind of danger, sustaining a heavy injury and coughing out blood, right? Just thinking of this made her hand tremble again. She almost caused another explosion in the spirit armament furnace once again. Luckily, that furnace was good quality stuff and was extremely solid. Hence, it wasn't damaged that quickly. Huang Yueli quickly retracted her thoughts and suppressed the uneasiness in her mind, as she continued to refine once again. The moment she was fully concentrated, her attention was undivided and all Huang Yueli could see was the spirit armament which she was refining. Grandmaster Xiao and the others stood in a distance, worried that she might cause another explosion again. In the end, after the initial chaos, Huang Yueli quickly entered into the situation and her hand gestures were becoming swifter and precise as time went by. At the later stage when the spirit armament was about to form, her fingers moved so swiftly that it made everyone's eyes go blurry. Even for an experienced veteran like Grandmaster Xiao, he almost lost track of her movements. Oh my gosh, this. What kind of hand movement is that? How could he be so fast? Before young Master Li started to refine, He already told this Grandmaster that when he fuses the energy field and materials, it required his soul trace to find out the link and changes between the two items and slowly find a compatible fusion point. This is an extremely intricate work. How could he? Young Masterly seemed as though he hadn't thought carefully over this. It was all based on his instinct. If it was said that Huang Yueli's explosion was a mistake that made these few Sky Gem Grandmasters wrongly think that she was a novice, hence her techniques were still not proficient. But now, everyone had already forgotten about the little episode that had happened earlier. They were completely awed by her skillful tactics. The speed of a spiritual armament master refining spirit armaments was mainly decided by experience. As compared to those veteran spiritual armament masters who had hundreds of years of experience, Huang Yueli's display of speed was not inferior in any aspect. But she looked really young. This kind of contradiction made the three Sky Gem Grandmasters think that they were dreaming. It only took less than 1 hour for Huang Yueli to produce her first spirit armament. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and lifted her hand to open the spirit armament furnace lid. Grandmaster Xiao, this is the long sword which I showed during the lecture. I've refined another piece accordingly. Please examine it. She wore a pair of specialized insulated gloves to take out the long sword, then passed it to Grandmaster Xiao. Grandmaster Bai and President Gao also crowded around, as their eyes opened wide, looking at those smooth lines on that beautiful long sword. It only took such a short amount of time to refine. The three of them were worried that Huang Yueli had cheated on the workmanship and materials of the spirit armament. But after taking a look, the finished product was so beautiful that they couldn't pick out a single flaw at all. Moreover, the longsword's exterior was no different from ordinary, improved, standardized spirit armaments. But it was strange because it somehow felt that this sword was even more beautiful than the original piece. As though there was a kind of invisible glow that was released from the sword blade. The three of them looked at the long sword without blinking, forgetting to talk as they revealed a look of admiration. Seeing that they were absorbed in this, Huang Yueli shrugged her shoulders indifferently and continued to refine the next spirit armament. By the time they came back to their senses, they discovered that Huang Yueli had already lit the fire. Then they looked at each other in dismay. President Gao asked in astonishment, why didn't young Masterly rest before he continued to refine? Can his body take it? Refining spirit armaments was absolutely an exhaustive job that required a large amount of profound energy, stamina, and concentration. So spiritual armament masters would spend a certain amount of time to cultivate, mainly not to fight, but to have sufficient energy to support the high intensity of refinement. The more complicated the spirit armament, the more energy they consumed. Taking Huang Yueli's exclusive method to refine spirit armaments as an example, the might of the armament was much stronger than ordinary spirit armaments. So naturally, the refining process was also more complicated. Through the Sky Phoenix ring, Huang Yueli had suppressed her cultivation at the 10th stage realm early phase. To President Gao and the others, based on her cultivation, she should have been tired out from just refining a long sword. Whoever knew that she seemed as though she didn't consume much energy and didn't even bother to drink water before she started refining the second piece of spirit armament. Grandmaster Bai was also a little worried and he frowned. Can young Masterly take it? Even if he was in a rush for time, surely he can't ruin his body in this way, right? At most, he can just refine lesser armaments. If this goes on, if he faints in the middle of refinement, it might cause another explosion again. Shall I go give him some advice? What do you think, Grandmaster Xiao? Grandmaster Bai turned and looked at Grandmaster Xiao as he spoke. But Grandmaster Xiao seemed as though he didn't hear what he said. He held on to the long sword with both hands and stared at it fixedly. President Gao also found it a little strange and asked, Grandmaster Xiao, what are you looking at? This sword, is there a problem with it? What's the problem? The problem is major. Grandmaster Xiao jumped up in a second. Carrying the long sword, he ran out of the courtyard. This lad, he's a top-grade genius spiritual armament master. No one has his level of comprehension. Huh? What do you mean? Grandmaster Bai and President Gao took a look at each other and they were totally bewildered. They couldn't understand what Grandmaster Xiao meant. But seeing that he had left, they also hurriedly chased up to him. Grandmaster Xiao ran to the courtyard and stopped right in front of the spiritual armament might testing mechanism. Grandmaster Bai then understood what was going on. It looks like Grandmaster Xiao wants to test young Master Li's newly refined spirit. Armament's might. President Gao burst out into laughter on seeing this. Old Xiao, you're too particular. The spirit armament that young Master Li refined so last minute definitely can't be compared to that piece, which he took out at the lecture. That long sword should be the best among the numerous long swords that he had refined in the past. Why did old Xiao come here to test it? Could it be that he wants to exchange with me if this is not as good as the other piece? I'm not a fool, I won't exchange with him. President Gao assumed that he had seen through Grandmaster Zhao's mind. Speaking of this, Grandmaster Xiao indeed was on the losing end. But the principle was always first come first serve, even more so for transactions. It was simply a brilliant and wise choice to ask to purchase the spirit armaments. He wrapped his arms around his chest in a relaxed manner, watching Grandmaster Xiao lifting the long sword and striking it down on the assessment mechanism. Bang! A loud reverberation was heard and an eye-catching crack appeared amidst the sound on the assessment mechanism's boulder. President Gao looked on with admiration. Indeed, young Master Li's workmanship. Even if it was such a hurriedly finished spirit armament, it could even leave a crack on the assessment mechanism. It's really... Before he could finish his exclamation, he suddenly paused with widened eyes. He stared straight at the figures on the assessment mechanism. This. President Gao's mouth was agape. He wanted to say something but he was like a mute who couldn't make a single sound. Grandmaster Zhao's face was filled smiles as he kept the long sword. Old Gao, you're absolutely right. It's indeed young Master Li's workmanship. He casually refined a long sword and its might is much higher than the previous one. The upgrade in the Eric power has reached 75%. President Gao couldn't say a single word for a long time. He felt a dull pain in his chest and almost fainted from it. Earlier, he was being so complacent, feeling that he had gained an advantage in getting a better spirit armament than Grandmaster Xiao. Whoever knew that it only took a couple of breaths for reality to strike him on the face. Where was he going to put his face as a Sky Gem Grandmaster and branch president? Moreover, wasn't this a little too ridiculous? Everyone knew that a spiritual armament master was meticulously refining a spirit armament. The amount of time and energy spent would increase along with the powerful might. Young Master Li had rushed to refine this, but it didn't seem as though he had spent too much energy on refining the spirit armament. How could it possibly be much better than the selected one? President Gao couldn't comprehend it, so he deemed it as an end of luck. HMPF, your luck is pretty good. You're lucky to have met young Master Li outdoing himself, hence coming out with this long sword. But this end of luck would most probably happen only once. You just have one piece of spirit armament, which is better than mine. The other 19 pieces would definitely lose out to me. In conclusion, I'm the one benefited the most. President Gao was rather disgruntled initially. But he looked at it from another perspective and sorted out his thinking. He didn't believe that Huang Yueli would be able to surpass the standard every single time. However, Grandmaster Zhao's smile didn't disappear on hearing that. Not only so, but he also spoke with a happy tone. Old Gao, are you that certain that young Master Li is only lucky? President Gao snorted. If it's not luck, what else could it be? He didn't doubt Huang Yueli's armament refining ability, but no matter how powerful she was, surely she couldn't go beyond logic, right? Grandmaster Xiao gave a meaningful smile and said, "All right, then we'll just wait and see." President Gao subconsciously frowned when he heard that. He looked suspiciously at Grandmaster Xiao. This wily, old fox, what was he up to? He seems very confident. Could he be pretending? Is there some plot that I missed out on? President Gao couldn't understand, so he stood by the armament refining room's entrance to wait for Huang Yueli to complete the refinement. After another hour or so, Huang Yueli walked out again, holding a piece of armor. Grandmaster Xiao, this is the second spirit armament. Please take a look. Grandmaster Xiao received it with a big smile and asked concernedly, "Young Masterly, it's been hard on you. You ought to take a break after continuously refining spirit armaments." Old Gao has already got the maids to prepare some tea and snacks. However, Huang Yueli remained unmoved. Shaking her head, she said, "No thanks, Grandmaster Xiao. I'm in a rush for time, so it's better to complete refining first. Today, I'd have to complete at least 10 pieces of spirit armaments. In this way, I only need to refine the remaining 10 pieces tomorrow, and my mission is completed." Hearing that, even the composed Grandmaster Zhao's expression also became twisted. Refining 10 spirit armaments in a day, and he was going to refine continuously for 2 days. Who did this lad think he was? Even if his spirit armament refining skills were proficient and his speed was very fast, but does he even know how much profound energy would be consumed? Forget about the fact that he was just a 10th stage realm practitioner. Even if his cultivation was in dream profound realm end phase, he might not be able to hang on. Grandmaster Xiao naturally couldn't have thought that Huang Yueli's true cultivation wasn't in the 10th stage realm, but was in the dream profound realm mid-phase. Moreover, Huang Yueli was a genuine practitioner who had undergone strict training. Her endurance wasn't something that those pampered spiritual armament masters could compare with. Grandmaster Xiao was feeling worried, but when he saw Huang Yueli lighting up the furnace again, he didn't interrupt her. Instead, he looked at President. "Old Gao, shall we have a bet?" President Gao saw Grandmaster Xiao shrug a strange smile, resembling a fox, and the alarm bells in his heart started to ring. "Bet? What bet? I'm not betting." Grandmaster Xiao was never one who, though, would take a disadvantage. President Gao wasn't that silly to fall for his trap. Grandmaster Xiao unhurriedly lifted the armor in his hand and said, "Are you certain that you not bet? I'm preparing to go assess this armor's defensive power. If it isn't as powerful as the one that you have, then I'll pay for all those 20 pieces of spirit armaments that you have. If this piece is more powerful, then I'll help you pay for all your 20 pieces of spirit armaments." President Gao hastily continued and shouted, "All right, I'll accept your bet." The spirit armaments that Huang Yueli sold to him were expensive. One piece cost 250,000, so everything added together would cost 5 million high-grade crystal jades. It was enough to purchase a mid-grade treasure armament. To President Gao, this was a huge expense. Although he didn't mind this amount of money, since someone was offering to pay the bill, that would be for the best. So how could he miss out on this chance? Moreover, in President Gao's opinion, Grandmaster Xiao must have lost his mind to raise such a bet. How could the second piece of spirit armament be more powerful than the previous piece? Unless the sun rose from the west, otherwise such a ridiculous matter would not happen at all. Grandmaster Zhao's lips curled up as he knew old Gao would definitely fall, for the two of them had known each other for so many years, and he had been tricked so many times. But yet he still didn't learn his lesson. Sigh. Grandmaster Xiao didn't say anything more and directly walked to the assessment mechanism, placing the armor on top. It only took a few seconds for the result to be out. This armor's defensive power is much higher by 65% than similar standardized armors. The one with you is only higher by 60%. So the one that I have is a little stronger. Grandmaster Xiao smiled slightly as he spoke slowly. Then he cupped his hands at President Gao. Old Gao, thank you for giving in to me. You're so kind to give me 5 million high-grade spirit crystals. I'll happily accept it then. President Gao's eyes turned green with envy upon seeing this result. He cried out in disbelief, impossible. This is not possible. How could such a thing happen? You must have done something to the assessment mechanism. President Gao said disgruntledly. At the same time, he shot up to the side of the assessment mechanism and started to examine it carefully. What tricks are you up to? We have been buddies for so many years. Aren't you being unkind, trying to cheat my money in this way? Grandmaster Xiao had a helpless look on his face. Old Gao, do you think I'm that kind of person? I usually like to crack jokes with everyone, but to commit fraud, the assessment mechanism is something that I will never do. President Gao was so infuriated that he lost his rationality. Now that he calmed down a little and thought things through, it was indeed so. As one of God Realm's top-rated Sky Gem Grandmasters, Grandmaster Xiao respected his occupation very much. He might deceive people in other matters, but when it was related to spirit armaments, he would not talk about it blindly. But if Grandmaster Xiao didn't commit fraud, wouldn't that mean? President Gao's eyes widened as he looked at the armor that Grandmaster Xiao was holding and that long sword which he couldn't wait to keep in his realm ring. His eyes slowly turned green. Envy. So, these spirit armaments are they really better than those that he previously refined? Grandmaster Xiao nodded solemnly, that's right. But, this isn't logical, right? Young Master Li only took less than 1 hour to refine a spirit armament. Based on his cultivation and experience, this should already be the limit, so how could he also balance the quality of the armament? How does he even do this? Moreover speaking, the spirit armament that he brought to ask you for pointers, shouldn't those already be his best works? President Gao frowned, unable to comprehend the situation. Grandmaster Xiao looked pensive and said, actually, this Grandmaster sort of understands what is going on. What's going on? President Gao asked in anticipation. Grandmaster Xiao said, let me put it in this way. Those spirit armaments that young Master Li brought out during my lecture were already his best works. But now, he's improved again. Improved? Are you joking? President Gao was dazed, not knowing if he should laugh or cry. It's just been one night, and his spirit armament refining standard had such a great improvement? Those spirit armaments' power might have increased by 5%, but based on the limits, increasing by 5% is as difficult as climbing up to the sky. Why would he suddenly improve? Speaking to this point, President Gao suddenly thought of something, and his voice abruptly stopped, looking at Grandmaster Xiao in disbelief. Grandmaster Xiao sighed softly and nodded his head. It should be exactly as what I thought. Earlier when I was discussing young master, I corrected some of the mistakes that he made and also shared my understanding of the art of refining spirit armaments. Young Master Li might have listened to me and immediately put into practice the improvements. President Gao was tongue-tied. But this is even more ridiculous. Those techniques that you told him earlier require a long time to practice in order to master them, not to mention using them when refining armaments. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to digest it completely and apply it even in a few years. But young Master Li isn't an ordinary person. Grandmaster Xiao sighed emotions. He could possibly be the most heaven-defying spirit armament refining genius that I have ever met. That's right. Young Master Li's innate talent is indeed something that no one could match. I wonder as his master is, to be able to teach such a monster like him? Perhaps, that person might be a top exponent who had advanced into life-profound realm. President Gao mumbled to himself, trying to guess Huang Yueli's background. As he spoke, he looked at Grandmaster Xiao. A delighted smile hung on the latter's face. President Gao suddenly realized what was going on and couldn't stop himself from shouting. You intentionally duped me. You have such good foresight, and you've even examined those spirit armaments at proximity earlier. Have you already seen that these spirit armaments are much better than the earlier batch? Is that it? Cough kuggle _. Grandmaster Xiao coughed hard in an attempt to conceal the smile on his face. However, it was already too late for him to do this. President Gao wasn't a fool, so he had completely understood what was going on. He was so angry that he jumped up and brandished his fists, wanting to give him a good punching. Old Xiao, how can you intentionally dupe me like this? You're simply too despicable and shameless. Grandmaster Xiao immediately started to run and evade President Gao's attacks. Old Gao, saying that is too much. We have already known each other for so many years, so? Would I intentionally dupe you? This is a coincidence _coincidence. Coincidence, my foot. Do you dare say that you didn't intentionally lure me to bet with you? You know that you would win long ago, isn't it? President Gao chased after him relentlessly. Grandmaster Xiao cried out innocently, how can you blame me? Didn't you feel that you would definitely win, so that's? You bet with me? If you won, could I say that you are duping me? Are you intentionally trying to renege on your debt? You still dare to deny it. I'll fight it out you. The two of them created a big fuss, and their voices were very loud, which alarmed Grandmaster Bai, who had already gone back to his room to rest. Seeing the two of them like this, Grandmaster Bai didn't know if he should laugh or cry. He found some men to pull them apart. The two of you are already so old. Why are you still acting like when you were young? Why have you started to fight again? Where's young Master LP? Has he already finished refining the spirit armaments? If he comes out and sees the two of you Sky Gem Grandmasters in this state, what would happen to our Sky Gem Glass Chamber's reputation? President Gao was pulled to a corner, but he was still very upset and had a downcast look on his face. But quite a number of young spirit armament masters had gathered around in curiosity. So he had to maintain his branch president's reputation and just barely managed to sit down. He took a teacup and kept gulping down the drink, ignoring Grandmaster Bai. Grandmaster Bai could only turn towards Grandmaster Xiao. Grandmaster Xiao, what's going on? Weren't the two of you doing fine earlier? Grandmaster Xiao had no misgivings and roughly explained the dispute they had earlier. Hearing that, Grandmaster Bai's eyeballs almost popped out. What? How is that possible? Grandmaster Xiao, are you joking? Me? I'm a straight person, and I really believe that it's true. Grandmaster Xiao sneered, would this Grandmaster joke with you on this kind of matter? But. Just as Grandmaster Bai looked dazed, Huang Yueli opened the door and walked out from the armament refining room. I've finished refining the third spirit armament. Will the both of you please do an examination? That's right. Young Master Li's innate talent is indeed something that no one could match. I wonder as his master is, to be able to teach such a monster like him? Perhaps, that person might be a top exponent who had advanced into life-profound realm. President Gao mumbled to himself, trying to guess Huang Yueli's background. As he spoke, he looked at Grandmaster Xiao. A delighted smile hung on the latter's face. President Gao suddenly realized what was going on and couldn't stop himself from shouting. You intentionally duped me. You have such good foresight, and you've even examined those spirit armaments at proximity earlier. Have you already seen that these spirit armaments are much better than the earlier batch? Is that it? Cough kuggle _. Grandmaster Xiao coughed hard in an attempt to conceal the smile on his face. However, it was already too late for him to do this. President Gao wasn't a fool, so he had completely understood what was going on. He was so angry that he jumped up and brandished his fists, wanting to give him a good punching. Old Xiao, how can you intentionally dupe me like this? You're simply too despicable and shameless. Grandmaster Xiao immediately started to run and evade President Gao's attacks. Old Gao, saying that is too much. We have already known each other for so many years, so? Would I intentionally dupe you? This is a coincidence _coincidence. Coincidence, my foot. Do you dare say that you didn't intentionally lure me to bet with you? You know that you would win long ago, isn't it? President Gao chased after him relentlessly. Grandmaster Xiao cried out innocently, how can you blame me? Didn't you feel that you would definitely win, so that's? You bet with me? If you won, could I say that you are duping me? Are you intentionally trying to renege on your debt? You still dare to deny it. I'll fight it out you. The two of them created a big fuss, and their voices were very loud, which alarmed Grandmaster Bai, who had already gone back to his room to rest. Seeing the two of them like this, Grandmaster Bai didn't know if he should laugh or cry. He found some men to pull them apart. The two of you are already so old. Why are you still acting like when you were young? Why have you started to fight again? Where's young Master LP? Has he already finished refining the spirit armaments? If he comes out and sees the two of you Sky Gem Grandmasters in this state, what would happen to our Sky Gem Glass Chamber's reputation? President Gao was pulled to a corner, but he was still very upset and had a downcast look on his face. But quite a number of young spirit armament masters had gathered around in curiosity. So he had to maintain his branch president's reputation and just barely managed to sit down. He took a teacup and kept gulping down the drink, ignoring Grandmaster Bai. Grandmaster Bai could only turn towards Grandmaster Xiao. Grandmaster Xiao, what's going on? Weren't the two of you doing fine earlier? Grandmaster Xiao had no misgivings and roughly explained the dispute they had earlier. Hearing that, Grandmaster Bai's eyeballs almost popped out. What? How is that possible? Grandmaster Xiao, are you joking? Me? I'm a straight person, and I really believe that it's true. Grandmaster Xiao sneered, would this Grandmaster joke with you on this kind of matter? But, just as Grandmaster Bai looked dazed, Huang Yueli opened the door and walked out from the armament refining room. I've finished refining the third spirit armament. Will the both of you please do an examination? Huang Yueli looked at Grandmaster Bai and went into a daze. Grandmaster Bai, you're here too? No one expected Huang Yueli to come out so quickly again. Moreover, she said, she had already completed the third spirit armament. Grandmaster Zhao's smile froze, and there was no way he could maintain his calm. Tioch. Third piece? Have you really refined the third spirit armament? You're that fast. Needless to say, President Gao and Grandmaster Bai were speechless. Huang Yueli placed the spirit armament into Grandmaster Zhao's hands and shrugged. All right, I have to continue being busy. If Grandmasters don't have any issues, you don't need to wait at the entrance. When I have finished refining all the armaments, I will send it over to you. Grandmaster Xiao laughed dryly, we're still okay, and it's not tiring. We might be old, but we still have the energy to take a few steps. Huang Yueli looked strangely at Grandmaster Xiao upon hearing that. He could rest, but wasn't willing to. Could this be some strange habit of those grandmasters? Did they like to take a walk to work out for no particular reason? But Huang Yueli didn't think too much about it. She simply walked straight back into the armament refining room and continued to refine. The minute her figure vanished from sight, Grandmaster Bai jumped up and urged, "Quick, quick, bring that piece of spirit armament to the assessment mechanism. I must witness it with my own eyes, so see if you're lying to me or not." Time passed slowly and the sun was now descending in the west. When it was midnight, Huang Yueli had indeed finished refining all 10 spirit armaments. Seeing those spirit armaments nearly lined up on the table, President Gao, Grandmaster Bai, and Grandmaster Xiao were so shaken that they could not describe their shock with mere words. Huang Yueli, she really managed to do it. She had completed an impossible mission. If it wasn't for the truth that was put in front of them, no one in the world would ever believe in such a ridiculous thing. This young man in front of them did not only have outstanding innate talent. His comprehension, endurance, energy were all first class. He could be said to be the most outstanding armament refining genius for 3 lifetimes. Using heaven-defying and devil to describe him was not exaggerated at all. Huang Yueli was totally exhausted. She had continuously refined 10 low-grade spirit armaments in such a short amount of time. To her, it was an extreme challenge. After all, low-grade spirit armaments could be said to be her current stage standard limit. Moreover, she had been extremely meticulous while refining each piece of spirit armament. She kept on analyzing, hoping to do her best effort. In this way, the consumption of her mental power was much greater. Under President Gao's hospitality, Huang Yueli had her dinner, then returned to her room. Then she dropped onto the bed and fell asleep. The next day, the situation was the same. Ever since Huang Yueli woke up in the morning, she entered the armament refining room and started to refine the spirit armaments. TT was until midnight when she completed another 10 pieces of spirit armaments. She had finally completed refining all the standardized spirit armaments. Huang Yueli was completely exhausted, and when she looked at them, she found that they looked very blurry. That was a sign of depletion of energy. But looking at those 20 nearly arranged, shining spirit armaments, her eyes glimmered with delightfulness and satisfaction. As expected, even if it were spirit armaments from God realm, it didn't daunt her as well. In the future, she must refine Li Moying's strongest inherent fated holy armament. It shouldn't be too far off to realize her objective. Grandmaster Xiao, will you please do an inventory check on these spirit armaments? If there are no problems, we can proceed with the transaction. Grandmaster Xiao didn't even bother to look and beamed as he said, "Young Master Li, I've already checked on these spirit armaments, and every single piece is the finest quality. I didn't expect you to immediately utilize those techniques that I've taught you. Your power of comprehension is really too shocking. To be praised by a peak-rate Sky Gem Grandmaster like Grandmaster Xiao, other spiritual armament masters would be shaking with agitation at this point." But Huang Yueli merely smiled and replied courteously, "Grandmaster Xiao, you've overpraised me. Do you think that there are any problems with these spirit armaments?" Hearing Huang Yueli repeating her question once again, Grandmaster Xiao suddenly came to his senses and said, "Oh, there's no problem at all. Let's settle the bill right now." Saying that, he didn't put his hand into his pocket. Instead, he walked to President Gao and said, "Old Gao, why are you in a blank? Quickly pay for it." Resident Gao felt extremely aggrieved. But one had to accept to lose since they agreed to bet. It would be even more embarrassing if one reneged on the debt. Moreover, he was a Sky Gem Grandmaster, so he wasn't lacking in that bit of money. Resident Gao was gloomy for a second. Then he took out a gold-rimmed black card from his realm ring. "There are a total of 20 low-grade spirit armaments. Adding on to those 20 pieces that you've given me, it's a total of 40 pieces. Each piece is 250,000 high grade crystal jades, so it works out to be a total of 10 million crystal jades. It's not easy to hold on to so much money, so I've deposited it in this crystal card. Huang Yueli received the crystal card and her eyes lit up. So, this is the legendary crystal card. It's my first time seeing it. Ever since she ascended, she had stayed in various inns, and saw those wealthy God Realm practitioners taking out their crystal cards to settle the bill. Every single time, it would attract a round of gasps and envious looks. Even the innkeeper and waiter's attitude became respectful. She didn't expect herself to become an owner of a crystal card now. Huang Yueli expressed her satisfaction. Since this is so, I'd like to thank all of you for your passionate hospitality. The three of them were shocked by Huang Yueli making such a big deal out of this. The crystal card might be a thing that represented one's status in ordinary practitioners' eyes. But to spiritual armament masters, that wasn't some kind of treasure at all. In God Realm, as long as one saved up 10,000 high-grade crystal jades at one go, one would be able to obtain the lowest grade white crystal card. The black gold crystal card that Huang Yueli was holding might be higher by several grades, but based on her armament refining skills, there would be plenty of money for her to earn in the future. She wouldn't even bother about this crystal card by then. Alright, President Gao is indeed a generous and frank person to pay upon receiving the goods. It was a pleasant cooperation. If you have any other good deals like this, we can continue to cooperate next time. If there's nothing else, I'd make a move first. Huang Yueli didn't care about what they were thinking. As long as she received the money, she was prepared to leave in contentment. But she had just taken a step when she remembered another thing. Then she turned around. Right, I almost forgot the most important matter. Young Master Li, what other matters are there? The three of them were stunned. Huang Yueli turned to President Gao. President Gao, other than attending Grandmaster Zhao's lecture, I came to the Sky Gem Glass Chamber because I wanted to apply for the Spiritual Armament Master's badge. Saying this, President Gao and the others suddenly remembered that the badge which Huang Yueli wore was still a Spiritual Armament Apprentice's badge. He hurriedly said, I see. Young Master Li, why didn't you say this earlier? I'll get you the badge immediately. Resident Gao turned around and was just about to leave. Then he thought for a moment, stopped, and frowned. But, there's just one thing, based on your standard, even we Sky Gem Grandmasters are not as good as you. It's fine even if we give you a high-ranking spiritual armament Master's badge. But according to the Sky Gem Glass Chamber's headquarters regulation, we can only award the corresponding certification to the spirit armament that you have refined. I wonder if young Master Li knows how to refine high-grade spirit armaments? If you know, I can give you the high-rank Spiritual Armament Master badge. If not, I can only distribute you with the low-rank badge. Originally, based on Huang Yueli's disguised bone age, even if she managed to refine a mid-grade spirit armament, she would already be a peerless genius. But now, President Gao was asking if she could refine high-grade spirit armaments. The three Sky Gem Grandmasters thought that Huang Yueli's innate talent was so heaven-defying that all the miracles that happened to her seemed very normal. However, Huang Yueli was about to disappoint the three of them. She shook her head and said, I can only refine low-grade spirit armaments for now. But President Gao need not feel awkward about this. I just want a spiritual armament Master's badge so that I can use the Sacred Phoenix race's teleportation array. Resident Gao said in enlightenment, with the low-rank Spiritual Armament Master's status, Sacred Phoenix race will allow you to use the teleportation array. That's no need to worry about it. Huang Yueli smiled, that's great. She received the low-rank Spiritual Armament Master's badge from President Gao and pinned it on the upper right position above her chest. After that, she waved and walked away quickly. While she walked, her footsteps were light and quick. She felt as though she was about to fly. After experiencing those few months of impoverished lifestyle, this was the first time she felt that having money was really great. With the 10 million high-grade crystal jades in her hand, it felt even better by 1,100 times than when she first sold her profound armament in her past life. Based on this, spiritual armament masters were indeed a money-making occupation. She had to refine armaments properly so that she could provide for her husband in the future. Whatever her husband took fancy to, she would buy it. She had the money, so she could be willful about it. Li Moying's uniquely handsome countenance appeared in her mind, and she suddenly felt that she missed him even more. She wondered what Li Moying was doing well in the Cloudy Qilin clan. Was he cultivating hard? Very soon, she made her way back to the Double Prosperity Inn. When the innkeeper saw her walking in, he abruptly stood up and spoke in an unfriendly tone. "Young Master Li, where have you been to? I didn't see you for the past few days, and I thought you had slipped off, preparing to renege on the bill. I'm telling you, you didn't check out of your room in the past few days, and I had been keeping it for you. You need to pay for it. Don't even think you can skip paying for it." When Huang Yueli left, she was tied for time and was in a rush, so she naturally didn't think about checking out. She knew that it was her fault, so she spoke courteously, "Innkeeper, it's my negligence. But don't worry, I'll definitely pay for." Before she could finish her sentence, the innkeeper cut her off. "Pay for it? You said you would pay for it? Did you think that I will believe a liar like you? When you first came in, I already found it strange. A spiritual armament apprentice like you can't even pay for the deposit? From the looks of it, you're indeed tricking me. I'm telling you, if you can't pay today, I will. What is this?" The innkeeper stared at the black gold crystal card that Huang Yueli put in front of him, and his eyeballs almost popped out. Black gold crystal card? This is a counterfeit, isn't it? Huang Yueli was speechless upon hearing that. Can you even counterfeit something like this? Of course, it wasn't a counterfeit. There was only one Skyline Bank in the entire God realm, and that was commonly managed by all 12 God clans. No one would dare to create any counterfeit in front of them. But this grade of crystal cards are not even owned by some middle-rank spiritual armament masters, moreover for a spiritual armament apprentice like her. Thinking of this, the innkeeper swept a glance on the badge pinned on her chest. He was immediately stunned. This badge, when did you turn into a spiritual armament master? The innkeeper subconsciously rubbed his eyes, thinking that he might have seen it wrongly. A month ago, when Huang Yueli just came to stay here, she brought out a spiritual armament apprentice badge. It had only been such a short duration and she had already become a spiritual armament master? Was he still dreaming? Not only was the innkeeper stunned, even those guests who were crowded around were also stunned by this. Originally, they only wanted to take a look at the fella who dared to renege on the bills at Double Prosperity Inn. But in the end, they saw a low-rank spiritual armament master. A spiritual armament master's status was noble, and their quantity was very rare. Most practitioners had never met one at such proximity in their entire lives. This young man is actually a spiritual armament master. I didn't expect us to be staying in the same inn as a spiritual armament master. It's such an honor. This innkeeper is also very amusing. He's a spiritual armament master, so why would he renege on the bill? Moreover, what if he doesn't pay? It's already very good for him to be willing to stay in Double Prosperity Inn. The discussions were fluctuating, and when the innkeeper heard that, his face flushed slightly. A spiritual armament apprentice wasn't considered as something, but a genuine spiritual armament master wasn't an existence that merchants like them could afford to offend. He hurriedly said, "So, young Master Li, you're a spiritual armament master. Why didn't you say so earlier? Please don't take it against a nobody like me for offending you today. Please show mercy on me. I'm really sorry about it." Huang Yueli stood at the original spot, ignoring the surrounding gazes, regardless if it was worship or disdain, without any change in her expression. She tapped the side of the table with the black gold crystal card. "Then the payment for the room stay." "Oh, young Master Li, why are you asking me about the payment? Like what the customer said earlier, it's our honor for you to come here and stay." Huang Yueli shook her head and interrupted him. "It's just payment for the room. Would I take advantage of you? I will pay for it. Just deduct the crystal jades for the duration that I've stayed." "Right, remember to deduct another day's payment. I am staying here tonight and will leave Flame Square City tomorrow." When the innkeeper heard her say that, he didn't dare say anything else. He carefully received the crystal card and deducted the month-long payment. Actually, the total was just merely 3 or 4 high-grade crystal jades. It didn't even amount to the loose change in the crystal card, so Huang Yueli couldn't find the joy of spending any money at all. The innkeeper held the crystal card with 2 hands and respectfully passed it to her. Young Master Li, your crystal card." Huang Yueli nodded her head, kept the card, and returned to her room. In the dark and silent night, Huang Yueli lay on her bed, but somehow, she couldn't sleep at all. Her thoughts had already drifted to the man who had disappeared for more than a year. She had been rushing on her journey in this period and would deliberately or unintentionally run into some practitioners and ask about the news from the Cloudy Qilin clan, especially if it was related to Cloudy Qilin clan's god-grade genius. Unfortunately, other than the initial few sacred Phoenix race practitioners, the other ordinary practitioners knew nothing about Limoying at all. Many people didn't know about the Cloudy Qilin clan's god-grade genius, and neither did they believe in Huang Yueli's words. They assumed that it was impossible to attain god-grade innate talent, and the so-called god-grade genius was fabricated by the god clans to intimidate those ordinary humans. Although there wasn't any news of Limoying, Huang Yueli always felt that he should be cultivating hard in Cloudy Qilin continent. Yesterday morning, when she was refining armaments, that sudden image that flashed past her mind made her heart instantly grow tight. She seemed to have seen Limoying throwing up blood. That scene was just a hallucination, but it looked extremely realistic. It instantly scared her out of her wits and directly caused the spirit armament furnace to explode. Later on, although she realized that it was fake, her heart was still apprehensive. She simply could not calm down, no matter what. It shouldn't be real, right? It's impossible to be real. Limoying's innate talent was so high and his character was so composed. He was also the core for the entire Cloudy Qilin clan and had a noble status. Why would he possibly meet with danger for no rhyme or reason? But luckily, the same image didn't appear in the next 2 days after that. It must be because I missed him too much, that's why it caused this hallucination, sigh. Huang Yueli shut her eyes and muttered to herself, but tomorrow I will set off. If everything goes smoothly, I will be able to teleport to the Cloudy Qilin clan in less than 2 weeks. By then, we will be able to meet again. Thinking of the shocked look when Limoying saw her again, Huang Yueli's lips curled into a smile. On the second day, she woke up and headed to look for the innkeeper on the first floor to check out of her room. The innkeeper kept flattering her and sent her off with utmost gratitude. Huang Yueli had already checked out the location of the teleportation array, and she headed over there straight. However, just as she was passing by a corner, a carriage suddenly stopped at a distance near her. Immediately following that, a young lady's graceful figure got down from the carriage. Huang Yueli was in a daze. That figure looked a little familiar. Young Miss Liyun. The mid-rank spiritual armament master, who was embarrassed by Huang Yueli in the sky gem glass chamber, created trouble unreasonably, and was finally chased out by Grandmaster Xiao. Although she had a veil over her face, Huang Yueli recognized her without any problem. This woman didn't leave Flame Square City? Huang Yueli's brows rose in slight astonishment. Misty Cloud Translations. Logically speaking, Liyun was someone who minded her reputation very much. She was embarrassed at the sky gem glass chamber, and the ordinary people had on the streets also crowded around her to see her pathetic sight. So how could she even possibly have the cheek to continue staying in Flame Square City? Suspicions filled Huang Yueli's heart, but she didn't bother to think too much about it. With a nonchalant look, she continued to walk forward. When Li Liyun got off the carriage, she was troubled and her expression was dazed. Even her footsteps weren't stable. She slipped and bumped into Huang Yueli. The latter didn't expect Li Liyun to suddenly fall. But her reaction was extremely swift and immediately stepped back. Hence, Li Liyun, who was originally supposed to fall on her, suddenly plopped onto the ground on her face. The surrounding guards all ran forward. Young Miss Liyun, how are you? Why did you suddenly fall? Are you hurt anywhere? Can you still stand? All of the guards looked tense and their hearts were pounding with fear. Li Liyun originally was very arrogant and her temper was terrible. Moreover, she had been feeling upset over young Master Moying in the past few days. She vented her anger that she suffered from Li Moying on the guards. All of them were tormented badly and no one dared to offend that young miss at all. Now, they didn't pay any attention and caused her to slip and fall. They could imagine just how miserable they would become. As expected, Li Liyun had just stood up and flew into a rage. She held angrily, "You bunch of trash, where have you guys hid yourselves to slack off again? Are there any guards who act like you guys? What use do I have for you?" She was exasperated and she took out the whip that was hung by her waist, lashing it out towards the guards. All of them didn't dare to make a sound. They didn't even dare to evade her move. Li Liyun whipped them a few times, but it didn't make her feel any better. When she fell earlier, many pedestrians had seen her and she was thoroughly embarrassed. Moreover, this was the second time in just a few days. More importantly, the dress that she was wearing was brand new. Previously, she heard Brother Moying talking about the popular flowing dress in Soaring Heaven's continent, and that was the dress that Li Moying's lower realm wife loved wearing the most. Li Liyun tried to find out from other people and finally managed to form the correct design of the flowing dress. Then she looked for the most outstanding tailor in Sacred Phoenix race to make the dress. She had to say that this flowing dress design was indeed very exquisite. After she put the dress on, she felt that she was even more beautiful now. It also attracted many young ladies' envious gazes. But now, this fall caused her reputation to be destroyed. Li Liyun was furious and she turned her head to stare at the unlucky fellow who bumped into her and said nastily, "Men, catch that scum who intentionally bumped into this lady. How dare he cause me to be embarrassed, I will absolutely not let." She stopped in the middle of her sentence and finally took a clear look at the person who was standing in front of her. Huang Yueli's disguised countenance had become one of Li Liyun's most hated person. The incident that happened in the sky gem glass chamber was something that she would never forget in her entire life. Originally, Li Liyun was already prepared to find a chance to catch Huang Yueli and give her a good beating. But because of Li Moying's sudden appearance in Flame Square City, she couldn't care about that then. Now, the enemies had crossed each other's path. A sinister sneer appeared on Li Liyun's face. "So, it's you. Li Huang, this lady was troubled over the fact that I couldn't find you, and here you are. It's just nice, you're digging your grave on your own. Huang Yueli met Li Liyun's jealous and hateful gaze with a composed look. Her lips curled slightly. Young Miss Lu, wow. You're indeed a mid-rank spiritual armament master, you're so impressive. Even when you stumbled and fell, you also need to blame it on other people. I was just finding it strange. A mid-rank spiritual armament master should at least be in Dream Profound Realm mid-phase, isn't it? Why can't you even walk properly? There aren't any holes on the ground, how did you even fall? Even a 3-year-old child is better than you. Pete. When Huang Yueli said those sarcastic words, someone among the crowd instantly burst out into laughter. It was because what she said was spot on. This matter was simply too amusing. All the citizens in God Realm were practitioners, and their balancing ability was something that lower realm ordinary people could not compare with. It was really rare for someone to fall while walking. If one fell accidentally, one would naturally blame themselves for failing to look carefully. Who would even blame the guards for not holding on to her? What's the matter with this spiritual armament master? Could there be a problem with her legs? Who knows? She seems to be on familiar terms with that young man, perhaps she intentionally fell on him? What you said might be possible. Hearing those various ridiculous deductions from the bystanders, Li Liyun's face flushed into a beetroot shade. Someone actually compared her with this country bumpkin. It was simply the greatest insult to her. She, Li Liyun, was to marry a peerless top exponent like Li Moying. This fella couldn't even be compared to Li Moying's finger. Li Liyun jumped up in exasperation and flicked her whip towards the top of Huang Yueli's head without any warning. When Huang Yueli saw that, she squinted her eyes, and a cold intent flashed past. Originally, she had no intention to clash with Li Liyun. After all, she was rushed for time and didn't want to care about other people's matters. Even when Li Liyun spoke rudely, she was too lazy to rebuke her. Whoever knew that this woman could not tell good from bad and even wanted to hit her? Huang Yueli wondered which clan nurtured Li Liyun to become so arrogant and willful. At this moment, Li Liyun's whip, which was flowed along with the wind, was about to land on Huang Yueli. Heavens! How could this woman be so vicious? This buddy, be careful. Quick, move aside. Li Liyun's move blinded the entire group of bystanders. Dream Profound Realm mid-phase cultivation was considered as top-rated among the younger generation, moreover for ordinary citizens. Everyone thought that the slim Huang Yueli would be seriously injured under this powerful attack. Li Liyun naturally also thought so. She saw Huang Yueli standing still, without even trying to hide, and assumed that she was too shocked to move. A trash like you dares to go against this lady? She laughed sinisterly and increased the strength in her hand. But whoever knew, the whip had landed halfway and stopped. No matter how hard Li Liyun tried, it stopped in midair. Damn it, what's going on? Li Liyun lifted her head in exasperation, only to realize the tail of the whip was held firmly in Huang Yueli's palm. That pair of hands were slender and beautiful, simply no different from a lady's hand. But under her control, Li Liyun's rampant attack was reduced to nothing. Li Liyun was stunned momentarily, not believing her eyes. She subconsciously pulled backward, hoping to pull her whip back. She tried once, and it didn't move. The second time, it also didn't move. Third time. Li Liyun was tugging harder and harder, and she had used up all her energy. Her face flushed red, but she didn't have any way to recoil the whip back at all. At this point, everyone could tell that the young man, Huang Yueli's disguised look, was a top exponent who didn't reveal his power. As for Li Liyun, in a bid to save her reputation, she continued to tug hard at her whip. A faint smile curled up on Huang Yueli's lips, and she suddenly released her right hand's grip. The next moment, Li Liyun felt the whip loosening. The tremendous impact made her lose control of her body, and she staggered back continuously, unable to stop. In the end, she landed on the ground on her butt. Wow! Amid the bystanders' gasps, Li Liyun sprawled on the ground in a disheveled look. This fall directly made her see stars. By the time she regained her senses, she realized that everyone was laughing at her, and she exploded into a rage. It was her third time falling on the streets. Moreover, this time was even more embarrassing than the previous 2 times. It was because she was the one who initiated the provocation. She wanted to teach the other person a lesson, but in the end, she was the one who ran into bad luck. Luckily, this fall seemed very serious, but she wasn't badly hurt. Only her butt was in pain. Li Liyun bore with the pain and embarrassment, jumped up, and glowered at Huang Yueli. Damn it! How dare you attack this lady? Are you tired of living? Huang Yueli blinked and asked with an innocent expression. Attack? Since when did I attack you? Young Miss Lu, you must speak with a conscience. Earlier, you were the one who tried to hit me. I held on to the whip for defense. Later, I saw that you were trying to pull the whip back, so I just let it go. I was thinking on your behalf, but you actually claimed that I attacked you? Saying that, she turned to the surrounding practitioners and said in a clear, loud voice, Everyone, you've witnessed the situation earlier. Will you please judge what is right? At this moment, the total number of bystanders increased again. The 2 of them were surrounded by mountains of people. Earlier when Li Liyun attacked, everyone saw Huang Yueli easily defeating the opponent. That's right. It's this young Miss Liyun's fault. This young master is already very magnanimous. He was whipped by her, but only made her fall down. If I were him, I would definitely hit her back. I wonder which force nurtured this genius, and how great is her innate talent. So what if she's a spiritual armament master? She is so arrogant, so she deserves to be taught a lesson. That's right. Her skills are no match for him, but she still has the cheek to complain here? Li Liyun's brash look had already caused a public outcry. Hearing their words, Li Liyun's face flushed green, then white. Pointing at Huang Yueli's nose, she berated, Shut up. Don't try to shove your false arguments down their throats. Men, capture him. The guards exchanged glances and hesitated. However, they didn't dare to defy Li Liyun's orders, so they could only step forward. Huang Yueli was surrounded by people, but she was still calm and unhurried. Why? Didn't you say earlier that you want to teach me a lesson personally? But now you're sending your guards here as cannon fodders? Did you feel that you can't beat me, so you're frightened? Li Liyun was so stifled that she almost threw up blood. What Huang Yueli just said had poked at her sore point once again. Li Liyun had always prided herself as a heaven-grade genius, so even in a god clan like the Cloudy Qilin clan, she had always been on top-rate level. Never in her dreams did she expect herself to be taught a lesson by a human at such a small place. Moreover, the other party's ability had evidently surpassed her by so much. The blow to her was simply too huge. Not to mention that this human's innate talent in spirit armament refining had totally crushed hers. Li Liyun was put in an awkward position and her heart was filled with jealousy. She wished for nothing more than to strangle Huang Yueli to death. On the surface, Huang Yueli looked calm and composed. But she was actually observing her surroundings as her thoughts raced past swiftly. Li Liyun only brought 4 guards with her. But their cultivation should be higher than Li Liyun herself, which were around Dream Profound Realm and Phase. Huang Yueli's combat power far surpassed same-level practitioners, so dealing with Li Liyun was a simple feat. But it wouldn't be easy for her to successfully escape from those higher-level practitioners in front of her. It seemed that she had to make use of the surrounding environment to create a commotion to escape. Just as Huang Yueli was pondering over what course of action to take, a voice suddenly rang from a distance away. "What are you guys doing here? Why is it so noisy?" Following the voice, a tall young man made his way through the crowd and approached them. Seeing Li Liyun, he asked in shock. "Young Miss Liyun, what are you doing here?" When Li Liyun saw him, she excitedly jumped up. "Tianyi, go beat that fellow for me. He disrespected me." Li Tianyi was the guard who was allocated to Li Moying, and he was also ranked first. Ordinary clansmen would not get the chance to stay by the future clan leader's side. Li Tianyi's innate talent was extraordinary, and his background wasn't bad as well. Li Tianyi frowned but did not act according to her order. "Young Miss Liyun, no matter what conflict you have, can't you stop creating a ruckus at my young master's door? Can't you settle your dispute elsewhere?" Young master had not shut his eyes for the past 3 days, and he finally just laid down to rest. But the commotion you created woke him up again. Hearing that, Li Liyun's aggressive temper immediately died down. Her arrogant and willful attitude disappeared and her tone instantly softened. This. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." Li Tianyi didn't say anything much to her and just turned around as he indicated for the crowd to disperse. "Everyone, please go. There's nothing much to look around here." Most people would not listen to the instruction after being chased away in such a manner. But Li Tianyi's dressing, aura, and cultivation made them feel that he wasn't a simple person. The bystanders had enough of watching the fun, and since they were worried that they might get into trouble, they could only leave. A strange feeling arose in Huang Yueli's heart as she watched them. Li Liyun's arrogant character had completely changed because of this young man's words. She wondered who was the young master that this young man was referring to. It was obvious that Li Liyun's expression turned frightened when she heard the title young master. Huang Yueli found it strange, but she didn't ask too much about this. Being entangled with Li Liyun had wasted a lot of her time. Now that Huang Yueli had already taught her a lesson, she didn't want to stay here any longer. Seeing the crowd dispersed, Huang Yueli also smuggled among them and prepared to leave. Li Liyun turned her head, and when she realized that Huang Yueli was about to slip away, she immediately shouted, "Li Yue Huang, you're still trying to escape. Stand right there." When Li Tianyi heard her sharp cry, he frowned. "Young Miss Liyun, if you're not here to visit our young master, please leave immediately. Otherwise, if young master is enraged, none of us can take responsibility." Li Liyun's face flushed pale, and she stared fiercely at Huang Yueli. "Count yourself lucky. Next time if I ever see you again, I'll not let you off." Saying that, she couldn't be bothered with Huang Yueli and immediately followed behind Li Tianyi, entering into a courtyard a short distance away. That scum had offended her, so even 1,000 deaths weren't enough to make up for it. But she could not afford to delay her visit to Brother Moying because of this small matter. Hearing that he was in a bad mood, she decided to take advantage of this while he was feeling frail. She would show concern for him and make him fall in love with her. Li Liyun and Li Tianyi disappeared behind the courtyard door. The bystanders on the streets also dispersed. Huang Yueli stood in the empty street, and her gaze followed behind Li Liyun in a daze. When she came back to her senses, she didn't know what was going on because she followed them to the courtyard door, but stopped short of walking in. 2 guards appeared at the entrance and pulled out their long swords, blocking her way. "Who are you? This is a private residence, please leave immediately." Huang Yueli then regained her senses as she looked at that heavily guarded gaze on those guards' faces. She instantly became embarrassed. It indeed seemed rather suspicious of her to intrude into another person's courtyard for no reason. She didn't know why she actually followed Li Liyun sneakily to this place. It was like some mysterious power that was pulling her along. Just as Huang Yueli hesitated, the room suddenly broke out in a clamor. There were mixed sounds like porcelain were dropping on the ground, giving off an ear-splitting noise, a young lady screaming, and also there seemed to be a faint angry howl from a man. This voice. Huang Yueli's heart jolted. For an instant, she even felt that she had heard Li Moying's voice. But, how was this possible? The guards saw her standing still, and their expressions turned unfriendly as they unleashed the profound energy within them. Then they barked, "Why are you still standing here in a daze? Still not going to leave? If you still don't leave, don't blame us for attacking you." Huang Yueli frowned slightly. She wasn't afraid of these two guards in front of her. Although their cultivations were much higher than hers, it was still difficult for them to pose a genuine threat to her. But Huang Yueli knew that she was at fault, so she wasn't willing to argue with them. "I'm sorry, I've walked to the wrong door. I'll leave right now." Huang Yueli cupped her fist in her other hand and stepped back. Just in that instant, when she turned around, a messy shout was heard from the rear courtyard. Huang Yueli's footsteps halted and she couldn't help but stop and listen again. Lan. Only now did he notice the spiritual armament master's badge that was pinned on Huang Yueli's chest. His attitude immediately changed. "Oh, you're a spiritual armament master. I must have been blind earlier. If I've offended you, will Master Li please accept my apologies? I wonder where would you like to be teleported to?" Huang Yueli replied, "Empyrean Fox Continent, Blessed City." Before she came, Huang Yueli had already studied God Realm's map in detail, and she had set the teleportation destinations. Flame Square City's teleportation array distance was extremely limited. It would at most step over to the distance of 2 continents, the furthest reaching Blessed City in Empyrean Fox Continent. Blessed City was located in Empyrean Fox Continent's most southern end. The exterior of the city was an important war zone where humans and the demon tribe engaged in battle. It was extremely messy, and danger lurked everywhere. Ordinary practitioners would normally not head to that place. But to save time, Huang Yueli decided to be teleported to the furthest place from here. The soldier turned around and headed to the sentry post to report on this. Shortly after, a practitioner dressed in a commanding officer's uniform appeared and verified Huang Yueli's identity. After verifying that Huang Yueli was indeed a noble spiritual armament master, the commander's attitude became extremely deferential. "Master Li, I heard that you want to go to Empyrean Fox Continent's Blessed City?" Huang Yueli nodded and replied, "That's right." The commander looked her up and down, then said, "Master Li, you might not know the current situation recently. In the past 2 months, Blessed City had been repeatedly attacked by the demon tribe and had been in a tight state of security. Heading to Blessed City now is extremely dangerous. If you've got nothing on there, it's better to take another route." Huang Yueli asked, "Which other routes would allow me to cross over 2 large continents?" The commander was stunned. Crossing 2 large continents is of course not possible. Other than heading through Blessed City's route, which was specially constructed to fight the demon tribe. The other routes would only lead to the sides of Black Tortoise Continent. Hearing that, Huang Yueli frowned. If one continent only could lead to the next continent, then the total time she spent on the journey alone would take at least half a year. She thought for a moment and said, "Then I'd better head to Blessed City." Huang Yueli thought silently, "I'm just going to stay in Blessed City for a day or 2. After that, I will teleport to another continent. Surely I won't be that unlucky to meet with trouble, right?" The commander saw her insistence and didn't continue to persuade any further. The fee for using the teleportation array is based on distance, so the pricing would not be the same. To teleport to the neighboring Black Tortoise Continent, you only need to pay 100,000 high-grade crystal jades. But if you're heading to Empyrean Fox Continent, the price would be 250,000 crystal jades. The price might be more expensive, but the cost of maintenance for the teleportation array is also very high. Before he could finish explaining, Huang Yueli nodded and said, "This I know. Can I pay using the crystal card?" Saying that, she took out the black gold crystal card. Seeing that high-grade crystal card in her hand, the commander's eyes widened, and he thought inwardly, "I've met with a tycoon today." Guests who came to use the teleportation array were mostly rich and powerful people, but most of them would feel that the fee of teleportation was too high. The commander said a little more, because he noticed that Huang Yueli was a low-rank spiritual armament master. After all, 250,000 high-grade crystal jades to a low-rank spiritual armament master was a huge expense. Whoever knew, Huang Yueli simply took out her black gold crystal card casually. Lawn. Only now did he notice the spiritual armament master's badge that was pinned on Huang Yueli's chest. His attitude immediately changed. "Oh, you're a spiritual armament master. I must have been blind earlier. If I've offended you, will Master Li please accept my apologies? I wonder where would you like to be teleported to?" Huang Yueli replied, "Empyrean Fox Continent, Blessed City." Before she came, Huang Yueli had already studied God Realm's map in detail, and she had set the teleportation destinations. Flame Square City's teleportation array distance was extremely limited. It would at most step over to the distance of 2 continents, the furthest reaching Blessed City in Empyrean Fox Continent. Blessed City was located in Empyrean Fox Continent's most southern end. The exterior of the city was an important war zone where humans and the demon tribe engaged in battle. It was extremely messy, and danger lurked everywhere. Ordinary practitioners would normally not head to that place. But to save time, Huang Yueli decided to be teleported to the furthest place from here. The soldier turned around and headed to the sentry post to report on this. Shortly after, a practitioner dressed in a commanding officer's uniform appeared and verified Huang Yueli's identity. After verifying that Huang Yueli was indeed a noble spiritual armament master, the commander's attitude became extremely deferential. "Master Li, I heard that you want to go to Empyrean Fox Continent's Blessed City?" Huang Yueli nodded and replied, "That's right." The commander looked her up and down, then said, "Master Li, you might not know the current situation recently. In the past 2 months, Blessed City had been repeatedly attacked by the demon tribe and had been in a tight state of security. Heading to Blessed City now is extremely dangerous. If you've got nothing on there, it's better to take another route." Huang Yueli asked, "Which other routes would allow me to cross over 2 large continents?" The commander was stunned. Crossing 2 large continents is of course not possible. Other than heading through Blessed City's route, which was specially constructed to fight the demon tribe. The other routes would only lead to the sides of Black Tortoise Continent. Hearing that, Huang Yueli frowned. If one continent only could lead to the next continent, then the total time she spent on the journey alone would take at least half a year. She thought for a moment and said, "Then I'd better head to Blessed City." Huang Yueli thought silently, "I'm just going to stay in Blessed City for a day or 2. After that, I will teleport to another continent. Surely I won't be that unlucky to meet with trouble, right?" The commander saw her insistence and didn't continue to persuade any further. The fee for using the teleportation array is based on distance. So the pricing would not be the same. To teleport to the neighboring Black Tortoise Continent, you only need to pay 100,000 high-grade crystal jades. But if you're heading to Empyrean Fox Continent, the price would be 250,000 crystal jades. The price might be more expensive, but the cost of maintenance for the teleportation array is also very high. Before he could finish explaining, Huang Yueli nodded and said, "This I know. Can I pay using the crystal card?" Saying that, she took out the black gold crystal card. Seeing that high-grade crystal card in her hand, the commander's eyes widened, and he thought inwardly, "I've met with a tycoon today. Guests who came to use the teleportation array were mostly rich and powerful people, but most of them would feel that the fee of teleportation was too high. The commander said a little more, because he noticed that Huang Yueli was a low-rank spiritual armament master. After all, 250,000 high-grade crystal jades to a low-rank spiritual armament master was a huge expense. Whoever knew, Huang Yueli simply took out her black gold crystal card casually. The commander received the crystal card and deducted the fees. Huang Yueli asked, "How long does it take to activate the teleportation array?" The commander smiled and said, "It's a coincidence that you're going to Blessed City. We have just received an order to teleport a few lords from the god clans to the battlefield with the demon tribe. You can teleport along with them. In around an hour, you can set off." Huang Yueli revealed a satisfied smile. "That's great." Flame Square City, Cloudy Qilin Clan's secret base. Li Liyun followed Li Tianyi through the front courtyard, all the way to the main hall entrance. The latter stopped in front of the room door and raised his hand by the side of the door. But he hesitated for a long time, not knocking. Li Liyun looked at him curiously. "Why aren't you knocking on the door?" Li Tianyi suppressed his voice and said, "Young master had been cultivating in the past few days, but he didn't manage to break through. In fact, his profound energy suffered a backlash and his mood is extremely irritable. Whoever appeared before him would be berated. Moreover, he had been drinking in the past few days." Li Tianyi showed a sorrowful expression. Li Moying's current condition simply made the guards worried. Ever since the news of Huang Yueli's possible death was heard, he had been leading his days in a drunken stupor. Whoever dared to persuade him would end up badly injured by him. Seeing the usually calm and composed young Master Moying, who was unfazed by any circumstances, slowly degrading himself, everyone felt extremely shocked. No one expected Li Moying to have such deep feelings for his lower realm life. Originally, the guards assumed that he didn't know how to please young ladies when those rich, young girls offered themselves to him. So, it was because the person wasn't right. These rich, young ladies were not the love of his life. Li Tianyi was worried, but he didn't say the real reason for Li Moying's depression. Because Li Moying had already given an ultimatum that no one was allowed to leak out the information between him and Sacred Phoenix Race's God-grade genius's relationship. So, the guards merely used the excuse that Li Moying had a mishap during his cultivation. When Li Liyun heard that, she didn't suspect anything at all. She immediately turned anxious and said, "How can Brother Moying do this? It's very normal to suffer a backlash during cultivation, and it could happen to anyone. His innate talent is so high, even if he meets with a bottleneck, he will definitely be able to pass through it smoothly very soon." Li Liyun pushed Li Tianyi, who was blocking the door, aside. "All of you are so useless. You can't even persuade your young master properly. Let me do it." Saying that, she pushed the door open and jogged right in. "Wait, young Miss Liyun." Li Tianyi couldn't stop her at all and could only watch her rushing towards the volcano. He shut his eyes, not daring to look. The scene following that was extremely miserable. As expected, before Li Liyun had reached Li Moying, she already sensed rampant and disorderly energy that filled the entire room. This energy was released from Li Moying. The nearer she got, the more powerful that profound energy suppression felt. Li Liyun was impacted suddenly, and her feet softened, almost unable to take it. But she clenched her teeth and worked up her profound energy. Steadying herself firmly, she continued to trudge towards him. Li Moying was currently seated on the chair. His elbows were on the armrest, propping up his head. His pitch-dark eyes were as black as the eternal night, yet it radiated a strange cold glint. He leaned against the chair, lifting his eyes slightly. It seemed as though he saw her, but also as though he didn't. Li Liyun felt a sign of danger as his gaze swept past her. But that threat was tagged along with an astonishing charm. It attracted her to keep walking towards him, even though she knew that she was walking towards a bottomless abyss without any regrets. Li Liyun's heart palpitated swiftly. Although her physical body was unable to take on Li Moying's suppression and her fingers were starting to turn icy cold, she didn't stop moving. "Brother Moying, what's the matter with you?" Li Moying totally ignored her. His slender fingers picked up a wine cup and placed it to his lips. Lifting his head, he drank the entire cup of wine in one go. It was only now that Li Liyun realized that the entire room was filled with a thick stench of alcohol. Evidently, Li Moying had drunk a lot of wine when he was here alone. Thinking of that, she hurriedly walked forward, intending to grab the wine cup away from him. "Brother Moying, you can't continue drinking like this. I heard from Tianyi and Tianair that you threw up blood a couple of days ago when you were cultivating, and your meridians are already damaged. You should be resting properly right now. How can you drink? Brother Moying." Li Liyun was practically leaning onto Li Moying, hoping to express her gentleness to him. However, right before her fingers were about to touch his shirt, a huge impact suddenly attacked her. Li Liyun was caught off guard and instantly fell backward. When she fell to the ground, her expression was still in a daze, apparently unaware of what had just happened. She did not think that Li Moying wouldn't even allow her to touch him and just threw her off directly. Li Tianyi was looking at the door, and he shook his head silently. He knew that this would happen. Li Liyun was too opinionated. Did she think that their young master would allow anyone to go near him just because he was drunk? Or did she assume that she held a special place in Li Moying's heart, which would make him look at her differently? Li Liyun was pushed to the ground, and her face flushed red from embarrassment. However, she clenched her teeth and stood up after a short moment. No way, she couldn't just give up like this. This was a rare chance. She had to make her brother Moying sense the gentle and meticulous side of her. In this way, when he regained his consciousness, he would be touched deeply by her deep sentiments. "Brother Moying, please put down the wine cup, will you?" She walked towards Li Moying once again. But this time, she took extra caution, not daring to go too close. Neither did she dare to touch him again. She persuaded him cautiously, from a distance away. Li Moying seemed to have heard her voice and his gaze swept past her, then suddenly stopped. His pupils constricted, staring tightly at Li Liyun as he revealed a shocked look. Li Liyun saw the change in expression and assumed that he recognized her and was touched by her gentleness. She hurriedly said, "Brother Moying, are you clear-minded now? I'm Li Liyun. You shouldn't drink anymore. I'll help you back to the room, okay?" However, Li Moying didn't answer her. He looked at her from head to toe, as a hazy image appeared in front of his eyes. That familiar flowing dress, the hem was like a floating cloud. It felt as though the young lady whom he had loved for 2 lifetimes had once again appeared before him, coming close to him. Moreover, he seemed to have smelled that familiar scent. Seemingly as though there was. That was Huang Yueli's exclusive fragrance, which would rove over him every single night in his dreams. "Lear, is that you?" His thin lips parted as though he was mumbling something. But he spoke so softly that even Li Liyun, who stood a short distance away, could not hear him clearly. Li Liyun was excited by his scorching gaze, her heart beating so hard that it seemed as though it was about to jump out from her throat. Li Moying had never gazed at her with so much concentration before this. Li Liyun had wondered to herself many times in the past, thinking of the feeling of being gazed at so gently and attentively by Li Moying. It was only now that she realized that this man seemed cold and emotionless. But when he was gentle, that gaze could simply drown someone. Li Liyun's cheeks blushed, and she was even more certain that Li Moying had been touched by her gestures. She walked up quickly and tried to walk next to Li Moying. This time, Li Moying didn't attack her. On the contrary, his gaze quietly stayed on the young lady in front of him, not shifting away at all. Li Lian realized that he didn't reject her and happily stretched out her hand, intending to help him up. "Brother moving, you." Whoever knew, the moment she spoke, it was like a stone dropping into the water. It instantly broke the daze that Li Moying was in. His dark gaze instantly became clear. "It's not her. This voice, it doesn't belong to my Lear." Detecting Li Lian nearing him, he raised his right hand and threw her off once again. With a bang, Li Lian's body flew out. If it wasn't because Li Tianyi had already realized that something was amiss and dashed over timely to catch her, Li Lian would suffer from a serious injury this time. Even so, Li Lian's right ankle was fractured by the huge impact. She was in so much pain that her complexion turned pale. However, as compared to the pain, the greater impact for her was that Li Moying had actually pushed her aside once again. Moreover, his attack was so heavy, totally disregarding the fact that she was a lady. How could he do this? Earlier, he was the one who looked at me in utmost adoration, as though I am his only true love. Why did things suddenly change in the blink of an eye? Not only did Li Moying push her away, but his gaze also turned as cold as ice. There was none of the gentleness left from before. Just as Li Lian was in a daze, Li Moying had already stood up and walked right out of the door. When he passed by Li Lian, he didn't even take a look at her. She turned anxious and cried out, "Brother Moying, where are you going?" Li Moying swept her a glance and said in a biting cold voice, "You're not qualified to wear this dress. Change out of it and don't ever let me see you wearing a flowing dress ever." Li Lian's eyes widened in shock. Never in her wildest dream had she imagined that Li Moying actually would say such a thing. She thought that putting on this dress would enable her to attract Li Moying's gaze, to let him notice her exceptional beauty. The more Li Lian thought, the more unreconciled she was, and she gritted her teeth. "No, I won't change out of it. I like this dress. Why is it that only that woman can wear, and I can't? This is my freedom." Li Moying sneered, "Freedom? If you want freedom, then don't appear in front of me. You're not changing, is it? Tianyi, go help her." "Yes, what?" Li Tianyi subconsciously agreed to Li Moying's order, but when he subconsciously understood what he said, the former was stunned. Did he hear him wrongly? She was their clan leader's niece. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Li Moying's voice grew colder as he swept him a deep gaze that made one shudder. Li Tianyi felt his leg turning soft. Ever since he received the news of Huang Yueli's demise, Li Moying was like a changed man. He was simply even scarier than the demon tribe. The sweat on Li Tianyi's forehead dripped down, totally unsure of what he should do. He wasn't Li Moying and didn't have the guts to offend the clan leader's niece. But his master's command was something that he didn't dare to not abide. He could only brace himself and persuade her. "Young Miss Li, why don't you just change out of that dress? Young master is in a bad mood now, so why must you go against him?" Li Lian's face was not reconciled. She was the Cloudy Qilin clan's god-grade genius. Not only was a god clan status noble, her innate talent merely second to Li Moying's. She also had gorgeous looks. Why didn't Li Moying take any fancy to her, and keep thinking about his lower realm life? No matter how beautiful that woman was, she was just a lowly human who couldn't even be compared to her finger. Li Lian felt extremely aggrieved, but Li Moying's might was simply too powerful. Under his piercing gaze, Li Lian's heart was quivering and she felt terrified from the bottom of her heart. She didn't dare to go against him. Biting her lip, she was just about to get up to change. Suddenly, Li Moying's brow creased and he stopped. Then he walked towards her. Li Lian was stunned, but she suddenly jumped with joy. Li Moying walked next to her on his own. It was the first time she met with such a thing. Could it be that this man had finally seen how beautiful she was, compared with his human wife, and had a change of heart? Li Moying walked nearer and without saying a word, he stretched his hand out towards Li Liyun's chest. Her face flushed red. "Brother Moying, what are you doing?" Li Tianyi was totally stunned. His mind was in a mess, not knowing what his young master wanted to do. Earlier, didn't he view Li Liyun with disdain to the point that he couldn't even tolerate her wearing the flowing dress? Why was he stretching his hand out to touch her breasts? Now? This? Was he overstimulated? However, Li Moying seemed as though he didn't notice their abnormality at all. He stretched out his hand towards Li Liyun's chest, but he didn't touch her at all. Instead, using 2 fingers, he picked up the small piece of a leaf which was stuck on her shirt. No one noticed that Li Moying's fingers were shaking slightly. He took that piece of leaf and placed it under his nose to take a whiff. His expression, which was cold like ice, finally loosened a little. This smell was so familiar. It was obviously the scent of the fragrance sachet that his Lear loved the most when she was in Soaring Heaven's continent. This incense was made using tender buds from the lingering pheromone tree, which were then dried. It was a kind of condiment and a kind of plant that only Soaring Heaven's continent had. Since her past life, Huang Yueli had been personally plucking the leaves to blend her fragrance sachet. She gave him quite a few sachets as well. So, this scent was deeply etched in his mind. No matter how long time went by, he would never forget about it. It was no wonder that when Li Liyun walked near to him today, he had accidentally mistaken her as Huang Yueli while he was drunk. It wasn't only because she was wearing Lear's favorite flowing dress, but mainly because a slight hint of Huang Yueli's scent was on her as well. But, why would Li Liyun have Huang Yueli's scent? Thinking of this, Li Moying's gaze turned extremely cold. He stared at Li Liyun and hissed through gritted teeth, "This leaf, where did it come from?" "Huh? What?" Li Liyun still hadn't recollected her senses. She assumed that Li Moying was smitten by her, but in the end, he didn't even touch her at all. Instead, he took away a small piece of something from her that she hadn't even seen clearly. Immediately following that, Li Moying started to interrogate her. She hadn't even understood what he was trying to ask, so she naturally didn't know how to answer him. However, Li Moying wasn't very patient. His heart was burning with anxiety, feeling both excited and fearful. There wasn't any lingering pheromone tree in God Realm, so this leaf could only be brought from Soaring Heaven's continent. Among the newly ascended practitioners, only Huang Yueli came from there. So he could practically confirm that Li Liyun and Huang Yueli had crossed each other's path. Moreover, there was a 90% chance that it happened on her way here today. Although that might be the case, he had already been disappointed multiple times previously. So this time, he didn't dare to believe that he would be so lucky. Li Moying looked at Li Liyun, who was hemming and hawing, and his fury got the better of him because of his anxiousness. He raised his hand and grabbed Li Liyun's collar, fiercely interrogating her, "Speak right now. When you came over earlier, who did you bump into? Why would this leaf fall on your shirt? Spill it out now." Li Liyun had never seen him acting in such a ferocious manner, and she was frightened out of her wits. It was until now that she realized that Li Moying had taken a piece of leaf from her shirt. But she usually minded her image very much. As long as her shirt was tainted with a bit of dust, she would never wear it again. How could it be that a fingernail piece of leaf was stuck on her, and she didn't even notice it? Unless... Li Liyun suddenly recalled the scuffle that she had with Huang Yueli earlier at the entrance. She was in a hurry and bumped onto Huang Yueli, causing her to fall. Back then, she fell quite badly. This lead was either stuck onto her when she fell or it must have dropped from that stinky lad. Li Moying's gaze turned icy cold. Li Tianyi was worried that he might really hurt their clan leader's niece, so he wanted to step up to persuade him. But he was in awe of the former's aura and didn't dare to go near at all. Li Liyun was so scared that her teeth were chattering. She put on a brave front and said, it should be something that I smeared at the courtyard entrance. Courtyard entrance? Li Moying frowned. Right. Earlier, a young fellow intentionally tripped me, so I fell. Later on, we started to quarrel. This young fellow had obviously done it on purpose. Li Liyun speedily explained the entire situation. Lastly, she didn't forget to intentionally badmouth Huang Yueli, hoping that Li Moying would be able to stand up for her and teach this stinky brat a lesson. Whoever knew, Li Moying only heard the first part and loosened his grip, dashing out of the entrance. Young Master Moying, where are you going? Wait. Wait up. Li Tianyi hurriedly chased after him. Li Liyun slumped onto the floor, feeling all the energy in her body had been sucked dry within an instant. Earlier, Li Moying looked simply too terrifying and scary. Moreover, she didn't even know how did she offend him. Could the problem be that she had bumped into that stinky lad at the entrance earlier? Was Li Moying trying to take revenge for her by dashing out in a hurry? If that was true, then the fright that she had gotten today was totally worth it. She didn't know how Li Yuehuang had offended Li Moying, but from his furious look, that lad would probably suffer in his hands. Li Moying was currently extremely anxious. The speed of his footsteps increased to the point that he was almost about to fly. Li Tianyi brought a few guards along, chasing after him, but they could not match his speed at all. Li Yuehuang. Weren't those 3 words, Huang Yueli, in reverse? Li Liyun also said that the young man was a spiritual armament master, and he also had the lingering pheromone tree's leaf on him. This person was definitely his leader. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidental matter under this heavens? As to the question of why he looked different from his gorgeous leader, that was very easy to explain. Huang Yueli had always been skilled in disguises, and she had the top-tier holy armament, the Sky Phoenix ring, which could conceal her cultivation. No wonder sacred Phoenix race's men couldn't find her after such a long time of searching. He knew that his leader had not died. She was alive and well, moreover, she was somewhere near him. Thinking of this, Li Moying couldn't wait to run over to Huang Yueli's side and hug her tightly. He used his fastest body movement profound skill and perfectly coordinated it with his thunder-attributed profound energy, dashing out of the courtyard like a bolt of lightning. There was naturally no one else at the entrance. Li Moying used the shortest amount of time to go through all the streets in the surroundings. But he didn't manage to find anyone like Huang Yueli. Out of no choice, he could only stop and delve into his thoughts. It had already been 2 hours after Li Liyun and Huang Yueli's argument. Based on his little fox's speed, she was able to go through half of Flame Square City within this amount of time. Since she was no longer in the surroundings of these few streets, then it would become slightly difficult to find her. Flame Square City's paths led everywhere, so who knew which direction had she gone in? In the time that he used to think, Li Tianyi and the others finally chased up. Panting, they bowed respectfully to him. Young master, where are you going? Li Moying frowned slightly and opened his mouth to say, that spiritual armament master who argued with Li Liyun is most likely Huang Yueli. What? The guards were astounded. No one expected to hear this piece of news. After all, based on Li Liyun's saying, that spiritual armament master, who dared to argue with her so many times, was a man. Li Moying didn't bother to explain to them and asked directly, where is Li Liyun? Is she still in the courtyard? Oh, yes. The guards hurriedly responded. Li Moying reacted instantly and immediately headed back to the courtyard in quick steps. Now, the only person who possibly knew Huang Yueli's whereabouts was Li Liyun. Li Tianyi and the others saw Li Moying leaving like a gust of wind and cried bitterly inwardly. Whenever it had to do with this sacred Phoenix race's young ladies' matters, their composed future clan leader would become extremely irritable. They totally couldn't cope with his train of thoughts at all, so they could only follow behind him, running around like idiots. When Li Moying dashed into the courtyard, Li Liyun was still in a daze on the floor. Seeing Li Moying running in again, she excitedly welcomed him. "Brother Moying, did you catch that stinky brat who bullied me? Is he?" Li Moying couldn't be bothered to listen and asked directly, "Which direction did he take? Can you remember?" This, Li Liyun was stumped. When she and Huang Yueli parted ways, all she had on her mind was to meet Li Moying quickly. So she didn't notice which direction Huang Yueli had gone to. Li Moying waited for a couple of seconds and urged impatiently, "Where did he go? You argued with him for such a long time, didn't you notice which direction did he went?" Li Liyun was frightened by his anxious and fierce tone. Her thoughts were in a mess, and she totally could not recall the scenario at that moment. When Li Moying saw this, his anger spiked up again, and he simply could not stop himself from wanting to hit her. Luckily, Li Tianyi and the others had already caught up to him. He stood behind Li Moying and weakly gave a reminder, "Young master, this subordinate was at the entrance earlier and I seem to have seen Huang, young master Li heading that way." Li Tianyi pointed towards the east and Li Moying immediately stared at him. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Saying that, he didn't wait for Li Tianyi to explain and left in a gust of wind again. Li Tianyi wanted to cry because he felt aggrieved. OVP. He wanted to explain, but whoever knew his young master's body movement found skill to be so incredible. As compared to the latter's performance in the Cloudy Qilin clan, his speed had almost doubled. Isla. In a blink of an eye, he was already gone without a trace. Li Tianyi chased after him with all his might, to the verge of throwing up blood, but was still unable to chase up to Li Moying. "Senior brother Tianyi, what's going on? Why is brother Moying in such a hurry? Did that Li Huang offend brother Moying? It's just like what I said, that stinky brat is so bold. As a lowly human, how dare he offend us Cloudy Qilin clan, simply digging his own grave. After brother Moying finds him, he must teach that brat a lesson." Li Liyun walked over as she spoke with deep hatred. Li Tianyi swept a glance at her. "If you don't wish to be beaten to death by young master, it's better to stop bad-mouthing young master." Li Liyun didn't expect him to say that and was stunned momentarily. "Huh? Why? He's just a lowly human." Li Tianyi saw how ignorant she was and didn't bother to persuade her any further. Anyway, he had already fulfilled his duty to remind Li Liyun. Since she didn't heed his advice, it had nothing to do with him. The most important matter now was to quickly find Li Moying. Thinking of this, he hurriedly led his men and ran out again. Flame Square City's paths were built in an extremely structured manner. Li Tianyi headed towards the east. Although he didn't have Li Moying's speed, he wasn't worried that he might lose track of him. His usual calm and stable demeanor were totally gone. He didn't even cherish his own life. The teleportation array was an array that tore the space apart. Once activated, it was very difficult to stop. For those who tried to barge in while it was already in the middle of being activated, the intruders might be swept into an infinite void space. The worst scenario was that they might be torn into shreds by the space's storm. Alas, Li Tianyi's speed just couldn't match up to his young master. He had just run for a few hundred meters, and Li Moying's figure had already appeared in the middle of the teleportation array. Damn it! Lear had indeed just left. Li Moying's fist punched heavily on the patterned round stone pillar by the side. The materials used to construct teleportation arrays were top-quality spiritual armament materials in God Realm. There was no need to doubt the quality of the hardness. But Li Moying's punch caused multiple cracks in the entire pillar. Crack. After several dull sounds, the entire stone pillar shattered into a pile of rubble beside his feet. "Hey, how can you guys damage At this moment, the commander who was in charge of the teleportation array heard the soldier's report and hurried over. He just happened to see Li Moying punch the circular stone pillar. The commander immediately shouted to berate him. Just as he was about to give them a stern lecture, it took less than a second for him to see the stone pillar shattering. The commander's voice suddenly stopped as though something was stuck in his throat, totally unable to say a single word at all. What kind of ability was this? Terrifying. Too terrifying. Could it be that a Dao Profound Realm strong exponent had come to our Flame Square city? But doesn't this young man look a little too young? How could his cultivation possibly be in Dao Profound Realm? Or could it be that he had used some secret arts to conceal his real age? Li Moying heard a voice and looked at the commander, then he walked towards the ladder. You, who on earth are? The commander stared at Li Moying, but under his strong might, he couldn't even say a complete sentence. Li Moying asked, that Master Li, where is the destination that he had teleported to? When the commander heard this question, he looked at Li Moying defensively and asked, You. Why are you asking this? It's a military secret about the use of the teleportation array. I will never tell you. Li Moying's brows creased and his profound energy was instantly unleashed. Oof. The commander's meridians and dantian suffered an intense impact and blood gushed up his throat, causing him to almost throw up blood. His chest was in severe bouts of pain, which made him unable to breathe. Li Moying asked, coldly, where did Li Yuehuang go to? Quickly tell me. I'm not very patient today. He retracted a bit of profound energy, and the commander finally found himself able to breathe slightly. But he clenched his teeth and said, No way, I won't tell you. How dare you openly attack Sacred Phoenix Continent's guards, to force me to tell you about the military secret? I will absolutely not yield to you. The commander looked at Li Moying suspiciously, as though he was the demon tribe spy. Li Tianyi took a look and he was worried that Li Moying might kill the commander and soldiers in a fit of anger. He stepped up and persuaded. Young master, you. Li Moying heard his voice and stretched out a hand, indicating for him to keep quiet. Immediately following that, Li Moying's fingers flipped, and he retrieved a token from his interspatial ring. Now, can you answer me? An icy, cold voice rang, and the commander's mind buzzed as though he heard a thunderclap, which caused him to go into a trance. Li Moying's slender, powerful fingers were entwined with a metal-attributed chain. Below the chain was an exquisite identity token. This was something that ancient god clans used to differentiate their clansmen. At the same time, it was a sign of a god clan's noble status. The commander hadn't expected the handsome, young man standing in front of him to be a noble member of the god clan. Moreover, from his cultivation and the number of guards following him, the former was able to judge that Li Moying's status in the clan wasn't low at all. However, this wasn't the most shocking thing. What left the commander in disbelief was that Li Moying was from the Cloudy Qilin clan. Why had Cloudy Qilin clan's men come to Sacred Phoenix race? Various large continents patrolling guards weren't able to stop a genuine top expert from the god clan, but it was impossible to totally differentiate people from the Cloudy Qilin clan. However, various ancient god clans had their pride. Sacred Phoenix race and Cloudy Qilin clan were at loggerheads for such a long time. Even if they didn't restrict the other party's clansmen to enter the continent on which they were governed, the other party wouldn't enter it casually. Instead, they would choose to ignore each other. So, why did this man appear at this place? The commander stared blankly at Li Moying's identity token and couldn't say a word for a long time. Li Tianyi was worried that his young master would fly into a rage again and hurriedly scolded the commander, Why are you in a daze? Aren't you going to tell us clearly where Li Yuehuang, Master Li, had gone to? An ancient god clan's identity was much higher than ordinary clansmen. Moreover, even if it was based on military ranks, once god clans entered the battle, the basic rank they hold was sufficient to control him, a human commander. The human commander didn't dare to dawdle and hurriedly said, Master Li's destination is Empyrean Fox Continent, Blessed City. What? Blessed City? Hearing that, Li Moying's guards all had a huge fright. Blessed City was the most dangerous war zones in the entire God realm. Why would young Master Moying's wife go to that place? Logically speaking, shouldn't she be heading to Sacred Phoenix Continent's Central, Ice Moon Summit, back to her clan? Li Tianyi frowned and asked, Are you sure? Why would Master Li go to Blessed City for no reason? I'm not too sure. I told Master Li that Blessed City is a troubled spot and is extremely dangerous, but he insisted on going there. I can't stop him at all. Li Tianyi and the others exchanged a glance, feeling very uneasy. This was such an abnormal situation. Had Huang Yueli met with trouble? If this was the case, won't our young master go crazy? The few of them sized Li Moying up cautiously, but found that Li Moying's expression seemed even more relaxed than earlier. The teleportation distance is the furthest from Sacred Phoenix Continent to Empyrean Fox Continent, having to pass through 2 large continents. Moreover, Blessed City has an even longer teleportation array. If he wanted to go to Cloudy Qilin Continent, taking this route will save a lot of time. Li Moying muttered to himself for a moment and his tightly creased forehead slowly eased. Lear, you have indeed chosen to look for me. Li Moying's heart seemed as though it was soaked in lukewarm water, which was filled with warmth. After being separated for more than a year, his Lear was also thinking of him. She couldn't wait to meet him at all. Li Moying kept his identity token and abruptly turned to leave. Enough, let's go. Saying that he led the way to leave. Since he already knew that Huang Yueli was on her way to look for him, and roughly knew about her route, then he could rest assured. Although it was not impossible to head to Empyrean Fox Continent through the teleportation array, the amount of time needed to prepare the teleportation array's materials for activation would take almost 1 whole day. Li Moying could not even bear to wait for an hour right now, what more to wait for an entire day. Luckily, the flying ship that he brought out from the Cloudy Qilin clan was still parked outside Sacred Phoenix Continent in a hidden location. So taking the flying ship would be much faster than the teleportation array. Perhaps, he might even arrive in Blessed City earlier than Huang Yueli. By then, he would be able to welcome his Lear. He started to wonder about the adorable expression that Huang Yueli would show when she saw him appearing suddenly at the instant when she walked out of the teleportation array. Li Moying's lips couldn't help but curl upwards when he imagined the scene. As for Huang Yueli, she was suddenly in the middle of being teleported. Hence, she totally didn't know that so much had happened in this short amount of time that she had left. There were a total of 5 people who were being teleported. Among them, there were 4 ancient god clan practitioners. Judging from their aura, they seemed to be from the Empyrean Fox clan. Moreover, from the obvious military ranks on their shoulders, one could tell that they had attained outstanding military achievements on the battlefield. Oh. Other than that, there was a luxuriously dressed young man. His countenance was extremely handsome and even a little feminine. But his temperament was outstanding. An eminent aura was overflowing from him, even though he was just standing there. When he saw Huang Yueli walking in, his lips curled into a smile with a frivolous hint to it. Huang Yueli shot him a warning gaze and did not engage in conversation. Instead, she looked for an unremarkable position and sat in a cross-legged position. This was long-distance teleportation, so they would not arrive instantly. They had to teleport across 2 continents, so the minimum amount of time taken to travel within the void space would be around 3 days or so. She would be able to take this time to adjust herself. When the Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners saw Huang Yueli walking in, all of them frowned. What's going on? Why did a human walk in? One of them questioned. The team leader who led Huang Yueli bowed and apologized. Master Divine Lieutenant, I'm really sorry. This young Master Li happened to be heading to Blessed City as well. Since it's so coincidental, why don't we just let him teleport together? He will not disturb you. Empyrean Fox Clan's practitioners looked displeased and they said, what's the situation? The cities administered by Sacred Phoenix race are really lawless. The teleportation arrays were built to fight against the demon tribe, and we're heading to Blessed City to carry out important military affairs. Why are we bringing these two trashy humans along for? Simply a waste of resources. Aren't you going to get them to scram right now? The team leader smiled apologetically and said, Masters, please be appeased. We didn't casually let anyone come in. These two gentlemen here, one is a spiritual alchemist, and the other is a spiritual armament master. Even on the battlefield frontline, they are useful people. Sirs, please let it go, and let them tag along. Hearing that, the Empyrean Fox Clan practitioners' expressions turned slightly better. Immediately following that, Li Moying's fingers flipped, and he retrieved a token from his interspatial ring. Now, can you answer me? An icy, cold voice rang, and the commander's mind buzzed as though he heard a thunderclap, which caused him to go into a trance. Li Moying's slender, powerful fingers were entwined with a metal-attributed chain. Below the chain was an exquisite identity token. This was something that ancient god clans used to differentiate their clansmen. At the same time, it was a sign of a god clan's noble status. The commander hadn't expected the handsome, young man standing in front of him to be a noble member of the god clan. Moreover, from his cultivation and the number of guards following him, the former was able to judge that Li Moying's status in the clan wasn't low at all. However, this wasn't the most shocking thing. What left the commander in disbelief was that Li Moying was from the Cloudy Qilin clan. Why had Cloudy Qilin clan's men come to Sacred Phoenix race? Various large continents patrolling guards weren't able to stop a genuine top expert from the god clan, but it was impossible to totally differentiate people from the Cloudy Qilin clan. However, various ancient god clans had their pride. Sacred Phoenix race and Cloudy Qilin clan were at loggerheads for such a long time. Even if they didn't restrict the other party's clansmen to enter the continent on which they were governed, the other party wouldn't enter it casually. Instead, they would choose to ignore each other. So, why did this man appear at this place? The commander stared blankly at Li Moying's identity token and couldn't say a word for a long time. Li Tianyi was worried that his young master would fly into a rage again and hurriedly scolded the commander, "Why are you in a daze? Aren't you going to tell us clearly where Li Yuehuang, Master Li, had gone to?" An ancient god clan's identity was much higher than ordinary clansmen. Moreover, even if it was based on military ranks, once god clans entered the battle, the basic rank they hold was sufficient to control him, a human commander. The human commander didn't dare to dawdle and hurriedly said, "Master Li's destination is Empyrean Fox Continent, Blessed City." What? Blessed City? Hearing that, Li Moying's guards all had a huge fright. Blessed City was the most dangerous war zones in the entire god realm. Why would young Master Moying's wife go to that place? Logically speaking, shouldn't she be heading to Sacred Phoenix Continent's central, Ice Moon Summit, back to her clan? Li Tianyi frowned and asked, "Are you sure? Why would Master Li go to Blessed City for no reason?" I'm not too sure. I told Master Li that Blessed City is a troubled spot and is extremely dangerous, but he insisted on going there. I can't stop him at all. Li Tianyi and the others exchanged a glance, feeling very uneasy. This was such an abnormal situation. Had Huang Yueli met with trouble? If this was the case, won't our young master go crazy? The few of them sized Li Moying up cautiously, but found that Li Moying's expression seemed even more relaxed than earlier. The teleportation distance is the furthest from Sacred Phoenix Continent to Empyrean Fox Continent, having to pass through two large continents. Moreover, Blessed City has an even longer teleportation array. If he wanted to go to Cloudy Qilin Continent, taking this route will save a lot of time. Li Moying muttered to himself for a moment and his tightly creased forehead slowly eased. Lear, you have indeed chosen to look for me. Li Moying's heart seemed as though it was soaked in lukewarm water, which was filled with warmth. After being separated for more than a year, his Lear was also thinking of him. She couldn't wait to meet him at all. Li Moying kept his identity token and abruptly turned to leave. Enough, let's go. Saying that he led the way to leave. Since he already knew that Huang Yueli was on her way to look for him, and roughly knew about her route, then he could rest assured. Although it was not impossible to head to Empyrean Fox Continent through the teleportation array, the amount of time needed to prepare the teleportation array's materials for activation would take almost one whole day. Li Moying could not even bear to wait for an hour right now, what more to wait for an entire day. Luckily, the flying ship that he brought out from the Cloudy Qilin clan was still parked outside Sacred Phoenix Continent in a hidden location. So taking the flying ship would be much faster than the teleportation array. Perhaps, he might even arrive in Blessed City earlier than Huang Yueli. By then, he would be able to welcome his Lear. He started to wonder about the adorable expression that Huang Yueli would show when she saw him appearing suddenly at the instant when she walked out of the teleportation array. Li Moying's lips couldn't help but curl upwards when he imagined the scene. As for Huang Yueli, she was suddenly in the middle of being teleported. Hence, she totally didn't know that so much had happened in this short amount of time that she had left. There were a total of 5 people who were being teleported. Among them, there were 4 ancient god clan practitioners. Judging from their aura, they seemed to be from the Empyrean Fox clan. Moreover, from the obvious military ranks on their shoulders, one could tell that they had attained outstanding military achievements on the battlefield. Oh. Other than that, there was a luxuriously dressed young man. His countenance was extremely handsome and even a little feminine. But his temperament was outstanding. An eminent aura was overflowing from him, even though he was just standing there. When he saw Huang Yueli walking in, his lips curled into a smile with a frivolous hint to it. Huang Yueli shot him a warning gaze and did not engage in conversation. Instead, she looked for an unremarkable position and sat in a cross-legged position. This was long-distance teleportation, so they would not arrive instantly. They had to teleport across 2 continents, so the minimum amount of time taken to travel within the void space would be around 3 days or so. She would be able to take this time to adjust herself. When the Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners saw Huang Yueli walking in, all of them frowned. What's going on? Why did a human walk in? One of them questioned. The team leader who led Huang Yueli bowed and apologized. Master Divine Lieutenant, I'm really sorry. This young Master Li happened to be heading to Blessed City as well. Since it's so coincidental, why don't we just let him teleport together? He will not disturb you. Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners looked displeased and they said, what's the situation? The cities administered by Sacred Phoenix race are really lawless. The teleportation arrays were built to fight against the demon tribe, and we're heading to Blessed City to carry out important military affairs. Why are we bringing these 2 trashy humans along for? Simply a waste of resources. Aren't you going to get them to scram right now? The team leader smiled apologetically and said, Masters, please be appeased. We didn't casually let anyone come in. These 2 gentlemen here, one is a spiritual alchemist, and the other is a spiritual armament master. Even on the battlefield frontline, they are useful people. Sirs, please let it go, and let them tag along. Hearing that, the Empyrean Fox clan practitioners' expressions turned slightly better. In the god realm, one's birth might be important. But one's strength and ability mattered even more. Spiritual alchemists and spiritual armament masters were occupations that God realm admired very much. These two people with these statuses made the Empyrean Fox clan practitioners unable to say words of rejection. Since that is so, let them tag along then. Have the resources for the teleportation been prepared? Quick, don't waste time. We have already been delayed in Flame Square City for so many days. Yes, the teleportation is almost about to start. Masters, will you please sit near the array in case you are injured by the impact when the array activates. During the process of teleportation, everyone, please do not attempt to stand up. The resistance in the void space is very huge, and once it has surpassed the array's boundary, you might be thrown out. By then, it's possible to be swept into the space's storm, which is life-threatening. Even if you manage to stay alive, there's no way to arrive at the destination properly. Moreover, no one knows where you might land. So, please be very careful. The team leader warned repeatedly. The Empyrean Fox practitioners were rather impatient and snorted coldly, "Do we even need your reminder? It's not the first time we're using the teleportation array. Quick, make haste." The team leader nodded his head and bowed as he backed out. Apparently, he didn't dare offend these high and mighty God clan practitioners. Huang Yueli was listening and felt that she had gained more knowledge. The things that the team leader said were not written in the books which she had read. These warnings to her were rather useful. After the team leader left, the remaining 5 people also sat down, just like Huang Yueli. But the Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners didn't want to mingle with humans, so they especially sat opposite Huang Yueli. On the contrary, the frivolous-looking handsome man walked directly towards Huang Yueli and sat next to her. Huang Yueli felt that he was a little too close for comfort and couldn't help but nudge to the side. But, she didn't think too much about it. She assumed that the other party thought that she was also from the human race, so he wanted to get on closer terms with her. But not too long later, after the exterior array patterns had been activated, the entire teleportation array started to vibrate violently. A huge light sphere enveloped the 6 of them, and the bursts of energy waves scuttered towards them from the outside. All the surrounding heaven and earth profound chi gathered towards the direction of the teleportation array. The light sphere was turning brighter and brighter and even more eye-piercing. Finally, after a wave of explosive sounds, a light pillar shot into the sky from the teleportation array's position. This enormous, powerful energy that had gathered through the array instantly exploded and tore the void space apart. Huang Yueli and the others were also pushed into the void space along with the light pillar. In this instance, the explosion of the energy caused the ground to shake. The magnitude of it was too huge, and even Huang Yueli felt dizzy from it. She hurriedly sat cross-legged, shut her eyes, and silently worked up the 9 Phoenix transformations cultivation method. The disorderly profound energy within her body was slowly being directed into the correct path, and Huang Yueli's pale complexion turned normal. She slowly opened her eyes to discover that the 6 of them were already in a void space. The surroundings were pitch black, and the sparkling stars were shining brightly, like diamonds on black velvet, which gave off a vague kind of beauty. They were enveloped in the light ball, and it portrayed various kinds of array patterns. Huang Yueli took a look and discovered that the majority of these array patterns were mostly defensive and speed arrays. Other than her, Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners were also cultivating in a cross-legged position. Their eyelids didn't even move, totally immersed in their world. Apparently, they were already used to teleportation and didn't find it novel at all. However, the human man next to Huang Yueli kept sizing her up with his eyes peeled. This glare was too direct, and it made Huang Yueli feel a little offended. She turned around and looked at him coldly, secretly releasing a bit of profound energy pressure, hoping to strike the other party in awe. Whoever knew, that man seemed as though he didn't feel any pressure at all. Not only did he not show any pained expression, but his lips also curled up with a playful look in his eyes. Both of us are humans. Aren't you a little too much by doing this? Huang Yueli's brows twitched in surprise. This man looked as though he was just in the 10th stage realm. At most, his cultivation would be in dream-profound realm mid-phase. She didn't expect him to not bat an eyelid under her suppression. It seemed that he had either concealed his real cultivation, or he should have met with some kind of extraordinary encounter and wasn't an ordinary person. Huang Yueli didn't bother about this at all. Because she didn't feel any murderous or evil intentions from him. Rather, he was just curious about her. Although that was the case, Huang Yueli felt that it was necessary to warn him. I'm not on close terms with you, can you please stay a little further away from me? I also want to cultivate. Saying that, she stood up and walked a rather far distance away from the man before she sat down. Then she shut her eyes and instantly started to cultivate. The man rubbed his nose dully, but there wasn't any embarrassed look on his face at all. The only human companion here ignored him. Helpless, he could only sit down and cultivate quietly. The teleportation light sphere traveled steadily in the void space. It was extremely quiet on the outside. Time passed tranquility in this manner, and 3 days went by very swiftly. The leader of the Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners suddenly opened his eyes. It'd take another 1 hour or so, and we would be arriving at Blessed City. That's great. The amount of time we spent traveling this time is much longer than expected. Finally, we're heading back to Blessed City. Isn't that so? I can't get used to eating the food in Sacred Phoenix Continent. If we still don't come back, I'm not going to be able to take it any longer. Amid the joyous discussions, the elder leader coughed heavily. Enough, is there a need to be so happy? We came back to Blessed City this time not to come back to visit our relatives, or to go have fun. The demon tribe had been showing up frequently around Blessed City and had already attacked the neighboring few towns and cities recently. A large number of humans had been captured, and they died from having their blood essence sucked dry. There are quite a number of our Empyrean Fox clan's clansmen as well. After we go back, we must immediately enter into level 1 state of readiness. Hearing that, those Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners revealed worried expressions. In the past, the demon tribe would have activity during winter. Why have they started to create chaos so early this year? I think something's strange about this. The clan sent us a message that the demon tribe that attacked Blessed City this time has quite several Sky Devil rank exponents. They have probably come with ill intentions. Whilst the few of them were talking, the light sphere that enveloped them suddenly gave off a burst of bright light, and the vigorous vibration started once again. Huang Yueli immediately shut her eyes to adjust her breathing. It seemed that they had already arrived near Blessed City, and they were about to leave the void space. The vibration of the light sphere that tore past the sky of the void space boundary lasted for a very long time. Huang Yueli waited quietly. She knew that Blessed City's teleportation array had already been activated. After the light sphere appeared from the void space, it would be pulled in and gradually descend on the designated position. Finally, the vibrations gradually grew weaker. And Huang Yueli squinted, and half of the sphere had already appeared on the exterior of the void space. But just at this moment, rumble. A loud noise resounded, and the light sphere vibrated once again. Moreover, this time, the situation was very unusual. Strong crashing noises, shattering noises, kept ringing. The light sphere no longer swayed simply to the left and the right. Instead, it shook in all directions, without any regulated pattern. The 6 people in the light sphere were unable to sit tight. All of them fell onto the floor, covered in dirt. What's going on? What exactly happened? The Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners detected the abnormality, and the colors on their faces changed. The leader of the pack spoke gravely, "The situation is not wise. We seem to be attacked by the demon tribe. What? How could we be so unlucky? The demon tribe is simply too sinister. We're done for, we're done for. The exterior defense is the weakest when the light sphere passes through the boundary of the void space. Based on the intensity of this attack, our light sphere would be broken very quickly. What should we do? The demon tribe came prepared. It seemed that they sent out a lot of people to besiege us. Huang Yueli frowned slightly as she looked straight out of the light sphere. Rays of different attributed energy crashed on the light sphere. The difference between this energy and ordinary heaven and earth, profound qi, was that there was a rampant and irascible presence hidden inside. Every single impact made the light spheres glow darken a little. The array patterns drawn on the light sphere were already blurry and unclear, as though it had completely lost its effect. Could this be the demon tribe's demonic power? It is indeed extremely powerful, and the destructive power is shocking. Although the demon tribe can't construct long-distance teleportation arrays, their destructive power is much stronger than ours. A voice on Huang Yueli's right sounded. She looked up and saw that human spiritual alchemist, who had already walked next to her. Detecting Huang Yueli's gaze, he blinked and said, "This young master, I feel that the both of us are about to run into bad luck." "What do you mean?" Huang Yueli went blank. She instinctively felt what the man said was a little strange. If it was about bad luck, the six of them were apparently in a huge crisis. But this person emphasized the two of them were going to run into bad luck. Putting it in that way was to convey their contempt towards the God clan, or... While Huang Yueli was still pondering, she suddenly sensed that something was amiss. The four Empyrean Fox clan practitioners had always turned around and looked at Huang Yueli and that young man in an uncomfortable gaze. "Hey, you two humans!" The elderly leader shouted in an unfriendly manner. Huang Yueli and the human spiritual alchemist shut their mouths tacitly, ignoring the other party. The elderly man's expression turned ghastly. "That spiritual alchemist and that spiritual armament master, I'm calling the both of you. What kind of attitude is this?" The human man dug his ear and said slowly, "Oh, so you're calling us?" "Yes, the both of you." "Stop your pretense." A young Empyrean Fox clan practitioner lost his patience and was about to rush up to scold them. The elder leading them hurriedly pulled him back, made eye contact with him, and indicated for him to stay calm. The young practitioner regained his senses and shut his mouth. Huang Yueli was even more bewildered. From their actions, it seemed as though there was some sort of scheme. She blinked and said indifferently, "This young buddy here is right. We have names, so what do you mean by two humans? Even if you don't know our names, you should know that we are a spiritual armament master and a spiritual alchemist. Greeting us as masters should be the basic courtesy, isn't it? Just you two. Did you think you deserved to be addressed as masters by our divine lieutenant?" The young practitioners almost flew into a rage again. The elder coughed slightly and opened his mouth to say, "Both masters, please accept this lieutenant's apology. We're now under attack by the demon tribe and the light sphere is about to shatter, so there's no time to waste. This lieutenant wishes to discuss something with the both of you." "Ho ho," the human man sneered and revealed a mocking expression. Huang Yueli asked, coldly, "What is it about?" Empyrean Fox clan's elder said, "The demon tribe's attack is so strong. If we fight against them, we are absolutely not their match. Hence, if we wish to arrive at Blessed City's human gathering point, the only way is to increase the advancing speed of the light sphere. We have to make sure that we pass through the void space boundary before the light sphere shatters completely and reach Blessed City's teleportation array's connection point." Speaking to this point, the elder paused and his gaze swept past Huang Yueli and the other human practitioner. He was anticipating to pique their curiosity, hoping that they would continue to ask. Whoever knew, the both of them just looked at him coldly, without saying a word. Hence, he could only cough and overcome the awkwardness, then continue to talk on his own. You're not an array master, so you probably don't know the principle of the teleportation array. This teleportation array speed is related to the number of people inside the light sphere. Although 6 people isn't a lot, it would still affect the speed. If there are only 4 people left, the speed would instantly be raised by 50%. By then, there would be sufficient time to pass through the void space boundary. The Empyrean Fox clan's elder was so thick-skinned that he voiced out his shameless plan. At the same time, he looked at Huang and the others with great expectation and chuckled. Both of you, do you think this idea is doable? Huang smiled. Are you done? Cough cough, I'm done. Both. The Empyrean Fox clan's elderly words were interrupted by the human man's sneer. Divine Lieutenant, your idea is really great. I just want to ask, if we take away 2 people, are these 2 people going to jump out from the light sphere themselves? The demon tribe is outside right now. If they jump out, will they still be able to survive? About this. The Empyrean Fox clan elder didn't think that he would be so direct. So for a moment in time, he had nothing to say to it. There was no way that he didn't know that those 2 people would be attacked by the demon tribe if they were to jump out. Moreover, they could possibly die immediately. But to him, his clansmen and his own lives were apparently much more valuable than Huang and the other man. He totally didn't care about other people's life or death at all. But the human man said it so frankly that it made him feel awkward. Just as the elder kept silent, Huang Yueli's lips curled and suddenly gave a soft laugh. Young buddy, we don't need to worry if the person who jumps out will be able to survive or not. Since Divine Lieutenant has decided to jump down, he would definitely have a plan to save his skin. I didn't expect there to be such noble people in this world. He's willing to sacrifice himself to save other people's lives. Saying that, she showed a touched look at the Empyrean Fox clan's elder. Divine Lieutenant, today you're offered to jump out of the light sphere to save our lives. We will never forget your kindness. When we reach Blessed City, we will definitely spread the word about you and Empyrean Fox clan's merits to all of God Realm's practitioners, about your noble sentiments of thinking primarily about others. Hearing what Huang Yueli said, the human practitioner next to her couldn't keep it in, and burst out in laughter. Cough cough, that's right, that's right. All of you are indeed from the ancient god clans. No wonder your moral characters are so noble. We, humans, are indeed humbled. Thank you all of you, we're really very grateful to you. He also played dumb. The human man's gaze landed on Huang Yueli, as his interest in her grew deeper. Originally, his instincts had already told him that this fellow human wasn't as ordinary as he looked. From this incident, he was indeed much more interesting than what he had imagined. When the Empyrean Fox clan's elder heard that, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners had obviously hinted Huang Yueli and the man to sacrifice themselves. However, they were too embarrassed to say it outright, hence they didn't manage to tell them immediately. Huang Yueli intentionally twisted the understanding of their meaning, claiming that they were prepared to sacrifice themselves and jump out. This indebted look was so sincere and her acting skills had simply reached perfection. She had just passed the buck back to them, so it was not impossible for Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners to hint them to jump down. Huang Yueli and the man had already made it clear that they were waiting for them to jump. The scene had turned extremely awkward. Empyrean Fox clan's practitioner's face was flushed and he was extremely furious, but he couldn't think of a way to continue with this topic. He couldn't pull down his face due to his seniority, but the younger Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners didn't have that many misgivings. The young practitioners beside him wanted to berate these 2 lowly humans earlier, but he was stopped by the elder. Now, he could no longer keep his anger in and stepped forward, staring fiercely at Huang Yueli and the human spiritual alchemist. Enough, stop this gibberish. Why are you two human trash putting up an act? You want us to jump down? We are from the noble ancient god clan, why should we jump? If someone is to jump, it should naturally be you two humans. Huang Yueli's smile instantly vanished. Crossing her arms, she said coldly, we're not idiots, so why would we dig our own graves? Then why don't you jump down yourself? You're having such a beautiful dream, does your mother know about it? You. She talked back at the Empyrean Fox clan practitioner, and the expression on his face turned ghastly. You humans have low abilities and are protected by the god clans, which is why you can survive the demon tribe's attacks. Now, we're just asking you to make a little bit of sacrifice, and you're giving so many excuses. Simply ungrateful. The other Empyrean Fox clan's practitioner walked up and bragged unblushingly. The coldness in Huang Yueli's eyes grew deeper. What's wrong with the human clan? Didn't the humans fight against the demon tribe, or didn't they bleed or sacrifice themselves? God clan enjoys countless resources which are the fruits of the humans' hard work. If it wasn't for the humans who are feeding you in the lands that you rule, do you think you can concentrate on cultivating? You're hoping to have countless resources to be supplied so that you can easily advance? Huang Yueli's anger suddenly arose when she heard that shameless speech. Ever since she arrived at God Realm, she realized that God Realm's ancient god clans are indeed as powerful as what the legends claimed. But they were also as conceited as they could be. Although she was also a part of the ancient god clan, she totally could not stand the way they talked or showed contempt towards the humans. The human man was standing next to her and kept nodding his head, as his eyes were filled with admiration towards Huang Yueli. But to the Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners, it was extremely ear-piercing. They were used to acting high and mighty, assuming that their lives were much nobler than humans. Now that they were in danger, they felt that it was these two humans' glory to sacrifice themselves for them. Whoever knew that these two punks actually pointed at their noses, and were unwilling to coordinate with them. Thinking of this, the Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners tore away their remaining hypocrisy. The elder said gloomily, don't bother to haggle with them. The light sphere can't take it any longer. Humans, today, you have no other choice but to jump. If you are willing to jump, this lieutenant can note down your name and give you a title for sacrificing yourselves, which would benefit your family. Otherwise, this lieutenant can only do you a favor and send you off. Saying that, he waved his right hand. The remaining 3 Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners swarmed up and unleashed the profound energy within them, with a threatening posture. It was apparent that if Huang Yueli and the man dared to say no, they intended to use brute force to coerce the two of them to comply. Huang Yueli squinted her eyes and stood rooted to the ground. There weren't any flustered emotions within her at all. From the moment that Elder opened his mouth, she had already sensed that there would be no way to avoid today's battle. Under a life-threatening situation, Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners would absolutely shred all pretenses of cordiality. But facing these 4 practitioners, combining herself and the human spiritual alchemist beside her, the former's total combat power was much higher than theirs. The elder was in the Heart Profound Realm end phase, and the 3 younger practitioners were in the Dream Profound Realm mid phase. Based on cultivation alone, none of them were weaker than Huang Yueli. Whereas on Huang Yueli's side, she subconsciously swept a glance at that human spiritual alchemist. This person seemed as though he was only in the 10th stage realm, or at most, he was in the Dream Profound Realm early phase. Combining their powers, they were totally not the 4 Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners' match. Just at this moment, the light sphere started vibrating once again. Moreover, the tremors grew stronger, simply no different from an earthquake. The demon tribe had evidently realized that the light sphere was on the brink of collapse, so their attacks became even more rampant. Bursts of demonic power crashed against the light sphere, continuously. The small light sphere was like a small boat in a rampant thunderstorm, which might face the danger of capsizing at any moment. There were 6 people in the light sphere, and they were caught off guard. All of them lost their balance and rolled onto the ground. Even the heart-profound realm elderly man wasn't spared. Moreover, as the ground kept swaying, they weren't able to climb up after they fell. Huang Yueli and the human spiritual alchemist stood together. So when they fell, they also rolled in the same direction. Huang Yueli was barely recovering from the dizziness and trying her best to stand up. Just then, the human spiritual alchemist came tumbling from a distance away and crashed onto her. Ouch! Ouch! The 2 of them cried out. Immediately following that, the spiritual alchemist regained his senses and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. Did I knock into you just now? Are you hurt anywhere? Huang Yueli used her hand to cover her nose that had turned red from the crash. She wanted to weep but couldn't. This fellow, he was a calamity. Originally, she was almost about to get up. But after he crashed into her, she fell to the ground again. All the bones in her body felt as though it was broken. Can you stay further away from me? Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him. The human spiritual alchemist looked apologetic, and he spoke in a low voice. I'm really sorry for that. But I can't stay too far away from you. We're the only 2 humans here. If we don't stand on the same line, then we're dead for sure. Huang Yueli snorted coldly and said, We're so unlucky exactly because of a big mouth like you. Actually, Huang Yueli knew that the reason for this situation was mainly because of those shameless Empyrean Fox Clan's practitioners, and it had nothing to do with this human spiritual alchemist at all. But this fellow looked like a frivolous playboy. Furthermore, he kept swaggering in front of her, which made her feel that he was an eyesore. The human spiritual alchemist looked melancholic as well. I don't want to be a big mouth as well. But unfortunately, I am very accurate in divination. Especially so for such unlucky matters. I'm rather helpless over this as well. Huang Yueli was stunned momentarily, and once again, she sensed a strange feeling when this man talked. But she couldn't put a finger to what exactly was wrong. Moreover, there wasn't any time for her to think through this carefully. Huang Yueli turned her head and swept a glance at those 4 Empyrean Fox Clan's practitioners who were still crashing into each other on the ground and struggling to get up. Suddenly, an idea flashed past her mind. Her eyeballs rolled and she asked, Hey, Big Mouth, are you resigned to being schemed by those 4 stinky foxes? Or do you want to live? Hey, who are you calling a big mouth? The human spiritual alchemist retorted unwillingly. Huang Yueli said, That doesn't matter. It's just a namesake. More importantly, do you want to die? The human spiritual alchemist stared at her. Isn't that obvious? Who would be willing to die like this if there's a chance of survival? Not to mention being schemed by such sanctimonious things like them. I just haven't thought of a way to escape. Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards. If I were to say that I have a plan which could possibly let us escape, and at the same time scheme these 4 Empyrean Fox Clan fellas. But if the plan fails, there is a 99% chance of us dying. Are you willing to coordinate with me and bet on this chance? The human spiritual alchemist's eyes widened, and he stared at Huang Yueli in disbelief. Please don't joke with me in this kind of situation. Are you certain you have an idea? Of course. This bunch of shameless things actually wanted to scheme against me. Too bad for them, we don't know who will die at the end. A cold smirk appeared on Huang Yueli's lips. The human spiritual alchemist was shocked and stunned for a moment before he beamed as well. In this case, the 2 of us are thinking of the same thing. Huang Yueli's brows rose. What are you thinking of? The human spiritual alchemist stole a glance at the 4 Empyrean Fox clan practitioners from his peripheral vision. They are so anxious to leave us behind, isn't it because they to make use of us to lure the demon tribe's attacks? Since they are so intelligent, then we can totally learn from them as well. If the 6 of us fall, I wonder who will the demon tribe attack first? Hearing that, Huang Yueli was rather surprised. She felt that this spiritual alchemist was probably not an ordinary person. But now, seeing him act like this still left her in shock. The words that he said earlier were exactly what Huang Yueli wanted to say. If she and the spiritual alchemist jumped out of the light sphere, the 2 of them would definitely become cannon fodder. But if the 6 of them fell together, there was a 99% chance that the demon tribe would attack those 4 extremely powerful god clan practitioners. After all, they had military ranks which were reflected on their shoulders, so they must have been tainted with plenty of demon tribe's blood. However, it was different for Huang Yueli and the human spiritual alchemist. The 2 of them looked as though their cultivation was only around the 10th stage realm. In the war with the demon tribe, their existence totally wouldn't attract anyone's interest, and absolutely would not be on the priority list to be killed. If they were a little more quick-witted and took the opportunity to hide carefully while the Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners were being attacked, they might be able to get off unscathed. Huang Yueli also smiled. Great minds think alike. I like to work with intelligent people. Since that's so, then let's cooperate well. She had just finished her sentence when a burst of profound energy flew past her right side. Huang Yueli slanted her head to dodge and the profound energy crashed on the ground, creating an evident pit. The original tottering light sphere swayed even more violently after the internal portion suffered such an attack. 2 human brats, since you don't want to take up our kind offer, don't blame us for being rude. For disobeying military orders and not cooperating with us, according to the regulations in God realm, it is punishable by death. The few of us will execute this. Damn, you're really very shameless. The human spiritual alchemist couldn't help but silently ridicule. Huang Yueli's lips tugged. Alright, let's not think so much. Let's take action first. Take care of yourself and don't let the Empyrean Fox clan or the demon tribe kill you first. Don't worry, I'm not that weak. Huang Yueli didn't believe in this, but she couldn't even take care of herself right now, what more to mind about other people's life or death. Amid the continuous tremors in the light sphere, it started to descend slowly in the process, and the result would definitely end up shattering. The 4 Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners became even more irritated. Since they had already fallen out, they went all out to attack Huang Yueli and the others. They decided that they had to chase them off the light sphere first. Huang Yueli couldn't care to be exposed as she worked up her best body movement, the agility dance steps. Like a snake, she shifted to the left and right, evading the attacks from the Empyrean Fox clan. During one of the attack's intervals, she shot out and mustered all the profound energy she had and struck out with all her might. However, Huang Yueli's attack wasn't directed at those 4 Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners. All her profound energy struck heavily on the surface of the light sphere. Not only her, but the human spiritual alchemist's attack target was also the light sphere. Both of them struck out abruptly, and there was no need to talk about Huang Yueli's ability. However, the spiritual alchemist's strong attack was out of her expectations. From the looks of it, it seemed that there was no difference between the 2 of them. Looks like this fellow indeed isn't as simple as he looks, this thought flashed past Huang Yueli's mind. While the 2 of them were attacking, the demon tribe's attacks on the exterior showed no sign of weakening. Under both internal and external attacks, an evident crack finally appeared on the light sphere. Nah. The Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners didn't expect these 2 humans to disregard their own safety and risked everything they had to attack the light sphere while defending against them. This light sphere was the only barrier they had to protect them. Shouldn't we be risking everything we have to protect the light sphere? How could anyone even try to attack it? For an instance, the 4 men from the Empyrean Fox clan were still in a daze. Oh no, these 2 humans are simply too sinister. They are trying to scheme on us and use us to be their shield. Old dogs hunted the best. The elderly leader was the first to react. The Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners' expressions changed, and they finally understood what was going on. Damn it! How could there be such shameless people? Don't they feel shameful? All of us inside the light sphere are comrades. But someone actually tried to use their comrades as a shield. They're simply too despicable. The Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners all started to curse, and at the same time, they attacked Huang and the other man crazily to stop them. Alas, it was too late for them to understand it. Now. A crack appeared on the light sphere after Huang and the man struck it hard. Within a blink of an eye, the entire light sphere was filled with big and small cracks, like an egg that was about to fall apart. Immediately following that, a loud bang was heard. The light sphere gave off an extremely eye-piercing glare. Following that, it shattered completely. Damn it! Heavens! Amid the screams and shrills, everyone fell from midair. Huang also fell, but there wasn't any flustered look on her face. On the contrary, her lips curled into a smile when she saw the horrified looks on those Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners. You guys are the shameless ones first, so don't blame me for being vicious. To be frank, I'm just merely responding in kind. I wish you good luck and farewell. Things happened exactly in the way that Huang and the spiritual alchemist had expected. After the 6 of them fell, the demon tribe immediately attacked the Empyrean Fox clan's elderly leader. His cultivation wasn't weak at all. He was in the heart-profound realm end phase and was regarded as a top exponent in God realm. Under the demon tribe's siege, he fought and resisted with all his might. He displayed various kinds of profound skills and threw out all his spirit armaments one after another. So his fight lasted for a relatively long time. But the demon tribe took advantage in terms of numbers. Moreover, their team was not lacking in several high-leveled Earth Devil rank top experts. Both parties were in a stalemate for a while, and the Empyrean Fox clan's elders' profound energy started to deplete. Lastly, he fell right into the demon tribe's battle formation. Giving off a miserable cry, he was completely swallowed by the demonic chi. The amount of time that the Empyrean Fox clan's elder persisted was much longer than what Huang and the spiritual alchemist had gauged. It was exactly because of this which helped the other Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners gain quite a bit of time. It was only after the demon tribe had killed that elder before they turned towards their second targets, the remaining 3 Empyrean Fox clan's practitioners. At this moment, the 3 of them had already used all their means to flee away into 3 different directions. The Empyrean Fox clan's underlying attribute was wind, so changing directions in midair wasn't difficult for them at all. The demon tribe was delayed by some time from the start, and adding on that the 3 of them had split ways, it was already too late to catch up to them. Huang saw this. Based on this situation, at least 2 out of the 3 should be able to escape. They're really lucky, Huang mumbled silently. Why? The 3 men from the Empyrean Fox clan were able to escape so smoothly, so there was no need to say for Huang and the human spiritual alchemist. The demon tribe practitioners couldn't be bothered about the 2 of them at all. This gave them ample time to escape. Huang main attribute wasn't wind attribute, but she had already gained her fire wings when she was in Soaring Heaven's continent. Although she could not fly for a long period, borrowing the fire-attributed energy would allow her to temporarily levitate in midair and could also achieve the speed and reactive force of landing easily. So she observed the surrounding situation unhurriedly, looking for a suitable place to land. At this moment, she totally could not be bothered about the situation of that spiritual alchemist. The two of them originally didn't know each other. They were even considered as acquaintances. At most, they were just temporary partners. Now that their cooperation had come to an end, of course, they would go in different directions. Huang Yueli observed for a moment longer and originally decided to descend in the northern direction. Based on her estimate, Blessed City should be on the north of the place where they fell. Alas, the best laid-out plan could also go wrong. Just as she was about to reach the ground, her vision suddenly turned black, and she realized that she could not see clearly at all. What situation is this? Huang Yueli was so shocked that she broke out in a sweat. At this moment, little Wang Kai's voice sounded in her soul trace. Female devil, this feeling, I seem to have some impression. Huang Yueli was totally lost and quickly asked, what feeling? What impression do you have? Little Wang Kai seemed as though it was recollecting something, and said intermittently, this. I feel that, this aura, I seem to have smelled it somewhere before, this. Huang Yueli listened to little Wang Kai's hemming and hawing and almost spat out blood. She was enveloped in this black qi. Not only did her vision not come back, but even her body was also slowly turning weak. She wasn't about to mobilize any of her profound energy at all. Next would be her soul trace being affected, and she would become retarded. Oh, right. This is one kind of miasma in the God realm. It would often appear in God realm swamps. If one smelled too much of it, it would affect the practitioner's 5 senses. If one continues to take it in large amounts, it might even numb a practitioner's soul trace. Perhaps, one might even die from it. Little Wang Kai's flustered voice recollected in Huang Yueli's mind. At this moment, Huang Yueli only wanted to grab that little fellow out and shake him on the ground 100 times, to hear the water sound in his head. What kind of timing was it now? Why didn't it tell her this earlier? Now, everything is too late. Huang Yueli had completely lost her consciousness. Her body went limp and she fell straight towards the ground. Empyrean Fox Continent, Blessed City. Li Moying's flying ship had already reached the skies above the Blessed City. Young Master, Blessed City is a military town and no one is allowed to pass through the sky with an aviation treasure armament. Otherwise, they are assumed to be from the demon tribe, and would be attacked without any disparity, Li Tianyi carefully reminded. Li Moying nodded upon hearing that. We will descend here and enter the city by foot. Also, remind everyone to keep a low profile after they enter the city. We're only here to pick her up, so don't clash with the soldiers who are stationed in Blessed City. Li Tianyi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing that. He was slightly worried and burned with anxiety that Li Moying might disregard Blessed City's regulations and directly rush in. Ever since Li Moying found out about Huang Yueli's disappearance, he had been unsettled, and also do things irrationally. From the looks of it, it seemed that Li Tianyi had been thinking too much. His young master was still able to tell the weight of the matter. In reality, Li Moying had already resumed his usual calm and composed demeanor. After all, he already knew about his Lear's whereabouts. Moreover, he felt that he would be able to pick her up from Blessed City. As long as his Lear was safe and sound, nothing could shake up his determination. So he would naturally become the normal Li Moying. His mood even turned especially good when he thought of becoming reunited with his wife, whom he had separated for more than a year. The flying ship landed in the neighboring village around Blessed City. Bringing a few guards, Li Moying entered Blessed City. They were from the Cloudy Qilin clan and they had clean records, so the process of entering the city was extremely smooth. But Li Moying didn't go to Cloudy Qilin clan's military convergence in Blessed City. Instead, he went to an inn and settled down there in an extremely low-profile manner. As the speed of the flying ship was very fast, it arrived one day in advance. So he only needed to wait for another 2 days, and Huang Yueli would arrive in Blessed City. While waiting for her arrival, Li Moying made several preparations. He ordered a tailor-made flowing dress and even bought Huang Yueli's favorite fruit, preparing to give his wife a surprise. 2 days later, Li Moying led his men over to the teleportation array early in the morning. This place was military grounds, so Li Moying didn't dare to go too near. Hence, he could only wait from afar. Whoever knew that they had been waiting from morning to afternoon and after mid-afternoon. But they didn't see the teleportation array lighting up. When it was near evening time, a strange light suddenly appeared, and immediately following that, bursts of strong light kept flashing. The explosive sounds also kept ringing. Even the grounds in Blessed City also started to tremble. What's going on? What happened? Li Moying looked at the sky, and the explosive ray was extremely eye-piercing. It had completely covered the setting sun's glow. For some unknown reason, Li Moying suddenly had a bad premonition. Just at this moment, the soldiers around the teleportation array suddenly ran towards the south. Li Tianyi and the others realized that something was amiss, so they hurriedly ran over and stopped one of the soldiers to ask. "May I ask what happened earlier? Why was there an explosion in the skies above Blessed City?" The soldier was evidently very anxious, and his face was filled with impatience. When he saw the few men dressed luxuriously and moreover, as they were all part of the ancient god clans, he merely gave a brief answer. "There's trouble. The teleportation node in Blessed City had been intercepted and attacked by the demon tribe. Those few important people from Empyrean Fox clans were supposed to arrive today. But they fell from mid-air and are now missing when they were attacked by the demon tribe. We're rushing over there now." "Alright, if there's nothing much, you commoners shouldn't be running about. If the demon tribe charges into the city, the streets will be very unsafe." He swiftly finished what he had to say and immediately turned and ran off to catch up with his troop. Li Tianyi's heart thumped hard as he turned to take a look at his young master. As expected, Li Moying's expression instantly went pale and the bitter glint in his eyes abruptly appeared. That gentle and anticipative gaze, which he showed while waiting for Huang Yueli to arrive, had completely disappeared. He ran upward and personally stopped the departing soldier and asked in a gloomy voice, "The teleportation node had been attacked? Where did those missing people teleport from? This is a military secret, why should I tell you? I'm on my way to execute my line of duty, quickly make." The soldier spoke frustratedly in the middle of his sentence and abruptly stopped. The young man dressed in cloudy Qilin clan's clothing gave off an extremely powerful aura. Even though he was a veteran in war, the man standing in front made him terrified. Even his legs had gone soft. "I'll ask you one more time. Which city did those missing people teleport from?" Li Moying's voice was considered stable, but Li Tianyi and the other guards who were close to him could tell that he was on the verge of losing control. If this soldier still didn't explain it clearly, he would probably be swallowed by Li Moying's fury. Even though this military ground was Blessed City, and if Li Moying were to kill the active duty soldiers, it would be a very troublesome matter. But Li Tianyi and the others didn't dare to step up to stop him at all. Only they knew how terrifying Li Moying would become when things were related to Huang Yueli. They didn't want to die for some absurd reason and could only pray silently that the human soldier would understand the situation and not dig his own grave. Luckily, the human soldier wasn't slow-witted, and he felt a great wave of crisis. So it led him to make a wise decision. He lowered his head and reported softly, "This. I'm not too sure. There are a few batches of practitioners who had been attacked. I heard from our team leader that there are some practitioners from the Great Whale Island of the Voracious Wyvern continent, and some from the White Tiger continent's Clear Moon City. Oh, and there's also someone from Sacred Phoenix continent's Flame Square City." When he mentioned Flame Square City, Li Tianyi knew that things were going to be terrible. As expected, when Li Moying heard that, his originally suppressed rage and anxiety instantly exploded. His right arm lifted, and a burst of profound energy burst out. A loud boom and an eye-piercing electric current crashed on the ground. A deep pit instantly appeared on the streets. Luckily, there were very few pedestrians who were on the streets. The soldiers had also left, so no one was dead or injured. But that human soldier was scared out of his wits from seeing this. This? Who on earth is this person? Why is his power so abnormally strong? He looks at most like he's in his 20s. That ageless handsome face makes him look like a young master who relies on his family. How would anyone know that he had such astonishing might from such a casual move? If I had stood slightly to the side, I might be dead right now. Thinking of this, the human soldier's back was drenched in cold sweat and a moment of fear in his heart arose. Luckily, he was smart and made a wise decision to not go against this cloudy Qilin clan's young master. Li Moying vented his frustration recklessly, and the guards saw his extremely cold gaze, then they felt fearful and worried. Li Tianyi braced himself and walked up. Young master, you need not be too anxious. We can't be sure of anything right now. It has not been confirmed that young Miss Huang is definitely in the batch of practitioners that have teleported from Flame Square City. Moreover, young Miss Huang's innate talent is so high. Even if she met with danger, she would probably have a way to escape unscathed. He racked his brains to say some comforting words. But Li Tianyi knew how nonsensical his words sounded. It would take several days to activate a teleportation array. It would be strange if Huang Yueli was not among those practitioners who had teleported from Flame Square City. In reality, Li Moying totally wasn't paying attention to what Li Tianyi was saying. He stared coldly at the human soldier and continued to interrogate him. Where are you going to save them? Bring me there immediately. The human soldier was scared out of his wits and didn't dare say anything much. He hurriedly nodded in response and ran in the direction where the other soldiers had headed. Li Moying turned and followed tightly behind him. Li Tianyi and the others exchanged glances and did not dare say anything else. All of them had grave expressions on their faces and silently followed them. The human soldier ran madly. As he ran, sweat drenched his entire back. The reason for that was because Li Moying was running beside him in an unhurried manner. He would also occasionally shoot a disdainful gaze at him, as though he was slighting him for running too slowly. He swore that within his team, he had always been placed in charge of surveillance. His body movement was the fastest among all the team members. But as compared to Li Moying, this speed was no different from a tortoise crawling. Li Moying was burning with anxiety, and he couldn't wish for anything more than to install a pair of wings and fly to the destination. But he also knew that even if he killed this human practitioner, the other party was not able to run any faster. Hence, he could only force himself to endure. The human practitioner felt extremely anxious. He suffered an extremely huge psychological pressure with Li Moying staring so hard at him. From the anxious look that this cloudy Qilin clan practitioner was showing, he guessed that his relatives or friends should be among the practitioners who teleported from Flame Square City. That was why this young master was so anxious, forcing him to lead them to save those practitioners. But this wasn't the first time the human practitioner had executed this kind of mission. He knew clearly that even if Li Moying managed to reach the rescue site, he would most likely be disappointed. The demon tribe had always been vicious and brutal. Since they've attacked the teleportation light sphere, they would surely kill all the practitioners who fell from it, not letting anyone go. In reality, it was just a formality for them to rush over to save them. There had never been a practitioner whom they had successfully rescued before this. Li Moying and the others followed the practitioner for a long time and finally reached the location where the light sphere had dropped. The location of the teleportation light sphere was generally not confirmed. As for this time, the light sphere in which Huang Yueli and the others were in was found to be at the top of a forest outside the southern walls of Blessed City. At this moment, the entire region was shrouded in demonic qi. The air radiated a dangerous and suppressive aura, making one unable to breathe. When the human soldier just arrived, he was berated badly by the team leader. "Where did you run off to? How dare you drop out of the team in the middle of a mission? Can you be more responsible? If I find that you are not abiding by the military order, don't blame me for punishing you according to the martial law." The human soldier hurriedly apologized. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Just at this moment, Li Moying had already dashed in. With a grave expression, he asked, "Which place did the practitioners from Flame Square City fall? How is the progress of the search? How many people have you found?" The team leader was stunned to see an unfamiliar figure appearing. For an instant, he was struck in awe by Li Moying's high and mighty aura. He thought that an important figure from the military had arrived, and he felt extremely tense. When he took a look, he discovered that Li Moying and his guards did not wear any shoulder ranks, and they were not people from the military at all. In this way, the team leader no longer acted courteously. He frowned and questioned back, "Who are you guys?" "We are soldiers who are executing our military orders. Outsiders have no right to interfere." "So what if you're from one of the god clans?" Li Moying's brows twitched. Before he could say anything, Li Tianyi had already shot up like an arrow, placing his dagger on the team leader's neck. "Stop with your gibberish. Is our young master's name something that you can ask? Answer the questions if you want to live. How's the rescue situation going on? Where are those people who you have saved? Quickly speak. If the rescue operation is delayed, we have plenty of ways to deal with you." Li Tianyi made his move first, because he was worried that Li Moying would really go on a killing spree while he was anxious. If he could get more information out of him, Li Moying wouldn't need to do it personally, and he need not worry about the latter losing control. The team leader didn't expect these few young god clan disciples to be so savage. Moreover, their abilities were so strong. As a team leader, his ability among the human soldiers was already not bad. But he wasn't even able to take one move by a guard. Li Tianyi saw his hesitation and pushed his dagger forward, making a slight cut on his neck. The team leader shivered. "You? Who are you guys? What on earth do you want? I'm telling you, even if I die, I will not betray the humans." Soldiers who had experienced the war had their bottom line. They would rather die than betray the human race. Li Tianyi saw that and hurriedly stopped Li Tianyi. All right, we didn't ask you to betray the human race. A friend of ours is among the practitioners who teleported from Flame Square City. He has been attacked by the demon tribe, so our young master is especially anxious. That's why he was a little too rash. I'm really sorry. If it's possible, can you please tell me what is the progress of the rescue mission? Li Tianyi was rather polite, but Li Tianyi's dagger was still placed on his neck. One was being the good guy while the other was the bad guy. The team leader felt that his life was being threatened. Then he thought that it wasn't a big secret, so he chose to tell them. You, don't think too much about this. The rescue mission is just a formality. The teleportation had been interrupted by the demon tribe's attack, so the outcome would end up in death. There had never been a precedent where anyone could escape alive. What did you say? Hearing that, Li Moying's last rationality vanished instantly. He stared at the team leader and asked coldly, so to speak, you guys have no idea how to save them? Save? How do we save them? The demon tribe attacked the teleportation light sphere. They only need less than 1 hour to shatter it. But it takes at least 6 to 8 hours to reach here. By then, all of them would have died. Even if they weren't dead, they would be captured by the demon tribe to become ingredients and refined as blood pills. Hearing such irresponsible words, not to mention Li Moying, even Li Tianyi and the others couldn't bear to hear it any longer. Li Tianyi retorted, "Then why did you guys rush over, since you have no intention to save them?" The team leader looked at him curiously, seemingly not able to understand why he would be so angry. This is an unspoken rule in the military. After the demon tribe had attacked the light sphere, there might be some slightly weak devil soldiers who ran too slowly and did not manage to leave in time. If we can kill those devil soldiers and hand in their blood essence, then it would be counted as our military merit. It's usually not easy to earn so many military credits. When the guards heard that, all of them were furious. Their practitioners had met with life-threatening danger, but they were thinking of ways to save them. Instead, they were all concerned with their military credits. Moreover, from the looks of this team leader, it seemed that he was already used to this. He didn't know what he had done wrong. Seeing his rightful look, the guards wanted to punch him. They were just thinking, but Li Moying had already struck the team leader. A burst of strong profound energy hit the human team leader directly, causing him to fly out. Oof dash. Before the human team leader had realized what was going on, he had already been thrown into midair, spitting out blood in the process. When he landed, he created a deep pit on the ground and fainted. Team leader. You guys, how dare you hit a military officer? You must think you are fearless. The human soldiers by the side were completely stunned when they saw this. However, they might be crying out indignantly for their team leader, but none of them dared to dash up to take revenge. Especially when Li Moying's cold gaze swept past them, all the soldiers felt an icy cold feeling on their backs. They instantly shut their mouths, not daring to say a word more. Li Moying's thin lips lifted. All of you, go search the surroundings right now. You must find those survivors before dawn. Whoever dares to slack, remember that your team leader is your role model. Someone immediately objected after he said that. What? You don't even have any rank. Why should we listen to you? That's right, what authority do you have to order us around? Moreover, the sky is already pitch black now. Isn't it too dangerous for us to enter the war zone to search for them? Li Moying's brows rose. Why? No one's willing to go? The soldier who objected merely said one word and immediately shivered when he met with Li Moying's murderous cold gaze. This cloudy Qilin clan's young practitioner was simply too terrifying. He was still so young and had no military rank, but the aura and suppression coming from him were not much different from the Allied Army's divine general. Looks like no one else has any objections. Then hurry on and go search for survivors? Li Moying commanded, and no one dared to object. They could only comply with his command and head towards the wilderness in the outskirts. Li Tianyi split up the soldiers into several small groups and delegated a guard to oversee each group. He also allocated different directions for them to search. After the soldiers went their separate ways, Li Moying could no longer suppress his anxiety. He disappeared with a flash and personally walked into the wilderness to search for her. The topography around this area was rather complicated, and there were various uneven hills. There was a dense forest in the surroundings, and the trees' leaves covered the skies, which made the bright day look extremely dark and dim in the daytime. During the nighttime, one could not even see their own hands when it was outstretched. Li Moying summoned several balls of fire encircling himself and started to search the area. His speed was extremely swift, and he already covered all the zone around the forest. But he wasn't able to find any traces of Huangyueli even when dawn started to break. The guards led the human soldiers back and all of them drooped with despair, not daring to say a single word. Li Moying understood what happened when he saw their expressions. Didn't manage to find anyone? Yes, young master. We've already searched the surroundings, but, Li Tianyi braced himself and said. Are you certain that you have checked carefully? How could there be no clues at all? Li Moying asked, frowning. Li Tianyi hesitated and carefully explained, this subordinate questioned these soldiers earlier. It was rumored that the teleportation light sphere dropped from a very high position and young Miss Huang might have fallen a distance away from here. She might also have been pursued by the demon tribe, so there is a 99% chance that she might be forced to run towards the war zone or the area where the demon tribe is administering. While Li Tianyi was searching, he heard the human soldier's explanation and more or less understood the reason for them to not go save the survivors. The possibility of those practitioners surviving, who had been attacked and fell, was already very low. Moreover, they might have escaped to the war zone. No one would make their subordinates take such a big risk to go to the front lines to search and rescue. This deal was just not viable. However, to Li Moying, this was not a good enough reason. His vision instantly shot towards the south. As a god-grade genius who had been fully nurtured by the Cloudy Qilin clan, he naturally understood how dangerous it was on the battlefield between them and the demon tribe. It was exactly because of this, which instantly made his entire body's blood freeze when he heard of this news. His Lear, she actually fell in such a place. Although Huang Yueli was also a god-grade genius, the number of years that she had cultivated was still very little. If she met with top experts from the demon tribe, she would probably not be their match. What was worse was that her innate talent was so outstanding. If she were to fall into the clutches of the demon tribe, she would definitely be seen as a valuable medicinal ingredient. By then, her fate would be even more miserable than ordinary practitioners. Li Moying narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Tianyi, Tian, bring the men and follow me. Saying that, he turned and walked towards the war zone. The guards hurriedly responded without any hesitation and followed after Li Moying. The human soldiers were left far behind. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Only after Li Moying and the others' figures had disappeared in front of them did they heave a sigh of relief. There were a number of them who directly slumped on the ground. Li Moying's extremely powerful profound energy suppression earlier had caused a huge impact on their soul traces. This pestilence god has finally left. He's too terrifying. He looks like he's only in his early 20s, how could he be so strong? How do you know that he's really that young? Having such ability in his early 20s? Even if he is a part of the ancient god clans, he shouldn't have such ridiculous innate talent. I think he must be an old monster who possesses the secret of looking young. That's logical. I wonder what's the relationship between those practitioners who had been attacked by the demon tribe and this old monster. He's so anxious. It's just our bad luck for us to fall into his clutches. Who knows? I only know that this fellow wants to head into the war zone to look for them, and he will definitely run into bad luck. The divine lieutenant who is holding the fort at the base is Jing Xiaoyuan from the White Tiger clan. Lieutenant Jing is very strict in military management and has a fiery temper. This fellow wants to barge into Lieutenant Jing's stronghold. He would definitely be punished by martial law. Perhaps, he might even be executed. The human soldiers all became happy when they thought of this. That's right, it's Lieutenant Jing's stronghold up ahead. That fellow's ability might be strong, but who can match up to Lieutenant Jing? Lieutenant Jing is one of the top genius practitioners among the younger generations in the ancient god clans. This arrogant and conceited fellow should be taught a lesson. Let's just wait to see him fall into bad luck. At this moment, Li Moying and the others had already entered the war zone. A large campsite appeared in front of them, and human and god clan soldiers were patrolling the area. Li Moying took a look from afar and instructed everyone to go round the campsite. They were merely entering the war zone to save Huang Yueli. He believed that the divine lieutenant here would not be willing to lend a hand to save her. Since that was so, he need not waste time coming into contact with them. In this way, they would also skip out on causing unnecessary problems. Li Moying's plan might be good, but the defense line around this place was much longer than what they had imagined. They went around for a very long time, but were still without the boundary where soldiers were patrolling the area. Forget it, let's secretly sneak in. Seeing that they might go further away from the place where Huang Yueli fell if they were to proceed to go on a roundabout, Li Moying gradually lost his patience. Li Moying and his guards had relatively good cultivations, and if they were careful enough, it wasn't difficult to go round the Allied army's defense line. The few of them spotted a gap and took the opportunity to run through the campsite while the patrolling soldiers were not paying attention. Their movements were very swift and light-footed, totally not attracting any soldiers' attention at all. However, just as they were prepared to proceed with penetrating the war zone, a stern explosive voice suddenly boomed from their backs. "Stop right there. Who's that? What are you trying to do so sneakily? Are you spies from the demon tribe?" Following that voice, a burst of explosive metal attributed profound energy spiraled towards the group. This person's move was extremely swift, and his explosive power was shockingly strong. A dark, cold glint flashed past Li Moying's eyes. Immediately following that, his body swayed slightly, and he was already standing in front of the guards to block off the other party's attack personally. A bolt of electric current descended from the sky, gathered in his palm, and he threw it out, crashing with the metal-attributed energy. Thunder attribute and metal attribute were from the same source. But metal attribute's origin came from the ground, whereas thunder attribute came from the sky. Both were powerful attacks that were explosive and strong. The might of the explosion that was triggered was shocking. It seemed as though the entire sky was going to be swallowed by the bright light. Even a God Clan practitioner, like Li Tianyi, with decent cultivation, was also thrown back by several steps, before stabilizing his footing. After the bright light receded, a red-haired, attractive man appeared in front of them. He had deep features, and he had sunken eyes. Compared to other people, the contour of his face looked more three-dimensional. His bone age looked like he was under 30 years old. Among the God Clan practitioners, this age was considered as a youngster. Li Moying looked at him and frowned slightly. This person's ability was so strong and he had such special looks. He vaguely remembered that he had read about a God Realm genius back when he was in Cloudy Qilin clan. If it was indeed this fellow, then things would get a little troublesome. The red-haired man struck out aggressively, and he assumed that he would be able to deal heavy injuries to these few spies. Whoever knew that his attack was blocked by someone. Moreover, the other party was not injured at all. He was even more astounded than Li Moying. He kept sizing him up and said in an unfriendly tone, "Who are you people? This is the military grounds where the human race, God Clan's allied armies, and the demon tribe engage in battle. Yesterday, this zone had been attacked by the demon tribe and now you guys appeared at this place. What are you intending to do?" If it was any other ordinary humans, the red-haired man would have ordered the entire army to attack them. But Li Moying and the others were from the Cloudy Qilin clan. Cloudy Qilin clan was a faction that contributed the most merits and achievements in fighting against the demon tribe, and they were the ones who had deep feuds with them. It was rather unimaginable to think that the clansmen from the Cloudy Qilin clan would be the demon tribe spies. Li Moying knew that he was at fault, so he cupped his fists and said, "Your Excellency, might you be Divine Lieutenant Jing Yuanxiao from the White Tiger clan?" Someone had recognized Jing Xiaoyuan, but he wasn't surprised at all. He had always been famous in God Realm and was one of the most popular genius practitioners among the younger generations. Multiple God Clan juniors treated him as their role model. He nodded his head and said, "That's right, I'm Jing." "You're from the Cloudy Qilin clan, your name is?" He just asked the question and suddenly thought of something. He stared at Li Moying and suddenly his gaze turned even more profound. "From your bone age, you seem to be in your 20s. But your ability is already so extraordinary. Could the rumors that are spreading in God Realm recently be true? Cloudy Qilin clan really found a god-grade genius who ascended from the lower realm. Li Moying replied indifferently, my name is Li Moying. Li Moying, Jing Yuanxiao slowly repeated his name, deliberately saying it very slowly as though he was trying to remember this name. I guess I should regard you with respect. Hearing that, Li Moying's gaze turned icy, and the coldness in his gaze abruptly increased. Li Tianyi couldn't bear it and jumped up. Lieutenant Jing, our clans had always never crossed paths. Isn't it too disrespectful for you to speak to our young master in this manner? Although Jing Xiaoyuan was older than Li Moying by approximately 10 years, based on the ancient god clan's top exponent's longevity, their age difference was not worth mentioning at all. So they could only be considered as peers. But Jing Xiaoyuan was so disrespectful to Li Moying, especially when he said, I guess I should treat you with respect. He said that in a kind of condescending tone and treated himself as Li Moying's senior. This kind of pushy attitude totally reflected his unfriendliness. Li Moying naturally would not miss out on this. But when he thought about Huang Yueli, whose fate was still unknown within the demon tribe's turf, he lifted his right hand and stopped Li Tianyi. Back off. But, young master. Li Moying repeated himself once again, back off. Li Tianyi gritted his teeth and reluctantly retreated behind Li Moying. Li Moying took a glance at Jing Yuanxiao and said with a composed expression, Lieutenant Jing, it's indeed my fault for not informing you before I abruptly barged into your stronghold. My friend was attacked by the demon tribe during the teleportation from Blessed City and might have fallen into the demon tribe's control area. I was anxious to save him, so I didn't think too much about the consequences. Please accept my apologies. But White Tiger Clan and Cloudy Qilin Clan had always been on good terms. Will Lieutenant Jing please let us pass through here? White Tiger Clan and Cloudy Qilin Clan were indeed on good terms. Hence, Li Moying was rather surprised by Jing Xiaoyuan's terrible attitude initially. But when he saw the unconcealable provocation and enmity in the latter's eyes, Li Moying quickly understood what was going on. Before Li Moying's appearance in God Realm, Jing Xiaoyuan's innate talent had dominated all the younger generation practitioners in the 12 continents of God Realm. Moreover, he had gone on experience learning in the demon tribe's war zone since 5 years ago. He had outstanding military achievements and climbed up the ladder to attain the divine lieutenant rank within a short period of 5 years. It was rumored that he had even killed sky devils on the battlefield. This incident made Jing Xiaoyuan's reputation soar to stardom, becoming God Clan and the human race's most adored object of worship. Alas, this dazzling halo was heavily discounted from the moment Li Moying appeared. Now, the ancient god clans were all talking about how powerful the Cloudy Qilin clan's god-grade genius was. As for Jing Xiaoyuan, he naturally couldn't avoid being compared by others. Even Li Moying himself had heard the Cloudy Qilin clan's elders say things such as, we can finally win that brat from the White Tiger clan. Having thought through this, Li Moying became even more composed instead. Jing Xiaoyuan said such things with the intent to provoke him. It would be best if Li Moying flew into a rage and got angry with him. Then he would have a chance to teach this Cloudy Qilin brat a lesson. But whoever knew that Li Moying was so composed? Jing Xiaoyuan's lips twitched and his gaze sized Li Moying up and down impudently. You want to pass through the defense line and enter the war zone? Li Moying nodded and said, that's right. Jing Xiaoyuan sneered and rejected bluntly, impossible. This flouts our regulations. The front line is currently locked down. No one can pass through the defense line without military order to enter the war zone. Let's not mention that you're from the Cloudy Qilin clan. Even if it were clansmen from our White Tiger clan, I won't let them pass as well. Young Master Li, please return to Blessed City. Li Moying wasn't surprised at being rejected outright. He thought for a moment and said, Lieutenant Jing, the friend who has gone missing is extremely important to me, and I must enter the demon tribe's control area. You can just treat it as if you didn't see us at all. After we enter the war zone, our life or death has nothing to do with you." Jing Xiaoyuan sneered upon hearing that. "Nothing to do with me? You're the god-grade genius from Cloudy Qilin clan. If you really die in here, won't Cloudy Qilin clan seek trouble with me?" Li Moying frowned. "The clan's elders aren't aware that I am in Blessed City. Moreover, we Cloudy Qilin clan aren't unreasonable. Our lives would be hanging on a thread if we entered the war with the demon tribe. Why would we pin the blame on you? Even so, I also can't let you enter." Jing Xiaoyuan's lips curled upwards, and his attitude was extremely firm. "Orders are orders, so when I say you can't enter means you can't enter. Who knows if you are a spy sent by the demon tribe? If I let you go in and an accident happens on the battlefield, I won't be able to take up this responsibility. I only have one thing to say, please go back." Jing Xiaoyuan's firm attitude made Li Moying unable to remain composed. He was extremely anxious over Huang Yueli's disappearance. If it wasn't because of the relationship between the two god clans and the regulations in the army, he would have disregarded everything and dashed in. He didn't expect Jing Xiaoyuan to go through a round of interrogation and still refused to let him through. This was simply treating him like a fool. Jing Xiaoyuan even insinuated that he was the demon tribe's spy, saying that was an obvious attempt to provoke him. Li Moying's attitude also became firm. His gaze turned cold and his tone was hard. "It's impossible for me to go back. Lieutenant Jing, what would happen if I insist on entering today?" "Insist on entering?" Jing Xiaoyuan scoffed. "Why? Are you prepared to break out of my defense line? Do you think that this is the Cloudy Qilin clan? Cloudy Qilin clan's younger generation practitioners are useless. The two highest heaven-grade geniuses with the highest innate talent are those two lasses. That's why this gave you a disillusion that only god-grade geniuses can be treated as heroes among the god clans." "Haha, that's so funny." He stared at Li Moying and said coldly, "Ability, that's not decided by innate talent. One's cultivation method, time, resources, spirit armaments, all of these would affect your ability. Of course, the most important thing is still actual combat experience. You've just stayed in Cloudy Qilin clan for a year and haven't met many god clan geniuses, not to mention going into a battle in the war zone. Your cultivation, which was achieved through closed-door cultivation, is not worth mentioning in front of genuine top exponents." These words were something that Jing Xiaoyuan had hidden in his heart for a very long time. What god-grade genius? His innate talent was only higher than me by a stroke. As for me, I have been cultivating for a long time and also experienced countless life and death crises. My ability grew tremendously, and I'm invincible among the same grade practitioners. If we fight today, I'm confident that I will be able to send Li Moying flying with a slap. Jing Xiaoyuan felt extremely disdainful of Li Moying after he saw his exquisitely handsome features. He's got such a pretty face, totally a gigolo type of face. No wonder those ladies who had worshipped me in the past were all infatuated over him. But as a man, there's no use in being good-looking only. In the end, your ability is all that matters. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaoyuan was even more determined to stop Li Moying from going past the defense line. Who do you think you are? 5. He could make the so-called god-grade genius understand what a real genius in God realm was, and also put down his arrogance. Li Moying's expression was gloomy and his profound energy couldn't be controlled as it was on the verge of exploding. So, you're bent on not letting me go over today? Jing Xiaoyuan wrapped his arms around his chest and sneered, if you have the ability, barge through my defense line then. In the allied armies, we only talk using military credits and ability, and not your so-called innate talent. Originally I didn't intend to bother about you since you don't have any military credits, and directly treat you as a spy, then capture you. But since you're the only God-grade genius in God realm, if you can defeat me, I'll let you pass. How about it? This is the care that I can show you. Jing Xiaoyuan said without any restraining fear, as a provocative look was shown beneath his eyes. The glow in Li Moying's gaze flickered slightly, as though he was considering. Jing Xiaoyuan's brows rose, and he continued to incite him. Why? You don't dare to? Looks like the legendary God-grade genius is just SOSO. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a burning sense of crisis, which made his heart palpitate. Jing Xiaoyuan was indeed a top-rate genius practitioner in God realm. He instantly reacted and used his body movement, profound skill to speedily step to the rear left corner. Rumble, a loud boom was heard. A deep pit, which was created by a ray of lightning from the sky, appeared at Jing Xiaoyuan's original position. The pit's mud was charred and smoke was billowing from it. If he hadn't managed to evade in time, he would have become a charred corpse by now. When the human soldiers saw this, they were so shocked that their faces paled with fright. A cold feeling arose from the pits of their hearts. This cloudy Qilin clan's young practitioner looked like a gigolo. Whoever knew that his movements were so incisive and overbearing? Those people who were still doubting Li Moying's ability felt that this God-grade genius was different from what they had imagined. As for now, everyone realized that they were totally mistaken. Even for Jing Xiaoyuan, his expression also turned grave. He stared tightly at Li Moying and slowly said, "You're very bold. Moreover, you do have some abilities. Too bad, you can forget about winning me with just this bit of ability. Today, I'll show you my real ability." Li Moying sneered coldly, "What's up with all the nonsense? Hurry up if you're going to strike. I'm rushing for time." "Alright, since you're in a hurry to get beaten, I won't hold back." Jing Xiaoyuan was amused. He had already deemed Li Moying as an ignorant fool and wanted to teach him an unforgettable lesson. Li Moying couldn't be bothered to reply. His moves were like lightning as he attacked Jing Xiaoyuan once again. Jing Xiaoyuan was rather conceited in his words, but when he witnessed Li Moying's ability, he didn't dare to slack and was totally focused on crossing hands with the latter. Their attributes were both attack attributes, so when they fought, they started with strong mutual attacks. The golden ray and purple electric currents kept crashing against each other in midair. The explosive sounds were deafening. These human soldiers couldn't open their eyes due to the bright light and hurriedly retreated backward. A number of them couldn't take on this intense attack and started to throw up. Even the guards beside Li Moying and Jing Xiaoyuan were also dizzy from seeing such dazzling assaults. In just under a quarter of an hour, the both of them had already attacked each other for more than 100 rounds. Following the passing of time, Li Moying's face slowly revealed an impatient expression. Jing Xiaoyuan was indeed the strongest heaven-grade genius before Li Moying appeared. His cultivation, experience, and reaction speed were all top-notch. Even his moves were relatively ruthless. No wonder he was able to achieve such outstanding merits at such a young age in the war against the demon tribe. He was indeed an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. If it was usual, Li Moying wouldn't mind exchanging blows with him as a form of interaction. After all, it was difficult to find peers whose abilities were not far off from his. But now, he was worried about Huang Yueli's safety. So this long battle left him extremely frustrated. Li Moying was not in the mood to prolong the battle, and he wanted to gain victory swiftly. So he couldn't care about reserving any power and increased the speed of his attacks. As for Jing Xiaoyuan, he was so shocked that it couldn't be described in mere words. When he suggested challenging Li Moying earlier, he slighted him with disdain. So what if Li Moying's innate talent is so great? He's still so young and he came from the lower realm. How powerful can he be? In reality, Jing Xiaoyuan realized that his thinking wasn't wrong at all. Li Moying's cultivation had just broken through to heart-profound realm, and the latter was weaker than himself. Furthermore, the profound skills that Li Moying utilized weren't very profound. It was apparent that he had not fully mastered all the manuscripts in Cloudy Qilin clan. So logically speaking, he would definitely win against an opponent who had such a huge disparity from him. However, when they crossed hands, Jing Xiaoyuan realized that he was wrong. Li Moying's cultivation was indeed not high. But his control towards his profound energy had reached perfection. There was not 1 ounce of energy that was wasted, and it was displaying the greatest firepower. Moreover, his observation skills were much stronger than a veteran practitioner on the battlefield like Jing Xiaoyuan. The scariest part was Li Moying's speed. Although thunder-attributed practitioners originally had a slightly greater advantage in terms of speed. But wasn't his speed a little too fast? How could there be anyone who could achieve such a standard of speed? Every time, Jing Xiaoyuan felt that Li Moying's speed should have already reached the limit. But the next time Li Moying made his move, his speed was raised once again, to an even faster pace. Jing Xiaoyuan didn't dare to slight his opponent right now. In fact, he was feeling vexed that he had underestimated the enemy earlier. He had already worked up his concentration and was fully focused on observing Li Moying's control over the electric currents. But he found that it was getting tougher and tougher, and even harder to deal with him. Unknowingly, Jing Xiaoyuan's intense attack was suppressed by Li Moying. He had also changed from an attack state to defense. All the practitioners present could tell that Jing Xiaoyuan was already on the losing end. Li Tianyi and the others were originally worried that their young master would be injured during the battle. Now, they could finally heave a sigh of relief. But Jing Xiaoyuan and his soldiers totally couldn't believe that this situation would ever happen. All of them looked at one another in dismay. Are you kidding me? Lieutenant Jing, is he going to lose? Are you blind? How could Lieutenant Jing possibly lose? That insolent young punk dared to fight with Lieutenant Jing. I believe that he will be beaten hands down, so badly that he will not be able to pick himself up. But now, Lieutenant Jing's attacks seem to be suppressed? So what about that? It's not as if only the attacking side will gain victory. Lieutenant Jing wants to save time, so he intentionally makes himself look like a fool. He will find a chance to defeat the opponent in one move. This is called outsmarting the opponent, understand? I see. That's what I thought too. Lieutenant Jing's ability is so excellent and he had never been defeated among the younger generations. How could he possibly lose to a pretty boy? The soldiers made their wild guesses and finally heaved a long sigh of relief. Although they recognized Li Moying's power, no one would ever believe that Li Moying could defeat the invincible Jing Xiaoyuan. After all, Jing Xiaoyuan's fame wasn't falsified. It was accumulated through his military credits, which he had slowly attained. Among the practitioners in Blessed City, Jing Xiaoyuan was the representation of a strong practitioner. So how could he possibly be defeated? Only Li Tianyi and the others knew how strong their young master was. Hearing the soldiers' whispers, their faces surfaced with meaningful smiles. The difference between God-grade genius and heaven-grade geniuses was not something that ordinary people had thought out to be that simple. If it wasn't for the fact that they had spent so much time with Li Moying, they would also find it hard to imagine just how powerful Li Moying could be. Even a Dao Profound Realm top exponent like Huang Sanbai was forced to back down in Flame Square City previously. What more for Jing Xiaoyuan, whose cultivation was not any higher than Li Moying's? As expected, Li Moying and Jing Xiaoyuan fought for a dozen over moves, and the latter's defeat was already very obvious. Now, even Jing Xiaoyuan's vassals, who were most confident of him, did not dare to say a word. By now, if one still dared to say that Jing Xiaoyuan would definitely win, that person must be lying through his teeth. But no one understood why did things turn out to such a state. At this moment, Jing Xiaoyuan, who was in the fight, was drenched in sweat. He practically used all his moves and tried his best, but wasn't able to turn from defense to attack. Instead, he was suppressed even badly by Li Moying. Several times, he tried to find Li Moying's flaw, but what left him shocked was that even under such astonishing speed, Li Moying didn't make any minute mistakes at all. Each blow was executed perfectly. Jing Xiaoyuan was being pushed back. Finally, after an intense crash, Li Moying's electric current broke through Jing Xiaoyuan's defense. Ugh! Jing Xiaoyuan gave off a dull moan. The clashing of their weapons abruptly stopped. After the blinding light dispersed, everyone realized that Jing Xiaoyuan had been struck by a sword at his ribcage, and blood kept spurting out. He used his hand to clutch the injured part and his fingers were stained with blood. But there wasn't any painful expression on his face. He stared at Li Moying with a complicated gaze. Li Moying lifted the long sword with a cold expression. There were no emotions on his face, and as compared to the time when he just started to make his move, he seemed calmer now. It felt as though the battle earlier had not affected him at all. Lieutenant Jing. What's wrong with you? Jing Xiaoyuan's subordinates widened their eyes in disbelief. The invincible Lieutenant Jing in their hearts had been defeated by someone. Moreover, it was a pretty boy who popped out from God knows where. Jing Xiaoyuan stared at Li Moying for a while and hissed through the slits of his teeth, God-grade genius, indeed live up to your reputation. Li Moying swept a glance back, you're not too bad as well. But if you want to be my senior, you're still a little lacking. The human soldiers all felt exasperated when they heard that, but had no way to rebuke him. At this moment, no one could claim that they were not convinced after they heard the things that Li Moying said. He had already used his ability to show his authority. Jing Xiaoyuan gritted his teeth as he looked at Li Moying. He had already been defeated by Li Moying in public, so there was no way that he could renege on his words. But he was not resigned to the result at all. You're indeed powerful, God-grade geniuses' innate talent indeed can be described as heaven-defying. But today I've lost to you mainly because I've underestimated you. Moreover, I still have plenty of unique skills that I've not used. If you think that you can dominate all the geniuses in God realm, you are wrong. The next time we fight again, I will definitely win you. Li Moying's gaze turned slightly cold and said indifferently, I've never thought of it in this way. You're the one who's saying it. Jing Xiaoyuan heard his tone and his face turned from green to white. Li Moying's words were flat with no emotions, but it was extremely hurtful than any other kind of sneering. Because he had obviously not thought of any other geniuses in high regard. Neither did he have any intention to fight with them. He was the one who insisted on picking a fight with Li Moying and was eventually defeated. This was akin to putting his face out to let other people slap him. In other words, this action was no different from acting like an idiot. Li Moying couldn't be bothered about what he was thinking. He waved his hand to Li Tianyi and the others, expressing for them to follow him. Then he turned and headed towards the war zone. Seeing Li Moying about to leave, those trained human soldiers' first reaction was to draw out their weapons to block their way. Let them go. Jing Xiaoyuan commanded loudly. The soldiers backed down and gave way to them. Li Moying didn't say a word and led his men forward. Jing Xiaoyuan's voice was heard coming from his back. The demon tribe are brutal and savage. The area that they control lurks with danger everywhere. Even if you have outstanding power, you might not be able to come out safely. But there are several allied army strongholds in the war zone. If you stronghold to seek for help. Hearing that, Li Moying's footsteps took a halt and he turned around. Jing Xiaoyuan scoffed, don't lose your life on the demon tribe's battlefield. The God Realm tournament will be held 6 months later, and I will get my revenge then. Li Moying's lips curled upwards. Lieutenant Jing, please be assured. Since you like to be beaten so much, I will surely grant you this wish. You Jing Xiaoyuan's anger that had been suppressed instantly rose again. He couldn't wait to dash up and have a fight with him. Alas, Li Moying decisively turned around and left after he finished talking, leading his men away in huge strides. Jing Xiaoyuan's hand gripped tightly on his cutlass. Lieutenant Jing, a guard carefully walked over. What do you want? He's already left, why are you guys still crowded around here for? Jing Xiaoyuan shouted angrily. The guard hesitated for a moment but still asked, Lieutenant Jing, you let that Li Moying enter, just like that? If something happened to him and the management blames me, what should we do? There are quite a few divine generals in the army who are from the Cloudy Qilin clan. Jing Xiaoyuan's lips curled, and he smiled coldly, so what about that? Li Moying wanted to dig his own grave, am I able to stop him? Moreover, what advantage will I get if I manage to persuade him? Enough, let this matter rest right here. Everyone, return to your sentry posts, and don't let me catch any one of you going into a daze. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp chirp. The melodious chirping from the birds rang beside her ear. Huang Yueli was shocked and abruptly opened her eyes. A wave of dizziness hit her and her vision was turning dark. It took quite a while before she finally managed to take a clear look at her surroundings. The black smoke that appeared when she landed had dissipated. But the surroundings still gave off a terrible stench. She was lying in the wet mud and there were shrubs and moss nearby. The only thing was the shape of these shrubs was different from the ones that she usually saw. The leaves reflected a near black dark green color, and it looked extremely strange. Moreover, on the branches of one of the trees stood 2 crows, which were crying out to her non-stop. It seemed that she had been awoken by their chirping. Huang Yueli raised her head and took a look at the sky. From the direction of the sun, it should be mid-noon. But she didn't know what day it was. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli tried hard to prop herself up from the ground. Whoever knew that when she just used her strength, she realized that the slippery mud under her suddenly fell downwards. She hurriedly stopped her action. Damn it! This place is a swamp. Huang Yueli frowned and she felt scared. I wonder how did I land in such a place? Luckily, I didn't suffocate to death in this swamp. Luckily, Huang Yueli had accumulated a lot of experience during experience learning trips. So even when she met with this kind of dangerous topography, she wasn't nervous at all. She knew that in order to stop herself from falling into a deeper place, the most important thing is to maintain a flat position. In this way, the amount of energy impacted on the swampland would be minimized and her safety would be guaranteed. Huang Yueli carefully tested and climbed out. As her feet landed on the solid ground, it felt so great that Huang Yueli almost shed tears of gratitude. I wonder how this swamp formed. It's so stinky. Moreover, I wonder if it's my misperception. There seems to be a faint blood stench smell from the surroundings. Huang Yueli touched her long hair, which was filled with dirty mud but couldn't be bothered to clean herself up. She could only bear with this stench. This place is really too strange, I should leave this place as soon as possible. Although she thought that way, Huang Yueli didn't immediately take action. The reason being she was unable to verify her current location right now. The exterior area of Blessed City was the place where humans and the demon tribe were engaged in an intense battle. Moreover, she fell because of the demon tribe's attack. So it was highly possible that she was in the demon tribe's control area right now. If she ran about recklessly, there would be big trouble if she was discovered by the demon tribe. Huang Yueli pondered over this for a short while, stood up, and was just about to leave when she suddenly heard a shuffle of footsteps from a distance away. Moreover, someone was talking. Huang Yueli hurriedly retreated and shrank her body to hide behind a bush. Not long after, she saw 2 demon tribe practitioners walking out from a corner. Seeing that, Huang Yueli silently creased her brows. Oh my goodness, this is indeed the demon tribe's turf. Moreover, there are apparently several paths which could lead to this place. I'm just now familiar with the topography. Luckily, I woke up just in time. If I woke up 2 hours later, I'd probably have bumped into these two demon tribe practitioners. Huang Yueli changed to another position, which allowed her to see those two demon tribes looks clearly. Their builds were much taller than ordinary humans, and their skin color was darker. Furthermore, their faces had dark red veins. She wondered if those were inborn birthmarks or if those were drawn on their faces after. The two of them walked to the side of the swamp and exchanged a look. Recently, Lord Ruiz is going to advance into Sky Devil End Phase rank, and he needs even more blood pills than before. But we haven't had desirable outcomes in the recent attacks in Blessed City. The humans are already prepared and their defenses are extremely tight. Not only did we not manage to capture more humans, we even lost several devil soldiers. I heard of it too. Those god clans sent some people to support them. That White Tiger clan's Jing something killed a number of our compatriots in the prison the last time. And now, he's stationed in Blessed City. How are we going to explain to Lord Ruiz now? But our luck isn't too bad. We managed to attack a number of them in the light sphere during yesterday's ambush. I heard that we captured a few God Clan practitioners. Really? That's of course. I heard that Lord Ruiz was very happy and he gave a handsome reward to the ambush team. Those of us who are responsible for searching also need to work harder. If we can find all the missing humans and God Clan practitioners, we might receive merit. That's right, we also need to work hard. Right, yesterday I saw a human practitioner fall into the swamp. I wonder if that person has fallen into it or not. I can tell that his cultivation isn't too bad. If we bring him back, we can refine him into a blood pill. Really? Why didn't I see him? Why are we wasting time here talking? Let's hurry up and scoop him out. The two immediately took action. Two long forks appeared in their hands out of nowhere and they poked it into the swamp and mixed it around. Shortly after, they dragged out an extremely decomposed corpse and a terrible stench immediately circulated. Huang Yueli couldn't help pinching her nose, as she felt extremely disgusted. So, this swamp was so stinky because a lot of corpses were buried in it. Just thinking of it made her feel extremely disgusted. Luckily, she had already climbed out of it. The two demon tribe practitioners dug around for a long time and found another two corpses. But they were extremely disappointed. What's going on? These three humans looked as though they had been dead for several days now. Moreover, their power had not even reached the 8th stage realm. They're simply useless. That's strange. The human I saw yesterday was obviously at 10th stage realm cultivation? The two looked at each other in dismay. Huang Yueli knew that they were looking for her. While she was feeling fortunate, she suddenly felt that the situation was not good. The two of them couldn't find her, so they would definitely guess that she had escaped. But there was no way for her to escape in the current location where she was hidden right now. As expected, the two demon tribe practitioners hesitated for mere moments and then responded. Damn it, that human fellow must have regained consciousness and escaped. How is that possible? When one lands on the toxic swamp, there is a 99% chance of caving into it. Let's not forget that this swamp often gives off ptomaine. Humans can't take that poisonous chi at all. Since this person escaped, doesn't it show that his innate talent is really not bad? We must quickly find him. The two quickly reached a consensus and started to search around the surroundings. From this stance, it wouldn't take long for them to find Huang Yueli's hiding place. Huang Yueli couldn't help but frown. Turning around to take a look, she tried to find a route which she could secretly escape. But unfortunately, behind her was a vast, dark forest. There was no way to see the situation clearly. Furthermore, Huang Yueli was unfamiliar with this. She was worried that there would be other demon tribe practitioners around. For a moment, she didn't know where she could escape to. Just as she was hesitating, a familiar voice suddenly rang from her back. "Quick, follow me." Huang Yueli abruptly turned back and saw a familiar person. It was the human spiritual alchemist that she met in the light sphere. This person was well dressed when they were teleporting. He looked like a rich, young master who was particular about his dressing. But after experiencing several near-death situations, his image was rather disheveled. There were bruises on his face, and his clothes were very crumpled. The stench on him was comparable to Huang Yueli's. "Don't go into a daze. Quickly follow me. Hurry," the spiritual alchemist urged. Huang Yueli instantly followed behind him. No matter what, this person was a human, and he looked much more reliable than those two demon tribe practitioners. Alas, while they were slowly moving, the demon tribe practitioners had already chased up onto them. "There's someone here. I have already caught a whiff of their scents." "That's right, that's the smell of the ptomaine from the toxic swamp." As they spoke, they quickly headed towards the target and ran towards them. The human spiritual alchemist couldn't help but curse. Damn it! The demon tribe indeed are abnormal beings. Their sense of smell is so acute, they're just like dogs. The two of them didn't expect the remnant smell on them to expose their whereabouts. "Human, stop running. You're already on our demon tribe's turf, and you're still thinking of escaping? You'd better surrender obediently. At least you will suffer a little less." TSK, there are actually two living beings. That's great, let's catch both of them. This is a surprise reap. The demon tribe practitioners revealed malicious smiles and hurriedly chased after the two of them. The spiritual alchemist had gained some basic understanding of the forest's topography and led Huang Yueli to weave through the forest, trying to shake off those two pursuers. But the demon tribe practitioner's speed was extremely swift. Moreover, they had a natural inborn innate talent where their vision remained clear in dim or total dark situations. This was something that Huang Yueli and the other human could not match. Seeing the pursuers closing into them, Huang Yueli simply stopped. "Alright, let's stop running since we can't outrun them anyway. I think your cultivation's not too weak as well. Why don't we join hands and kill them?" The human spiritual alchemist was stunned but instantly smiled. "Great, just what I was thinking. Let's show them how powerful humans can be." Huang Yueli was surprised that the human spiritual alchemist agreed so readily. But she didn't have time to think too much since the enemy had almost chased up to them. "Alright, then I'll attack first. Take note to protect yourself and support me by attacking from the side." Saying that, Huang Yueli's right hand lifted and a burst of true phoenix fire flew out from her palm. The demon tribe practitioner who ran first was caught off guard and was hit. He gave off a miserable cry. Apparently, he was badly injured. Huang Yueli didn't expect a casual move to have such destructive power and went into a short blank. The human spiritual alchemist chased up to her and he asked when he saw the situation. "That's the true phoenix fire, right? The demon tribe is most afraid of this. True phoenix fire has a purification function and the demon tribe's soul and spirit can't take the might of the purification. Burn him a few more times." These two demon tribesmen are earth devils, and their abilities are much higher than ours. Hearing that, Huang Yueli didn't dare to slack and immediately summoned a large amount of true phoenix fire to attack the demon tribe. Although she didn't understand the situation on the battlefield against the demon tribe, she knew that there was a ranking of abilities in the demon tribe. They were also segregated into ordinary devil soldiers, earth devils, sky devils, and devil overlords. Earth devils were equivalent to God Clan and the human race's heart, profound realm, top exponents. whereas she and the human spiritual alchemists were only in dream-profound realm. Just based on cultivation alone, it was impossible to match the enemy. Luckily, Huang Yueli's true phoenix fire could obviously curb the demon tribe. Moreover, her god-grade innate talent in controlling the flame was several times more in displaying the might of it. Hence, they were totally not losing out in the battle. The human spiritual alchemist followed tightly behind as he also launched attacks at the two earth devils. When he struck, Huang Yueli was astounded and saw him in a new light. The air was filled with earth-attributed energy. Under his control, it instantly caused an intense tremor, giving off a strong aura. One had to know that earth-attributed energy was commonly used to treat. In terms of defense, it's not bad. But for attacks, there was no way to compare it with fire or thunder attributes. However, this gentle earth attribute had such invasive power in the hands of the human spiritual alchemist. Before the demon tribe could react, several land parcels had arched on the ground suddenly. A few thick tree roots popped out from the ground like whips and swept towards the two demon tribe practitioners at an astonishing speed. They jumped up in a fluster, wanting to avoid this powerful attack. But they had just retreated several steps back when they heard the cracking sounds in the air from their backs once again. Another few tree roots swept towards their backs from the reverse direction. The two devils hurriedly changed their direction once again. However, no matter how hard they tried, it seemed to be useless. The location that they were in right now was a vast forest that was not lacking in trees. No matter which direction they ran in, there would be trees next to them. The human spiritual alchemist summoned innumerable tree roots, chasing behind them tightly and attacking them on the left and right. Just when the two devils managed to hide a little further and prepare to counterattack, they were suppressed by Huang Yueli's true phoenix fire. Huang Yueli and the human spiritual alchemist had tacit cooperation. Initially, they were not used to it. But later on, their cooperation increasingly became more well-coordinated. Under their continuous attacks, the injuries on the two demon tribe practitioners grew from bad to worse. In the end, they finally lay dead on the ground. Great, we've finally succeeded. The human spiritual alchemist felt a surge of pure adrenaline and wanted to dash forward. Huang Yueli pulled on to him. Be careful. What would happen if they aren't dead, or if they're just pretending to be dead? She used her true phoenix fire and thoroughly burned the two demon tribe practitioners' bodies once again. Both of them lay on the ground, totally not moving at all. Only then was Huang Yueli relieved. Looks like they're really dead. She turned towards the human spiritual alchemist, cupped her hands in salute, and spoke in an earnest tone, luckily you're around today. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to deal with these two earth devils on my own at all. The spiritual alchemist smiled and said, that's just a small matter, and there's no need to say thanks at all. I'm also saving myself by saving you. This place is the demon tribe's control area, and those devils are everywhere. It wouldn't be easy for me to return to Blessed City on my own, so if I have a companion, it will be advantageous to me. Hearing that, Huang Yueli smiled as well. She was rather fond of this human spiritual alchemist. Not only was his ability decent, but he was also a straightforward person which she appreciated a lot. She thought for a moment and asked, earlier you mentioned that we have landed on the demon tribe's control area? What place is this exactly? The human spiritual alchemist said, I'm not too sure as well. But yesterday night, I studied the stars in the sky and gauged that we are a few hundred miles away from Blessed City. If we were to travel on the official channel, we will be able to reach in a few days. But now, it wouldn't be easy for us to find the way out under the eyes of the demon tribe. Huang Yueli couldn't help but frown. How could this be? The light sphere, which we teleported in, was already at Blessed City's city walls when we came out from the void space, wasn't it? When the light sphere shattered, the impact was too great. It deviated from the designated route and floated to the demon tribe's side. Additionally, when we fell, we met with the time when the demonic chi happened to be dispersed, so we floated along with the flow of the demonic chi for a couple of days. That's why we were thrown to the current location. When Huang Yueli heard that, she asked in surprise, so, it has already been a couple of days since we have been attacked. That's right. The human spiritual alchemist nodded. Huang Yueli was astounded. To her, being unconscious for such a long time was an extremely rare occurrence. Especially after her soul trace had merged as one with the Sky Phoenix ring, with the aid of the God relic, her willpower was much stronger than ordinary practitioners. So ordinary poison gas basically did not affect her at all. She didn't expect this demonic chi to have such a great impact on her. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli attempted to call little Wang Kai in her mind. However, she didn't receive any response. The Sky Phoenix ring was silent, without any sound at all. This made Huang Yueli extremely worried. But with the human spiritual alchemist around, she couldn't enter the Sky Phoenix ring to check. So she could only endure with it. Right, there's something. Huang Yueli wanted to continue asking questions, but the spiritual alchemist shook his finger. This is not a good place to talk. The sky is starting to turn dark, so we should leave this place first. I've found a few relatively safe places in the surroundings. Let's spend the next few nights there. Huang Yueli nodded her head and was about to leave when she saw the human spiritual alchemist walking towards the two earth devil corpses. He bent down and took a small dagger out. What are you doing? Huang Yueli asked curiously. The human spiritual alchemist's expression was more astounded by her. You don't know? Wait, are you one of the lower realm practitioners who had just arrived in God realm? Huang Yueli instantly turned awkward. The other party said it in a way that made her seem as though she was very ignorant. The spiritual alchemist continued to explain, I'm doing this to collect the demon tribe's devil stones. If we bring the devil stones back and hand them over to the allied armies, this acts as proof that we've killed the demon tribe. It is used to accumulate military merits. Speaking of this, he paused for a moment. Immediately after, as if he was worried that Huang Yueli couldn't understand, he asked, Do you know what are military merits? Huang Yueli paused for a moment. This. I think I've heard of it before. The spiritual alchemist was speechless. But he dutifully explained, the so-called military merits means the practitioners from the allied armies kill those devils from the demon tribe or come out with some kind of contribution and are awarded with a type of points. When the military merits are accumulated to a certain level, our military ranks will be raised. For example, the Empyrean Fox clan's old man that we met during teleportation holds a military rank of Divine Lieutenant. It's not easy to reach that rank and one might even need 100,000 military merits. Of course, military merits can also be used to exchange for cultivation methods and spirit armaments that are collected at the Allied Army's headquarters. Huang Yueli nodded, but she wanted to continue asking as she still had some questions on her mind. However, the human spiritual alchemist had also turned over. He was preparing to take action on the corpse, so she could only keep the question to herself. The sharp dagger slit a slight cut on the area between the demon tribe practitioner's brows and pushed the sharp knife down a little. Then he prized it upwards. This smooth action only took a couple of seconds, and a light blue devil stone lay in his palm. He dug out the other Earth Devil's devil stone and kept the dagger away. Here, one for each of us. The military merits for killing Earth Devils are worth a lot. A low-class Earth Devil is worth 500 military merits. Huang Yueli took the devil stone and said, Thank you. The spiritual alchemist's way of handling things increased her favorable impression of him. Although they indeed killed the two devils together, it was extremely reasonable to split up the military merits equally. But Huang Yueli was like a novice. If the other party wanted to cheat her military merit, it wasn't an especially difficult matter. However, the spiritual alchemist didn't have any bad intentions at all. He even suggested splitting up the military merits and wrapping up the work to dig out the Devil Stone. Huang Yueli kept the Devil Stone and followed the spiritual alchemist around the forest for a long time. They finally reached a tree of great height when the night turned dark. The spiritual alchemist pointed at the tree and said, "This kind of tree is extremely tall, and the treetop is extremely level. Let's spend the night on top so that we can avoid being attacked by most of the spirit beasts' attacks in the forest. Moreover, the demon tribe also can't find us. We just need to be careful of the flying spirit beasts." While he spoke, he had already started to climb upwards. Huang Yueli borrowed a little wind-attributed energy and hugged onto the truck. A short moment later, she had already climbed on top of the tree. It was just like what the spiritual alchemist said. The treetop was distributed with densely packed leaves and was extremely level. Moreover, this tree was much taller than the other trees. Standing on top and looking at the surroundings gave her a feeling that she was looking down on other things below. In the middle of the treetop, the spiritual alchemist had already tied up a piece of space. Huang Yueli walked over and sat cross-legged on the ground. "I didn't expect you to find such a suitable campsite. Looks like you've accumulated a vast amount of experience during experience learning." The spiritual alchemist smiled and said, "Actually, I'm also a practitioner who ascended from the lower realm." "You're also a lower realm ascender?" Huang Yueli asked in surprise. If it was in Soaring Heaven's continent, Huang Yueli would be able to find a campsite very quickly. But she didn't understand anything in God realm, so she could only slowly find her way out. Whereas for the spiritual alchemist, he knew the surroundings like the back of his hand. He totally didn't look like a greenhorn at all. The spiritual alchemist nodded his head and gave a brief explanation. "I just entered the demon tribe's control area a couple of months ago. That's why I know a little about this place." Huang Yueli had some doubts, but since it was the other party's private affair, it wasn't very nice for her to ask too much about it. She remained silent for a moment, then started to ask the question which was burning on her mind. "Right, earlier when I was at the swamp, I overheard those two devils saying this area seems to be called the Toxic Swamp. What place is this? Do you know anything about it?" The spiritual alchemist thought for a moment and said, "The Toxic Swamp is an area which is in the deeper end of the demon tribe's control area. But the swamp is very big, so we should still be around its exterior. Otherwise, we won't just meet with only two devils." Huang Yueli asked again. "Those two devils also said that the demon tribe had incited the attacks because there's this Lord Ruiz who is advancing into Sky Devil end phase. They're already attacked Blessed City, continuously, several times. This time, we were ambushed because the demon tribe wanted to find God clan practitioners to offer to Lord Ruiz. As for the two of us, we're being victimized. So it's like this. Sky Devil end phase practitioners are equivalent to human race's Tao Profound Realm end phase. They are considered to be top-rated exponents. One person can eliminate 1,000 or more ordinary practitioners. If he really succeeds in advancing, the humans will suffer even greater losses." The spiritual alchemist sighed with a pensive mood. Whatever he said was very normal. However, Huang Yueli suddenly felt uncomfortable. Unknowingly, the spiritual alchemist suddenly got nearer and nearer to her. Now, they were seated next to each other and the other party was still leaning closer to her. Huang Yueli didn't like to have such close interactions with anyone. She instantly frowned and said, "Don't lean so close to me while you're talking." His lips curled slightly and suddenly revealed a devilish smile. "The treetop is a little cold. The wind tonight is cold and windy. We should come closer to warm ourselves up. Tonight, let's sleep under the same blanket." This sounded rather ambiguous, but Huang Yueli wasn't angry at all. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "No need. I'm not used to getting so close to anyone else." "Why? Are you shy?" "We're both men, after all, so what's there to be shy about? Or are you really a young lady in a man's disguise?" The spiritual alchemist had an evil smile. When paired with that handsome and slightly feminine look, the setting sun rays filled it with a charming feel. Even for Huang Yueli, who was used to Li Moying's out-of-the-world handsome countenance, she couldn't help but take a couple more looks at him. Everyone loved to look at beautiful things. The spiritual alchemist detected Huang Yueli's gaze, and his smile turned even more confident. He inclined forward and inched closer to Huang Yueli. "Now that I've taken a careful look, you look rather scholarly. Although your complexion is a little tan, it's rather smooth. Moreover, the bridge of your nose is rather straight. You have big eyes, and your lashes are very long. Are you really not a young lady?" The spiritual alchemist chuckled and stretched out his hand towards Huang Yueli's face. Seeing that his fingertips were almost about to touch her face, a slap sound suddenly rang. The spiritual alchemist was given a tight slap on his hand, and he could only retract his hand. He hid in a corner and said aggrievedly, "What's wrong? We're both men, what's the problem with touching you?" "Are you certain that we're both men?" Huang Yueli's brows lifted with a playful expression on her face. The spiritual alchemist suddenly felt a little fuzzy from her intense gaze. Why is this person's gaze so strange? Did he get it right? The human spiritual alchemist felt rather uneasy, but he checked his own dressing. After he found that there was no flaw, he was finally at ease. His lips curled into a smile. "Certain. Originally, I was rather certain, but hearing you say that made me a little uncertain again. Could it be that you're really a young lady?" Huang Yueli looked at him and asked slowly, "So what if I am?" When the human spiritual alchemist heard that, he was apparently rather excited. His body leaned towards Huang Yueli, and the lips hanging on his lips grew even more alluring. "If it is, then why don't we travel around the demon tribe's warzone together, for some time? After all, a couple who has such tacit coordination like us is very hard to find, isn't it?" Huang Yueli looked at his handsome face and found it amusing. "What do you mean by that? Think about it. The two of us coordinated so flawlessly when we were fighting the devils earlier. Your true phoenix fire can suppress the demon tribe's attacks, and your damage is also top-notch. My earth-attributed defense is outstanding, and it could also be used to attack when it's necessary. We can even kill those earth devils who have even outstanding cultivations than us easily. Isn't this wonderful tacit coordination?" "Oh, you're right." Hearing that, Huang Yueli couldn't help but nod her head, admitting that what the spiritual alchemist said was right. The spiritual alchemist saw her somewhat agreeing to him and continued to persuade further. "Moreover, you're a spiritual armament master and I'm a spiritual alchemist. We're both holding occupations that God realm lacks. If the two of us were to join forces, we can settle most issues on our own. It would be easy to rake in money as well. Just based on this, don't we complement each other?" Huang Yueli nodded and said, "What you said is right, it's so logical." "So, you're trying to hit on me?" The human spiritual alchemist smiled and said, "I'm already so obvious, and you only just realized?" Huang Yueli lifted her eyes and looked at his eyes slightly. She had no intention to conceal her gender any longer, so when that pair of beautiful eyes turned, the bright and sparkling eyes which moved one's heart were filled with an irresistible charm. The human spiritual alchemist's eyes lit up. "I'm right, you're indeed a gorgeous beauty. Have you decided to join me in the demon tribe's war?" Huang Yueli looked at him with a half-smile. "It's fine to partner up to roam about the demon tribe's war zone. But it's a no-no if you're trying to hit on me." "Why can't I?" the spiritual alchemist asked gloomily, raising his hand to touch his near-perfect face. He self-professed that he was handsome and suave. Moreover, he was even a spiritual alchemist with an extremely high innate talent. In terms of cultivation in martial arts, his cultivation was also top-notch among the younger generation. As he was especially good-looking, he only needed to reveal a slight smile to attract girls' attention easily. Why wasn't he able to seduce a female spiritual armament master who was dressed as a man? Huang Yueli shot a glance at him and said amusingly, "The main reason is I'm already married and my husband is much more incredible than you." The next reason is, aren't you asking the obvious? You're also a woman, but you're trying to seduce me? The spiritual alchemist's eyes widened. Why, you can tell? Huang Yueli shrugged her shoulders. I've seen through you long ago. When we were inside the light sphere, I could already tell that you're a young lady. The spiritual alchemist tried to come near to her several times, and her attitude was also so ambiguous. She couldn't tell that she was also a woman. Huang Yueli would have already sent her flying with a slap. She had never been merciful towards sleazy men with ill intentions. It was because she was also a female and she didn't look as though she bore any ill intentions. She was just playful, so Huang Yueli didn't show any reaction nor expose her. The spiritual alchemist didn't expect her identity to be exposed, so she couldn't say a single word for a moment. Diao. After a long while, she pouted and said dejectedly, "Why did this happen? You saw through my disguise earlier than me? No wonder you're not interested in me at all." Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at her and said, "Why? Are you saying that if I didn't see through your disguise, then I should be interested in you?" "That's right, you indeed have decent innate talent and ability, and you're even a spiritual alchemist. But as compared with my husband, you're too far off. Not to mention in terms of innate talent or ability, even in looks, you also lose out to him." The spiritual alchemist blinked and asked in astonishment, "So, you're really married? How can that be? How old are you?" God Realms practitioners would usually get married later than Soaring Heavens Continents practitioners. It was considered early if they got married when they are a few hundred years old. Many people would normally wait until they weren't able to advance any further in their cultivations before they would consider marriage and give birth to leave a bloodline for their families. Huang Yueli said, "I was already married when I was in the lower realm." Lower realm. You got married really very early. Did your husband ascend to God realm with you? After the spiritual alchemist asked, she felt that it was a pretty dumb question and mumbled to herself, "Oh my, what was that for? You already mentioned that your husband's innate talent was very high. Since you said that, he should have ascended long ago, right?" Right. He came to God realm more than a year ago. I teleported this time because I was intending to go to the continent where he's in to look for him. But I didn't expect such an accident to happen. Thinking of Li Moying, Huang Yueli felt sweet. All the series of dangers that caused the anxiety and security instantly vanished, and she gave off a sweet temperament. The spiritual alchemist blinked and was a little stunned. Even though Huang Yueli's disguise did not disappear, she naturally gave off a peerless beauty's aura. From the looks of this, if she was dressed in women's clothes, she should be very beautiful. Seeing Huang Yueli giving such a blessed smile, the spiritual alchemist pouted. "Sigh, I'm so envious of you. My husband just can't be compared. We're already married, but he's still engaged in ambiguity with other young ladies." "What? How could there be such a scum? You can't condone him." Wait, you're also married?" Huang Yueli voiced out an indignance, but in the middle of her speech, she suddenly felt that something was amiss. She was extremely surprised to hear that the spiritual alchemist was also married. Other than her and Li Moying, she had never met any other genius practitioners who were married this early at such a young age. She didn't expect to be able to meet another pair. The spiritual alchemist took a look at her and said delightfully, "Getting married is nothing, I even have a son." My son is so handsome and smart, and his innate talent is so high. What? Huang Yueli's jaw almost dropped onto the ground. Usually, her actions would stun everyone, and no one could keep up with her pace. It was the first time she was so stunned by someone that she couldn't say a word. The young lady in front of her wasn't much older than her. Forget the fact that she was married. Did she say that she even gave birth to a child? Huang Yueli felt as though she had lost. After a long while, she finally found her voice. Are you tricking me? Why would I trick you for? The spiritual alchemist said unhappily, we've seen through each other's identity, and we will be fighting alongside each other in the demon tribe's battlefield next. What advantages would I derive from tricking you? Moreover, I can just not tell you this sort of thing. There's no point lying to you, is there? This seems so. So, where did your son go? Why are you here alone in the teleportation array at Flame Square City? Huang Yueli asked, curiously. The spiritual alchemist heaved a deep sigh. My son's with his father. I saw my husband sharing a bed with another woman and got angry, so I ran off by myself. What? How can he do that? He already has such a talented and beautiful wife like you. Huang Yueli's eyes widened like full moons. When she heard that the spiritual alchemist's husband was ambiguous with other women, she assumed that the other ladies were pestering her husband. After all, if he was able to subdue such a valiant lady, her husband shouldn't be any ordinary person as well. He should be similar to Li Moying, and it was normal to be pestered by other people. But now, when she heard that the man was lying on the bed with the third party. Scum, that man was thoroughly a scum. Isn't that so? He can even do this kind of thing. I'm going to ask for a divorce. At the same time, a man came searching for his wife, and he was in the campsite on Blessed City's front lines. Achoo! 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 A man dressed in a green robe pinched his nose, and his eyes had turned red from the series of sneezes. What's going on? Did I catch the flu bug? As one of the top-notch genius practitioners in God Realm, his physique wasn't something that ordinary practitioners could compare with. He had never been sick since young. Luckily, he stopped after a few continuous sneezes. He had stopped for moments in the campsite nearby, at a position which was not much different from where Li Moying was earlier. But he didn't force his way into the defense line. Instead, he walked straight into the camp. Hearing his subordinates reporting, Jing Xiaoyuan walked out from his tent with a livid look. Why are you here? Moreover, you say that you also want to enter the war zone to search for someone? What day is today? Also? The azure-robed man acutely picked up the crucial point in his words. What do you mean by that? Did someone else come by today? Jing Xiaoyuan's brows rose. That person is famous. Cloudy Qilin Clan's God-grade genius, have you heard of him? Cloudy Qilin Clan's God-grade genius? The azure-robed man was stunned and frowned slightly. You're referring to Li Moying? That's right. You've also heard of his name, haven't you? The azure-robed man nodded. Not only do I know who he is, but I've also even seen him when I was in Cloudy Qilin Continent. Jing Xiaoyuan took a look at him and said with enlightenment, that's right. You Imperial Dragon Clan is on best terms with the Cloudy Qilin Clan. How could you possibly not know who he is? The other man didn't say much. Instead, he asked, what is Li Moying doing here? He said the same thing as you. He said that his friend was attacked by the demon tribe while he was teleported to Blessed City. He doesn't know if that friend had fallen into the war zone. Surely you guys are not searching for the same person, right? Jing Xiaoyuan asked, curiously. Impossible. The azure-robed man thought of something, and his expression turned slightly ghastly. I'm searching for my wife. Why? Your wife finally can't stand a stinky and bad-tempered husband like you and decided to divorce you? That's worth a celebration. Jing Xiaoyuan said gloatingly, she's the chosen one. There's only one in every 1,000 years, but yet your Imperial Dragon clan is so stuck up to her. TSK, there are plenty of men who want to marry her. Hey, what are you doing? The azure-robed man retracted the long sword in his hand and said expressionlessly, I will not divorce my wife. If you continue to spout rubbish, don't blame me for being merciless. Jing Xiaoyuan gave him a spiteful look. I can't stand you. Why did you turn into such a henpecked man? You weren't like this when you were young. The azure-robed man rejected replying to this kind of senseless question and asked, Li Moying has already entered the war zone? When did he go in? Around 2 hours ago. I even fought with him, said Jing Xiaoyuan. The other man's brows rose. Really? What's the result? I didn't expect his ability to be much stronger than what I imagined. God-grade genius's innate talent is indeed extraordinary. Even if his cultivation is lower than mine, he is able to suppress me. Jing Xiaoyuan said and added unwillingly, but it's mainly because I belittled him. Next time I encounter him, I will definitely let him experience the genuine unique skill from the White Tiger clan. The azure-robed man grinned and said, so it means you lost? I told you this long ago. God-grade geniuses versus heaven-grade geniuses is a whole world of difference. But you are not convinced. I just underestimated him. Jing Xiaoyuan re-emphasized through gritted teeth once again. The azure-robed man didn't expose him but said, we will know the truth on who is stronger during the God Realm tournament that will be held 6 months later. Alright, I'm rushing for time. Let's discuss this in the future. I have to go to the war zone to search for my wife. Why are you in such a rush? She's the chosen one. There's no way you will lose her. Jing Xiaoyuan said indifferently, tell me first. Have you ever crossed hands with Li Moying when you were in Cloudy Qilin clan? Who is more powerful, you or him? He. The azure-robed man frowned. So what if she's the chosen one? They are also mortals, and they will be injured or will die if they meet with danger. Quickly move aside, or are you prepared to fight with me? The chosen one? What's that? In the forest, Huang Yueli's eyes widened as she looked curiously at the human spiritual alchemist, who was dressed as a man. Earlier, they had just mutually exchanged introductions. Huang Yueli just found out that this spiritual alchemist was called Xianxia, and she came from the voracious Wyvern continent. Huang Yueli especially tried to recall those among the 12 ancient god clans, but there didn't seem to be any branch with the surname Xia. In this case, did it mean that Xianxia wasn't a member of the god clan? But from her age and power, her innate talent was definitely extremely outstanding. Ordinary humans rarely had this kind of innate talent. Huang Yueli asked the burning question on her mind, and Xianxia laughed as she explained, actually, I have special abilities because I'm the chosen one. Chosen one? This was the first time Huang Yueli heard of this term, so she continued to ask, what's the chosen one mean? What kind of special ability do you have? Xianxia didn't hide any information and said frankly, in God Realm, we are referred as the chosen one. But when I was in Lower Realm, we call this special ability witchcraft. Those who possess magic are specialized in treatments. Our methods are different from ordinary spiritual alchemists, so strictly speaking, we are not spiritual alchemists. Other than that, the chosen ones have the capability to foresee the future. Capability to foresee the future? Saying that, Huang Yueli was suddenly enlightened. No wonder, when we were in the light sphere, you mentioned in advance that we will meet with danger. You also guessed that the two of us will be sacrificed by those Empyrean Fox Continent's practitioners, and that's why you came to remind me about it. And you're able to roam freely in this forest, is it because you can foresee the future, and you're able to detect the dangers beforehand? As Huang Yueli spoke, she suddenly frowned. That's not right. Since you can foresee the future, why did you teleport along with us? Xianxia smiled bitterly. Your guess is roughly there. But the chosen ones aren't as incredible as what you have imagined. Generally, I will only know what's going to happen immediately. If I want to predict more important matters or if the time frame is very far away, I will need to set up a ceremony and exhaust a large amount of magic before I can predict it accurately. Usually, I won't especially predict the future. Knowing too much isn't a very good thing. Hearing Xianxi's explanation, Huang Yueli finally understood what was going on. Although she was the chosen one, she was a human after all. Usually, she needed to eat and sleep, and also live her life. She couldn't possibly just foresee every single thing. Moreover, if she had to predict what she was going to have for dinner today, or what present her husband would give her for her birthday, there would be no meaning in life anymore. I see, Huang Yueli nodded while in her thoughts. There are indeed talented people everywhere in God realm. I didn't even hear of people with special abilities like the chosen ones before this. Xianxia didn't feel that her power was extraordinary in any way. God realm emphasizes greatly on power. Even for the chosen ones, if they don't have sufficient solid battle power, they would end up being used as a tool by others. What Xianxia said matched what Huang Yueli had in mind. She nodded with a smile and said, "What you said is true. It's most important to raise our abilities." The two of them clicked with each other and not too long later, they became close friends. Huang Yueli thought about how frank Xianxia had been, but she didn't explain her situation clearly. So she hurriedly said, "Right, Yunqi, I forgot to tell you. I'm actually part of the ancient god clan, the sacred phoenix race. I didn't mean to hide it from you intentionally, but... Of course, I knew that you're from the sacred phoenix race." Xianxia interrupted. The 12 ancient god clan surnames are exclusive. Since your surname is Huang, it has already proven that you are from the sacred phoenix race. Xianxia smiled and said, "Judging from your powerful ability, your background should be from a big family and bloodline noble. But why didn't you head to Ice Moon Summit to return to your own clan? Instead, you went to look for your husband first? It seems that you two are very loving." Huang Yueli smiled bitterly. "That's what I wanted to tell you. My husband and I are indeed very loving, but it's not that I am intentionally not returning to my clan. I've been targeted by an elder in the clan, so I can't go back. That's why I'm using the name Liyue Huang to handle things. Don't ever let my real name slip." Xianxia was stunned. What's the matter? Someone in the sacred phoenix race tried to assassinate their own clan's genius? Is he insane? Every clan's genius is their future hope. Why didn't you go look for the clan leader to seek injustice for the thing that he had done? Huang Yueli thought of the situation back then and couldn't help but sigh. It's a long story. I haven't even entered Sacred Phoenix continent and was already targeted. I can't go near to Ice Moon Summit at all, so that's why I decided to go look for my husband. I didn't expect to meet with an incident like this on my first time teleporting." The two of them exchanged glances and realized that they were rather unlucky. But with a compatriot running into bad luck together, it didn't feel that gloomy at all. They rested on the treetop for a night and continued to search for the way out of the forest the next morning. Xianxia was in front leading the way, while Huang Yueli followed behind her tightly. At the same time, she also surveyed the surrounding situation. The two of them walked for several hours, but the forest looked almost the same. It seemed as though they were going round in circles. But Huang Yueli didn't make any noise to urge. Instead, she was on full alert, following behind Xianxia closely. She knew that the forest was so dark, the topography was so complex. Moreover, several devils were walking about. If she wanted to leave this place, she could only choose to trust Xianxi's judgment totally. The so-called chosen one should have some skills, right? Huang Yueli went into a slight trance and almost bumped into Xianxia, who had suddenly stopped. Eh? Why aren't you walking? Xianxia stretched out a finger and showed a hushed sigh. Then she lowered her voice and said, "There are 4 devils in front, and they are all low-class earth devils. Should we?" "Yes." Huang Yueli instantly nodded as her eyes flashed an excited glint. Those weren't devil soldiers. They were her military merits. Yesterday, she chatted with Xianxia for an entire night about the use of military merits and military ranks in detail. So now, what she wanted to do the most was to quickly kill the demon tribe to exchange for military merits. The more the merrier. Xianxia heard her decisive reply and was originally rather happy. In the end, when she turned back and took a look, she met with Huang Yueli's look, which resembled a hungry wolf. She was so scared that she shivered. "I say. Yueli, are you all right?" "Nothing, I'm fine. How could there possibly be something wrong with me?" Huang Yueli lifted her hand and patted Xianxia's shoulder, then urged, "Quick, let's hurry up. Don't let them escape. Those are my military merits." Xianxia hurriedly pulled onto Huang Yueli, who ran off. Hey. Wait. You're running in the wrong direction. Here. It's over here. In the forest, 4 low-class earth devils formed into a small team and were swaggering as they walked. Their mission was actually to search for Huang Yueli and Xianxia. Yesterday night, the 2 earth devils who had been dispatched to search for Huang Yueli did not return to the campsite. Early in the morning, the demon tribe's commander sent another small team to search for them. The 4 of them found 2 corpses whose devil stones had been dug out. Seeing their compatriots killed, the 4 devils didn't feel anything at all. Instead, they even gloated over their misfortune. "Aren't these 2 fellows a little too amusing? I heard that they were out to search for that human who had pretty decent innate talent. But in the end, instead of capturing that person, they got themselves killed. That's right, these 2 weaklings. They've totally embarrassed us. They can't even defeat a human." A tall, thin devil asked the leader of the pack, "Team leader, what should we do now?" "What should we do? Of course, we have to capture that human who escaped. These 2 dumbasses failed to live up to expectations, so this credit is transferred to us instead. Although that human isn't worth anything, at least it is a form of merit. Since we're already here, we can't leave empty-handed," the team leader said as a matter of factly. "Team leader is wise. Team leader is wise." The tall and thin devil was still unassured. One entire day has passed. Has that human already escaped? Will we be able to chase up to him? The team leader snorted. "Relax, that human can't escape. There are various kinds of forests around the toxic swamp. Even for the other devils, if they are not soldiers from our area, they might not be able to find their way out as well, not to mention the human. He definitely hasn't run too far away. Let's search the surroundings, and we'll be able to find him. Team leader is wise. Team leader is wise." The last person hemmed and hawed. The team leader found him an eyesore. "Why is it you again? What else do you have to say?" The tall and thin devil was rather frightened. He shrank his neck and said meekly, But, the cultivations of these 2 fellows who came here yesterday are on par with us. But they were killed by that human. Could that human be some kind of expert in hiding? Should we be a little more careful?" "Rubbish. You big mouth who always spouts nonsense." The team leader howled angrily, "That 2 trash are killed because they are dumb. How powerful can a human be? Are you telling me that this team leader will end up like these 2 pieces of trash?" No, that's not what I mean. Shut up. This team leader doesn't want to hear your explanation. Go to the end of the team right now, and guard the rear. The thin, tall devil was kicked to the end of the line. The 4 devils continued to travel through the forest while searching for the human man's whereabouts. After searching for some time, they still didn't manage to see him. The team leader frowned. What's going on? Where's that person? Could he have dug a hole and hidden in it? Just at this moment, the tall and thin devil's voice was heard from the back of the team. Oh no, team, oof. That sentence was only half complete when it had been cut off by someone abruptly. As he was guarding the rear, the tall and thin devil was a little far from the 3 others in front. The other 2 followers turned back but didn't see him. They were hesitating if they should turn back to look for him. The team leader shouted angrily, "What's there to find? This fellow keeps saying such demoralizing stuff. I think he must be afraid, find a place to hide, and deliberately act mysterious. Is he trying to scare this team leader? Does he think I'm an idiot? Don't bother about him. Just let him hide alone. After we capture that human, this team leader will whip him hard. Team leader is wise. Team leader is wise." The 2 devils hurriedly fawned on their team leader and continued walking forward without turning back. A distance away behind a huge tree, Huang Yueli shrank her popped-out head. Seriously? They didn't even turn back to check? How dumb can these devils be? Earlier when she and Xianxia took action, they made a little mistake. Devils' senses are much stronger than humans, and they didn't have enough experience, so they didn't think of this. That's why when they came closer to the tall, thin devil, he had already discovered them. The 2 of them were extremely decisive people. After they realized that they were exposed, instead of retreating, they advanced. Using the fastest speed that they could muster, they pounced forward to kill that tall, thin devil. After that, in the instance when the devils turned back, they dragged the corpse behind the tree. 111. At that time, they were a little worried and were mentally prepared to be encircled by the 3 devils. In the end, those 3 fellows didn't detect any abnormality and just swaggered away. Xianxia was also a little astonished. But she thought in another way and couldn't help but burst out laughing. I heard my husband say this previously. The demon tribe and humans aren't the same. Among the devils, their descent is different and it doesn't only affect their innate talent. It also affects their intelligence and their looks are very different. It's normal for these few low-class earth devils to be a little dumb. But sky devils are extremely smart. Moreover, all of them have outstanding looks. I see, no wonder then. Huang Yueli nodded her head and said, it's all thanks to them being so dumb. Now, it'd be even easier for us to do things. She walked to the tall, thin devil's corpse, drew out a small dagger, and dug out his devil stone. Xianxia propped her head from behind the tree and asked worriedly, is the effect of the trap that you've set up good? Although these fellows are a little dumb, their battle powers are still rather strong. It's equivalent to the human's heart profound realm early phase. Ordinary traps can't trap them at all. Any one of the 4 demon tribe practitioners in this group could defeat them. It took a great amount of effort for Huang Yueli and Xianxia to defeat the 2 earth devils yesterday. Today, they had to deal with 4 of them. Frankly speaking, judging from ability-wise, there was no chance of success at all. Hence, before the 2 of them came to ambush them, they had already set up a few traps in advance. In the process of setup, Xianxia looked at Huang Yueli's proficient stance and from her lightning-fast moves, she knew that this lady was an extremely highly skilled spiritual armament master. But Huang Yueli's cultivation was still lacking. If she wanted to trap enemies whose cultivations were much higher than hers by so many levels, it still posed a great amount of difficulty. Adding on to the fact that she mentioned that she had just ascended to God realm recently, Xianxia's understanding of her wasn't adequate yet. Based on logical judgment, she somehow felt that Huang Yueli's techniques might be a little unreliable. Huang Yueli patted her chest and said proudly, "Yunqi, don't worry. I've never made any mistakes in setting up traps yet." She had just finished speaking when they heard miserable cries coming from the forest in front. The two young ladies looked at each other excitedly and immediately scuttered out from the tree that they were hiding behind. Running forward to take a look, the three devils had all stepped into Huang Yueli's traps without any exception. A row of sharp thorns on the ground pierced two devils that fell, as though they were like two pieces of fatty meat which were skewered on a skewer. As for the team leader, a rope looped around his ankle and he hung upside down on top of a tree. When there was a breeze, he kept swaying around. The three devils struggled with all their might, but the mechanism that Huang Yueli made was not that easily damaged. Just as they were in misery, they suddenly saw Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi walking over to them with bright smiles hanging on their faces. They weren't that dumb after all. They instantly understood what happened and were so angry and anxious that they started to curse and swear. "We're so damn humans. How dare you ambush me? You humans are so sinister. Let me down if you dare, let's fight it out with our abilities. Sinister, deceitful, vicious." The three devils shouted with all their might and tried their best to struggle free from the traps. But no matter how hard they struggled, they weren't able to break free. On the contrary, their injuries tore while they struggled. Their wounds became worse. Huang Yueli lifted her jaw and looked delightfully at Xia Yunqi. "How's that? Aren't my spiritual armament skills incredible?" "Incredible, you're incredible." Xia Yunqi nodded her head continuously and said, "But you seem to have forgotten to include an array to soundproof their voices. They are crying so miserably, and there seems to be a team of devils in the east who heard the commotion. They're also heading over here right now, and their numbers are not little at all." "What?" Huang Yueli's face turned red. "Mistake, that's absolutely a mistake." As her soul trace was affected by the surrounding demonic qi, she wasn't able to sense anything that was too far away, hence she didn't sense such obvious abnormality. But she would not doubt what Xia Yunqi said. The past few days of experience had verified that she, the chosen one, was indeed not someone to be trifled with. When the demon tribe's team leader heard their conversation, he became excited and shouted, "Our reinforcements are coming very soon. If you still don't let us down, we'll show you some colors after we free ourselves. By then, I'll tear you to pieces alive. Let me down." "Right. Team leader is brilliant. Let us down now. Team leader is so wise." Huang Yueli burst out in laughter. "Are you really dumb or just pretending to be dumb? Since you told me that you're going to tear me into pieces, then why should I let you come down? Do you think I'm as dumb as you? Guys?" Xia Yunqi's expression was much more solemn. "That team is just 3 miles away from us. Let's quickly claim our military merits here and set up the traps in front. There'd be a lot of military credits waiting for us later on." Hearing the words military merits, Huang Yueli instantly became excited. She couldn't bother to talk to these fools from the demon tribe. The two young ladies took out a double-shot crossbow and quickly dealt with those 3 devils. After they retrieved the devil stones, they went in the other direction. Before they left, Xia Yunqi sprinkled some light yellow powder on the devils' corpses. "What's that?" Huang Yueli blinked and asked. "Dematerialized powder." Xia Yunqi swiftly explained, "This is a kind of medicated powder which is used to vaporize the corpse. I'm just cleaning up the scene in case our whereabouts are exposed too quickly." Huang Yueli's eyes lit up. "Good stuff. IR." She understood what it was immediately. It was the same as the cadaver disintegration powder that she used in the lower realm. When she was in Soaring Heaven's continent, she would carry it around to avoid unnecessary problems. But after Huang Yueli arrived in God Realm, she discovered that the cadaver disintegration powder that she brought was basically of no use. The reason was that after practitioners broke through to the 10th stage realm, under the might of the heavenly tribulation, their meridians and physique would undergo a total change and become extremely resilient. The medicinal power from the cadaver disintegration powder couldn't disintegrate a practitioner's body at all. Huang Yueli guessed that there should be a similar kind of powder in God Realm. But this kind of evil thing wouldn't be sold in official retail shops. It should only be available in the black market, but Huang Yueli hadn't found a way to get some yet. She did not expect Xianxia to have this with her. When the latter saw Huang Yueli's excited look, she smiled and said, "This is something that I refined myself. If you like it, I can give you a bottle. But this dematerialized powder is only effective on the devils. For human practitioners who attained cultivations above heart-profound realm, they are immune to this. As for God clans, there's no obvious effect at all." Huang Yueli didn't mind and smiled as she nodded, "Thank you so much. With this powder, it will be more convenient to deal with those guys from the demon tribe." The two of them traveled under the shadows of the forest while conversing. Suddenly, Xianxia lifted a finger and made a hushed sign. She turned around and said without a sound, "The devils are 500 meters ahead and there are 7 of them. 2 low-class earth devils, 5 ordinary devil soldiers." The forest was still pitch dark, but Xianxia was able to explain the situation so early. This impressed Huang Yueli again. "I feel so safe traveling next to the Chosen One." After a couple of seconds, the 7 devils' voices faintly drifted into her ears. Huang Yueli inclined her ear and listened briefly. Soon, she made a judgment that what Xianxia said was correct. "What should we do now?" "Their numbers are a little too many," Xianxia gestured and interacted with her. Huang Yueli frowned for a moment and also felt that they were in a tight spot. Among the 7 people, there are only 2 Earth Devils. If it was in terms of their overall power, it was not any better than the 4 Earth Devils group earlier. But they had more people on their side. If the 2 ladies wanted to sweep them in all at one go, it would be a little troublesome. Moreover, when they schemed against the 4 people group earlier, it was a deliberate scheme against them. The other party was not guarded and fell into her trap. But now, the situation was totally different. This group was rushing over because they heard some strange noises. So they would naturally be guarded. The difficulty in scheming against them would be much greater now. Seeing Huang Yueli keeping silent, Xianxia made another gesture. "If we really can't, then let's hide behind the trees, then attack them. Just kill whatever we can. We can't help it if one of 2 of them manages to escape." She hadn't finished gesturing when she saw Huang Yueli lifting her hand to gesture for her to relax. Following that, Huang Yueli took out a ring from her pocket and wore it. Xianxia's eyes widened as she looked at Huang Yueli. Although this young lady was still in front of her, Xianxia suddenly felt the aura on Huang Yueli had changed. It was a world of difference from before, but yet she couldn't tell what exactly was different. Huang Yueli didn't wait for her to respond and directly turned and walked out behind the tree. Xianxia was shocked by her abrupt action and hurriedly stretched out her hand, intending to pull Huang Yueli back. But it was already too late. The demon tribe's small team had searched their way to where they were hiding, and they were just 100 over steps away from the big tree. Huang Yueli moved and was completely exposed in front of the 7 devils. Never in Xianxia's imagination would she ever think that Huang Yueli, who had been calm and composed, was that impulsive. The 2 of them hadn't even finished their discussion, and she just dashed out like that? Xianxia subconsciously wanted to jump out and help her. But just at this moment, she suddenly realized that Huang Yueli had put her hand behind her back, shaking her finger at her. The intent was very obvious. Huang Yueli was telling her not to come out. Xianxia's footsteps halted as she peeked through the leaves. Then she suddenly realized that the scenario was totally different from what she had imagined. The 7 devils formed into one team and they were talking loudly while searching, hoping to find the place where the miserable cries came from. As for Huang Yueli, she had been following them from a short distance away. But every single devil ignored her, as though they didn't notice that an alien had smuggled among them. Xianxia's eyeballs almost dropped out of her sockets as she was extremely shocked. The devil's senses were sharper than the god clan's. So logically speaking, they wouldn't usually miss out on detecting the enemy getting so close to them. The only possibility was that Huang Yueli had used some kind of special skill or spirit armament to conceal her aura. Recalling the ring that she took out from her pocket earlier, a legendary high-grade treasure armament surfaced in Xianxia's mind. The Sky Devil Blood Ring that was refined by top-notch Sky Gem Grandmaster Xiao. Could that ring on Huang Yueli's finger be the Sky Devil Blood Ring? But aren't there only 3 treasure armaments in the entire God realm? Other than the one which Grandmaster Xiao was personally safeguarding, the other 2 rings were in the hands of Life Profound Realm top exponents. Where did Huang Yueli obtain that ring then? Xianxia couldn't find an answer and her eyes opened wide, staring at Huang Yueli's actions without blinking. When Huang Yueli walked out, she was originally thinking of testing the situation. After Grandmaster Xiao had given her this ring, she had to keep keeping it inside her realm ring and had almost forgotten about it. Now that she tried it out, she realized that it was indeed very useful. These few devils seemed as though they were blind. They couldn't detect her presence at all. Huang Yueli remembered Grandmaster Zhao's instruction back then. When she was using the Sky Devil Blood Ring, she should not use any profound energy. Once her profound energy caused any fluctuations, the invisibility would fail. So if she attacked them, she would appear right before them. But not using any profound energy would not affect her from setting up any mechanisms. Huang Yueli followed this team of devils, and while they weren't paying any attention, she secretly set up several mechanisms. After the setup was more or less done, she gestured to Xianxia and indicated for her to be prepared to coordinate with her attack. The small devil team had already walked to the place where the former devil team of 4 had fallen. Looking around, they couldn't find any abnormality at all. The fluid that was left from the effects of the dematerialized powder had not yet dried. But the forest surface was originally damp with a murky stench. Low-class devils were not as smart, so they naturally could not tell that something was amiss. Only the 2 earth devils leading the team felt that something was not quite right. That's strange? I know I heard miserable cries coming from this direction, but why is there nothing here at all now? Did you hear it wrong? There's obviously nothing here at all. That's not possible, right? I wasn't the only one who heard that earlier. The others also feel that something is strange, otherwise, no one would come over at all. But there's no one here now. This is what I think. The area around the toxic swamp is our demon tribe's turf. Before the humans could even enter the forest, they would sink and be buried alive in the swamp. How can they possibly enter this place? The miserable cries or something is definitely part of your hallucination. No, that's not right. The first devil who spoke frowned. He wanted to rebuke his compatriot but couldn't think of a reason to do so. While the 2 earth devils were arguing, a devil soldier on the side suddenly shouted, "Quickly look, there seems to be a human over that side." The few devil soldiers hurriedly turned around and saw the disguised Huang Yueli appearing between 2 tall trees. She held a longbow and pulled an arrow, aiming at their side. Just at the moment when the devils turned back, her fingers loosened and a sharp arrow which was encased with the true phoenix fire, which dissipated scorching light and heat, shot out like a shooting star. It glided across the sky and pierced right into a devil soldier's chest. Oof, dash. The devil soldier who was shot gave a dull moan and fell to the ground. The profound energy and true phoenix fire that Huang Yueli injected into the arrow scorched his physical body, causing him to be seriously injured immediately. When the other devils saw that, they growled furiously and dashed towards Huang Yueli. There's a human! There's a human here! Updates by Com. Damn human, how dare you sneak and attack on us? Everyone, let's chop him up into minced meat. Facing rampant beast-like enemies, Huang Yueli was calm and composed. She stood rooted on the same spot and didn't move, as though she was waiting for them. The two earth devils almost reached Huang Yueli, only to discover a strange smile on her face. They instantly detected that something was wrong. Wait a minute. Alas, his response came too late. Rows of iron thorns burrowed out from the ground, under the 6 devils' feet. These iron thorns were sharp and thin, like long swords. While they were unprepared, it pierced through their bodies. The devils knelt on the ground, crying in misery. But their bodies were much more robust than humans. Although they were hurt, they still wanted to struggle free. Huang Yueli took lesser time to set up the traps this time, and the materials used were simpler, so it wasn't as solid as the previous mechanisms. As the few devils kept using their demonic power to charge out, the mechanism was starting to loosen up. But there was still no trace of terror on Huang Yueli's face, because she had already seen Xianxia appearing behind the devils. Xianxia struck out hand gestures and controlled the tree roots as she struck those devils hard. She held a dagger in her other hand and dashed up to stab those devils' backs who were near her. Xianxia was also a ruthless person. She didn't have the indecisive habit that ordinary young ladies had and hit wherever would hurt them the most. Moreover, her actions had a suave and smooth feeling to them. No wonder she could disguise as a man, and no one suspected her identity at all. She even pretended to be a man and harassed young ladies. She was simply a scourge who attracted both men and women. Everyone liked beautiful things. Huang Yueli simply stopped her actions, propped her hands on her chin to admire her. Xianxia originally attacked aggressively, but shortly after, she realized that her pressure was increasing and was losing speed. Quickly turning her head to take a look at Huang Yueli, anger instantly arose. Why, you. What are you looking at over there? Quickly come over and help me out. Huang Yueli blinked. Didn't you say that you were very handsome and I don't know how to appreciate how suave you are? I'm smitten right now, but you don't allow me to take a few more looks. Xianxia felt like crying. Grandaunt, please stop fooling around with me. Can't you tell that I'm almost going to be killed by them? Hey, save me. Updates by Com. Those two earth devils struggled for some time and actually managed to break a few thorns to struggle free from the trap. Following that, they immediately pounced towards Xianxia. Ah. Xianxia cried out exaggeratedly and made a run for it. The devils thought that she was frightened. They endured the pain on their bodies and chased after her, hoping to capture and take revenge on her. Human, stop right there. You're not allowed to run. There's no point in running. I'm going to tear you into shreds. As Xianxia ran, she summoned various tree roots to attack them, but earth-attributed attacks were insufficient. She appeared to be in a rather thrilling situation right now. Huang Yueli couldn't stand still as well. Although she knew that Xianxia was just pretending to be in a thrilling situation, she wouldn't die from it at all. But considering that this lass was sneaky as well, she wasn't an easy target to deal with if Huang Yueli really offended her. So the latter didn't continue to stand on the sidelines. She cried out exaggeratedly, Yunqi, hang on. I'm coming to save you. At the same time, she ran towards the direction where Xianxia and the devils were fighting. The other devils saw her running over, but didn't think too highly of her. The other human is coming too, let's kill them at one go. That fellow is the one who set up the traps. Just tearing him apart isn't enough to quell my anger, I'm going to swallow him alive. Wow, oh my. Huang Yueli's face turned green. Isn't this too vicious? Let me tell you this, human flesh isn't tasty. Stinky brat, you finally know what terror is? Earlier I asked you to come and be killed on your own, why didn't you listen to me? You even dared to sneak an attack on us. That's right, I'm telling you. It's too late to be scared now. Huang Yueli pouted. Oh yes, I'm so frightened. So, in order not to let you tear me apart or swallow me alive, I think it's better for me to try my best. She mumbled silently and her fingers flipped to retrieve a lush green zither from her realm ring. Her slender fingers grazed past the strings and melodious zither music flowed out from her fingertips. The music was like flowing water on the tall mountains which swirled smoothly. But those devils were showing extremely painful expressions. Ooh, damn it, this. What is this? My head, why is it suddenly in so much pain? While the devils were in a fluster, Huang Yueli swiftly summoned the true phoenix fire and hurled it towards the two earth devils. Xianxia was originally twirling around with those two devils. She just nicely coordinated with Huang Yueli. Under their mutual coordination, the two earth devils who were seriously injured by the traps weren't their match. Shortly after, the two of them fell to the ground. The remaining 5 devil soldiers still hadn't struggled free from the iron thorns, but they were shouting to encourage their team leaders. Now, seeing that the strongest 2 in the team were killed, they didn't dare to continue shouting. Instead, they wailed madly, begging Huang Yueli and Xianxia to spare their lives. Aren't you guys going to tear us into shreds? Xianxia played around with the dagger in her hand, slowly approaching them. No, how would we ever dare to offend both young masters? The two of you are so powerful, whereas we're just devil soldiers. We aren't worth many military merits. Please have mercy on us. Mercy, mercy please. Hearing what they said, Xianxia instantly felt her stomach starting to churn. I heard that the demon tribe are cold-hearted and always do as they please. But when it comes to saving their skins, they can be so thick-skinned. This is really... Since they make you feel disgusted, then why are you still talking so much to them? Let's quickly settle the stuff here. I want to go look for other devil soldiers. They are all part of my military merits. Huang Yueli urged impatiently. Xianxia gave her an angry stare and retorted, you have the cheek to say that? Who was the one who looked on without lifting a finger earlier and wasted so much time? Who's that? Why don't I know about it? Huang Yueli replied in an extremely innocent tone. Xianxia wanted to kick her, but on account that she was her partner, she forced herself to endure it. The devils were still crying out for mercy and also used devil skills to try and struggle free. Alas, it was all fruitless. Updates by Com. Huang Yueli and Xianxia easily obtained another 7 devil stones. Huang Yueli took out all the devil stones that she received and placed them in her palm, and she counted, feeling extremely happy. That's great. Adding on to those devil stones that we got yesterday, I've accumulated around 2,000 over military merits. It just takes around 10,000 merits to become a divine soldier. Judging from this, it would only take a few days. It's actually so simple to get a promotion on the military ranks. Huang Yueli roughly did a calculation and felt rather surprised. The military ranks of those in God clans in the allied armies from the lowest to the highest are Divine Soldier, Divine Lieutenant, Divine General, Divine King, and so on, respectively. As God clans practitioners have much higher abilities and statuses, so the lowest-ranked Divine Soldier in the allied armies could take on the position as a Grade 1 team leader. But humans needed to accumulate at least 3,000 military merits before they can become team leaders. If they wanted to attain a first-class divine soldier rank, they needed at least 10,000 military merits. If a divine soldier participated actively, then they would be considered as a medium-class military officer. That person could take on the role of a commander or deputy general and lead at least a few hundred men. Whereas based on Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi's current speed of obtaining the military merits, they would probably take less than half a month to reach the rank of divine soldier. Hearing Huang Yueli's smug tone, Xia Yunqi rolled her eyes at her. You wish? How is it even possible to advance to divine soldier within half a month? We're killing earth devils now, and that's equivalent to a human's heart, profound realm expert. That's why we could get so many points. If it were ordinary human soldiers, even if they had 100 people, they wouldn't be an earth devil's match. Hearing this, Huang Yueli somewhat understood that. Right, the main thing is because our ability is too strong. If it was any other person, it would definitely not work out. She was going on a roundabout to praise themselves. Xia Yunqi didn't rebuke her on this. Isn't that so? On the battlefield with the demon tribe, a majority number of people are cannon fodders. There aren't many who has abilities like us. Xia Yunqi paused for a moment and said, but we've been really lucky over the past 2 days. Actually, it's mostly ordinary devil soldiers on the battlefield. Most of the time, it's very difficult to meet with earth devils. A devil soldier is just worth a few military merits. So no matter how powerful you are, there's not much use. Huang Yueli instantly became disappointed and her face fell. But it only took a couple of breaths before she turned excited again. Don't bother about that. Since our luck is so good today, let's grab hold of time. Hurry. Use your prediction power to sense what direction is the next group of devils who are closest to us now. She grabbed Xia Yunqi so the latter could only go along with her. But she didn't forget to warn Huang Yueli. Later, you're not allowed to stay on the sidelines and watch the commotion, otherwise I will go on a strike. I'd like to see where you can go and find the demon tribe by then. Yes, you're absolutely right. I will not dare to do it again. Huang Yueli said without turning back. Your reply is too superficial. The two young ladies squabbled as they walked towards the deeper part of the forest, continuing to accumulate their military merits. When it was midnight, Huang Yueli had no choice but to admit that what Xia Yunqi said was right. The two of them spent an entire afternoon searching the forest for the demon tribe but only found a few devil soldiers. They didn't get to find any earth devils at all. So their military merits did not increase much. The two of them rested on a tall treetop for the night, and early next month, they discussed a way to leave this forest. It seems that military merits aren't that easy to earn. Too many devils had died in this forest. If we attract the devil army's attention, we'd be in big trouble if they send a large number of devils to look for us. It's better to leave this place first. Huang Yueli said regretfully. Updates by Com. Xia Yunqi nodded in agreement. We should change a place. The best idea to earn a large number of military merits is to return to Blessed City first. After that, we can apply to be stationed at the frontline stronghold. In this way, when we meet with the devil army attacking, we'd just be raking in the military merits in huge amounts. It'd be much faster than us playing guerrilla warfare now. Huang Yueli thought for a moment but shook her head. Forget it, the military merits uses might be good, but I can't stay in this place for long. I have to go look for my husband. When we return to Blessed City, I'll continue to teleport and think of a way to go to Cloudy Qilin continent. As for earning those military merits, I will think about it in the future. After a short moment of excitement, Huang Yueli could still tell the difference between the severity of the matters on hand. She had been separated from Li Moying for 1.5 years, and she really missed him a lot. She wanted to meet him as soon as possible. As compared to Li Moying, everything else wasn't that important anymore. Xianxia's gaze dimmed slightly upon hearing that and said, "You and your husband's feelings for each other are loving." Huang Yueli patted her shoulder and comforted her, "It's all right, you are so powerful and so pretty. Besides, you're still so young. Just dump that scumbag. I'm sure there are plenty of talented men who are waiting to woo you. Just let him out like a fart." Xianxia laughed at what she said and clenched her fists. "All right, I'll treat him like a fart and let him out." The two ladies giggled and rolled over with laughter. Several hundred miles away, the azure-robed man sneezed several times in a row. Li Moying's straight brows creased as he was slightly surprised to see the azure-robed man in front of him. "Brother Jun, why are you here?" Jun Sihan nodded at him. "My dear little brother Li, how have you been? We haven't seen each other for half a year since the last time we met in cloudy Qilin continent, right?" Jun Sihan was the eldest son of Voracious Wyvern Clan's clan leader, and he was the first friend that Li Moying made after the latter arrived in God Realm. Voracious Wyvern Clan and Cloudy Qilin Clan had close ties, and when Jun Sihan visited Cloudy Qilin Clan last year, he exchanged views with Li Moying several times. The two of them admired the other party very much, and shortly after, they started greeting each other as brothers. But meeting each other at this place was something that both parties had not anticipated. Li Moying said, "That's right. I didn't expect us to meet at the Demon Tribe's battlefield. Speaking of this, I had been hoping to have another chance to exchange pointers with Brother Jun. If we could fight together, it would be even better. Alas, I have a pressing matter on hand, so I'm afraid I won't be able to travel around with you." Li Moying's brows revealed a depressed and anxious expression. He had entered the war zone for a couple of days and killed plenty of devils. His military merits were steadily increasing, but he had not been able to find any traces of Huang Yueli's whereabouts. This made his mood turn heavy. After all, the longer the time went by, the higher the possibility of Huang Yueli encountering danger. Moreover, as they moved forward, it meant that Huang Yueli had gone deeper into the demon tribe's control zone. Jun Sihan could tell his anxiety and silently nodded his head as he thought to himself, "Looks like that lad Jing Xiaoyuan didn't lie to me. What he said is true. Li Moying has indeed come to the battlefield to look for someone." He asked in a calm and unhurried manner, "I heard that you have a friend who encountered the demon tribe's attack when he was teleported to Blessed City and has possibly fallen into the demon tribe's turf. How did you know?" Li Moying was stunned, but he quickly came around it. "Is it Jing Xiaoyuan who told you?" Ancient god clans' young geniuses mutually knew each other, so it wasn't strange that Jun Sihan and Jing Xiaoyuan were acquainted. Jun Sihan nodded and said, "That's right. I heard that you taught him a lesson and his reputation had gone down the drain. You have to be careful of this lad. He minds his reputation the most. Now that you've embarrassed him, he will treat you as his opponent and fight with you over every single thing." Li Moying sighed as he shook his head. "I don't mind that very much. Moreover, I didn't intentionally get into a conflict with him. I was just anxious to find someone, so I had no choice but to battle with him." Li Moying simply disregarded Jun Sihan's warning. His mind was full of Huang Yueli right now. How would he possibly have the heart to bother about what Jing Xiaoyuan would do? Even if Jing Xiaoyuan had targeted him, he was not afraid of him at all. Jun Sihan saw his fretful look and he couldn't help but feel surprised. In his impression, Li Moying was so calm and steady that he simply did not seem as though he was his age. But now, he was like a beast, giving off an uncontrollable sense of impatience, as though he would explode at any moment. What could make him so anxious? Unless... Jun Sihan tried to probe, "I wonder if the friend you are looking for is a man or a woman?" Is that person from the God clan or the human race? Li Moying frowned but didn't hide the truth. Instead, he told him directly, Brother Jun, do you still remember that I had once told you that I was already married when I was in the lower realm? Jun Sihan nodded and said, Of course, I remember. The two of us got married in our 20s and back then, I really felt that I had met someone who shares my sentiments. Since I found a young lady that I liked, of course, I had to get married immediately. Those talk about delaying cultivation or stuff like that are all nonsense. As he spoke, he started to realize what was going on. Could it be that your wife had already ascended to God realm from soaring heaven's continent? The person you want to save is. Li Moying nodded with a bitter expression, that's right. Although Jun Sihan already had a premonition, hearing Li Moying's confirmation still left him slightly surprised. I seem to remember that your wife should be from the sacred phoenix race, isn't it? Shouldn't she have ascended recently? What is she doing here in Blessed City? Li Moying's expression turned grave. I'm still not too sure about this matter right now. When I heard that she had ascended to God realm, I even specially headed to Soul Connection Ocean to pick her up, but those people from the sacred phoenix race had already taken her away. They even got into an accident in the middle of their journey, and she went missing. I've been searching for her for a few months, and just confirmed that she had teleported from Flame Square City to the destination, Blessed City. I think she should be trying to go to Cloudy Chilan continent to look for me. Hearing that, Jun Sihan couldn't help but frown. Sacred Phoenix race had already picked her up, but they got into an accident in the middle of their journey? Were they attacked by the demon tribe? That I don't know. Sacred Phoenix race had already been sending their men to look for her, but they hadn't been able to find her as well. Jun Sihan couldn't comprehend the situation and just cast it aside. Alright, let's not talk about these. We can wait until we find your wife and ask her what happened by then. The most urgent thing now is to find her first. That's right, I've got the same thinking in mind. But the demon tribe's control area is so wide that it's difficult to find any clues in such a short amount of time. I'm really worried, said Li Moying as he burned with anxiety. Jun Sihan saw him worrying about his wife and he could understand the feeling. To tell you the truth, the two of us are fellow sufferers. I entered the war zone this time because I'm also looking for my wife. She also disappeared when she teleported from Flame Square City to Blessed City. What? Li Moying almost jumped up in shock. What Jun Sihan said was simply out of his expectations. I always thought that you came to the demon tribe battlefield because you are involved with military affairs. Why, you're also here to look for someone? Li Moying's eyes widened like full moons. Moreover, he happened to be looking for his wife as well. Jun Sihan sighed and nodded. Li Moying asked surprisedly, but, aren't you always together with sister-in-law? Why did she go to Blessed City for no rhyme or reason? When Jun Sihan recalled the situation then, his face instantly turned black. No matter if it was being drugged by some unrelated woman or if he was caught red-handed in bed by his wife, both matters were not glamorous at all. If he were to spell it out, it would be extremely embarrassing. He waved his hand and said, let's not talk about this. If I didn't guess wrongly, my wife should be with my sister-in-law now. We can go look for them together. Li Moying asked bewilderedly, the two of them are together? How do you know? Moreover, the light sphere that teleported them fell from such a high distance. Even if they were in the same light sphere, they would probably be separated after they fell. Jun Sihan said, you don't know about this, but my wife has a habit. She especially likes beautiful young ladies. Speaking of this, Jun Sihan's lips twitched. Having a wife who was more popular than himself among the young ladies left him speechless. Li Moying's brows rose as he was rather surprised. But he didn't say anything. Jun Sihan continued to say, sister-in-law must be a top-rate beauty for a god-grade genius like you to fall for her. My little she had definitely noticed her. So when the light sphere dropped, I'm very sure that they were together. Li Moying muttered softly, even if you're right, but no one knows what happened after the light sphere dropped? It's hard to say about this, isn't it? Jun Sihan shook his head and replied, did you forget about something? Little she is the chosen one. It shouldn't take much effort for her to find sister-in-law. So the possibility of them being together is very high. Moreover, little she can rely on her prediction power to avoid most of the dangers. I'm only worried about the two young ladies being surrounded by too many devil-top experts and do not have enough time to hide. Then they would be in trouble. At this moment, Li Moying also recalled Xia Yunqi's special ability, and he heaved a sigh of relief momentarily. If Jun Sihan's analysis was right, it was indeed much safer with the chosen one as a companion in the group. I hope so. Li Moying was still a little worried. My Lear is a spiritual armament master, and her innate talent is also God grade. In terms of battle power, she's not any weaker than me. I only wish that sister-in-law would be calmer than her. Evading dangers or whatever, even without the chosen one, Huang Yueli would be able to manage quite fine since her instincts were pretty spot on. But no one understood her personality better than Li Moying. If this young lass heard that the demon tribe was around, she might be very excited to earn the military merits. If it was under normal circumstances, it was fine. But at this juncture, Li Moying really wished that she wasn't that bold. He had been extremely worried during this period that he felt that he was starting to have white hair, despite his young age. Calm? Jun Sihan frowned as he totally could not comprehend Li Moying's meaning. How would my little sheik possibly be calm? That's something non-existent. Could it be that Li Moying's wife was more civilized and doesn't like noisy compatriots? Updates by Calm. That's fine too. I'm worried that little she would have wild thoughts and create trouble in the demon tribe turf. Since Li Moying's wife was quieter, I can relax. The two of them developed a misunderstanding towards their wife's personalities and instantly was assured by a great deal. Li Moying and Jun Sihan quickly reached a mutual consensus. The men who they brought were gathered into one big team as they continued to search for the young ladies. In this way, their search boundary and effectiveness had also been raised by a notch. Demon Tribe's control area. Huang Yueli and Xia Yunzi spent several hours trying to leave the forest, as they prepared to move stealthily back to Blessed City. Huang Yueli believed that she wasn't better than Xia Yunqi, the chosen one, in finding the way back, so she had been following behind her obediently. But as she walked, she suddenly felt that something was amiss. Huang Yueli tugged Xia Yunqi's sleeve and asked softly, Yunqi, are we going on the wrong path? I remember that Blessed City seems to be in the north. Xia Yunqi's footsteps halted and looked in the north direction as a glimmer of uneasiness flashed past her eyes. I know we're supposed to head towards the north. But I somehow feel uneasy about going there. My instincts tell me that something dangerous is occupying the north area. But I don't have enough time to judge that now, so I can't confirm what the threat is. Anyway, I think it's safer to make a detour. There's danger? Huang Yueli turned to look at the north as well. The directions all seemed the same and there were various forests of different sizes, which lined up in a row near the toxic swamp. So she couldn't tell the difference at all. But since Xia Yunqi had already said that, Huang Yueli decided to listen to her. After they left the forest, Xia Yunqi was evidently even more prudent than before. She would stop for a short interval after some time to make a new judgment on the direction to move in. Along the way, the two of them had gone past several forests and made several detours. It was until the seventh day's evening when a smile surfaced on Xia Yunqi, showed a smile after she looked for a while on high grounds. We're almost reaching the Allied Army's campsite. What? For real? Let me take a look. Huang Yueli, who went into a daze out of boredom, immediately jumped up when she heard that. She came next to Xianxia and looked in the direction that she was pointing in. Really? There seems to be a campsite in front, and several human soldiers are patrolling the surroundings. Huang Yueli also smiled after she took a look. The past journey was relatively difficult. They had been trying their way out along the toxic swamp area and had been treading carefully every single day. Moreover, what made Huang Yueli most disappointed was that they were fully focused on traveling for the past few days and had not encountered many devils at all. The entire 7 days of military merits weren't even as much as what they had earned in the first 2 days. If Xianxia was not by her side, she would have died of boredom. Now that they had finally reached the Allied Army's camp, that would mean that they would be able to return to Blessed City very soon. That was simply a wonderful piece of news. The 2 ladies were invigorated and all their tiredness was gone. They sped up and headed towards the camp. After 2 hours or so, they had reached the surrounding of the campsite. This young brother, oh. What's going on? Huang Yueli quickly walked towards the sentry guard who was at the sentry post and was just about to tell him her identity and purpose in coming here. Whoever knew that before she could complete her sentence, 10 over-sharp arrows were suddenly launched at her. Moreover, every single arrow was aimed at her vital points. Huang Yueli retreated in a fluster, but as the situation was too sudden, she tripped and almost fell. Luckily, Xianxia grabbed her tightly from the side. She wasn't injured because the arrows were shot by ordinary human soldiers. Their cultivations were between 7th to 8th stage realm and the disparity was just too great. But neither she nor Xianxia had expected such a thing to happen and they were stunned. Whereas at this moment, a horn-blowing sound rang throughout the campsite. Another troop of human soldiers ran out and formed a line. They pulled their bows taut as their arrows were aimed at the 2 of them. Facing another round of attack, Huang Yueli quivered and hurriedly cried out. Wait! Don't shoot! We are humans. Take a clear look, the 2 of us are real humans. Hearing that, a man with a thick beard who was wearing a commander's uniform walked out behind those soldiers. He looked at Huang Yueli and Xianxia from head to toe and said, Humans? Some humans are spies for the demon tribe. Otherwise, explain how you can escape from the demon tribe's control or with such an intense battle on the front line? This divine lieutenant would rather kill 10,000 innocent people rather than miss out on one. Release? Wait, we really aren't spies. When Huang Yueli heard the commander giving the order to release the arrows, she shouted once again. She took out a big handful of devil stones from her realm ring and raised it above her head. Look at these devil stones. We obtained all these when we killed the devils at the front lines. We are undoubtedly not the devil tribe spies. It's just that an accident happened, so we unluckily landed into the demon tribe's control area. The commander took a look and discovered that there were many dim devil stones in Huang Yueli's hands. This made him surprised. Looks like these 2 young human practitioners have rather strong abilities. He waved his hand, indicating for the soldiers to keep away their bows. Enough, let the 2 of them in. The camp's gate opened up. Huang Yueli and Xianxia exchanged a glance and walked right in. The commander sized them up close and felt that they didn't look like villains. So he opened his mouth and said, the situation of the war is rather tight right now. We haven't seen any humans appearing in this zone for a long time. Divine Lieutenant has given us the order that no matter if it's a human or devil, anyone who dares to come near the camp will all be killed without any pardon. Huang Yueli cupped her hand in obeisance and said, Thank you, Commander, for being lenient with us. Lenient on you? The commander snorted, what I say does not count. Come with me to see the Divine Lieutenant. If he agrees to let you stay, then you'd have a chance to stay. He brought the two of them to the biggest tent in the center and asked the chaperone outside to notify the divine lieutenant before he led Huang Yueli and Xianxia in. A middle-aged man sat behind a short chair. He frowned when he saw the commander leading someone in and asked, "Who are these people? Why have you brought them into the camp? Haven't I already given orders that no one is allowed to come near the campsite and every single intruder will be killed without any pardon? How dare you defy my orders? Go and receive your punishment right now. Men, drag these two fellows out of the camp right now." Huang Yueli's lips tugged. She didn't expect the divine lieutenant to be even more difficult than the commander. He immediately asked for them to be killed the minute he saw them. Xianxia hurriedly stepped forward and shouted, "Divine Lieutenant, you'll definitely regret it if you chase us out." That middle-aged divine lieutenant looked at Huang Yueli and Xianxia's ragged clothes and assumed that they were ordinary people. He totally didn't expect them to rebuke him even under the suppression of a heart-profound realm end-phase practitioners might like him. Hearing Xianxia's words, he went into a blank. But following that, his expression turned chilly. "Regret? If I'd regret only if I allow you two to stay." Huang Yueli stepped forward as well. "I didn't expect the allied army's divine lieutenant to be headstrong and arbitrary. You haven't even figured out why we have come into the war zone and just wanted to chase us away. In reality, we have brought information with us." "Information? What information could you have? I think you're the demon tribe spies." The middle-aged divine lieutenant was accused by them right in the face, flared up, and slammed his fist on the table. A harsh, threatening burst of profound energy bombarded them. Huang Yueli frowned slightly and moved slightly to evade it. Xianxia, who was beside her, also evaded that burst of energy easily, without getting injured. This scene left the middle-aged divine lieutenant even more surprised. For safety's sake, Huang Yueli and Xianxia had maintained their disguise from the start. From their appearances, they seemed to be human males in their 30s. But even so, it was extremely rare for someone in their 30s to easily avoid a heart-profound realm end-phase practitioner's attack. The bearded commander was totally stunned. The middle-aged divine lieutenant frowned. "You two lads have pretty good innate talent. Your cultivation should at least be in dream profound realm early phase, right?" Huang Yueli and Xianxia said nothing, which was considered a silent consent. The bearded commander hurriedly said, "That's right. Divine Lieutenant, these two's abilities aren't too bad. Moreover, I saw them take out a large handful of devil stones. They claimed that they obtained it when they hunted the devils from the demon tribe's turf. Since many of our top experts are either dead or injured and these two lads' abilities are extraordinary. That's why I let them in." He was afraid that he would be implicated by Huang Yueli and Xianxia, so he quickly took this chance to explain his actions. Divine Lieutenant's eyebrows rose. "Oh? Did you kill a lot of devils? Really?" Huang Yueli nodded and took out all the devil stones that she collected without another word. "That's just nice. We want to use these devil stones to exchange for military merits. Divine Lieutenant, can you help us with the exchange?" The devil stones on the ground piled up high, and there were several Earth Devil's devil stones in that pile as well. All of the practitioners were relatively stunned when they saw this kind of result. Earth Devil, that's equivalent to a human heart profound realm top expert. Huang Yueli and Xianxia looked very young, and their cultivation was just in dream profound realm, but they actually surpassed their level to kill Earth Devils. Divine Lieutenant went into a blank for some time before saying in astonishment, I really didn't expect this. The two of you are so young, but you've managed to kill so many Earth Devils. The younger generation will surpass us in time to come. Wait, what are you doing?" His gaze turned towards Xianxia as he stared at her. He saw Xianxia's hand on her interspatial ring, and it kept sparkling a weak glow. Every single time it flashes, a piece of devil stone appeared in her palm and she laid it on the ground. Xianxia said indifferently as she took out the devil stones, I also want to tally my military merits. Don't tell me you're just going to tally for my younger brother, and not for me? I don't mean that, but. Divine Lieutenant felt that his brain was turning into knots. After such a long time, he wasn't able to catch up to their train of thoughts. Lastly, he coughed heavily and said, so to speak, all these devil stones are all obtained in the demon tribe's control zone? The two of you actually killed so many earth devils. He originally thought the devil stones that Huang Yueli took out were everything they had on their hands. That pile of devil stones had 7 to 8 low-class earth devil stones, and the quantity was already extremely astonishing. He didn't expect that to be only half of the devils that they had hunted. The other half was with Xianxia. If he hadn't witnessed this for himself, the middle-aged divine lieutenant would never believe that such a thing could have happened. 2 Dream Profound Realm early phase practitioners surpassed their level to kill earth devils over and over again. If something happened over and over again, that would absolutely not be a coincidence or mere luck. This could only mean that their abilities had absolutely surpassed same-level practitioners. Moreover, Huang Yueli and Xianxia killed so many devils. Hence, the possibility of them being demon tribe spies was basically zero. The demon tribe had always been selfish. They would not sacrifice so many devils' lives just to fulfill the 2 spies' mission. Thinking of this, the middle-aged divine lieutenant finally rest assured. After he let go of his misgivings, he felt a sudden surge of ecstasy. He had been very worried about the situation over the high number of deaths and injuries every night, and his hair was about to turn white from the worries. But it was all good now, because 2 outstanding young top exponents appeared before him. He was simply too lucky. The middle-aged divine lieutenant looked at the 2 young ladies, and his expression was much more affable. Two young brothers, I was mistaken about the 2 of you earlier. It's really brave of you to come over and be enlisted at this kind of time. Quick, come over here and have a seat. Men served them a pot of hot tea. The way the middle-aged divine lieutenant changed his expression was so fast that Huang Yueli and Xianxia were surprised. But they were smart people, so they quickly came around it. Divine Lieutenant, you're too kind. There's no need to go through so much trouble, we just want to verify that we aren't the demon tribe spies. The middle-aged divine lieutenant laughed and said, previously, for safety's sake, I did that so that no outsiders could enter the campsite. You probably don't know about this, but the demon tribe had already surrounded our camp for more than a month. During this time, we were practically attacked by the devils almost every day. His expression turned slightly grave when he talked about this. Huang Yueli was stunned. How could this be? We didn't seem to see meet with many devils? The middle-aged divine lieutenant was full of bewilderment as well. I was just finding it strange. Logically speaking, there are devil soldiers all around this place. You can't possibly have reached the campsite safely like this. It's exactly this reason why I feel that you guys have a problem. Xianxia secretly tugged Huang Yueli from the back and shot a glance at her. Following that, she said to the middle-aged divine lieutenant, looks like our luck isn't that bad. Huang Yueli instantly reacted as well. They were able to travel here safely because of the Chosen One's credit. If she hadn't met Xianxia, she could still possibly make her way out of the demon tribe's control area. But she would have met with a lot of danger. She hurriedly echoed in agreement, yes, that's right. It seems that we have good luck. We're so lucky to be alive. The middle-aged divine lieutenant didn't think so much. He nodded and asked, I haven't asked you about this. Both young brothers, why were you over at the demon tribe's area? Were you abducted by them during the war? There was no need to hide this fact. Huang Yueli gave a brief explanation about how they were attacked while they were teleporting from Flame Square City to this place. The middle-aged divine lieutenant remained silent for a moment before he spoke. The demon tribe's forces are growing bigger. They are even able to grasp the location of where we were teleporting. Looks like there must be a sky devil behind the devil army's attack this time. Speaking of this, Huang Yueli and Xianxia exchanged glances. Xianxia said, "Divine Lieutenant, the important information that we are going to tell you is related to the demon tribe's commander. While we were escaping, we heard a few devils secretly discussing that a top devil exponent was going to advance into Sky Devil End Phase stage." Sky Devil End Phase. Hearing this news left a shocked expression on the middle-aged divine lieutenant's face. Sky Devil End Phase is equivalent to a human Tao Profound Realms ability. That's a top-rate top exponent among the demon tribe. He's not someone that an army like us can fight against. The middle-aged divine lieutenant's cultivation was merely in Heart Profound Realm End Phase. As compared with a Sky Devil End Phase, it was a difference of an entire large realm. It wasn't something that the other party could rival, not to mention his subordinates. Seeing his worried look, Huang Yueli immediately continued, "I heard that the Sky Devil seemed to be stuck at a bottleneck in the process of advancing. The reason why the demon tribe attacked us was mainly because they wanted to capture some human and god clan practitioners to refine as blood pills." The middle-aged divine lieutenant muttered irresolutely, no wonder their attacks had become so frequent recently. "So, this is why." Xianxia nodded. "But that Sky Devil is on the verge of advancing, and he's probably focused totally on cultivating. So he wouldn't personally come and command the war. I believe that we won't be in fatal danger temporarily." The middle-aged divine lieutenant delved into deep thoughts and had no choice but to admit that what she said was right. "Sigh, I hope it's true. Our camp is the nearest to the demon tribe's control area among the other 12 camps, so we must hold the fort. Otherwise, the demon tribe manages to break through our defense and go nearer to Blessed City." "That's right, your abilities are rather outstanding. I happen to have 2 team leaders who died in the battle yesterday, and I can tell that you are suitable candidates." When he said that, all the practitioners were stunned. Most practitioners who were just enlisted would need to start from the base. Although Huang Yueli and Xianxia had revealed their skills earlier, the devil stones that they had accumulated were worth around 3,000 to 4,000 military credits. But they had just arrived after all. If they were members of the god clan, that was passable. But now, they were disguised as humans. If a human practitioner who had just enlisted was promoted to be a team leader, it would be hard to convince the others. Huang Yueli and Xianxia were surprised as well, but their worries were different from other people. Huang Yueli frowned and asked in a muted tone, "This divine lieutenant, we want to serve in the military very much and defeat the devils with our brothers together. But unfortunately, we have something urgent to do and must head back to Blessed City immediately. So we can only thank you for your kind intention." "What?" the divine lieutenant said in shock. "You specially teleported to Blessed City, isn't it to be enlisted?" Huang Yueli and Xianxia shook their heads at the same time. The middle-aged divine lieutenant's expression sunk and he spoke in displeasure. "The current situation is so dire. As humans, you're not thinking about joining the allied armies to fight for the humans. Instead, you're trying to escape to Blessed City in such an urgent situation? The 2 of you are so cowardly. Do you even have the qualifications to be a practitioner?" Cough cough, this. "Divine Lieutenant, please don't be mistaken. We really have some urgent matters." Huang Yueli also felt a little awkward. Her words did sound a little like they were planning to desert the army. But in reality, she wanted very much to stay and accumulate the military merits. But she was even more worried that Limoying would be worried about her if she had disappeared. In her heart, nothing else was more important than Limoying. However, the middle-aged divine lieutenant could not accept their decision.